Chapter 1. The First Step to Altering Destiny. What should one do when fate decrees one's demise? Should one resign oneself to destiny? Or is there even a need to ponder this? Naturally, one should fight against it. Yet, fate does not abide by the rules of martial ethics, which complicates matters considerably. Within the confines of Tianhua City, during the centennial disciple recruitment ceremony of the immortal sect, the ethereal and sage-like Ling Feng Jinren gazed at the 12-year-old girl before him, who appeared lost in thought, and reiterated his earlier question. Zhonglinger, do you wish to relinquish your spot as a personal disciple to your cousin? Of course, she did not wish to. She was not foolish. A personal disciple is a coveted position, one that receives abundant resources and nurturing from the sex. As Zhonglinger met the elder's expectant gaze, an indescribable force compelled her to utter the words, "I am willing." Immediately, she witnessed Ling Feng Jinren smile with satisfaction. She then glanced around at the 5 sect leaders seated in the highest seats, her uncle, mother, cousin, and several unfamiliar faces, all of whom wore expressions of contentment, save for herself, who felt an icy dread prickling her skin. Once a brilliant young girl confined to a sickbed in the modern world, she had just last night exchanged souls with a woman sharing her name, who lamented, "Nothing can change, it is too despairing," and found herself transported to this realm of cultivation. Having just absorbed the memories of this Bodhi's 3 lifetimes, she immediately encountered the meaning of fate is immutable and understood why her predecessor had succumbed to despair. Though she yearned to refuse, how could she part with the personal disciple position that her father had sacrificed his life to secure for her? No one would willingly comply with such an arrangement yet. The crux of the matter was her inability to refuse at the pivotal moment. Her body seemed to act of its own accord. Her predecessor had been similarly trapped despite being reborn thrice. She could not alter her predetermined fate thus. In this life, she resolved to abandon the struggle, to flee entirely, and let another take over this debacle. If the current situation continued to unfold as anticipated, she could recite the events yet to come from memory. First, her cousin Zhong Yuxue would plead with the head of the Lingjian sect to accept her as an inner disciple, and subsequently, she would dutifully follow her cousin, serving as a mere backdrop to highlight Zhong Yuxue's purity and nobility, until, decades later, she would inexplicably become the villain who met her end before reaching a century of life. What nonsense! This was the realm of cultivation, where one's lifespan could be infinitely extended, even ascending to the immortal realm to live eternally. Why should she be confined to a mere few decades? No, she must not tread the same path as in her previous 3 lives. She must effect change, and the first step towards that change would be to secure her position as a personal disciple. As the words of consent escaped her lips, Zhonglinger felt the mysterious force controlling her body dissipate in a fervent act. She knelt before the heavens, striking her head against the ground before Ling Feng Jinren could speak. "Father, I am sorry I, your daughter, possess a damaged spiritual root and cannot cultivate nor fulfill the promise you made with Hanyuan Jinren. I am unworthy of you. Please take me with you." Tears streamed down Zhonglinger's face, and in her haste, she forgot that the ground was a specially prepared arena for the competition. How painfully hard it was. Today marked the discipleship ceremony of the Eastern States Immortal Alliance, where all 5 major sects and numerous smaller factions had gathered. Along with many prominent families, the crowd fell silent, observing the daughter of Master Zhong, sensing the weight behind her words, hinting at a significant revelation. Though she had professed her willingness, her subsequent actions clearly indicated her reluctance. Her consent appeared coerced, but who was the source of this coercion? What would Hanyuan Jinren, who had promised the late Master Zhong to accept her as a disciple, do? It was well known that Master Zhong was the only 9th-tier formation master in Eastern State, known for his amiable nature and willingness to assist anyone in need 10 years prior. When the Lingjian sect was besieged by malevolent spirits and their protective array was breached, Master Zhong had risked being torn apart by the Demon King to repair the array, allowing the Lingjian sect to receive aid from other factions and turn the tide of battle. At that time, Hanyuan Jinren had publicly committed to Master Zhong's sole request to accept his daughter Zhonglinger as a personal disciple. 5 years had elapsed since Master Zhong's passing. Would the esteemed Lingjian sect still uphold this promise? Han Yuanjinren found himself in a quandary when he had promised to take on a disciple. Zhong Linger had possessed an exceptional water spiritual root, a rare talent indeed. Coupled with Master Zhong's contributions to the Lingjian sect, it had warranted the allocation of a personal disciple position. Yet now, with her spiritual root destroyed, accepting her as a disciple would only squander a precious opportunity. Meanwhile, her cousin possessed a heavenly grade with spiritual root, a unseen century talent. The proposal to substitute Zhong Linger with her cousin had originated from the Zhong family itself. Benefiting both parties, this was merely a formality. Yet now, with this unexpected turn of events, he found himself in a difficult predicament. The crowd turned their gaze to Han Yuanjinren, who in turn looked towards Zhong Zhenhai, the head of the Zhong family and Zhong Linger's uncle, signaling him to resolve the family matter. Seeing Han Yuanjinren's silence, Zhong Linger felt an unsettling dread indeed. Zhong Zhenhai hastily assisted at her feet, tears brimming in his eyes as he said, "Child, your uncle understands your pain over the loss of your spiritual root. Fear not, I shall care for you and make amends." "Bah, your amends amount to consuming me entirely. I trust you not." Zhong Linger longed to unleash her frustration, yet once more felt her body react against her will, her voice escaping. "Uncle, it is Linger's misfortune not to be able to become Han Yuanjinren's disciple. I am willing to cede my spot to my cousin. I merely feel discontent, for I too wish to cultivate." Zhong Yushua gently wiped Zhong Linger's tears, her 15-year-old countenance delicate and endearing. Speaking softly, "Sister, I cannot take your place as a personal disciple. It is better for you to assume that role, while I settle for being an inner disciple." The head of Danxiang Pavilion, Yu Jinren, chimed in with a smile. "Zhong Yushua, to settle for being an inner disciple would be a disservice to your talents given your spiritual root. Why not join my Danxiang Pavilion as a personal disciple?" What a turn of events! Zhong Linger sensed the gravity of the situation. Surely Han Yuanjinren would not relinquish Zhong Yushua. Her path as a personal disciple seemed increasingly bleak. A flicker of pride shone in Zhong Yuxu's eyes before Han Yuanjinren could respond. She sweetly declared, "Master Yuing, you flatter me. I am merely content to become an inner disciple." Her words clearly indicated her refusal to join Danxiang Pavilion, prompting Yu Jinren to smile and refrain from further comment. Zhong Linger secretly scoffed. Zhong Yuxu's lofty aspirations were evident. She sought to be a personal disciple, yet only the top-ranked Lingjian sect's disciple would suffice for her. She held little regard for the other sects. Han Yuanjinren nodded in satisfaction, signaling Ling Feng Jinren to announce the results. After all, Zhong Linger had just declared her willingness to relinquish her personal disciple position, which would be sufficient to quell the murmurs of the crowd. It was imperative to finalize this matter swiftly to avoid unnecessary complications. Chapter 2. The scandalous revelation. Zhong Linger sensed the abrupt disappearance of her controlling powers and sprang into action. With the Lingjian sect no longer a reliable ally, she resolved to seize some benefits for herself. After all, she was akin to an indomitable cockroach. As long as fate loosened its grip, she would resist, and resist again. With a sudden thud, Zhong Linger knelt before her mother, Li Xiao, holding a small family seal in her hand. "Mother, this is the family head seal left to me by my father. You mentioned yesterday that I should relinquish my direct disciple quota to my cousin and follow her into the sect as an inner disciple, allowing my uncle to safeguard the family seal, ensuring my future would be free from hardship. Your concern for me deeply moves my heart. After much contemplation, I have decided to give you this seal. As I know you remarried my uncle, yet his position as family head is precarious. For your well-being in the latter half of your life, I offer you this seal, in exchange for my father's original manuscript of the Tianyin 64 formation. This formation has already been transcribed multiple times by you and my uncle, hence it is of no use to you now." The crowd erupted in astonishment, as this was indeed a sensational revelation. Numerous voices began to circulate. The Tianyin 64 formation was the culmination of Master Zheng's life's work, rightfully intended for his descendants. To entrust it to his wife was merely a temporary arrangement. How could it require his daughter to barter with the family head seal? This girl was far too young, oblivious to the significance of the family head seal Master Zheng had conferred it upon her. signifying her as the next family head. By handing over the seal, she was effectively surrendering the Zhong family. What use did she have for the family head seal? Her uncle had ascended to the position of acting family head without it. Though he had fiercely contested this title with the third elder of the Zhong family. Had it not been for that strife, he would have long since lost the title. It was said that Zhong Jinhai's role as an acting family head owed much to the influence of the family matriarch, who had expelled all of Master Zhong's disciples from the family. Otherwise, this young girl might have truly ascended to the position of family head. I suspected there was something amiss, some murmured. Madame Zhong has actually persuaded her daughter to relinquish her direct disciple quota to accept a mere inner disciple status. Is she truly a mother? What mother would act so selfishly? With her husband deceased and her mother remarried, everyone is looking out for themselves. Yet, this young girl is the one to be pitied. Can the direct disciple quota of Lingjin sect simply be relinquished like that? How can Madame Zhong be so certain that they will agree to her becoming an inner disciple? Well, what more is there to say? A heavenly grade with spiritual root, such a rarity, emerging only once in a century. Which sect wouldn't strive to claim it? Lingjin sect already has 4 direct disciples. There is but 1 slot available. If it were you, to whom would you assign it? Li Xiao's expression shifted dramatically, a tumultuous blend of anger and shame twisting her beautiful visage. Zhong Jinhai, too, was momentarily stunned, but soon his face darkened like stormy waters, and he stepped forward to grasp Zhong Linger's arm. Linger, this is a family matter. We shall discuss it at home. Zhong Linger, unable to contain herself, retorted, very well, Linger shall follow my uncle's lead. This time. She did not resist, but instead awaited anxiously, blinking her eyes, feeling that the spectacle lacked sufficient excitement and could use a little more fuel. Once her body regained autonomy, she turned to Zhong Jinhua, who stood at the edge of the arena, and said, Third uncle, it appears that my mother and uncle are unwilling to negotiate with me. Would you then be so kind as to give me the transcribed Tianyin 64 formation in exchange for the family head seal? This was an unexpected stroke of fortune. Zhang Jinhua immediately leaped onto the stage, retrieving a scroll from his storage ring, and proclaimed loudly, If Linger desires the formation, feel free to speak with your third uncle. He then attempted to thrust the scroll into Zhong Linger's arms while reaching for the family head seal with his other hand. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy surged, and an invisible barrier halted Zhong Jinhua's hand, preventing him from advancing any further. Enraged, he shouted, Elder brother, what do you think you are doing? This is Linger voluntarily seeking to exchange with me. Zhong Jinhai retorted in anger, Linger is still young and naive. Such significant matters should be decided by her mother. Mother. Zhong Jinhua cast a disdainful glance at Li Xiao, second sister-in-law. No, I should now refer to you as eldest sister-in-law. You are now closer to Tian Yuxue than your own daughter. If Linger hopes for you to make decisions on her behalf, she may as well not expect to retain even a shred of her dignity, disregarding the humiliation inflicted upon his previously second sister-in-law. He turned back to Zhang Linger with a benevolent demeanor and said, Linger, you promised to exchange with your third uncle, did you not? Zhang Lingo found great amusement in the unfolding drama as her third uncle publicly stripped away her mother's facade, revealing the extent of her hypocrisy. She wondered how long her mother could maintain her pretense of being the gracious and dignified matriarch. As for her third uncle's demands, she regarded Zhong Jinhai with a knowing glance, fully confident that her uncle would never permit her third uncle to obtain the family head seal, even if it meant engaging in open conflict. Sure enough, upon perceiving Zhong Linger's hesitation, Zhong Jinhai shot a cold glance at Li Xiao, his intentions unmistakably chilling. Li Xiao, startled, quickly produced a scroll and said, Linger, what use do you have for that transcribed formation? This is your father's original manuscript. If you desire it, your mother will exchange it with you. With that, Li Xiao swiftly snatched the family head seal from Zhong Linger's hands and placed the scroll into her grasp, completing the transaction in one fluid motion. Fearful that Zhong Linger might reconsider, Zhang Jinhua, naturally intent on intervening, found himself obstructed by Zhong Jinhai. They exchanged blows for a moment, but upon realizing the outcome was already determined, they ceased hostilities. Zhong Jinhai's face brightened as he struck Zhong Jinhua down from the platform. Zhong Linger paid no heed to their quarrel, eagerly unraveling the scroll to inspect its contents. Indeed, it bore the unmistakable handwriting of her estranged father. Not only did it contain the 64 formations, but when all the pages were meticulously reassembled, it unveiled a grand array exceeding the 9th rank, a formidable Tianyin demon sealing formation, the pinnacle of that brilliant formation master's life's work. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, reflecting on how Master Zhong had single-handedly established the Zhong family's legacy, always treating his brothers with kindness. Yet, in death, his brothers squabbled over his estate, with the elder even marrying his widow. None had considered the welfare of his precious daughter. Now that Zhong Linger had relinquished the family head seal, the Zhong family, one of the 6 great clans, had irrevocably fallen into Zhong Zhenhai's grasp. Those with discerning eyes pondered, questioning Zhong Lingo's unconventional approach as she publicly staged this drama. What advantages could it possibly yield her? Zhong Linger smirked inwardly. The benefits were manifold. First and foremost, her father's formation was an invaluable treasure. 50 years hence, when the demon clan invaded, it was this very formation that Zhong Yushiwei would deploy to seal the demon abyss, becoming a savior of sorts. Secondly, her self-serving mother cared solely for her own interests. In her 3rd lifetime, the original owner had sought her mother's aid, only for that woman to poison her own daughter, nearly causing the original owner to perish 30 years prematurely. Today, by publicly shaming her, she had avenged the original owner's grievances. Chapter 3. Publicly annulled engagement and casting off the wretched man. Ultimately, her intent was to demonstrate to the world the true nature of the Zhong family, which had drastically transformed since her father's departure. Today's events served as a prelude. She would one day reclaim her grievances against the Zhong family as for the family head seal. It had become as good as a mere stone since her mother married her uncle and expelled several of her father's disciples. The original owner had harbored aspirations of inheriting the Zhong family with the family head seal in her 2nd lifetime. But by then, the entire family had undergone a transformation. Who would still recognize a mere stone? Moreover, she sought to negotiate further. By publicly relinquishing the family head seal, the onlookers would comprehend her plight. Would Hongyuan Jinren still have the audacity to ignore his promises? Hongyuan Jinren's gaze fell upon Zhong Linger, his eyes downcast. He understood her intentions, yet her spiritual root had shattered. Being an inner disciple was already a privilege, and it was unreasonable for her to claim a direct disciple quota. Reluctance to retract his words lingered on his lips as he glanced once more at Zhong Zhenhai. Sure enough, Zhong Zhenhai pulled Zhong Linger closer once more, stating, "Linger, you are a good child. Do not blame your mother. She is also considering the family's future. With your father gone, it is imperative that someone capable supports the Zhong family. Since you have agreed to relinquish the quota to your cousin, and such a secret matter being publicly disclosed caused the young man to blush deeply. Disregarding his family's admonitions. In a swift motion, Lu Mingyu seized the jade pendant and tossed a small box from his storage ring back at her, proclaiming loudly, "This is what you desired. I did not force you. Do not regret your decision in the future. From this moment forth, our paths diverge, and we shall have no further ties." With that, he cast a fervent gaze towards Zhong Yushiwei, relieved that she would no longer distance herself due to their engagement. Zhong Yushiwei, her face aflame, lowered her head, enduring the peculiar and mocking stares of those around her, cursing Lu Mingyu in her heart. How absurd for a toad to aspire to eat swan meat. The crowd erupted in a clamor, utterly baffled by the actions of the young girl, Zhong Linger. She had aired her family's dirty laundry, irreparably offending her clan, and now severed her engagement, making it clear that the Lingjin sect no longer wanted her. Had she truly closed off all avenues for herself? Did she wish to forsake her existence? Zhong Linger opened the box to reveal a perfectly round, wax-sealed pill, nodding in satisfaction that a man who had changed his heart could not compare to the value of a 9th-rank resurrection pill. This elixir was essential for her to restore her spiritual roots. In her previous 2 lives, the original owner had not annulled the engagement, remaining unnoticed by Lu Mingyu. In this 3rd life, having come to terms with her situation, she finally called off the betrothal and reclaimed this token of engagement, allowing her to mend her fractured spiritual roots, thus living 20 years longer than in the prior 2 lives. Returning to the center of the arena, she addressed her uncle and mother. "Now, I, Zhong Linger, have returned everything belonging to the Zhong family. The engagement is dissolved, the family head has relinquished his position, and the master my father sought for me has been given to my cousin. I, Zhong Linger, am now unencumbered and shall have no further dealings with the Zhong family." Severing her ties with the Zhong clan and eliminating her fallback, she resolved to press the matter with the esteemed Hongyuan Jinren. Making one final effort to change her fate. A middle-aged man disapproved, saying, "Little girl, what do you intend to do? Alone, where will you go, having forsaken your family?" With tears welling in her eyes, Zhong Linger replied, "I have failed to keep even a single item my father left for me. I must seek my father to atone." The middle-aged man, feeling a pang of sympathy, called out loudly, "Hongyuan master, You must say something. Hong Yuanjinren's displeasure was evident as he responded, What do you wish me to say? How can I interfere in the family matters of the Zhang clan? Zhang Lingo's heart sank. Hong Yuanjinren had made his stance clear. And all her machinations had come to naught. No wonder the original owner had fled. Altering such predetermined circumstances was indeed a formidable challenge. Under the direction of Zhang Zhenhai, Ling Fengzhenren ultimately announced that Zhang Yuxue would become a direct disciple of the Lingjin sect. And Hong Yuanjinren expressed his willingness to compensate Zhang Lingo by accepting her as an inner disciple. The crowd murmured in envy, for a waste with shattered spiritual roots, unable to cultivate. Attaining the rank of the prestigious inner sect was indeed a remarkable feat. If not for Zhang Lingo having an exceptional father, who else would have taken her in? However, Zhang Lingo pondered, becoming an inner disciple of the Lingjin sect would merely lead her down the same path. Seizing the opportunity before unknown forces could bind her, she declared loudly, I refuse to join the Lingjin sect. My father is the only 9th rank array master in Dongzhou, and many present have benefited from his generosity. I possess a method to restore my spiritual roots. Which master would be willing to take me as a direct disciple? Zhang Lingo believed there was still a chance to salvage her situation. As long as she was alive, she could strive for change. What was the worst that could happen? Yet, what if she succeeded? To her dismay, the 5 major sects remained silent, and the other sects flanking her also refrained from speaking. Zhang Lingo inwardly cursed, realizing her father's connections had seemingly vanished. Despite his lifetime of generosity and friendships, not a single person was willing to protect his orphaned child. Truly, the warmth of human relationships fades, and hearts grow cold. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, asking, Would you be willing to join my Taiching sect? Chapter 4. The ailing second senior brother. Upon seeing the kind-hearted elder, Taiching sect's master Wuchan, Zhang Lingo felt a surge of gratitude, but she was not inclined to accept. The Taiching sect was not only impoverished but also in decline. In 3 years, their direct disciples had encountered one mishap after another. And soon after, they ranked 8th in the sect competition, completely falling from the ranks of the 5 major sections. 10 years later, the entire sect was obliterated by an unknown force, and thus a once great sect vanished entirely. This fate had repeated itself across her 3 lifetimes. Hence, she could not accept. Yet, this was the only lifeline offered to her, and she could not outright refuse. Twisting her eyes thoughtfully, Zhang Lingo feigned curiosity and asked, Will it be as a direct disciple? Each sect has limited slots for direct disciples, and during the sect competition, each faction typically sends 5 disciples to compete, filling their quotas. The Taiching sect already had 5 direct disciples, thus reaching capacity, and they lacked the resources of the other 4 major sects to support an additional disciple. Zhang Lingo deduced that Wuchanjinren could not grant her a position as a direct disciple, and ultimately, she would have to seek assistance from the Danxiang Pavilion or Wujimen. To her astonishment, Wuchanjinren replied without hesitation, Naturally, as a direct disciple. Taiching sect can accommodate 6 direct disciples. Why should it be an issue? Zhang Lingo was left speechless. This was a refusal she could not make, yet it was not the outcome she had desired. Although she had taken the arduous first step towards altering her fate, the prospect of living 9 decades without change versus merely 10 years of altered existence felt like a death sentence. Zhang Lingo attempted one last struggle, but she had already delayed the disciple recruitment ceremony for too long. Seeing that she had found a path, Ling Fengzhenren quickly announced the decision, consequently entrusting Zhang Lingo to a young man. The young man took her breath away. He was in his 20s, with an amiable demeanor. Exuding a refined aura, clad in immaculate white robes, he appeared untainted by the world, embodying the essence of a noble youth. Aside from a slightly gaunt face that hinted at fragility, he was, in every other aspect, flawless. Noticing Zhang Lingo's awestruck gaze, he chuckled softly, You might want to wipe the drool. Zhang Lingo instinctively raised her hand to her lips, only to realize she had been caught off guard. With a playful glint in her eyes, she retorted, Fortunately, it's drool and not blood. The young man was taken aback. Had he just been teased by a 12-year-old? Laughter erupted from the side as a beautiful young woman grasped Zhang Lingo's arm. Little junior sister, this is your second senior brother by Luoqing. I am yanking land from the Danfeng. You may call me Sister Yin. Zhang Lingo gazed at Bai Luoqing with a hint of pity. He was the renowned swordsmanship prodigy among the Taiching sect, possessing a transparent sword heart. It was said he cultivated sword intent by the age of 18 and could summon swords like a tidal wave, achieving the nascent soul stage by 25. Moreover, he was one of the rare few who practiced both swordsmanship and formations. Regrettably, during his trials, he had suffered an injury to his heart meridian, though he barely clung to life. His cultivation had regressed to the mid-golden core stage, and since then, he had made no progress. Bai Luoqing, sensing Zhong Lingo's awareness of his plight, gently ruffled her hair and said, "Little junior sister, temper your gaze. There are no weaklings in Taichung's sect, nor do we require pity to I am like this, and so are you." His tone was calm, yet resonated with the weight of mountains and rivers. Zhong Lingo felt her spirit lift. Why should she cling to the position of direct disciple in the Lingjian sect? Why should she fret about preserving what was rightfully hers, if fate had decreed her loss? Then she would seize what was within her grasp. The world was vast, and countless opportunities awaited her as long as she possessed strength. What could destiny impose upon her? Today, she stood weak, seeking the compassion and mercy of others. Yet that was not her true self. She had not come to this strange world to live in such a manner. Zhong Lingo resolved to change her predetermined fate and carve a path of her own. A sudden clarity washed over her as she looked at Bai Luoqing, feeling a newfound kinship. Grabbing his sleeve, she exclaimed joyfully, "Thank you, second senior brother." The subsequent disciple recruitment ceremony was notably subdued. In truth, the true geniuses were often recruited before the ceremony, leaving only those who either sought fortune or aimed to gain resources from the inner sect. Taichung's sect accepted only Zhong Lingo as a disciple, while the other sects recruited at least 30 to 40 individuals. This was not due to Taichung's sect's limitations, but rather because, as one of the 5 major sects, it had lost its allure, causing Zhong Lingo's heart to grow colder with each passing moment. It appeared that Taichung's sect's poverty had deeply permeated perceptions, leaving her feeling disheartened about her future. On the return journey aboard the spirit vessel, Zhong Lingo curiously explored her surroundings, internally lamenting that the vessel could only accommodate a handful of people, which was a disgrace for one of the 5 major sections. Just look at the 6th-ranked Tanyu sect, whose vessel was only slightly smaller than that of the 1st-ranked Lingjian sect. Now that was what a sect should embody. Wu Changjinren sat at the table, leisurely sipping tea while allowing his inquisitive young disciple to inspect the vessel. After a considerable time, he finally beckoned her to sit beside him, his demeanor turning serious. "Lingo, now that you have joined my sect, I shall devote myself to your training. You need not continue living as you once did. Immortal cultivation emphasizes freedom and tranquility of spirit. You need not be overly cautious or scheming as before. Do you understand my meaning?" Seeing the affection in her master's eyes, devoid of reproach, Zhong Lingo nodded obediently. "I understand, master. I will heed your guidance." Wu Changjinren smiled, rising to meditate at the bow of the vessel. Bai Luoqing took his place, leaning closer to Zhong Lingo, and softly inquired, "Little junior sister, what kind of person do you think master is?" "Master is a good person." Zhong Lingo presented her master with a good person card, a flicker of skepticism crossing her eyes. What use is a good person? After all, it is the calamities that endure for 1,000 years. Bai Luoqing replied with a gentle smile, "Master's words hold great wisdom. Junior sister must remember them, yet one must also be astute to the circumstances. Master is known for his generosity, and even if we err, he will not impose severe penalties." What does this mean? Erring? Is the second senior brother encouraging her to defy their master's intentions? Bai Luoqing took a sip of tea and, noticing the puzzled gaze of the young girl, deftly changed the subject. "You mentioned earlier that you have a way to restore your spiritual roots. Is that true?" Zhong Lingo nodded, stating, "My father left me a cultivation technique, and as long as I diligently practice each day, I can gradually restore my spiritual roots." Bai Luoqing let out a sigh of relief and said softly, "That is good to hear. If you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." Zhong Lingo happily agreed, yet sensed something peculiar about her second senior brother, as if he were not quite as he appeared. In truth, while Zhong Lingo found Bai Luoqing strange, he too felt that this junior sister was somewhat out of the ordinary. A 12-year-old girl should be innocent and naive, yet despite her outwardly obedient demeanor, he found it difficult to discern her true nature. Chapter 5. Entering Taichung's sect when the spiritual vessel descended. A group awaited at the grand entrance, led by a stunning fairy, graceful and poised. She approached Zhong Lingo with a smile, exclaiming, "So this is Master Zheng's daughter. She is truly clever and adorable." The real person. Wu Chen chuckled. "Lingo, this is your 4th master uncle, the esteemed fairy Qianghua, the head of the Dan Peak." Zhong Lingo greeted her obediently, and Yu Qinglan also stepped forward to pay her respects to the master. The group joyfully entered the great hall. Having experienced previous incarnations, Zhong Lingo felt that while Taichung's sect might not possess the grandeur of Lingjian's sect, its atmosphere was decidedly more congenial. Though only a few were there to greet her, their warmth was palpable. In contrast, she recalled the scene from her previous life when Lingjian's sect welcomed the return of its leader with an ostentation akin to that of an emperor's arrival. a spectacle she could have traced with her foot. Once seated, the real person Wu Qin requested Fairy Chonghua to examine Zhang Lingo's condition. Indeed, the damaged spiritual roots caused both to furrow their brows. Bai Luoqing repeated what Zhang Linger had conveyed to him, and upon observing her evident confidence, both felt a sense of relief. Zhang Linger proposed that she would undertake the restoration of her spiritual roots through self-cultivation, to which the real person Wu Qin agreed. Taiqiong sect ranks among the 5 great sects, sprawling across a vast expanse with nearly 100 peaks, 7 of which are primary. The Yunqiong Peak, where Zhang Linger currently resides, is the abode of real person Wu Qin, while the 5 slightly shorter peaks nearby belong to the 5 direct disciples. At present, apart from Bai Luoqing, the others were either on missions or out training. Leaving the peaks sparsely populated. As Zhang Linger was an additional direct disciple, no arrangements had been made for her peak beforehand, and given her tender age, it was deemed unsuitable for her to reside alone. Thus, the real person Wu Qin provided her with a small courtyard to stay on his peak for the time being. As for the other peak masters, apart from Fairy Chonghua, none were present, having taken their disciples out, so the vast Taiqiong sect now hosted only a few elders and disciples, with the core figures reduced to just 2 or 3. Early in the morning, Yi Qinglan came to escort Zhang Lingo to the main peak's dining hall for a meal, then guided her to receive her identity token and clothing as a direct disciple from the elders, followed by collecting her monthly provisions. Next, she served as a guide, taking Zhang Linger on a leisurely tour atop a celestial crane, ostensibly to help her familiarize herself with the surroundings. Senior Sister Yi, are you truly introducing me to the environment, or are you merely looking for an excuse to laze about? Zhang Lingo spoke candidly, having grown comfortable with Yi Qinglan. Yi Qinglan chuckled shyly and, with an air of mystery, whispered to Zhang Linger, "You can only enjoy this ease for a few days. While I'm willing to take you on this little adventure, cherish it quietly. Once your senior brother returns, you will surely be busier than you can imagine." Zhang Linger inquired with curiosity, "Is my senior brother truly that formidable?" Yi Qinglan replied earnestly, "Not just your senior brother, but your second and third brothers are equally formidable. Your senior brother is a motivator with words, your second brother offers gentle encouragement, and your third brother provides affectionate support. Alas, with 3 towering mountains above you, you must remain strong." For a moment, Zhang Linger was at a loss for words. Her explanation was quite profound and difficult to grasp. Just as she was about to ask for clarification, a gentle voice interrupted from behind. "What are the 2 junior sisters discussing? How could I possibly be fearsome?" Yi Qinglan quickly turned and smiled. "How could the second senior brother be fearsome? You must have misheard." Afterward, she frantically hinted at Zhang Linger, who frowned and retorted, "Second senior brother, eavesdropping on girls' conversations will lead to a lack of partners." Yi Qinglan paused in surprise, her lips twitching. Her junior sister was quite adept at turning the tables. Indeed, Bai Luoqing, ever the gentleman, seemed momentarily taken aback, whether due to guilt from eavesdropping or embarrassment from the prospect of being without a partner. His demeanor faltered slightly. He then chose not to pursue the matter further, instead addressing Yi Qinglan, "Thank you, senior sister Yi. I have already delayed your cultivation time considerably this morning. Please remember to submit your insights from this month's training. As for where our junior sister needs to familiarize herself next, I will accompany her." Yi Qinglan rolled her eyes internally and bid farewell to the 2 before departing. Zhang Lingo blinked, feeling as though she were being urged to complete her homework by a teacher. Junior sister has indeed contemplated how to cultivate. Bai Luoqing's smile remained elegant, warm and gentle, akin to a spring breeze. Under normal circumstances, the junior sister would seek guidance from her senior brother on cultivation methods, and he would gladly impart his knowledge, resulting in mutual joy. However, Zhang Lingo was no ordinary girl. She was a prodigy, more accurately, a genius with a free-spirited soul. Throughout her life, she had always called the shots in her learning, never allowing anyone to dictate her path. The young girl smiled shyly. "Senior brother, my situation is rather special. Master has said I may cultivate on my own." Bai Luoqing frowned slightly and asked softly, "May I take a look at your spiritual roots condition, junior sister?" Seeing the concern in his eyes, Zhang Linger nodded in agreement. Bai Luoqing extended his spiritual energy into Zhang Linger's body and was taken aback. A normal person's spiritual root resembles a glowing bud, surrounded by the 5 elemental forces. However, Zhang Lingo's spiritual root was a large mass riddled with cracks, larger than a golden core, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. Clearly, this spiritual root was utterly ruined, which explained why Master permitted her to cultivate independently, as there was nothing for her to do. Bai Luoqing maintained his smile, affirming, "Since Master has allowed you to cultivate on your own, Then do your utmost, junior sister. Should you need anything, feel free to approach your senior brother. He then produced a jade whistle, infused it with spiritual energy, and handed it to Zhang Lingo, saying, "The dining hall is located at the main peak. If you find it inconvenient to travel, simply blow this whistle when you wish to ride the celestial crane." Zhang Linger took the whistle and marveled at the attentiveness of her second senior brother. Lacking spiritual power, she found it troublesome to activate magical artifacts, not to mention, she had not yet managed to fast, thus requiring her daily meals. The distance between Yunqiang Peak and the dining hall alone was enough to exhaust her for an entire day. This whistle could indeed be deemed a significant solution to her predicament. As she observed the graceful figure of her second senior brother drifting away, Zhang Lingo made an effort to recall how he had perished in the previous 3 lifetimes. It seemed he had died not long after, within the Tianyuan secret realm, yet the details remained murky. In her past lives, she had been inconspicuous and had not heard any valuable tidbits, prompting her to dismiss such thoughts. Returning to her dwelling, she commenced her cultivation. In truth, even without Bai Luoqing's supervision, she would diligently practice, for her current physique harbored considerable issues. Without effort, it was uncertain whether she could cultivate at all, let alone survive for several more years, as destiny seemed intent on extinguishing her life. At the tender age of 5, the original host's spiritual root had been shattered by a cloaked figure. It was the dim pearl within her sea of consciousness that emitted a white radiance, enveloping her spiritual root layer by layer, forming a protective flesh orb around that minuscule essence. In the previous 2 lifetimes, this flesh orb had substituted for her spiritual root, enabling her to cultivate. However, as she utilized the divine power within the pearl to reverse time, its potency dwindled. By the 3rd lifetime, the orb had begun to crack, rendering the original host incapable of cultivation even in her 20s. Fortunately, the original host had called off her engagement and reclaimed a 9th-grade revitalization pill, which mended the cracks in the orb. The pearl conveyed a thought, stating that it required the power of the 5 elements to restore its essence. The original host spent decades accumulating elemental energy, ultimately achieving a breakthrough to the golden core stage. As for how to gather the power of the 5 elements, it involved cultivating the soul and transferring objects embodying the 5 attributes, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, into the pearl for it to digest and decompose. This sounded straightforward, yet the execution was fraught with difficulty. Cultivators generally fall into 3 categories: soul cultivation, body cultivation, and method cultivation, with soul cultivation being the most challenging. Typically, a cultivator's soul strengthens alongside their cultivation level, making dedicated soul cultivation nearly impossible. Firstly, such techniques are exceedingly rare. Secondly, a powerful soul requires a formidable body to support it. For instance, a foundational cultivator trying to support the soul of a golden core would only meet with disastrous results if their physical body was weak. The orb had transmitted a segment of soul cultivation techniques to the original host, and Zhang Lingo devised a training plan for herself. She would cultivate her soul while gathering the power of the 5 elements and simultaneously strengthen her body. After all, until her spiritual root was restored, she could not afford to perish in an explosion of her own form. With the memories of the original host aiding her, comprehending the esoteric soul cultivation methods proved manageable. And given Zhang Lingo's superior intellect compared to her predecessor, she found herself grasping the concepts even more profoundly. Within just an hour, Zhang Lingo had preliminarily mastered the usage of her soul. Observing the quilt, pillow, spirit stones, and vase in her room disappear one by one, she hurried to explore her sea of consciousness, allowing her spiritual awareness to sink into the pearl. There, she saw the quilt, pillow, and vase floating inside the orb. It seemed she had succeeded. However, the spirit stones were nowhere to be found. Had they been absorbed and decomposed by the pearl? Although spirit stones possessed no inherent attributes, they were manifestations of spiritual energy, an essential component for cultivation. Evidently, they were also valuable to the orb. After retrieving the quilt and other items from the pearl, Zhang Lingo felt a sudden dizziness, a consequence of her spiritual awareness being overextended. Nevertheless, she did not rest. Her soul could not remain idle, and it was time to focus on body cultivation. But how should she cultivate her body? Observing her delicate white wrists, she decided to postpone body refinement and instead engage in physical exercise. Summoning a celestial crane, she instructed it to carry her above Taichung sect, aiming to both clear her mind and seek a place for physical training. Upon reaching the main peak, she observed a group of outer disciples engaged in sparring, their swords and techniques dancing in the air, creating a spectacular display. Shaking her head, Zhang Lingo concluded that this was not suitable. These disciples were all at least at the 5th layer of chi refinement, and her presence here would only invite a beating. Nearby, a few younger disciples practiced against wooden dummies, but that seemed rather foolish. As the dummies could not evade attacks, what could be gained from such training? Dissatisfied with the scene, Zhang Lingo guided the celestial crane to fly away, her eyes brightening upon reaching Beast God Peak. She recalled Yu Qingluan mentioning that this peak housed numerous spirit beasts, and her celestial crane lived here. At the foot of the mountain lay a spirit bird garden, where the spirit birds required for the dining hall were raised. These spirit birds, lacking awakened intelligence, possessed cultivation levels ranging from the 1st to the 7th layer of chi refinement, making them ideal sparring partners. Dismounting from the celestial crane, Zhang Linga rummaged through her storage ring and produced a peachwood sword. A toy crafted by Master Zheng for his daughter. While it was not particularly sharp, it was lightweight and resilient, perfectly suited for her petite frame. Reviewing the basic sword techniques from her memories, Zhang Linga, filled with confidence, leaped into the spirit bird garden, brandishing the peachwood sword as she charged at a half-human tall red-billed pheasant. Upon seeing a small girl rush towards it, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, the pheasant's instinct to bully the weak kicked in, and rather than retreating, it extended its beak to peck at Zhang Linga. With her fingers forming a sword technique, she swung the sword with great momentum. And the clash of one person and one bird echoed like a meteor colliding with the earth. The red-billed pheasant flapped its wings, sending gusts of wind swirling and leaves scattering, its cultivation level only equivalent to the 2nd layer of chi refinement. Yet its presence was formidable. Undeterred, Zhang Linga executed her sword techniques one after another, meticulously recording the angles, force, speed, and damage of each strike, delving into the intricacies of the art. Though the basic sword techniques were simple, they formed the foundation of countless sword styles. Grasping them fully and executing them to perfection was no easy feat. Zhang Linga chose to learn the introductory sword techniques intentionally to solidify her foundation. Initially, the red-billed pheasant managed to engage in a back and forth with Zhang Linga, but by the 3rd iteration of her sword strikes, it was reduced to evasive maneuvers. By the 4th round, its feathers were in disarray, and it emitted mournful cries. If it could speak, it would surely question Zhang Linga about the nature of their enmity. If she intended to kill it for a meal, why not deliver a swift blow instead of torturing it in such a manner? Alas, it could voice no grievances, and after 300 exchanges, Zhang Linga finally struck the red-billed pheasant down. Indeed, she had not slain it with a sharp edge. The peachwood sword lacked a true blade. And without spiritual energy, killing was impossible. She could only beat it to death. The pheasant's body lay strewn with sparse feathers, revealing bruised skin, a sight that could only be described as a violent demise. Its eyes remaining wide open in death. A luminous white sphere of energy emerged from the red-billed pheasant's body, slowly ascending into the air. Zhang Linga recognized this as the pheasant's soul, and, with a flicker of her consciousness, drew the soul into the orb, curious to see whether it would prove useful. It soon became evident that while the orb could contain the soul, it would not decompose it. Thus, Zhang Linga released the soul once more. After completing this task, Zhang Linga felt a pronounced headache, realizing it was a consequence of her weak soul being unable to bear the weight of the soul. Internally cursing the original host's lack of resolve, she recalled that the original host practices in talisman crafting and formations required a robust spiritual awareness for support. Hence, in her 2nd and 3rd lifetimes, the original host had taken care to refine her sea of consciousness. Yet in this lifetime, upon encountering the inability to cultivate, she had succumbed to despair and done nothing, leading to her current predicament where even a slight accumulation of soul energy strained her spiritual awareness. Now, she could only cultivate gradually. Observing the feathers scattered on the ground, too heavy to move, she settled for the lighter ones. With a flick of her consciousness, a feather was drawn into the orb, disappearing without a trace. Zhang Linga felt a surge of joy. Did the feathers also contain the power of the 5 elements? If so, all the feathers in this garden would belong to her, and she would dominate the spirit bird realm. As she rested, she employed her spiritual awareness to move feathers, stones, flowers, and grass, anything she perceived as light, into the orb, and to her astonishment, the orb decomposed the majority of them. As her headache intensified, she ceased when she sensed she had reached her limit. Yet at that moment, she had also regained some strength, prompting her to charge at a 2nd red-billed pheasant with her peachwood sword. From then on, she alternated between pushing her spiritual awareness to its limits in battles with spirit birds and cultivating her body when fatigue set in, effectively utilizing every fleeting moment. Chapter 7. Stealthily entering Qiangxiao City, numerous spiritual awarenesses swept past, expressing confusion. Why was the newly arrived disciple engaging in combat with spirit birds, even plucking their feathers? What an odd quirk. As her proficiency increased, Zhang Lingo found herself able to dispatch the red-billed pheasants with ever greater speed. What once required 300 exchanges could now be accomplished within 50 strikes in less than a day. At the entrance of the spirit bird garden, a mound of red-billed pheasant carcasses lay stacked high. While within the enclosure, a cluster of trembling red-billed pheasants huddled together. Zhang Lingo stood before the quivering assembly, her peachwood sword in hand, feeling quite troubled. While she could handle 2 or 3, facing a group posed a significant challenge. At that moment, an irritated voice rang out. Which Peak's disciple are you, daring to cause a ruckus here? Turning her head, Zhang Linger saw a stout middle-aged man. It was Chef Zhou, the one responsible for the dining hall, whom Sister Yi had introduced to her earlier that day. With an innocent smile, Zhang Linger sweetly replied, Uncle Zhou, I've prepared the ingredients for tonight's dinner. No need for thanks. Also, could you help me separate them? Chef Zhou was momentarily taken aback as he gazed upon the gruesome sight of a dozen plucked corpses nearby. His eyes then fell upon the red-billed pheasants huddled together. Pleading for his assistance, a surge of anger welled within him. Not only had she cruelly slaughtered his cherished spirit birds, but she also had the audacity to claim it was for the sake of preparing ingredients. This girl, with her audacious demeanor, deserved a proper reprimand. However, before he could act, a voice resonated in his ear, gradually dissipating his ire. He then spoke gently, Ling it suffices for you to slay 10 red-billed pheasants each day. If you desire further inwards, there are platypuses. They are more agile than the pheasants, yet harmless. You may hunt 5 of them daily. Zhong Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since the afternoon, she had sensed an unseen gaze upon her. And it seemed her instincts were correct. Judging by Chef Zhou's demeanor, it was evident that he was indeed her master. His lack of opposition indicated his approval for her training here. Confirming her suspicions, she smiled at Chef Zhou and said, Uncle Zhou, 10 red-billed pheasants, 5 platypuses. Might there be more? I feel I am capable of taking down even more. Chef Zhou's lips twitched slightly. But since the sect leader allowed this little ancestor to wreak havoc in his spirit bird garden, he could hardly voice any objections. He pointed out 2 more types of spirit birds before departing with the carcasses of the red-billed pheasants. A day of training had whetted Zhong Ling's appetite, and upon arriving at the dining hall, she ordered a plethora of dishes. However, as she left, she overheard several disciples grumbling about the meat and vegetables containing an abundance of bone fragments, making them quite difficult to chew. That evening, Zhang Linger maintained her commendable study habits and hurried to the scripture pavilion for self-study. As a direct disciple, she had access to all the texts within. Thus, she devoted the entire night to perusing the tomes on body refinement and ultimately discovered a superior technique titled Dragon Tendon and Phoenix Marrow, categorized at the celestial level, with other tiers being mysterious, earthly, and divine. Logically, such a high-tier technique should have been meticulously safeguarded by the sect and not left accessible for casual browsing. However, after examining it, Zhong Linger realized that while the technique was powerful, its requirements were exceedingly stringent. Without extraordinary circumstances, it was nearly impossible to cultivate. This explained why it had been relegated to gather dust here. Nevertheless, this suited Zhong Linger perfectly. What was challenging for others was not beyond her grasp. Provided she could seize the opportunity from her cousin. As for stealing from her cousin, Zhong Linger felt no guilt whatsoever. Having committed the technique to memory, she turned her attention to the volumes on runes and formations. The original owner's memories contained a wealth of knowledge regarding these subjects, yet Zhong Linger felt that the foundation was shaky and her understanding insufficiently profound. She had numerous questions that required answers from the texts. It was only when the elder closed the doors of the scripture pavilion that Zhong Linger reluctantly departed. Upon returning to her quarters, she retrieved a pile of feathers and beast fur from her storage ring, transferring them into the pearl while maximizing the weight her divine sense could endure. Exhausted to the point of a splitting headache, she finally succumbed to sleep. Zhong Linger commenced a daily cycle of this repetitive training. Occasionally, Yi Qinglan would drop by for a chat, and her second senior brother would inquire if she needed anything, but otherwise, she was undisturbed. Her master, the unperturbed real person, had been absent since the 3rd day of his return, leaving her a free child. Unmonitored. One day, Yi Qinglan rushed over, her demeanor shrouded in mystery as she proclaimed her intent to purchase something wonderful. Noticing the mischief in her eyes, Zhong Linger immediately understood. They were skipping class for a little adventure. The two quietly slipped out of the sect that Yi Qinglan summoned a jade gourd that soared through the air, prompting Zhongling-er's curiosity. Sister Yi, where are we headed, and why the secrecy? Yi Qinglan chuckled. Little junior sister, must you even ask? It's obviously something we shouldn't be discussing. The sect has rules. All disciples must reach the golden core stage before they can freely roam outside. I've only reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Do you think our masters would allow us out? Zhongling was left speechless. Clearly, the sect's regulations were in place for the disciples' safety, and their escapade posed significant risks. Sensing Zhongling-er's concern, Yi Qinglan reassured her, "Don't worry, little junior sister. We won't venture far. We're merely going to Changshu City, which is under our sect's jurisdiction. Nothing will happen there." Zhongling patted her chest. "Sister Yi, had you mentioned that earlier, I would have been more eager to hasten our pace." The two giggled and chatted merrily as they entered the city. The eastern region boasted 5 major sects, each overseeing a large city. Alongside Tianji Academy's Tianhua City, there were a total of 6 cities. Changshu City was one of these 6, bustling with activity. As the two girls strolled through the city, their eyes sparkled with wonder at every corner, captivated by the novelty of it all. Yi Qinglan had a purpose in coming here. She expertly led Zhongling to Tianji Trading House, where she sold some elixirs for 1,000 spirit stones. With her newfound wealth, she eagerly purchased 2 palm-sized jade slips, her delight palpable. They settled down at an inn, where Yi Qinglan shared one of the jade slips with Zhongling. After a brief explanation, Zhongling quickly grasped that this was a cultivation version of a mobile phone, albeit in its primitive 1.0 version, primarily for sending messages without one-on-one conversations, lacking sound or video transmission. What was particularly intriguing was a forum-like feature that posted various tasks and announcements. Yi Qinglan was particularly enamored with this function, immediately diving into it and excitedly pointing out posts to Zhongling. "Look, they're discussing our senior brother. He slayed a 5-layered Yuan-ing beast in the secret realm, transcending 4 minor realms. How astonishing. See, they're talking about the Lingjin sect's chief, Lang Qingyu, who possesses a top-tier ice spirit root. It has said that anyone who approaches him within 3 feet risks being frostbitten." Zhongling-er's curiosity was piqued, and she whispered, "He is doing it on purpose. That's his way of driving people away. Yet, when he encounters someone he fancies, he becomes quite restrained." Chapter 8. The scheming senior siblings. Yi Qinglan gasped. He has someone he fancies. Zhongling mused that perhaps she did not yet, as he was currently out training in the secret realm with various disciples and likely had not encountered her cousin. Ouyang Ruoqing indeed possessed great prowess, now holding the title of the foremost among his peers. However, within the Taichung sect, he was the only one capable of maintaining its facade. At a nearby table, a young man set down his jade slip, his expression one of indignation as he spoke. Yi Qinglan turned to see, quickly pressing down on Zhongling-er's head, whispering, "Stay quiet. Those are people from the Tianyu sect. We can't afford to provoke them." Zhongling looked on in astonishment. Was Yi Qinglan truly that timid? Yi Qinglan pouted, explaining, "They always seek to pick fights with us. Many disciples have suffered at their hands. Second senior brother said that if we can't win, we should avoid them. It's not shameful." Zhongling understood. This was second senior brother's survival tactic. Although it felt somewhat cowardly, at least it kept them safe from harm. The two remained silent, quietly listening to the conversation between the 2 members of the Tianyu sect. The heavier-set individual remarked, "Zhao senior brother, our senior brother is not much inferior to Ouyang Ruoqing, now that one of the Taichung twin beauties has fallen. Who can say the other one follows suit?" Zhao senior brother chuckled. "Indeed, Ouyang Ruoqing has drawn too much attention and is now being eyed by many. The Taichung sect is on a downward trend. It is uncertain how much longer they can protect him. As long as we secure a top 5 position in the sect competition, the Taichung sect will fall from the ranks of the 5 major sections. The Taichung twin beauties are of no consequence, and Changshu City will belong to our sect." The heavier-set man immediately concurred. "Zhao senior brother is absolutely right. I've heard that the Taichung sect's leader has taken in a waste who cannot cultivate as a direct disciple. I wonder what they were thinking. During the sect competition, that disciple will undoubtedly fail the challenge." Zhao senior brother scoffed. "I fear they may not allow that waste to compete at all." The heavier-set man leaned in closer, whispering, "The sect leader has promised that she will have no choice but to participate. While we cannot touch Ouyang Ruoqing, can we not target by Luoqing, who has regressed in cultivation?" His voice was low, and amidst the bustling noise of the inn, Yi Qinglan did not catch the words. However, Zhongling-er's divine sense swept over, capturing every detail. The Tianyu sect planned to take action against second senior brother in order to secure a victory in the sect competition. This was not without precedent. She recalled that during the last sect competition, neither the Taichung sect's senior brother nor second senior brother had participated. Shortly thereafter, the Tianyu sect had supplanted the Taichung sect, becoming one of the 5 major sects and claiming dominion over Cheongshu City. Seizing the opportunity while the two were engrossed in their hushed conversation, Zhang Ling discreetly used her divine sense to pocket the jade slip left on the table by Zhao's senior brother into her pearl. Swiftly transferring it to her storage ring to prevent disintegration, she then tugged at Yu Qinglong to quietly slip away. After meandering through the streets for a while, they were caught by Bai Luoqing, who had come looking for them. Just as they were about to return, a disciple responsible for maintaining order in the city approached, stating that a fight had broken out in the inn, involving a highly skilled individual, and the disciples were no match for him. Bai Luoqing, along with the 2 girls, rushed over to see 2 members of the Tianyu sect being soundly beaten by a burly middle-aged man. Upon inquiring about the situation, the innkeeper explained that Zhao Qifeng's jade slip had gone missing, and the only one nearby was the burly man, which led to suspicions of theft, escalating into a confrontation. Zhang Ling felt a surge of delight as she watched the middle-aged man pummel Zhao Qifeng and his companion, while Yu Qinglong was nearly on the verge of applauding, eagerly informing Bai Luoqing of the situation. Elaborating for what felt like an eternity, only when Zhao Qifeng and his companion were thoroughly subdued did she finally allow Bai Luoqing to approach the trio involved in the scuffle. This man must be Taoist Yuan Jia. She wondered if he could be persuaded to stop, as combat was prohibited within Cheongshu City. Bai Luoqing surprisingly recognized the burly man and called out his name. A gasp rippled through the onlookers. Although Yuan Jia was a loose cultivator, he was a formidable expert at the mid-stage of the Yuaning realm, known for his overwhelming strength and an individual whom many factions sought to recruit but could not. Upon realizing the identity of this man, Zhao Qingfeng understood that he had encountered a formidable opponent. He immediately stated, "So it is you, fellow Taoist Yuan. I have long admired your esteemed name. What transpired earlier was merely a misunderstanding. I acted rashly." Yuan Jia, filled with ire, retorted, "Do you think a mere word of misunderstanding will absolve you?" Zhao Qifeng twitched his lips, swiftly producing a storage ring, and said, "That cannot be. This is a token of apology. I hope you will accept it, fellow Taoist Yuan." Yuan Jia accepted the ring, scanned it with his divine sense, and a faint smile appeared on his lips, indicating his satisfaction with the reparations. Suddenly, Zhang Lingo spoke up to the plump man. "Your senior brother has offered an apology. What about yours?" The fat man was momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing Yuan Jia's fierce glare, he quickly produced a storage ring of his own and handed it over, thereafter shooting a fierce glare at the overly talkative Zhonglinger, causing her to scurry behind Bai Luoqing in fright. Yuan Jia, having received an additional offering, felt elated, expressed his gratitude to Bai Luoqing, cast a glance at Zhonglinger, and then turned to depart. Bai Luoqing patted his little junior sister's head and addressed Zhao Qifeng and the others, according to the regulations of Cheongshu City. All combatants within the city are to be expelled. Do you two wish to exit through the city gates or use the teleportation array? Zhao Qingfeng's face turned ashen, yet he refused to yield to Bai Luoqing, coldly retorting, "Bai Luoqing, you have done well. We shall remember today's events. We will see how this unfolds." He then led the way toward the teleportation array, while Bai Luoqing remained unfazed, leisurely following behind. It was only when Zhao Qifeng and his companion stood upon the teleportation array that he squeezed past the disciple in charge, smilingly inquired, "The teleportation fee is 200 spirit stones per person. Who will settle this?" Zhao Qifeng curled his lips into a cold smile and tossed 400 spirit stones onto the ground. The surrounding disciples glared at him in anger, but his insult, or rather provocation, failed to ruffle Bai Luoqing, who maintained his gentle demeanor and waved his hand lightly, causing the teleportation array to glow with light. Zhonglinger, however, noticed that the spirit stones Zhao Qifeng had thrown on the ground were subtly shifting position, and under their interference, the landing point of the teleportation array altered drastically, shifting at least 3,000 miles away. Surely, they were not being teleported out of the eastern state. Her second senior brother was indeed devious, and she found this maneuver quite to her liking. As the two vanished, the teleportation array returned to its original state. Zhonglinger deliberately scrutinized the location of the spirit stones, and indeed, they had turned to ash as their spiritual energy dissipated. The little girl raised her innocent smile and said, "Second senior brother, did you do something bad?" Bai Luoqing smirked, replying, "Little junior sister, We are quite alike. Yi Qinglong looked at the oddly smiling brother and sister with a bewildered expression. After returning to the sect and bidding farewell to Yi Qinglong, Bai Luoqing asked, "Little junior sister, do you not possess a jade slip? Why did you still take Zhao Qingfeng's?" Zhang Lingo, puzzled, replied, "How did you know I had his jade slip?" Bai Luoqing sighed, "There was his aura on it. I sensed it upon seeing you and Sister Yi, and I also helped you conceal it. You lack cultivation. The items within a storage ring cannot mask their essence." Chapter 9. The sword startles the second senior brother. Zhong Linger realized her oversight. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as she stuck out her tongue, she then produced Zhao Qingfeng's jade slip and asked Bai Luoqing to help erase the lingering essence. After which she opened it and began to giggle. Her small hand danced swiftly over the jade slip, sending out a stream of messages that left Bai Luoqing dumbfounded. "Tio the Master, thank you for your generous teachings. In return, I am willing to assume any position. Tio the senior brother, I miss you dearly. You occupy my heart and my embrace. Tio the second senior brother, fool, do you even deserve to be my senior brother? Next time, let us rank ourselves by fist size. Tio the little junior sister, every night, I think of you. Come on, bring your little whip and punish me. Tio do zipping, let us meet tonight. I am feeling frisky." Bai Luoqing's face flushed crimson, unable to bear it any longer, and he could not help but blurt out, "Little junior sister, who taught you these things?" Zhang Linger innocently blinked, exclaiming, "Oh no, I forgot to write the word fist." She then sent the same message to the other men in the jade slip, still omitting the word fist. Bai Luoqing was at a loss for words. Was this truly a 12-year-old child, sporting an innocent face while sending out such blush-inducing messages? The absurdity of it all was overwhelming. As the messages continued to be dispatched, responses soon flooded in. From the master, "Naughty child, your master will take good care of you." From the little junior sister, "You are truly lewd. Just wait, I'll come right over to skin you alive." From the senior brother, "What's wrong with you? Sending such lewdness my way?" From the second senior brother, "Trust me, I will dismantle your rebellious bones and feed them to the dogs." From the direct disciples of the Happy Sky Pavilion, "I knew you had this penchant. Wash up and wait for me tonight." From the disciples of Linkong Island, "I am not that kind of person. We are not of the same path. There is no need to meet again." From Du Zipping, "Who are you to steal my jade slip and send messages? If I catch you, you're finished." Zhang Lingo was intrigued. It appeared that Du Zipping was indeed the plump man beside Zhao Qifeng. She was truly curious about where they had been teleported to. She wondered what sort of friends Zhao Qifeng had made, as the ensuing messages became increasingly explicit, with a few even inquiring about his lower regions. Zhang Lingo found herself quite astonished. Bai Luoqing could no longer restrain himself, snatching the jade slip from Zhang Lingo's hands and crushing it, his rare anger flaring as he said, "These words are not for you to hear. You are still young, and should not learn such things. You've played enough for one day. It's time to return to your cultivation." Zhang Linger, sensing the shift in tone, obediently scampered off. Her second senior brother, though somewhat scheming, was essentially a pure-hearted individual at his core. In the following month, Zhang Lingo found herself without the opportunity to cause mischief and had to diligently train instead. After a month, she felt the fissures at the base of her spiritual root had somewhat healed, and the bottom of that fleshy orb appeared significantly smoother, while it still paled in comparison to the overall cracks. At least there was a glimmer of hope. The spirit fowl in the spirit bird garden dwindled rapidly under Zhang Lingo's onslaught, and they had developed a habit of screeching in unison and trembling in a group upon her arrival. Even if one was isolated and cornered by Zhang Linger, it would not fight valiantly but instead shrink its neck in cowardice. If Zhang Lingo dared to strike it, it would willingly crash itself against a rock, aiming to either die or render itself unconscious, but it would never perish at her hands. Zhang Lingo found this predicament exasperating. With a flicker of her divine sense, she captured the dazed, flat-beaked creature into her orb. Observing as its feathers were dismantled before releasing it again, a cold smirk forming on her lips as she declared, "Even if I do not take your life, I shall pluck your feathers." The spirit fowl could no longer meet Zhang Linger's training needs, so she set her sights on the spirit beast atop the mountain. The celestial cranes were off limits, as they were her mounts, and the few seven-colored deer seemed purposeless. With cultivation around the 8th layer of chi refinement, she believed she could contend with them. Zhang Linga zeroed in on a smaller 7-colored deer and charged forward. The deer, startled at first, soon grew enraged and attempted to charge at Zhang Linger with its antlers. In response, Zhang Linger unleashed her sword techniques, with sword light soaring and faintly resonating with the sounds of wind and thunder, echoing through the sky. Having finished the sect's affairs, Bai Luoqing rubbed his temples and looked up from his desk, only to see an elder from Beast God Peak rushing toward him. a pained expression on his face. Luocheng, you need to rein in your little junior sister. She has decimated the spirit fowl and now has set her sights on the spirit beasts, regardless of whether she can defeat them. Those spirit beasts are valuable. They must not be harmed. Though Bai Luocheng had been instructed by his master not to interfere with his junior sister's cultivation, the spirit beasts left by the sect were indeed of great value. And since their cultivation levels were not low, he could not allow harm to come to his little junior sister. Thus, he swiftly moved, soaring with the elder from Beast God Peak on his sword. From a distance, he witnessed the fierce sword energy cascading forth, startling him. How could his little junior sister, lacking spiritual energy, wield such powerful sword energy? However, upon closer inspection, there was no mistake. The sword energy was indeed emitted by his junior sister. Wielded with an ordinary peachwood sword, although her sword techniques were simplistic, each move was astonishingly exquisite, whether in the angles of her strikes, the timing of her force, or the precision of her strikes upon the target. Everything was executed flawlessly, without a hint of flaw. A prodigy. His little junior sister was undoubtedly a genius in the way of the sword. In just a month, through her own exploration, she had elevated her sword techniques to such a degree. Vaguely grasping the true essence of the sword path, she was undoubtedly a genius with a greater comprehension than even the eldest senior brother. Bai Luocheng gestured for the elder to remain silent, choosing instead to observe quietly, with each passing moment increasing his astonishment. A little girl devoid of spiritual power, wielding a peachwood sword, was able to stand toe-to-toe with spirit beast equivalent to the 8th layer of chi refinement. Her prowess lay not only in her swordsmanship but also in her physical strength. Could it be that his little junior sister was destined to tread the path of body cultivation? Spirit beasts differed from spirit fowl in that they possessed spiritual intelligence. Upon witnessing the bullying of their kin, the nearby 7-colored deer gathered together, their antlers raised in solidarity against Zhongling. Unfazed, Zhonglingo prepared to charge forward, but a large hand grasped her collar and lifted her into the air. Turning her head, she saw it was her second senior brother. Instantly, she retracted her murderous aura and transformed into the obedient little junior sister once more. Second senior brother, what brings you here? Bai Luocheng replied, that's what I should be asking you. Have you not had enough fun with the spirit fowl? Why venture into the realm of spirit beasts? The sect has its reasons for keeping these spirit beasts. They are of great use and must not be killed. The young man's tone was gentle, tinged with a hint of indulgence, looking at the vibrant 7-colored deer. Zhonglingo gazed longingly, deliberating. Then I shall defeat them without taking their lives. Bai Luocheng raised an eyebrow. If they were to be shattered and broken by your hand, it would be more merciful to end their existence. Nodding to the elder nearby, Bai Luocheng summoned his sword and, accompanied by Zhonglinger, soared toward the back mountain, arriving before a stone tablet inscribed with the words Forbidden Ground, with a few hand seals. He dismantled the barrier, and a portal of space opened before them. Chapter 10. A leap to Foundation Establishment. As they stepped inside, they were immediately enveloped by an abundance of spiritual energy. Far denser than that outside. A lush, verdant expanse of primordial forest unfolded before their eyes. Elder brother, isn't this forbidden ground off limits? Are you certain it's safe to bring me here? Zhonglingo inquired. Her voice laced with doubt. Bai Luocheng replied with a smile, indeed, it is forbidden, but as direct disciples, we are permitted to train here in this rich spiritual environment. Zhonglingo quickly grasped the privilege that came with being a direct disciple. Noticing the sparkle in her eyes, Bai Luocheng added, entry into this place requires one to have established a foundation. However, as long as you remain cautious and do not venture too deep, you shall be fine. Wait here for a moment while I find you some sparring partners. He then ventured into the thicket, and shortly thereafter, the sounds of beasts rushing forth echoed through the air as a group of oddly shaped demon beasts was driven out. As they approached Zhonglinger, Bai Luocheng appeared and unleashed several formation bases from his hands, followed by a commanding shout, rise. Colorful rays of light ascended, and the formation manifested, encircling the demon beast within its confines. Zhonglingo recognized this as a third-tier confinement array, more than sufficient to ensnare these chi-refining stage beasts. Indeed, practicing against these fierce creatures would undoubtedly enhance her skills far more effectively than merely beating on spirit birds. Elder brother had truly considered everything. Yet, this was not the end. Bai Luocheng stepped into the formation, laying down several more bases, segmenting the array into several zones, each containing 1 to 3 demon beasts. Their combined strength not exceeding that of the Foundation establishment stage, perfectly within Zhonglinger's capabilities. Observing the young man laboring within the array, expending so much effort for someone deemed a useless disciple, Zhonglinger felt a surge of gratitude. Although her elder brother appeared gentle and approachable, in reality, he was distant and aloof, rarely opening his heart to others, yet he treated her with genuine kindness. Embedding smaller arrays within a larger one was no trivial task and required considerable effort. Having devoted the past month to studying formations, coupled with her memories from a previous life, Zhang Lingo comprehended Bai Luoqing's array techniques thoroughly. She even began to mentally calculate where he would place his next formation base and how adjusting the position of a few bases could yield a more perfect arrangement. In truth, nesting smaller arrays within a larger one was overly complex. If the goal was merely to separate these demon beasts, a simpler and more effective third-tier formation known as the five-element celestial prison could suffice, directly categorizing the beasts by their elemental attributes. However, following her elder brother's layout would require dismantling 10 bases and shifting 2 to transform it into that configuration. She mentally evolved the structures of the two formations. Contemplating how to harness the power of heaven and earth through the art of formations, Zhang Lingo unknowingly entered a wondrous state, her surroundings fading away until only she remained amidst the vastness of the cosmos. Before her, 10 formation bases continuously rearranged, creating myriad variations, ultimately coalescing into a complex and profound mark that imprinted itself upon her brow before vanishing. Bai Luoqing emerged from the array only to find his little sister standing there, her eyes vacant and surrounded by a familiar aura of doubt. He was astonished. Had she entered a state of enlightenment? He could discern that the aura surrounding her was related to the art of formations. Could it be that merely observing his array construction had granted her insight? What a prodigious talent she must be! Not daring to disturb her, he quietly waited. Suddenly, he perceived a wild influx of spiritual energy converging towards her, forming swirling vortices around Zhang Lingo. Her aura fluctuated dramatically, ascending through the layers of qi, 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, until it reached a staggering 9 layers. Yet, she did not cease there. Ominous thunderclaps resonated overhead as dark clouds churned. Flashes of lightning illuminating the sky, heralding the impending thunder tribulation. Bai Luoqing's gaze flickered with astonishment. Was this truly the scale of a Foundation establishment thunder tribulation? He hastily unleashed a series of formation bases, erecting a simple protective array around Zhang Lingo, hoping to mitigate some of the thunder's wrath. In truth, a cultivator's thunder tribulation must be endured independently, with minimal external aid, rendering Bai Luoqing's efforts somewhat inconsequential. A bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, struck down, nearly toppling Zhang Lingo. Just as she awakened from her moment of clarity, she felt her body undergoing a transformation, still reeling from the rapid elevation of her realm. She was caught off guard by the descending lightning, leaving her utterly bewildered. Little sister, maintain your composure and focus on weathering the tribulation. Bai Luoqing's voice resonated at the opportune moment. Zhang Lingo regained her senses, recalling her memories of past tribulations, and quickly entered a state of focus. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder why the thunder tribulation for the Foundation establishment stage had become so formidable. It was merely a foundation. Was it not? Shouldn't it just be a matter of perception? However, Zhang Lingo's thunder tribulation was unlike any she had experienced before, starting off intensely and only growing stronger with each successive strike. While ordinary individuals would typically endure 2 or 3 bolts, she faced a staggering 9, as if the heavens bore a grudge against her, determined to strike her down. She managed to withstand the first bolt while standing. But by the second, she could only sit, and by the third, she was forced to lie down, continuously flipping and rolling as though she were a piece of fried chicken, determined to emerge crispy and fragrant. Was she being singled out? There was no doubt about it. Zhang Lingo mused whether her deviation from destiny had altered her preordained life path, prompting the heavenly forces to await her arrival. Nevertheless, Zhang Lingo was not one to succumb easily. She sensed that the orb within her consciousness was shielding her body. Since she could not perish, it was time to engage in some subtle maneuvers. The orb could absorb spiritual energy. Could it not also absorb the power of thunder? She activated her spiritual techniques to pilfer the thunder, channeling the lightning into the orb, which, to her delight, began to actively absorb the strikes. Zhang Lingo felt the orb's eagerness for the thunder, and in the end, it required no further effort from her. The orb took it upon itself to absorb the lightning that fell upon her. Finally, as the 9 bolts of tribulation concluded and the dark clouds dissipated, Zhang Lingo lay there, charred and exhausted, expelling a faint illusory figure before losing consciousness. Bai Luoqing hurriedly scooped up his little sister and soared out of the forbidden ground, making his way directly to the Pill Peak to seek out Fairy Qianghua. After examining Zhang Lingo's injuries, Fairy Qianghua was left speechless. Despite her spiritual root being shattered, she had nonetheless managed to cultivate, even bypassing the qi refining stage to establish a foundation. Fairy Qianghua was perplexed. and Bai Luocheng was equally baffled. His little sister, who possessed exceptional sword talent, had instead found her path through formations, upon learning that Zhong Linger had forged her path through the art of formations. Fairy Qianghua appeared to find clarity, smiling knowingly. Linger's father is the only 9th-tier formation master in the eastern province. It is no surprise that as the daughter of Master Zhong, she possesses talent in the art of formations. Since she has entered this path, it is indeed a boon for our sect. With that, she nodded reassuringly, convincing herself that it truly was the case. Chapter 11. The return of the senior brother by Luocheng quietly observed Fairy Qianghua as she attempted to convince herself. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Talent in the art of formations. Such a notion seemed overly simplistic. Cultivators progress through the ranks, typically ascending from one realm to the next after years, even decades, of accumulation, achieving a certain level of comprehension of the Tao before advancing even a small stage. As for a significant leap in realms, it was a daunting endeavor, often requiring centuries of dedication. For his little sister to leap directly to foundation establishment, she must possess an exceptionally profound understanding of the Tao to achieve such rapid progress, apart from those rare prodigies endowed with extraordinary gifts. Who could accomplish this? Yet, extraordinary gifts were typically reserved for beings of exceptional lineage, such as dragons or phoenixes. He had never heard of such a phenomenon occurring among humanity, noting Bai Luocheng's grave countenance. Fairy Qianghua playfully slapped his arm. Why ponder so deeply? She is merely a 12-year-old child, your little sister. Since she has fortuitously joined our Taiqing sect, it is our duty to protect her. Although Bai Luocheng still harbored numerous questions, he nodded in agreement. The fourth elder was right. With his little sister now able to cultivate, and having chosen the path of formations, he would personally guide her. The enchanting Fairy Qianghua nodded in satisfaction, remarking that this was indeed a commendable arrangement. Talents in the art of formations were exceedingly rare among the various sects, and within Taiqing sect, only Bai Luocheng possessed such knowledge. Now, they had gained another, a prodigious young genius at that. Upon overhearing their conversation, Zhong Linger felt quite fond of the members of Taiqing sect, were it not for the mysterious annihilation that awaited them a decade hence. It would truly be an excellent sanctuary. As Zhong Linger stirred from her slumber, Bai Luocheng promptly approached her, offering a healing elixir while instructing her to focus her spirit and solidify her cultivation. Upon inspecting her condition, Zhong Linger noted that there had been little change in the pearl, as the tribulation lightning she had collected had been absorbed by him. The cracks in her spiritual root had diminished somewhat, and a faint glow now emanated from the base of her spiritual root. However, whether it still remained her original water spiritual root was unclear, leaving her with a sense of dissimilarity compared to her previous 3 lifetimes. Her consciousness expanded, allowing her to traverse a peak and sense the vicinity of Beast God Peak, even catching the calls of the red-billed pheasant. Indeed, as her cultivation advanced, her spiritual awareness intensified in tandem. After enduring the refining trials of the tribulation lightning, Zhong Linger expelled the impurities that had accumulated within her mortal form, causing her aura to become rather unpleasant. Bai Luocheng, afflicted by his obsessive cleanliness, hastily employed purification spells, only for Fairy Qianghua to intervene, prompting Yi Qinglan to prepare a medicinal bath to bolster Zhong Linger's vitality, thereby saving the noses of those present. In the span of a month, she traversed the 5 years of her past cultivation journey, while the butterfly had already begun to flap its wings. Unbeknownst to Zhong Linger, a tempest was quietly coalescing. The following morning, upon opening her door, she was greeted by Bai Luocheng, who had been waiting patiently at the threshold. The young man in white remained as gentle as ever, with a tender glimmer in his eyes. Zhong Linger smiled sweetly and greeted. "Good morning, second senior brother." Bai Luocheng chuckled lightly. "It is no longer early. The inner disciples have already completed their morning lessons. Starting tomorrow, you must rise an hour earlier, and I shall come to teach you formations." Zhong Linger's smile faltered momentarily at the overwhelming pressure of his rigorous expectations. She had endured enough of such relentless academic demands in her previous life. This time, she had to refuse. However, Bai Luocheng directly handed her a storage ring containing books on formations. "Take this and read. Once you've finished, I have more to share." With a sweep of her spiritual awareness, Zhong Linger discovered that the ring was brimming with formation texts, no fewer than 50 volumes. It became evident why the collection in the Sutra Pavilion had appeared so scant. They were all housed with her second senior brother. After accepting the ring, Zhong Linger playfully tugged at Bai Luocheng's arm, saying, "Second senior brother, I shall learn the formations at my own pace. If you wish to teach me, why not share your sword techniques instead?" "You wish to learn the sword?" Bai Luocheng replied, taken aback, before continuing. "Little junior sister, one's energy is limited. You are entering the Dao through formations. If second senior brother, Zhang Lingo interrupted with a smile, aren't you also mastering both sword and formations? Beiluichin fell silent for a moment. Contemplating. Little junior sister's comprehension of swordsmanship was not lacking. Perhaps she could indeed cultivate both sword and formations. Yet, sword cultivation necessitated intense combat. Would her damaged spiritual root be able to withstand it? Sensing Beiluichin's concern, Zhang Linger, while leading him toward the back mountain, reassured him, there is no need for worry. Second senior brother. I value my life, and I aspire to become a sword cultivator. In the future, I shall ride the winds on my sword, sweeping across vast distances with a single strike. Seeing little junior sister brandish her finger like a sword, exuding an air of ambition, Beiluichin finally acquiesced with a gentle smile. Guiding her into the forbidden area, the captured beast from the previous day remained, and he began to instruct her in sword techniques. Having practiced basic swordplay for a month, Zhang Lingo could now slay spirit birds at the 7th layer of chi refinement with her peachwood sword. Now, having reached the foundation establishment stage and wielding the red-bladed sword gifted by Beiluichin, she effortlessly dispatched the beasts. Beiluichin observed her with a critical eye, unable to find a single flaw, ultimately conceding that little junior sister's talent was remarkable, and she would fare well as a sword cultivator. He then captured several foundation establishment beasts to place within the formation, commencing her training in Tai Ching sect's signature sword technique, the Heavenly Qiong 9 Swords. This technique was the creation of the sect's founding ancestor, having once swept through the 4 great kings of the demon realm, advocating the principle of breaking through all laws with sheer force. Rumored to be capable of tearing apart the void and severing the path of destiny, Zhang Lingo quickly memorized the sword maneuvers. However, to fully comprehend them would require time. After concluding the instruction, Beiluichin specifically cautioned her not to rush, but to practice each move diligently. As he departed, Beiluichin took away the carcasses of the beasts, leaving Zhang Linger puzzled. Yet, during lunch at the dining hall, she witnessed many disciples weeping with joy, exclaiming that they would finally not have to consume mere bone scraps today, as they were treated to meat dishes, truly a life worth living. Zhang Lingo marveled at her second senior brother's practicality. He wasted not a single morsel, and she had learned from him. The days of cultivation passed swiftly, and half a month later, the sect erupted in excitement. Early one morning, Yu Qinglan rushed to find Zhang Linger, exclaiming that the senior brother had triumphantly returned, and the sect master would soon follow. Indeed, before long, Zhang Lingo beheld the renowned Ouyang Ruoqing, one of the illustrious Taichung twins, her senior brother, who was celebrated as the finest among their peers. He was an exceptionally handsome young man, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his tall figure radiating brilliance even beneath his dark robes. He resembled a sword, sharp and resplendent, evoking a sense of awe that made one hesitant to gaze directly at him. Upon encountering Zhang Linger, Ouyang Ruoqing's gaze softened with warmth as he retrieved a ring from within his robes, presenting it to her. Little junior sister, this is a token for our meeting. Zhang Linger swept her consciousness over the ring, discovering not only 1,000 spirit stones but also a plethora of spiritual herbs and elixirs, far surpassing the gifts from her master. Although her senior brother's demeanor was somewhat aloof, his generosity was undeniable. Thank you, senior brother, Zhang Linger replied with a sweet smile. Master Wuchen observed his little disciple with surprise, exclaiming, Linger, you have reached the foundation establishment stage? Chapter 12. Are there fragments between brothers? Beiluichin hurriedly stepped forward to recount the events, while Master Wuchen personally examined Zhang Linger's spiritual roots, ultimately smiling as he ruffled her hair. Though I am uncertain how you achieved this, the gradual recovery of your spiritual root is indeed a good sign. I have procured a 9-turn golden lotus for you, hoping it aids in your recovery. Upon handing Zhang Lingo a jade box, she opened it to find herself enveloped by an overwhelming fragrance, causing even the pearl in her sea of consciousness to stir. Inside was a golden lotus, its petals radiating ethereal light. This was a 9th-grade spiritual herb, said to be found only in the depths of perilous chasms, where high-tier beasts roamed and spatial turbulence thrived, making it a place few dared to tread. Clearly, it had been specially sought for her. Zhang Lingo carefully stored away the 9-turn golden lotus, foregoing words of thanks and instead embracing Master Wuchen, genuinely acknowledging him as her master. With the return of her senior brother, Zhang Lingo began to experience the motivational words that Yu Qinglan had spoken of. In the afternoon, while engaged in a fierce battle with a foundation establishment level 5 beast within the formation, she heard her senior brother's icy voice. Are you merely tickling this beast? The Heavenly Qiong 9 Swords triumph through sheer might. It demands your utmost effort and unwavering resolve. What are you still contemplating? If your heart is not set upon the sword, How can you unleash its full potential? Sighing, he remarked, "Congratulations, you have finally exhausted this beast." As Zhonglinger exited the formation, she found both her senior brother and second senior brother observing her. Her senior brother wore a frown, clearly displeased, while Beiluichin remained calm and composed. Suddenly, Ouyang Ruoqing addressed Beiluichin. "Did you set up this formation for her? While it protects her from harm, it significantly diminishes her training efficacy. If she truly wishes to become a sword cultivator, she must possess the courage to face danger." Beiluichin replied nonchalantly, "Little junior sister is only 12 years old. It's quite commendable that she isn't frightened to tears in the presence of these beasts." Ouyang Ruoqing appeared to recall something, pausing momentarily before turning back to Zhonglinger. "Little junior sister, for the next 2 days, I shall personally instruct you. If you can defeat the beast without relying on formations, then you may accompany us to the Tianyuan secret realm in 5 days. Otherwise, you will remain here to cultivate alone." Zhonglingo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "The Tianyuan secret realm? It must be filled with opportunities. May I truly go?" Ouyang Ruoqing, seemingly dissatisfied, replied, "Your second senior brother intends to take you to broaden your horizons." Zhonglingo paid no mind to his attitude, eagerly inquiring, "Who else will be going? Will senior brother be there too?" Beiluichin interjected, "The Tianyuan secret realm has restrictions based on cultivation levels. Only those below golden core may enter. Your senior brother cannot go, so it will be just you, me, and Yushimi, along with 2 inner disciples." Zhonglingo felt elated at the prospect of an outing, yet a shadow loomed over her heart. Her second senior brother had met his demise in the Tianyuan secret realm during previous lives. And though the reasons eluded her, this journey was undoubtedly fraught with peril. Yet, the secret realm contained the cleansing spirit spring she required for her body refinement. She had to go. But what of her second senior brother? Ouyang Ruoqing led Zhonglinger deeper into the forbidden area, where they encountered numerous beasts, the levels of which grew increasingly formidable. Eventually, they halted before a second-layer nascent soul beast, a crimson flame tiger. Towering 5 zhong, its fiery spiritual energy surging, radiating a heat akin to the sun, withering the surrounding flora. Ouyang Ruoqing turned to Zhonglinger, "Little junior sister, I shall demonstrate the heavenly Qiong 9 swords just once. Pay close attention." With that, he brandished his sword and charged forth to engage the crimson flame tiger. Beiluichin, standing nearby, explained, "This is the first stance. The sword rises to meet the heavens. The key lies in the resolve to strike. One must possess the ambition to carve open the skies, allowing the sword in hand to fear nothing. This is the second form, sword movement across the 8 desolations, with a focus on the imposing aura of the sword." As Beiluoqing elaborated, Zhonglingo was captivated, her eyes widening at the profound intricacies of the young man in the dark robe, whose swordplay surged with an ever-increasing momentum, ultimately transforming him into a sword itself. Dancing amidst the flames spewed forth by the scarlet flame tiger, the interplay of firelight and sword aura wove together, resembling a tumultuous sea of flames or a thunderous strike cleaving through the air. The ground was ravaged by the formidable sword energy, akin to a hurricane of unparalleled ferocity tearing through flora, relentlessly sweeping toward the duo's position. Zhonglinger struggled to breathe, her heart racing with an instinctual urge to flee. Yet her gaze remained riveted, drawing her closer to Beiluoqing. Dust swirled around them, severed trees plummeting down, and the rifts carved by the sword energy continued to expand, but all of this halted just 3 feet before Beiluoqing. As if cleaved apart by an unseen blade, beyond that threshold, chaos reigned, while tranquility enveloped the space within. Zhonglingo gasped in awe, acknowledging her senior brother's prowess, and recognizing that her second senior brother was no less formidable. The reputation of the Tai Qiong twin beauties was indeed well-deserved. Yet, it was sobering to ponder that such a capable second senior brother had still perished within the Tianyuan secret realm. What sort of formidable adversary had he encountered? Ultimately, the scarlet flame tiger, battered and bruised, collapsed, having honorably fulfilled its mission. Zhonglingo gained profound insights into the Tianqiong 9 swords and a deeper understanding of her 2 senior brothers' strengths. That night, upon returning from the scripture pavilion, Zhonglingo was approached secretly by Yi Qinglan, who claimed there was a splendid performance she wished to witness together. Zhonglingo was taken aback. The Tai Qiong sect was in a state of dire concentration. With everyone engrossed in their cultivation, and the atmosphere was typically serene, what sort of spectacle could there possibly be? The 2 stealthily made their way to Beiluoqing's peak, hiding amidst the grass beside a boulder. There, they observed the young man in white seated alone at a stone table, sipping tea and perusing a book, bathed in the gentle moonlight, exuding tranquility and beauty. While this might be a scene fitting for a moonlit gaze upon a beauty, where was the splendid performance? Zhang Lingo looked at Yu Qinglan in confusion, who produced a jade slip and inscribed the word wait. They lingered for the duration of a tea session when suddenly Ouyang Ruoqing arrived, soaring in on his sword, silently standing behind by Luoqing, who seemed oblivious to his presence. Zhang Ling mused that their interaction was somewhat peculiar. Could there be some connection between the two senior brothers? After a lengthy pause, Ouyang Ruoqing spoke. The Tianyuan secret realm is fraught with peril. It is already a challenge for you to care for 3 inner disciples alone. Why then do you insist on bringing along the junior sister? She would only be a burden. Bai Luoqing set down his book and turned to him, saying, You do not understand the junior sister. She is no ordinary child. Furthermore, with the sect's grand contest approaching, I have a premonition that many factions will endeavor to have her take the stage, so we must plan accordingly. Ouyang Ruoqing's expression turned cold, remarking, If they cannot contend with you and me, they direct their malice toward a mere girl, truly a band of cowards. Their intentions to oust the Taichung sect from the ranks of the 5 great sects have been evident for some time. Ouyang Ruoqing moved to another stone bench, and Bai Luoqing poured him a cup of tea. Chapter 13. I wish to borrow your body with the golden core disciples absent from the sect. Do you wish for me to summon the 3rd junior brother to accompany you? He would likely be unable to return in time, and it is rare for the 3rd master uncle to have the opportunity to lead them in practice. So it is best to forego that. With that, they lapsed into silence, and after sharing 2 cups of tea, Ouyang Ruoqing rose, placing 2 storage rings on the table, speaking softly, This is the harvest from our recent expedition into the secret realm. One should be recorded to the sect's account, and the other, you may keep. With that, he departed on his sword. Bai Luoqing gazed at the rings for a moment before chuckling softly and stowing them away. Then returning to his reading, Zhang Lingo was perplexed. Was this the spectacle Yu Qinglan had promised? She glanced at her, only to find her face flushed, lips tightly pressed, fists clenched in excitement, as if on the verge of a scream. Sensing that the situation was escalating, Zhang Lingo hastily pulled her away, racing back to her residence, only to find Yu Qinglan transformed into a visage of giddy delight, as if her very soul had taken flight. Sister Yi, what has come over you? Would you like me to summon the 4th master uncle to examine you? At the mention of their master's name, Yu Qinglan finally regained her composure. Shaking Zhong Linger's shoulders animatedly, Junior sister, did you see? Those are the Taichung twin beauties, one clad in black, the other in white. One exudes coldness, the other warmth. One possesses an innate sword bone, the other a clear sword heart. Their camaraderie is unparalleled, and their concern for each other is evident. And then, junior sister, you are still young. You do not understand that the most beautiful emotions in this world are not confined to romantic love but encompass love in all its forms. Zhang Lingo grasped the situation. Her senior sister not only admired the 2 brothers but was also a seasoned fangirl, capable of conjuring an entire emotional drama simply from their interactions. Sister Yi, if my 2nd senior brother is so formidable, why does the 1st senior brother still worry about him? Upon hearing Zhong Linger's inquiry, Yu Qinglan sighed deeply. Junior sister, are you aware that the 2nd senior brother possesses a rare, clear sword heart? Yet inexplicably, it has been tainted by demonic energy. Master has mentioned that his clear sword heart is riddled with flaws. The decline in his cultivation is but a minor concern. Who knows how long he can endure? Zhang Lingo was taken aback. Demonic energy? The demon clan has been sealed within the demon abyss. How could the 2nd senior brother have become afflicted by such forces? Furthermore, being invaded by demonic energy is grave. Typically, one does not survive such an ordeal. Aside from being somewhat frail, he appears no different from a normal person. Zhang Linger urgently inquired, Is there any way to save the 2nd senior brother? Do not fret, junior sister. The sect leader and various senior brothers are actively gathering spiritual herbs. My master has also concocted several pills, which can now inhibit the spread of the demonic energy. Yu Qinglan patted Zhang Linger reassuringly and then added mysteriously, Junior sister, our sect is truly, as its name suggests, remarkably impoverished. Do you know why the 1st senior brother gave the 2nd senior brother 2 rings? It is because he has been secretly supplementing the sect. In truth, many senior brothers do the same. Upon returning from their expeditions, aside from the resources they are required to turn over to the sect, they often discreetly approach the 2nd senior brother to allocate a portion under the sect's account. Zhang Lingo was astonished. The Taichung sect had evidently become so destitute that it relied on its disciples for support. A new level of poverty indeed. Had the disciples been perpetually sent out to train for this very reason? Zhang Lingo pondered, then asked, But that shouldn't be the case. Such a large city as Changsha City must generate considerable income each year. Yu Qinglan shook her head. I do not know about that. All I know is that the sect's accounts are consistently in deficit each year, and the sect leader and elders frequently fret over the lack of spiritual stones. Zhang Lingo touched the 1,000 spiritual stones within her storage ring, once again grateful to her senior brother for bestowing upon her such a significant fortune. After bidding farewell to Yu Qinglan, Zhang Lingo fell into contemplation. According to her senior brother's words, he too was worried about the second senior brother's safety but could not find a suitable companion to accompany him, with the second senior brother's sword hard in jeopardy. Encountering a formidable enemy could indeed lead to peril. Alas, if only her senior brother could enter the secret realm. However, the restrictions of the secret realm limited entry to those of the Golden Core stage. Even if her senior brother suppressed his cultivation to the pinnacle of Golden Core, he would still be unable to deceive the secret realm. But was it truly impossible to trick it? Within the secret realm, the laws of heaven and earth operate autonomously. To deceive it is to deceive the very essence of the divine order. In her previous life, she seemingly encountered a forbidden tome that described a talisman designed to obscure the probing of celestial secrets. Zhang Lingo was a woman of action. Once she conceived an idea, she immediately set about testing it. In the following days, she practiced swordsmanship in the mornings, spurred on by her senior brother's encouraging words. Studied formations in the afternoons under the gentle encouragement of her second senior brother, and devoted her evenings entirely to the study of runes, with the foundation laid in her past life and her innate genius. Zhang Lingo made remarkable strides in her comprehension of runes, swiftly mastering the texts housed within the scripture repository. On the 5th day, she once again entered a profound state of enlightenment. She found herself in a resplendent space, filled with vibrant runes, each representing a whisper of the cosmos. By freely combining these whispers, she could forge phrases capable of communicating with the universe. She tirelessly organized her thoughts, crafting phrases that could harness the powers of heaven and earth, transforming them into ancient seals that embedded themselves between her brows. Runes danced around her, a myriad of lights swirling in her vicinity. Her hand moved with such speed that it left only an afterimage. As a series of seals materialized, they coalesced into a great chain of the Tao that entered her mind's eye. Zhang Lingo's aura began to shift, but it dissipated almost instantly, the profound rhythms of the Tao swirling around her, with spiritual energy coursing through her body, yet failing to linger, gradually fading away. Upon opening her eyes, she sighed. She sensed that her realm was on the verge of an ascension, yet the gathered spiritual energy could not take root in her dantian, as her spiritual roots were insufficient to absorb it, leading to a failed breakthrough. Though her understanding of the Tao might have reached the Yuaning level, her spiritual roots held her back, indicating that she must find a way to mend them. Despite having slain several demon beasts during this period, their remains were taken by her senior brother, leaving her with naught but a few plants and stones to work with, stalling her progress in restoration. As for the 9-turn Golden Lotus and the 9-rank Resurrection Pill, they were not to be used lightly. The former required careful consideration for medicinal use, while the latter was to be reserved for life-threatening situations. Zhang Lingo, however, remained undeterred. She sought out brush and ink, along with talisman paper to practice. The 1st and 2nd grade talismans flowed effortlessly from her brush, but when it came to the 3rd grade, she found it somewhat laborious. As for the talisman that concealed celestial secrets, she had formulated a plan for its design, yet could not manifest it. Typically, she would only manage a few strokes before succumbing to pain, her nose and ears bleeding. Clearly, the realm required for this talisman was beyond the capacity of her modest foundation. With the expedition set for the following day, Zhang Lingo gritted her teeth and resolved to seek her master for a stroke of luck. When the late-night visit from his young disciple startled Wu Qinzhenren, he inquired urgently about the matter at hand. Zhang Lingo, with a cheerful demeanor, urged her master to sit, summoning her courage to say, "Master, I wish to draw a talisman, but my cultivation is insufficient. I would like to borrow your body." Wu Qinzhenren, taken aback, stood up and gently patted his disciple's head, exclaiming, "Lingo, have you lost your wits? What do you wish to borrow?" Once again, she insisted he sit, expressing her frustration. "Master, you have not misheard. I wish for my soul to enter your body so that I may draw a talisman." Seeing the furrowed brow of his young disciple, Wu Qin felt a pang of sympathy. This child, hindered by her damaged roots, faced significant challenges in her cultivation. It would not be amiss for her to experience a higher level of power. "Can your soul leave your body?" He pondered the feasibility of the situation, knowing that ensuring her soul could depart without risk was the most daunting challenge. Though he could assist, he still felt the need to inquire. Upon sensing an opportunity, Zhang Lingo eagerly nodded. "I have practiced soul techniques. It is possible for the duration of a single incense stick." Wu Qinzhenren waved his hand, arranging the brush, ink, and talisman paper upon the table. Then advised her, "Then give it a try. If it proves too much, do not force yourself." Filled with joy, Zhang Linga settled into a meditative position, channeling her energy to allow her soul to penetrate into her master's body. She felt her essence easily breach a barrier, entering her master's mindscape, where she found a miniature version of him seated beneath a starry expanse, his divine essence, and she walked beneath a river of stars. So this is the mindscape of a merging adept, she mused, marveling at its boundless vastness. As her master's divine essence gradually diminished, Zhang Lingo sensed her mastery of this body. She subtly channeled her power. And an overwhelming sensation akin to an ocean engulfed her, imparting a feeling of omnipotence, as though all things lay within her grasp, rendering Zhang Lingo gazed in astonishment at the folded talisman and exclaimed, "Master, that divine thunder talisman was meant for my protection." In Chapter 15, as they ventured into the Tianyuan secret realm, she added, "With both your senior brother and second senior brother here, what danger could possibly befall you? The power of this 8th grade talisman is far too great. It is not safe for you to wield it." The expression of Wu Qingjinren turned grave, yet he could not suppress the flush that crept onto his face. Ultimately, he waved his hand, sending Zhong Linger back to her room. Afterward, he examined the 2 talismans in his hand once more. 8th grade talismans are exceedingly rare throughout the realm of cultivation. Any one of them could serve as the treasured artifact of a minor sect. It was a pity that one must be utilized merely for entering a secret realm. Was it not a case of overkill? Zhong Linger mourned the loss of the 8th grade talisman, unable to sleep well throughout the night. Her spirits lifted somewhat upon seeing her senior brother among the departing group. The younger disciples were all quite excited about Ouyang Ruoqing's participation, while Bai Luoqing naturally shirked the responsibilities of leadership. Opting instead for a leisurely experience, Yi Qinglan introduced Zhang Lingo to the other 2 companions, Zhao Tianwen from the Symbol Peak and Ning Haoyu from the Sword Peak. Both were inner disciples, merely 3 or 4 years her senior, and were regarded as key talents within the sect. Zhao Tianwen was relatively indifferent towards Zhong Linger, the so-called waste disciple, whereas Ning Haoyu exhibited clear disdain. Though he dared not show it overtly, the group of 6 boarded Yu Qinglan's large gourd and soared towards the Tianyuan secret realm. 3 days later, they arrived at the entrance, only to find a multitude already gathered there. The Tianyuan secret realm appeared randomly, with entrances that were equally unpredictable, thus not belonging to any particular faction. This arrangement allowed for unrestricted entry and exit, but it also meant a great many individuals, creating a more intense competition. The appearance of Ouyang Ruoqing elicited gasps of surprise, instantly drawing attention to the 6 of them. Zhang Lingo extended her consciousness, absorbing the various sounds around her. It's Ouyang Ruoqing. Why is he here? Is he here to escort his junior brothers and sisters? Truly, what a considerate senior brother. What does the Taiqing sect mean by this? Other factions are typically led by elders, yet they treat their chief disciple as an elder. What a waste of talent. Look, that little girl is the daughter of Master Zhong. She's a waste who cannot cultivate. I truly do not understand why the Taiqing sect brought her along. The Taiqing sect has truly fallen. While the Tianyuan secret realm may not compare to the grand secret realms, it still harbors many opportunities. They only sent Bai Luoqing with 4 small foundational cultivators, and they likely won't reap much. Bai Luoqing indeed arrived, and since you came voluntarily, I shall not hold back. Zhang Linger turned her head and saw a strikingly handsome young man among a group clad in Tianyu sect robes, his lips curling into a cold smile as he stared intently at her second senior brother. Her heart leapt. It appeared that someone harbored ill intentions towards her second senior brother. Upon closer inspection, she noted the absence of Zhao Qingfeng and Du Ziping, likely still on their way back. The 6 found a vacant spot to stand, and Zhong Linger stepped forward to grasp Bai Luoqing's sleeve. He glanced at her, mistaking her fear for something else, and merely offered a comforting smile, allowing her to cling to his sleeve without noticing that she had stealthily tucked a Vajra talisman into it. A handsome young man dressed in green approached Ouyang Ruoqing with a smile, saying, I never expected to see you here. Are you here to escort your junior brothers and sisters? Do not worry. I will look after them once we enter. Ouyang Ruoqing replied coolly, There is no need. I shall take care of my junior brothers and sisters myself. The young man then turned to Bai Luoqing. Look at that. Your senior brother is still so distant. Why don't you all join us once we enter? Bai Luoqing chuckled. Yinza, I appreciate the kind offer, but it is truly unnecessary this time. Yi Qinglan discreetly introduced the 3 to one another. This is Gu Yinza, the chief disciple of the Wujiman, and he has a good relationship with our 2 senior brothers. Her words captured Gu Yinza's attention, and he turned to Zhong Linger, exclaiming, Is this your new junior sister? I heard she cannot cultivate. Yet, she has already established her foundation. Bai Luoqing gestured for Zhong Lingo to greet him, and she sweetly said, Hello, Senior brother Gu. She then extended both small hands toward him. Gu Yinza was momentarily taken aback, and by Luo Qing smirked, reminding him, "What? No token of greeting." Gu Yinza hurriedly retrieved a handful of talismans from his robe and handed them to Zhang Ling'er, saying, "These are drawn by me. They are for your protection." Zhang Ling'er expressed her gratitude and accepted them, casting a glance at Yuqin Lan, who immediately prompted the other two to greet Gu Yinza. Reluctantly, Gu Yinza dug out a stack of talismans to distribute among them, before retreating as if he had encountered a ghost. Ouyang Ruoqing's lips curled into a rare smile as he remarked, "This fellow can be rather talkative, but his talismans are quite good. Make sure to keep them safe for crucial moments." Zhang Ling'er glanced at the talismans, unable to suppress her smile. They were all 3rd or 4th grade, worth at least 5,000 spirit stones collectively. No wonder he felt the pinch. Ahead, someone announced that the secret realm was opening, and people began to queue to enter. The group from Taiching sect stood in line as well. And upon noticing Ouyang Ruoqing also queuing, someone called out, "Ouyang Ruoqing, only those below the golden core stage are permitted entry into the Tianyuan secret realm." Ouyang Ruoqing's spiritual energy surged, and he soon stabilized his cultivation at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. The person chuckled, "What use is it to suppress your cultivation? You won't be able to enter." Ouyang Ruoqing replied coldly, "Whether I can enter or not is my concern," just as it was his turn. A talisman flashed in his hand and adhered to him, allowing him to step inside. The secret realm did not reject him, thus acknowledging his qualification for entry. Many gasped in astonishment, and an elder from the Wujiman murmured, "A talisman. He used a special talisman. If I am not mistaken, that is an 8th grade talisman." Countless individuals inhaled sharply, while an elder from the Lingjian sect inquired curiously, "What treasures might be within the Tianyuan secret realm? Why else would the Taiching sect expend an 8th grade talisman?" Others began speculating whether any treasures might manifest in the Tianyuan secret realm, with some even sending messages back home. The spiritual energy within the secret realm was at least twice as dense as outside. And Zhang Ling'er attempted to use her consciousness to transfer spiritual energy into the orb, successfully moving some within. Moreover, the orb subtly indicated a direction to her, prompting Zhang Ling'er to pull by Luo Qing and dash towards it. Those entering the secret realm scattered in different directions, yet Zhang Ling'er chose a path through a desolate expanse of yellow sand, one that few ventured. This decision displeased Ning Haoyu, who halted and insisted, "The secret realm is relatively dangerous. It would be best for the senior brother to lead the way." Zhang Ling'er blinked and, undeterred, pulled her senior brother along, continuing towards that direction. Ning Haoyu, frustrated, stomped his foot, while Yu Qinlan approached him coldly, saying, "Your junior sister is considering your safety, and this is how you treat her." Ning Haoyu was momentarily taken aback, then silently followed, still feeling somewhat aggrieved. He did not believe he was targeting Zhang Ling'er. He simply wished to lead everyone down a better path. As they advanced, the air grew increasingly hot, and they could feel the heat radiating from a distance. By Luo Qing remarked, "Ahead, the elemental energy of fire is quite dense. There must be some treasures nearby." Zhang Ling'er cheered, pulling Yi Qinglan forward. Ouyang Ruoqing shook his head and followed at a leisurely pace. At the end of the yellow sand lay a sea of flowers, with enormous blossoms swaying like sunflowers in the wind. A breathtaking sight. Yi Qinglan exclaimed in delight, "How beautiful," as she reached out to pluck a flower, only for Zhang Ling'er to swiftly pull her back. Confronted with her puzzled gaze, Zhang Ling'er stated earnestly, "This is a secret realm, fraught with peril. Unless senior brother assures us it is safe, we shall not touch anything." Ning Haoyu scoffed, "Junior sister, it is merely a flower. What harm could it bring?" As he reached out, the flower suddenly transformed. The once disc-like center morphed into a horrifying visage, opening its mouth wide to bite down on Ning Haoyu's hand. By Luo Qing swiftly swatted Ning Haoyu's hand away and yanked him backward by the collar. Ouyang Ruoqing's cool voice rang out, "That is a flower-faced beast. It enjoys masquerading as a plant to consume humans or beasts. Its strength is at the later stage of qi refinement. You may use it for practice." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ling'er wasted no time and lunged forward. A qi refinement beast. This would be like child's play for her. Seeing her bravery, Ning Haoyu was unwilling to be outdone and drew his sword to follow suit. Zhao Tianwen produced talismans, trailing behind Zhang Ling'er to unleash them, while Yi Qinglan lagged slightly, staying close to Ning Haoyu and occasionally tossing out some poison, with the 4 of them joining the fray. The entire flower field erupted into chaos, with the beasts rushing towards them, encircling the group. Although Zhang Ling'er felt a surge of fear, she remained composed, wielding her sword with precision, her sword qi swirling and blood splattering. Junior sister is progressing rapidly. This was a rare commendation from Ouyang Ruoqing. Bai Luoqing smirked. Her swordplay had been honed in real combat from the outset, proving far more practical than Ning Haoyu's. And her comprehension of swordsmanship was evidently deeper. Zhao Tianmen also performed admirably, managing to slay 6 beasts with his talismans, a commendable feat that should suffice. They cannot handle so many. Ouyang Ruoqing was poised to take action, yet was restrained by Bai Luoqing, who grasped his arm. Wait a moment, junior sister is setting up the formation. Ouyang scrutinized the scene closely and observed that Zhang Lingo's movements were indeed quite extraordinary, though it appeared as if she were being pursued by demonic beasts. Her actual path had been meticulously planned in advance. The other 3 were encircled by the beasts, drenched in sweat. When Yi Qinglan shouted, "Senior brother, help!" However, Zhong Linger called out, "Don't come over. It's almost ready." Soon, her palm struck the ground, infusing spiritual energy into the formation, and a kaleidoscope of colors erupted, accompanied by slicing winds, pulling the 3 out of the formation. She watched as the grotesque beasts were shredded by the wind blades before finally collapsing onto the ground. Panting heavily, "I'm exhausted. It took so much effort to encircle them, and I still don't know if these beasts are even edible." Yi Qinglan gazed at her in astonishment. "Junior sister, you are remarkable." Zhao Tianmen looked on in disbelief. "Junior sister, you understand formations too." Ouyang Ruoqing, equally taken aback, remarked, "These beasts are not palatable." Bai Luoqing, astonished, added, "You set up a 3rd-tier killing formation." Ning Haoyu stared at her in silence, realizing he had been foolish to believe she was worthless. How could a direct disciple be so simple? Zhang Lingo selectively heard Ouyang's words and her face fell. The beasts were indeed inedible. So why had she gone through all that trouble to exterminate them? Clearly, she was still young and inexperienced. Next time, she would ask beforehand. However, she couldn't let the effort go to waste. Zhang Lingo moved a beast corpse into the orb, and to her delight, it disintegrated. "I can't eat it, but I can use it to feed the orb." As she collected the beast corpses, Yi Qinglan rushed over to stop her. "Junior sister, these beasts are truly unappetizing. Let us leave them." Zhong Linger pondered for a moment before asserting, "Sister Zhong, this is where you are mistaken. While these beast corpses may not be fit for human consumption, they can nourish spirit birds and beasts. We worked hard to slay them. How can we let them go to waste? One must learn to be frugal in life. Wastefulness is a disgrace, and I will take all of these corpses." The others were stunned. Were they not merely gathering resources for themselves, but also scavenging feed for spirit beasts? Surely the sect was not lacking in spirit stones, yet junior sister's reasoning was so sound that they could not argue against it. Bai Luoqing chuckled softly, producing a storage ring, and with a wave of his hand, he stored the corpses within, then placed the ring in Zhong Linger's hands with a gentle smile. "Are you satisfied now?" Zhong Linger nodded with joy before returning to gather the formation's base. Suddenly, she felt the ground beneath her feet was uncomfortably warm and exclaimed, "Second brother, come quickly." Bai Luoqing also sensed the abnormal heat. With a flick of his wrist, he uncovered the surface to reveal a large chunk of fiery red crystal beneath. Ouyang Ruoqing swiftly erected barriers around them to contain the emanating energy, barely concealing his astonishment. "A millennium's worth of fire spirit stone. This is a top-tier material for forging. No wonder such a multitude of grotesque beasts guarded this spot. They must be absorbing the fire spirit energy from it." Bai Luoqing carefully extracted the large fire spirit stone, storing it in his ring, but after a moment's thought, he sealed the leaking fire energy for safety before securing the ring once more. Having stumbled upon such a treasure upon entering, the group was in high spirits, allowing Zhang Lingo to lead them onward. Along the way, they encountered several mature spirit herbs, with Yi Qinglan explaining their effects while instructing them on how to harvest and preserve them to maintain their efficacy, thus laying the groundwork for the trio's future independent training. Naturally, they also encountered numerous demonic beasts along the way. Though they were all at the golden core stage, Ouyang Ruoqing did not allow the others to engage, choosing to handle them all himself, with Bai Luoqing collecting the inner cores and leaving the corpses for Zhang Lingo. As night fell, they exited the area and entered an ancient forest, where the temperature finally became bearable. The 4 young ones were too exhausted to take another step, prompting Bai Luoqing to find a suitable spot to rest for the night. Chapter 17. Junior sister truly has a gift for storytelling. As the campfire was lit, Zhang Lingo prepared the meat of a crimson flame tiger for roasting. They had yet to fast, and so their rations must not be scant. Bai Luoqing, unable to tolerate the clumsy efforts of the others, took it upon himself to roast the meat, carefully sprinkling seasonings, and the delightful aroma wafted through the air, making Zhong Lingo feel as though her stomach were a ravenous beast. Yi Qinglan tugged at Zhong Lingo's arm, whispering in despair, "Second brother is so considerate. Can I eat the meat he has prepared?" Bai Luoqing overheard her remark, casting her a sidelong glance before handing the roasted meat to Zhang Linger. Looking at the disappointed Yi Qinglan, Zhang Linger smiled and nudged her arm. Sister Yi, have you never tasted the meat roasted by second brother? Of course not. Second brother never came to the Tianyuan secret realm. He only ventured to places with greater resources. Finally receiving a piece of meat, Yi Qinglan chewed while addressing the others. Do you think our haul today was satisfactory? Yet, in the eyes of senior brother and second brother, only the Millennium Fire Spirit Stone might hold any value. The rest is inconsequential. In the secret realms they visit, spirit herbs grow in abundance, and they might even encounter spirit stone mines or veins. Observing Bai Luoqing approach Ouyang Ruoqing with a piece of roasted meat in hand, Yi Qinglan nudged Zhong Linga, whispering, Look, senior brother has already fasted. He certainly won't eat what others offer him. But second brother might not be so particular. He accepted it. How touching, Zhong Linger thought, bemused. Watching the two brothers, she noted their camaraderie, which was quite normal, yet Yi Qinglan's expression hinted at something deeper. Her curiosity piqued. She extended her spiritual sense forward, soon catching snippets of their conversation. Their pace is far too slow. They must be quicker tomorrow. They're not truly experiencing the trials. You don't expect them to battle Golden Core stage demonic beasts. Do you? There are only 2 sword cultivators. The difficulty is too great. The path we took today was secluded, and we encountered few people, but tomorrow may be different. With you around, who would dare to steal our treasures? You don't intend to split up, do you? I'll take Zhao Tianwen and Yi Qinglan to gather resources elsewhere. You can take junior sister and Ning Haoyu to train at a leisurely pace. Doesn't that sound perfect? All right, then we shall split into 2 groups at dawn. Zhang Linga withdrew her spiritual sense, gazing at the excited Yi Qinglan in silence. Sister Yi was likely imagining all sorts of romantic scenarios between the two, unaware that the 2 instructors were merely discussing how to refine their 4 little soldiers. Yet, her intent in bringing senior brother into the secret realm was to have him protect second brother. If they were to part ways, wouldn't second brother still be in danger? Remembering the obstacles encountered while drawing the illusionary heaven talisman, could it be that second brother's demise was also fate? No matter how hard she tried, the outcome remained predetermined. No, Zhang Linga stubbornly refused to believe in such a fate. Cultivating immortality was an act of defiance against heaven, so she would not heed any notions of complying with destiny. She aspired to transcend mortality and coexist with the heavens, and thus would not accept such beliefs. Since one effort was insufficient, she would strive again. If one attempt failed, she would gradually alter her path. She refused to accept that anything could defeat her. Suddenly, a surprised voice broke through her thoughts. Ouyang, you truly made it in. Heaven, your Qiang sect is remarkably generous this time. A fire-red figure dashed forward, aiming straight for Ouyang Ruoqing, only to be pushed aside by him. The figure, unfazed, called out to Bai Luoqing, smelling this aroma, I knew you were here. Come, it's been too long. Let us have a good chat. This was a handsome young man, his charming peach blossom eyes complemented by his resplendent red attire, lending his smile a hint of allure. The small white jade fan in his hand seemed woefully mismatched with his stature, and he waved it with an elegance that veered into the realm of frivolity. The 3 gathered by the campfire, and Bai Luoqing introduced, this is Xiao Haotian, the chief disciple of the Wanluo sect. You should all pay your respects. He winked knowingly, and Zhang Lingo instantly understood, leading the others in a formal greeting akin to their previous encounter with Gu Yanzi, resulting in each gaining 2 third-tier defensive talismans as gifts. Xiao Haoyan devoured the meat with gusto and remarked to Bai Luoqing, it's obvious you brought these along, but don't get too smug. Tomorrow I'll be bringing my own disciples to meet you. Zhang Linger innocently inquired, are Xiao Shixiang's disciples the same age as me? Xiao Haoyan fell silent. His disciples were not newcomers, but rather seasoned practitioners far beyond her age, unworthy of such a greeting gift. Taking another hearty bite of meat, he turned to Ouyang Ruoqing. When I entered, the jade slip indicated you used an 8th-tier talisman to enter the secret realm. The elders at the entrance nearly went mad. What's the story behind that? Ouyang Ruoqing replied nonchalantly, what's there to explain? I simply used it to gain entry. Xiao Haotian tossed a bone at him. Don't play dumb with me. Where did you get that 8th-tier talisman? Ouyang Ruoqing dodged the bone, growing impatient. Of course, it was given to me by my master. Xiao Haotian's lips twitched in frustration, and he turned to Bai Luoqing. Chen, don't let him irritate you. Come, tell me the details. Bai Luoqing smiled warmly and softly replied, I'm not quite sure. Xiao Haotian suddenly found the meat in his mouth to be tasteless. He spoke earnestly. Recently, Qianjing Pavilion auctioned an 8th-grade fire spirit talisman, which sold for 300,000 spirit stones. It was painted by the Grand Elder of the Wujiman. The talisman you possess conceals the celestial secrets. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Zhang Lingo gasped. That must be worth far more than 300,000 spirit stones. Xiao Haoyin was momentarily speechless, then softened his tone. Little junior sister. If Tai Ching sect were to have an 8th grade talisman master, many circumstances would be altered. Zhang Lingo blinked in confusion. A talisman master. Master mentioned that this talisman was left here from long ago and would dissipate if not fueled with spiritual energy. Moreover, this talisman defies the heavens. If it were sold and used for nefarious purposes, we would bear significant karmic retribution. That is why we were instructed to use it. I have never heard of a talisman master. Little junior sister, you are indeed aware? Of course. When Master found this talisman, he hesitated for quite some time. When he activated it, he was struck by lightning. Only then did he decide to let us use it in the secret realm. Zhang Linger's words had been prearranged with Master, which should effectively silence most critics, especially coming from the mouth of a child, lending it greater credibility. Ouyang Ruoqing and Bai Luoqing exchanged glances, remaining silent. They had not only witnessed the event, but had also privately studied the talisman. Though unaware of its origins, the paper and ink were evidently new. Little junior sister truly possessed a talent for fabrication. Chapter 18. Courageous battle against the giant python. Having gleaned the information he sought, Xiao Haoyin felt a sense of relief, taking a few pieces of roasted meat before departing. Ouyang Ruoqing expressed his desire to part ways the following day. Zhang Linger, with wide eyes, inquired, Senior brother, if someone asks us about the 8th grade talisman tomorrow, shall we respond in the same manner? With a sigh, she continued anxiously. There will surely be many inquiries tomorrow. I wonder if they will be as amiable as senior brother shall. I've heard some people enjoy soul-searching. I worry whether the 3 of us can withstand it. Ouyang Ruoqing's heart skipped a beat, his gaze filled with concern as he looked at Bai Luoqing. Bai Luoqing, however, merely smiled gently, ruffling Zhang Lingo's hair. Do not worry. Second senior brother will protect you. Seeing Ouyang Ruoqing deep in thought, Zhang Lingo sighed inwardly, wishing that second senior brother would be less arrogant and hoping that senior brother would remain vigilant. On the following morning, the group dispersed to pursue their own objectives. Zhang Lingo continued to pull Bai Luoqing toward her intended destination, though she was unaware of the location of the spiritual springs. She reasoned that since this secret realm was arranged according to the 5 elements, the water element must be adjacent to the fire element, thus not too far away. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the moisture in the air thickened, and the surrounding white mist gradually increased, yet their spiritual senses could not penetrate it. However, as they pressed forward, the sounds of battle became increasingly distinct, indicating that there were still many people present. Upon reaching the scene, Zhang Lingo observed 3 groups engaged in fierce combat with 3 massive green pythons in the relatively small area. The ground was riddled with trenches, soaked in blood, and several corpses lay sprawled about, clearly indicating that the fighting had been ongoing for some time. The effort these individuals were exerting to combat the demon beast suggested that a significant opportunity awaited them. Zhang Lingo's gaze swept across the area. Noticing that the mist was thicker nearby, accompanied by purer spiritual energy, though she could not discern what it was undoubtedly something of great value. Upon closer inspection of the 3 groups, she recognized 2 of them. Gu Yinza from Wujiman was leading several junior brothers and surrounding a particularly large python with a bulging head. This python was the most formidable, exuding ferocity, its body causing the earth to tremble with each movement. Yet, under Gu Yinza's control, the giant python was rendered as manageable as a small snake. 2 individuals restrained its movements while 2 others wielded swords to strike, and the remaining 2 hurled explosive talismans at it. This was clearly an exercise in training. Its demise was only a matter of time, its struggles utterly futile. The second group comprised members of Tianyuzong, who were attacking another sizable dark green python. The individual who harbored ill intentions towards second senior brother at the entrance was none other than Li Xintang, the top disciple of Tianyuzong. With a few swift sword strikes, he sent scales flying and blood gushing from the python. While the other disciples, though haphazard in their attacks, proved to be no slouches either. This python was surely nearing its end. The third group was unfamiliar to her. They appeared to be loose cultivators. Although they were contending with the smallest of the 3 pythons, each of them bore wounds, indicating an unfavorable situation. Zhang Lingo dashed over and called out to the group, "Fellow Taoists, may we join in the fray? We only seek the python's meat. Everything else is yours." The group's spirits lifted at her proposition. After all, this was a python on par with a peak golden core. The most valuable parts were its inner core and gallbladder, while the flesh was the least valuable. After glancing at Bai Luoqing, who followed Zhang Lingo closely, one of them replied, "We shall heed your words, young friend. please lend us your assistance. Zhang Lingo glanced at second senior brother, who merely ruffled her hair and calmly stated, "Be patient." With that, he drew his sword and advanced, instantly enveloping the area in a formidable sword aura. With 2 swift strikes, the giant python let out a piercing shriek, its body trembling from the wounds inflicted. Bai Luoqing then stepped back, addressing Zhang Linger and Ning Haoyu. "The rest is yours now." The two acknowledged his words and immediately stepped forward with their swords. Although the python was gravely injured and its movement sluggish, it was still not something they could easily subdue. Zhang Linger struck the python multiple times, but found herself unable to breach its defenses. At best, she left only faint marks on its scales. The others also lacked sufficient lethality, and she wondered how long it would take to bring it down. Were they meant to exhaust it to death? Shaking her head, she realized that while it was impossible to tire it out, they could cause it to bleed to death. The wounds left by second senior brother were still oozing blood. If they could widen those wounds, perhaps it would bleed out. Convinced she had found the solution, Zhang Lingo targeted the python's wounds. If the scales were impenetrable, she would not believe that its flesh was any more resilient. Indeed, with her persistent efforts, the python's wounds began to widen. As she relentlessly focused on the injuries, she began to act somewhat unscrupulously. The python, which had initially targeted the most powerful golden core male, now turned its cold gaze upon Zhang Linger, unleashing a torrent of venom in her direction. In a moment of peril, Bai Luoqing hurried to pull Zhang Lingo aside. Startled, she instinctively directed the venom into her orb, only realizing what she had done after being yanked away. Would that orb be poisoned? Zhang Lingo quickly checked the orb, discovering that the venom had coalesced into a black water sphere, suspended inside the orb. Though it had not been absorbed, it posed no threat to the orb, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. The giant python, now enraged by Zhang Linger's actions, lashed its tail, sending several individuals flying. A green glow enveloped its body, indicating it was preparing to unleash its inner core. Bai Luoqing swiftly drew his sword and charged forward. A stunning flash of sword light cut through the air, and the python's head was severed, landing 10 meters away, its green light dimming. This simple yet magnificent strike sent a shiver through everyone present. Although Bai Luoqing's cultivation had fallen to the mid-golden core stage, his comprehension of sword intent had deepened, rendering him invincible within the golden core realm. In Zhang Linger's mind, the image of second senior brother's strike replayed incessantly. That was not merely a sword technique. It was sword intent, magnificent, direct, yet complex and profound. It seemed to consist of 7 or 8 streams of sword light converging, yet their force, speed, and target were entirely unified. How could it be that there was only one true strike? She drew her sword, eager to replicate that singular blow, but was interrupted by Ning Haoyu. "Little junior sister, are you not after the python's meat? Why are you not moving?" Returning to her senses, Zhang Lingo noticed the others had begun to dismantle the corpse, prompting her to smile. "I'm in no hurry. I'll collect what's left after they're done." Turning her gaze, she noticed second senior brother watching Gu Yin's side, and she followed suit to observe the commotion. They witnessed one side concluding their battle. Gu Yinza flung a talisman, summoning a spiritual iron fist that descended upon the python's head, instantly showering the area with blood and gore as the massive body crashed to the ground. Brushing off his robes, Gu Yinza surveyed the fallen giant python and remarked to his junior brothers, "It seems I must be the one to take action. Not just stand there, gather the gallbladder, skin, and inner core. I trust you know what to do." Chapter 19. The embryonic form of sword intent. Zhang Lingo's clear voice rang out. "Wow, Brother Gu is so imposing." Gu Yinza glanced over with satisfaction. But Zhang Lingo then turned to Bai Luoqing, saying, "Yet second senior brother is better. He shows off his might only to outsiders, but is always kind to his junior brothers and sisters, never acting arrogantly among us." Gu Yinza's expression fell, while the other disciples stifled their laughter, finding this little junior sister to be quite the charmer. Bai Luoqing, with a smile tugging at his lips, feigned seriousness as he asked, "When have I ever shown off to outsiders?" Zhang Linger promptly corrected herself. "Second senior brother never shows off. Just his presence alone is enough to command respect." Bai Luoqing chuckled and playfully pinched Zhang Linger's cheek, whispering, "If your brother Gu doesn't want the python meat, then you should keep it all." Zhang Lingo gleefully set about collecting her spoils, while Gu Yinza lamented, "Why do I not have a little sister who speaks so charmingly?" Bai Luoqing shot him a sidelong glance, his attention shifting to the mist-laden area. Gu Yinza, through voice transmission, informed him that as the Shisui spiritual spring, those loose cultivators may be unaware, but the people from Tianyuzong are undoubtedly here for it. They've delayed their actions, likely intending to monopolize it. Bai Luoqing's gaze turned indifferent as he replied through voice transmission, "As per usual, we shall join forces and split it evenly." The 5 men of the Golden Corps had sustained considerable injuries, and having acquired the inner elixirs and other treasures, they were satisfied and began to take their leave. Zhonglinger collected the remnants left by the 2 giant pythons with meticulous care, and then proceeded forward with the members of the Wujimen, deliberately ignoring the malevolent gazes directed at her from behind. A few junior disciples quickly gathered together, clearing a path ahead, while Bai Luoqing and Gu Yinze leisurely trailed behind, intentionally separating their fellow disciples from the members of the Tianyuzong, who were following closely behind. Beyond the hillside lay a verdant expanse, teeming with unknown flora, whose fan-like leaves concealed the earth beneath them. Suddenly, the sound of a croak pierced the air as someone inadvertently stepped on something, and from beneath the foliage emerged a toad, its skin adorned with green protrusions, its abdomen snowy white, and its cheeks puffed as it partially extended its tongue. Bai Luoqing's voice resonated, jade leaf toad, equivalent to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and venomous. Upon hearing this, Zhonglinger realized it was a foe she could contend with. Without hesitation, she drew her sword. Having just gleaned some insights from her second senior brother's swordsmanship and eager to find an opponent to test her skills, Gu Yinze remarked, "Your junior sister is truly brave, far surpassing my own disciples." With a loud croak, the toad opened its mouth wide, spewing a stream of venom towards Zhonglinger's face. She deftly dodged, the venom landing on the ground with a sizzling sound, releasing a wisp of black smoke. "Such malice must not be tolerated," Zhonglinger exclaimed, her sword illuminating as it sliced down upon the toad's back, followed by a swift kick that flipped it over, before plunging her sword into its pristine belly. "This is hardly a challenge," Zhonglinger thought disdainfully. Just as she intended to turn back, she heard Bai Luoqing's voice warn her. "I almost forgot to mention, these toads are social creatures. There's one beneath every leaf." No sooner had he spoken than a chorus of croaks erupted, the ground seemingly coming alive as a multitude of jade leaf toads emerged, enough to instill a sense of claustrophobia in any onlooker. Zhonglinger felt her scalp prickle, the cacophony of croaks throbbing in her head. She had spoken too soon. One toad was manageable, but the power of a swarm was formidable, and she contemplated fleeing. However, Bai Luoqing did not allow her the luxury of retreat. A strong gust swept past, tossing both her and Ning Haoyu into the midst of the toads. His calm and clear voice rang out, "I will not intervene. You either perish here or prove your worth to escape." Gu Yinze, mimicking him, hurled his 6 junior brothers into the fray, adding a remark, "If you can't even handle a little girl, you'd better double or triple your training back home." A chorus of wails followed, with Zhonglinger's cries the loudest. "What kind of devilry is this second senior brother? It feels as though my senior brother's spirit has taken hold of him. Surely, they must possess something." The toads' attacks consisted of either venom or the horrifying ability to ensnare their prey with their tongues, both repulsive in nature. The surrounding stench pervaded the air, droplets of venom fell like raindrops, and the forked tongues lashed out. Stimulated, Zhonglinger let out a piercing scream, her sword gleaming with brilliance as an intricate sequence of moves seemingly flowed from her unconsciously, lifting the surrounding toads off their feet, silencing them with a singular croak. Gu Yinze nudged Bai Luoqing, stammering in disbelief. "Is that sword intent? Has she already begun to form it? Impossible. Am I seeing things?" Bai Luoqing's eyes darkened, and he whispered, "What it is does not matter. Close your mouth." Gu Yinze gaped, taking a moment to finally comply. In the realm of immortality, countless sword cultivators existed, yet few could grasp the essence of sword intent. It was not merely a matter of high cultivation but required an extraordinary comprehension of the sword path to condense such intent. Bai Luoqing and Ouyang Ruoqing were revered as the twin beauties of Taichung, not only for their clear sword hearts and innate sword bones but also for having comprehended sword intent during the early stages of Golden Corps, establishing themselves as the acknowledged sword prodigies among their peers. Yet, as the adage goes, the tall tree attracts the wind. The twin beauties of Taichung had faced countless underhanded schemes, and Gu Yinze was well aware of this. He vividly recalled the jubilance of many when Bai Luoqing's sword heart was damaged, causing his cultivation to regress. Zhonglinger danced about the field, her first strike leaving a profound impression, but she seemed startled, screaming and darting through the mountains, ultimately becoming engulfed by the encircling jade leaf toads. The remaining disciples were drenched in sweat, employing their sword techniques and talismans as if they were free of cost, desperately attempting to rescue Zhonglinger. Gu Yinze stared in astonishment at Bai Luoqing. "What is going on? Just how skilled is your junior sister? Has her cultivation truly leaped so dramatically?" As Bai Luoqing prepared to act, he suddenly sensed an approaching aura from behind, swiftly pulling Gu Yinze forward 3 feet, only to turn around and find members of Tianyuzong standing where he had just been. "Humph, if you can't handle these mere beastly creatures, Perhaps it would be better for my Tianyuzong to step in and clear a path, Li Xintang remarked, seemingly inquiring but not allowing the two a chance to respond, as he waved for his disciples to advance. Gu Yinza's talismans flared to life, blocking the advance of those disciples. Do you understand the rules? We have already engaged these beasts. They are ours. If you wish to claim them, you must first seek my permission. Gu Yinza positioned himself at the forefront, directly confronting Li Xintang, having long harbored discontent towards the Tianyuzong. With your kind of conduct, you aspire to join the 5 great sects. Preposterous. We have no interest in your beasts. If you desire them, feel free to take them, but the spiritual cleansing spring behind us is not for you. If you know what is good for you, step aside from the ranks of Tianyuzong. A hawkish young man stepped forth, his hooked nose and disdainful eyes glaring at Gu Yinza as he positioned himself before the others. Chapter 20, all drained dry. Gu Yinza's expression darkened. The second in command of Tianyuzong, Cheng Xian, was also a genius of the sword path, having entered the Golden Core stage at 18 and cultivated his sword intent, ranking among the top 5 of his peers. By now, he must be at the pinnacle of Golden Core. He might not necessarily be Gu Yinza's match. However, what were Tianyuzong's intentions, sending 2 of their direct disciples to the Tianyuan secret realm? They surely had ulterior motives. Li Xintang smirked mockingly. Gu Yinza, even with a half damage by Luoqing, you cannot withstand us. Should you find yourselves begging for mercy, it would be quite the embarrassment. With that, he waved his hand again, sending his disciples into the fray. Gu Yinza attempted to block their advance, but Cheng Xian knocked his talismans aside. From the moment Cheng Xian appeared, Bai Luoqing had discerned Li Xintang's intent to provoke trouble. This battle was inevitable, and he had long been prepared. After Gu Yinza's talismans fell, Bai Luoqing's sword met the incoming disciples, halting them in their tracks. Almost simultaneously, Cheng Xian and Li Xintang sprang into action. Cheng Xian unleashed a blade of energy aimed directly at Gu Yinza, shattering his protective talisman and forcing him back several steps. Li Xintang drew his sword, pointing it at Bai Luoqing, channeling his techniques as a fierce tiger's phantom materialized behind him. Lunging forward with its gaping maw, Zhang Lingo sensed the approach of Tianyuzong's members and worried they might target the spiritual cleansing spring. She thus seized the opportunity provided by the jade leaf toads to inch closer to the spring. Indeed, the sounds of battle soon reached her ears. It seemed her senior brothers were engaged in combat with Tianyuzong. With Gu Yinza present, she felt assured of her second senior brother's safety, but the night is long and fraught with uncertainties. So it would be prudent to secure the spring quickly. Emerging from the chaos, she approached the spring and was taken aback. The stream of water resembled strands of hair, and the small pool, hardly larger than a bathtub, hardly seemed worthy of being called a spring. Had it not been for the rich aura surrounding it, who would believe it to be a spiritual spring? Time was of the essence. Allowing no room for her to voice her complaints, Zhonglinger produced several jade vials, filling them with the spring water. Fearing her storage ring might obscure the spring's essence, she first tested a vial in the round pearl, discovering it was not decomposed before placing the remaining vials inside as well. Having filled half the vials, Zhonglinger nodded in satisfaction, thinking how considerate she was, even leaving a portion for her senior brothers. Turning back to observe the battle, she soon realized the gravity of the situation. An unexpected formidable opponent from Tianyuzong had emerged, relentlessly pushing Gu Yinza back. Oh no, my second senior brother is in trouble too. Li Xintang is quite fierce, his every strike merciless. A single fireball creates a sea of flames, roasting many toads, sending the others fleeing in panic. Her second senior brother appeared to be struggling. No, it seemed he was holding back, likely due to his old injuries affecting him. She contemplated seeking assistance from Ning Haoyu, only to find that their group of junior disciples fared even worse, being beaten back by Tianyuzong and unable to rely on them. Abandon the spiritual cleansing spring, and I shall spare your lives, Li Xintang declared, his words harsh, yet his actions showed no mercy as another fireball crashed down, creating a deep crater. Bai Luoqing narrowly evaded. Leaping into the air, Zhang Lingo glared at the spiritual cleansing spring, her determination ignited. How dare they bully her second senior brother? Not a single drop of the spring liquid would be left for them. She began to transfer the spring water into the round pearl, the water visibly dwindling at a rapid pace, leaving behind a glowing white orb, with no time to ponder the significance of the orb. She felt a throbbing headache, an overwhelming urge to succumb to sleep, yet she could not allow herself to falter. There was still so much spring liquid to collect, and her second senior brother remained in battle. She could not become a burden, with some spring water still remaining, but unable to take any more. Zhang Linger heard the rush of wind behind her. Turning, she saw Cheng Xian charging at her with his blade. Enraged to find her standing by the spring, "You insolent girl, how dare you?" The blade's aura flickered, and a glimmer of golden light shot towards Zhang Lingo. Her gaze filled with terror as she lost her footing and plunged headfirst into the spirit spring pool. Gu Yanjia, who followed closely behind, could only manage to intercept that fleeting intent of the blade, unable to spare a hand for anything else, and could only watch helplessly as Zhang Lingo disappeared into the depths of the pool. Junior sister, by Luoqing's previously gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by an icy countenance, his eyes ablaze with fury, his sword pointed skyward, resonating with a series of sharp clangs, causing the swords in the hands of all present to tremble as if responding to a call to ascend into the air. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, an invisible pressure sweeping across the ground, causing the green leaves to bow down several inches. This would be a terrifying strike, and Li Xintang's expression turned grave. His combat spirit intensifying. "Come forth. Though your realm has fallen, many still believe your combat prowess rivals mine, placing you among the top 5 of our peers. Today, I shall utterly defeat you, silencing all doubters. I will make it known that the era of Tai Qiong Shuang Jiao has passed. The true supremacy lies with the dual blades of the Tianyu sect. Second junior brother, I'm coming." A thunderous voice echoed, as a white light flashed like lightning, causing everyone's hair to stand on end, instinctively propelling them skyward. The ground cracked open, a chasm halting at Qing Xian's feet. A dark figure emerged, grasping by Luoqing's sword hand, pushing him towards Gu Yanqing, then swiftly slashing at Li Xintang. The sword's aura erupted, extinguishing nearby sparks and encasing the earth in ice. "Ouyang Ruoqing, what are you doing here?" Li Xintang retreated hastily, while Qing Xian advanced quickly. The two joined forces to block the incoming strike, but it was not over yet. A second sword came in hot pursuit, more ferocious, faster, and stronger than the first. Bai Luoqing and Gu Yanjia hurried forward to rescue Zhang Lingo, but contrary to their expectations of seeing their junior sister struggling in the water, they were greeted by the sight of a large toad at the bottom of the spring, sucking in water. Were it not for the lingering spiritual energy that confirmed this was indeed the spirit spring, who would believe that this place had once held water? Had it all been drained? Zhang Lingo lifted her head, her nose dusted with grime, her cheeks puffed out, tightly pursing her lips, clearly on the verge of bursting forth water at any moment. Upon seeing her second senior brother, she opened her arms, signaling for him to carry her out. She felt utterly tense, too afraid to move. Bai Luoqing's expression was difficult to describe. He lightly waved his sleeve, pulling Zhang Lingo onto solid ground. The battle ahead was nearing its end, with Li Xintang lying bloodied on the ground, and Qing Xian's hairpin severed, his hair cascading down as he knelt, pressed down by Ouyang Ruoqing's sword. "Stop, we concede. Do you wish to kill us?" Li Xintang's eyes flickered with resentment and hatred, but he had no choice but to submit before Ouyang Ruoqing, the undisputed first among their peers, the only one who had reached the Yuaning realm. Standing on a plain far above their own. Chapter 21. A unique scene. Upon seeing Zhang Lingo, Ouyang Ruoqing froze for a moment, unconsciously retracting his sword. The sight of his junior sister's swollen belly and frog-like pout made him wonder if it was as he feared. Li Xintang and Qing Xian turned their gazes as well, their lips twitching, losing any desire for the cleansing spirit spring. Before leaving, Li Xintang couldn't help but ask Ouyang Ruoqing, "Isn't this place only accessible to those of the Golden Core stage? How did you get in?" This question piqued Gu Yanjia's curiosity as well. They had entered without any knowledge of the 8th grade talisman. Ouyang Ruoqing shot them a cold glance, then icily uttered, "None of your concern." As Li Xintang and his junior brothers departed, his expression quickly smoothed out. Ouyang Ruoqing's appearance had caught him off guard, yet he had reserved some strength. This minor setback was inconsequential. Only those who could survive to exit the secret realm would be deemed the true victors. Yi Qinglan rushed over, startled by Zhang Lingo's appearance, pulling her aside to inquire what had transpired. Zhang Lingo gestured a few times, but upon seeing her senior sister's confusion, panic set in, causing her facial muscles to relax, and a stream of water trickled down the corner of her mouth. Bai Luoqing averted his gaze as Ouyang Ruoqing's cold voice rang out, "Junior sister has swallowed the cleansing spirit spring." The disciples were astonished. Such a feat was indeed remarkable. No wonder the Tianyu sect had departed so decisively. Zhang Lingo realized this was not a viable solution and wanted her second senior brother to find her a container for the water. Reaching out to tug at his sleeve, only for him to evade her grasp. Dumbfounded, Zhang Lingo attempted to reach out again, but Yi Qinglan hurriedly interjected, "Junior sister, second senior brother has a cleanliness obsession." Zhang Lingo felt instantly petrified. Was she being rejected? Had the brotherly love they spoke of vanished so swiftly? Bai Luoqing rubbed his nose and suggested, "Let us leave this place first. Zhang Lingo felt dejected. Was there truly no one to address her inability to speak? She shuffled forward, acutely aware of the water sloshing in her belly. Looking around, a multitude of dead jade leaf toads lay scattered about. She spotted one to place within her orb. If it could decompose, it would be a valuable find, and leaving it behind would be a waste. Noticing Gu Yinja passing by, Zhang Linger hurriedly presented her storage ring to him. Signaling for his assistance in collecting the corpses. Gu Yinja chuckled lightly. Junior sister truly knows how to make the most of her life. With a swift motion, he gathered several toads into the storage ring. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Gu Yinja thought he should have collected more with his prowess. However, when he scanned the contents of his storage ring, he was taken aback by the assortment of beast corpses filling it to the brim. As Zhang Lingo continued rummaging through her storage ring, Gu Yinja produced a spirit beast bag and, with a wave of his hand, stuffed all the toad corpses, both frozen and roasted, into it before handing it over to Zhang Linger. From now on, whether alive or dead, put all beast corpses here. This should suffice. Zhang Lingo happily accepted it, eager to inquire whether this container would leak. Once they departed the blood-soaked area, Bai Luoqing exhaled deeply. Feeling rejuvenated, Gu Yinja prepared to bid farewell to his junior brothers as well. Since Ouyang Ruoqing had arrived, there was nothing in the secret realm that could challenge him. Remaining with the Tai Chiang sect amidst so many others for limited resources was not advantageous. Zhang Lingo painfully swallowed the water in her mouth and called out to the group. Gu senior brother, I owe you for your assistance. The spirit spring liquid should rightly be shared with you. Gu Yinja glanced at Zhang Lingo, who was struggling to swallow to avoid regurgitating, and politely replied, Junior sister, there's no need for that. You keep it for yourself. He then transmitted to Bai Luoqing. Your junior sister's demeanor is quite peculiar. Do take care. Peculiar demeanor. Bai Luoqing glanced at the hiccuping Zhang Linger, his expression twisting unnaturally for a moment before he finally calmed down. Zhang Linger noticed the orb was gradually absorbing the spiritual liquid within her body. And she sighed in relief, gazing at Gu Yinja's retreating figure, lamenting, Gu senior brother is truly a good person. She retrieved 6 jade vials filled with the cleansing liquid and handed them to her second senior brother. If Gu senior brother does not want these, then I shall return them to the sect. Bai Luoqing was taken aback. What you intended to share with them was this. What else could it be? Am I to regurgitate it for them? Upon saying this, Zhang Lingo too froze. Surely they couldn't have thought that of her. Laughter erupted, and the typically cold Ouyang Ruoqing couldn't help but chuckle, patting Zhang Lingo's head. Junior sister is quite the character. Zhang Lingo raised an eyebrow, thinking her senior brother was praising her, right? Bai Luoqing cast a few cleaning spells on Zhang Lingo, finding her slightly swollen, but at least now clean. Thus no longer an eyesore. He then felt at ease and sat down with Ouyang Ruoqing to recover. The 4 junior disciples gathered together to recount their experiences post-separation, after finishing Ning Haoyu's tale. They turned their gazes towards Zhang Linger, their eyes brimming with admiration. Junior sister, you are truly formidable, drinking the cleansing spirit spring dry without leaving a single drop for the Tianyu sect. Incredible. Nonsense. Didn't she fill several vials? But it doesn't seem apparent. Can junior sister's belly hold so much? What does the spirit spring taste like? Is it delicious? I've only heard of it being used for soaking or medicinal purposes. Never have I heard of anyone drinking it. Zhang Lingo felt her carefully crafted persona was on the verge of collapse and swiftly changed the subject, inquiring about Yuqin Lan and the others' whereabouts. Yuqin Lan, with a mysterious air, lowered her voice. We didn't wander far. We've been following you all along. Senior brother was worried about your safety, so he took us on a brief tour of the wood attribute area before rushing back here. Just in time to see second senior brother about to engage in battle, so he tossed us aside and charged right in. Senior brother is always concerned for your safety, she added with a wink. Zhang Linger exchanged a knowing smile with her, both wearing a look of mischief that left the others bewildered. Ouyang Ruoqing, sensed by Luoqing's breath, momentarily halt and transmitted, It's not that I doubt your abilities. I just wanted to take the opportunity to teach those from the Tianyu sect a lesson. They have wronged many of our junior brothers. Bai Luoqing replied indifferently, Oh, but it's fortunate that you're here. Who would have thought they would send 2 disciples into the secret realm? Yet they operate both overtly and covertly. I wonder what schemes they are plotting. If the secret realm lacks exceptional resources, they may very well be targeting me. Why do you say that? In preparation for the upcoming sect competition, we have 6 direct disciples. Should I be unable to participate, my junior sister must certainly take my place. No matter how formidable you are, those 3 disciples in the foundation establishment stage will undoubtedly overwhelm you. So, you are suggesting that their objective is to push our sect out of the top 5 rankings? What grand ambitions they possess. Chapter 22. the mysterious appearance of the man in black, the group did not part ways again. After resting for a while, they resumed their journey. The metallic region was teeming with stone monsters, which intrigued Zhang Linger. Bai Luoqing explained to the others that there are numerous types of beings in the world. Aside from humans, they can be categorized into 4 types: demons, monsters, ghosts, and spirits. Animals and plants absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and upon awakening their intelligence through cultivation, they can transform into human forms, collectively known as monsters. Of course, monsters can be further divided into innate and acquired types, with innate monsters being rare since the ancient times. As for demons, they are born from demonic energy, inherently malevolent. In ancient times, there were wars between immortals and demons, and a millennium ago, a conflict arose between humans and demons. Eventually, powerful beings separated humans from demons. And presently, demons are mostly sealed within the abyss of demons, with only a few surviving in the realm of cultivation, either hiding in fear or being suppressed. Ghosts are the souls of humans and monsters that have passed away. They predominantly linger in the underworld, where they can also cultivate. In the human realm, there are those who cultivate using their souls, commonly referred to as evil cultivators. Monsters, like those stone beings, have absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, granting them a modicum of magical power and mobility, albeit with low intelligence, acting purely on instinct. Zhang Linger, curious, asked what kind of beings the spirit beasts on Beast God Peak were. Were they tamed from monster beasts? Bai Luoqing chuckled, stating that taming monster beasts is quite challenging, and he had never heard of it being accomplished. Spirit beasts are born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, inherently friendly towards humans, which distinguishes them from monster beasts. Yi Qinglan leaned closer to Zhang Linger and whispered, in addition to monster beasts and spirit beasts, there are also auspicious beasts that can even interbreed with humans, granting their offspring remarkable bloodlines. After saying this, she winked at Zhang Linger, who looked perplexed, while Yu Qinglan laughed heartily. You'll understand in due time. Ouyang Ruoqing's cold voice interrupted, enough talk, let us get to work. We need to clear these small monsters before nightfall. We will rest here tonight. Zhang Linger, feeling her stomach no longer ached, brandished her sword and charged forward, exhilarated by the earlier battle. She was determined to grow stronger and crush everything in her path. No longer willing to tolerate discomfort, the stone monsters were not difficult to slay. While vanquishing them, Zhang Linger attempted to move their corpses into a spherical container. Upon witnessing the stones disintegrate into ash, she rejoiced, realizing that this metallic region must contain gold elements, a rarity among common items. Since she had not collected much of it, she was resolute in taking everything available. Seeing his junior sister fighting while simultaneously collecting stones, Bai Luoqing sighed and resignedly produced a larger storage ring to stow the stones in the corpses of the stone monsters. His earlier actions may have wounded her feelings, so he needed to comfort her properly. Meanwhile, Ouyang Ruoqing searched the surroundings, noting that there were some ores nearby that would serve as excellent materials for refining tools, which the sect urgently required. By the time they finished dispatching the monsters, it was already deep into the night. After a long day, and having received a token of apology from her second senior brother, Zhang Linga fell into a peaceful slumber. With her considerate second senior brother back and her elder brother present, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. However, as she slept, spiritual energy surged around her, and a whirlwind of spiritual force seemed to swirl about. Ouyang Ruoqing and Bai Luoqing watched as their junior sister, in her dreams, smacked her lips twice, then advanced to the second level of foundation establishment. Her unique progression style was indeed remarkable. Bai Luoqing recalled Gu Yin's words, while Ouyang Ruoqing nodded, feeling that his understanding had once again been challenged by his junior sister. When dawn broke, they found that only one last Earth attribute region remained unexplored, and the group set off towards it, continuing their path of destruction. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals, most of whom avoided them upon seeing Ouyang Ruoqing, and no one dared to contest them for resources, resulting in a remarkably smooth journey. Yet, as the number of people dwindled, Zhang Linga felt an inexplicable sense of unease. This was the Earth attribute region, where a subtle earthy scent permeated the air. Aside from some low shrubs, there were no trees or obstructions, allowing for a clear view of the horizon, and scarcely any monster beasts were in sight. What dangers could lurk here? Zhang Lingo approached Bai Luoqing and tugged at his sleeve. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Bai Luoqing inquired gently. Seeing her shake her head, he exchanged a glance with Ouyang Ruoqing. Ouyang Ruoqing stepped forward, standing amidst heaven and earth, extending his spiritual sense to carefully assess the surroundings. Suddenly, 5 beams of light shot up from the ground, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward. The light columns encircled Ouyang Ruoqing, trapping him in their midst, resembling a prison. No, it was not a prison, but rather a colossal hand. The 5 light beams twisted upward and began to contract, revealing the shape of a palm, within which a vortex emerged, voraciously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy and drawing Ouyang Ruoqing towards its center. Ouyang Ruoqing unleashed several sword energies, yet he could not sever the 5 fingers that he continuously resisted, striving to distance himself from the vortex's reach. But the hand only grew smaller, leaving him with no escape. This hand felt eerily familiar to Zhang Linger. Did not the 5th elder of the Spirit Sword sect possess a magical artifact known as the 5-prison hand, capable of utilizing the forces of heaven and earth to confine a person for an entire hour, rendering even a deity unable to escape? And since it was a magical artifact, it must be operated by someone. Where could that person be? Bai Luoqing did not rush in to rescue him. Instead, he erected a protective shield to shelter the 4 junior disciples within, then extended his spiritual sense to search for the enemy's location. A beam of light shot forth, and almost simultaneously, Bai Luoqing leaped to intercept the sword of a masked figure in black, forcing him back several steps. He then unleashed a palm strike to thwart the hand attempting to shatter the protective barrier. The clash of spiritual energies sending another masked figure in black flying. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Lingo dashed out from the protective shield, rushing beneath the massive hand and plunging her sword into the ground. As her sword fell, yet another masked figure in black emerged from the earth, raising his hand to strike at Zhang Linger. Zhang Lingo quickly released several talismans, and the second-tier talismans converged in an explosion, their power rivaling that of a 3rd-tier talisman, creating a pit several meters deep in the ground. The masked figure faltered momentarily, and the brilliance of the hand above dimmed slightly, recognizing that her efforts had borne fruit. Zhang Linger hurled another talisman, which immediately vanished from sight. A row of earth spikes materialized at the very spot she had just occupied. Seeing Zhang Linger evade, the figure drew forth a long sword. Executing a profound sword technique. As the longsword spun, numerous whirlwinds manifested in the air, each imbued with a chilling murderous intent, encircling Zhang Linger. She attentively sensed her surroundings. These whirlwinds, though seemingly chaotic, were strategically placed, effectively sealing off the space around her and leaving her with no way to advance or retreat. These whirlwinds resembled rotating gears, exuding endless lethal intent, poised to shred her to pieces upon approach. This was the sword technique of the Spirit Sword sect. But why would a practitioner from the Spirit Sword sect target her elder brother and second senior brother? Chapter 23. Rescuing the second senior brother as the golden talismans shattered one after another. Zhang Lingo dared not dwell on her thoughts and hurled several more talismans. The explosive force shattered the whirlwinds, yet another sword was already descending towards her. This sword technique was accompanied by the oppressive aura of the golden core stage, severely hindering Zhang Lingo's movements. Anger surged within her. How dare this person resort to such tactics? With 2 more golden talismans shattered and her newly acquired defensive artifact exhausted, she was left with no means of defense. With no other options, Zhang Linger knelt in response to the pressure, rolling to evade the incoming sword strike. The masked figure in black was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how a mere girl could be so cunning. A disciple at the 2nd level of Foundation establishment managing to evade him for so long was indeed rare, yet she had expended all her talismans. Her next move would undoubtedly lead to her demise. Lying on the ground, Zhang Lingo watched as another sword swept towards her. Realizing she could no longer evade, she called out desperately, "Elder brother, help me." The masked figure in black sneered, "He won't be able to save you. Prepare to die." However, in the blink of an eye, a flash of sword light sliced through the air. The cloaked figure felt a sudden chill wash over his neck, blood gushing forth. That moment, he recalled that in his fervent attempt to slay the young girl, he had unleashed the profound sword technique, inadvertently loosening his grip on the Qian Kun 5 prison hand. It was likely that Ouyang Ruoqing had seized that opportunity to emerge. Ouyang Ruoqing swiftly turned and dashed toward another battlefield, while Zhang Linger, having risen to her feet, noticed a luminous orb ascending beside the cloaked figure, realizing it was the man's soul. She hesitated momentarily before capturing that essence and encasing it within a sphere, subsequently stowing the cloaked man's lifeless body into her spirit beast pouch. Bai Luoqing, striving to maintain the integrity of his protective barrier while fending off the attacks of 2 cloaked figures, felt a blade slash across his body, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, Ouyang Ruoqing soon emerged, diverting one of the attackers, leaving him to contend with the other. Yet, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Losing his grip on his sword, which slipped from his hand. In that moment of negligence, the cloaked figure's palm struck toward his chest. He sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy compressing against him. But he was unable to muster his own power for a counterattack, retreating as best he could. However, his speed pal subsequently, Ouyang Ruoqing gathered the scattered stones from the ground and handed them back to Zhang Ling'er. Upon receiving them, Zhang Ling'er immediately ceased her objections, nodding obediently. Having pacified his junior sister, Ouyang Ruoqing then roused Yu Qinlan and Ning Haoyu, informing them that they had been ambushed, Zhao Tianwen had perished, and Bai Luoqing had sustained injuries. It was he who returned and drove the assailants away, saving several individuals. The two harbored no suspicions, merely feeling sorrow over the loss of a fellow disciple. Bai Luoqing regained consciousness during the night, finding the three junior disciples already asleep. Ouyang Ruoqing communicated through thought, reiterating Zhang Ling'er's account. But he altered the detail of being stuffed into a spirit beast pouch to one of being concealed by stones. Reflecting on the matter, Bai Luoqing recognized that most of the events aligned, yet one detail felt amiss. Originally, there had been a trace of demonic energy within him, which he had reluctantly allowed to infiltrate his body under duress. In such circumstances, there was no alternative but to succumb to the demonic influence. However, now, there was not a trace of demonic energy left in his body. Surely, something extraordinary had transpired. Demonic energy was notoriously difficult to expel, akin to maggots clinging to bones. Even with the combined efforts of the entire Qiong sect, they could only barely suppress it. It must have taken some celestial means for someone to have extracted all the demonic energy from him. He posed his inquiry to Ouyang Ruoqing, who shook his head in ignorance but expressed delight that Bai Luoqing had finally freed himself from the control of the demonic energy, with no further answers forthcoming. Bai Luoqing shifted the conversation to the deceased figure in the black robe. Just then, Zhang Ling'er awoke and, upon hearing her senior brother inquire about the corpse, retrieved it from the spirit beast pouch. The two brothers exchanged peculiar glances at their junior sister, and Bai Luoqing tactfully remarked, "Junior sister, the elders of the beast god peak would never agree to feed a spirit beast with a human corpse. And spirit beasts do not consume human remains." Zhang Ling'er felt as though she had been struck by a thunderbolt. How had she, a charming and obedient young girl, become perceived in such a manner by her senior brothers? "Senior brother, is it possible that I merely seek to uncover the truth and preserve evidence?" Bai Luoqing sheepishly touched his nose in apology, mentally repeating that his junior sister was perfectly normal before unveiling the corpse's mask. A face emerged, unremarkable, youthful yet pallid, of which he had no recollection whatsoever. However, Zhang Ling'er recognized this individual as He Wei, a registered disciple of the fifth elder of the Spirit Sword sect, who had once courted the original host. Among the three, one must be Cheng Xian. Although he had switched to using a sword, in a moment of urgency, he had resorted to his knife intent. Could this possibly involve the Tianyu sect's machinations? Ouyang Ruoqing shared his speculation, yet Zhang Ling'er's attention was drawn to another matter. When did the demon lord's soul manifest? When we arrived here, I had spoken with senior brother Zhao, and he exhibited no abnormalities. It was only after I burst through the protective barrier and encountered him again that he appeared transformed. Bai Luoqing pondered for a moment, recalling that when he had activated the protective barrier, he felt no trace of demonic energy. It was only after his senior brother had dispatched one of the black-robed figures that he had suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, likely the moment he had been influenced by the demon lord. Is it possible that the trace of demonic soul was brought in by those three black-robed figures, and they were specifically targeting you, senior brother? Zhang Ling'er's words altered the expressions of both men. The three black-robed individuals had all utilized spiritual energy. If one of them were indeed from the Tianyu sect, it would imply a collusion between the Tianyu sect and the demon clan. Given the gravity of the situation, the two ceased their discourse. Bai Luoqing smiled gently at Zhang Ling'er, expressing gratitude for her covert application of the diamond talisman that had saved his life. No one around him could easily approach. Only his junior sister liked to tug at his sleeve, and surely, it was she who had stealthily affixed the talisman. No need for thanks. Although senior brother occasionally finds me bothersome, I always keep him in my thoughts, Zhang Ling'er replied, her expression one of feigned grievance, which stirred a twinge of guilt in Bai Luoqing. Chapter 25, The Master Comes to Fetch Them. However, Ouyang Ruoqing felt even more wronged. It turned out that his junior sister had only been concerned for her second senior brother. Senior brother asked me to tug at his sleeve, yet senior brother master forbade it. Zhang Ling'er cast a reproachful glance. You yourself keep others at arm's length. How can you blame me for not daring to approach? Observing the growing sense of injustice between the two, Bai Luoqing found it amusing and pulled Zhang Ling'er closer, saying, Do not mind your master brother. His cultivation does not necessitate the diamond talisman. Get some more rest. Tomorrow we shall complete the remaining areas, and then we must depart. Zhang Lingo was led away to sleep. And after that, she heard little of what her senior brothers discussed. Having exhausted her spiritual energy multiple times today, she was indeed fatigued. In the midst of her dreams, Zhang Lingo suddenly felt a wave of refreshing comfort. As the previous headaches and fatigue dissipated entirely, upon witnessing their junior sister asleep, Ouyang Ruoqing and Bai Luoqing experienced a breakthrough, marveling at how one could advance a realm simply by resting. Was it they who were abnormal, or was the world simply too absurd? When they awoke, they completed their exploration of this area, which had seen numerous visitors, resulting in minimal gains before finally departing the secret realm. Upon exiting, the five were taken aback to find the exit of the secret realm teeming with people. Upon spotting Ouyang Ruoqing, someone shouted, "Heavens!" Ouyang Ruoqing truly went in. Before the group could fully comprehend the situation, a massive hand descended from the sky, sweeping them onto a spirit vessel. As Zhang Lingo focused her gaze, she recognized it to be her master, the unperturbed Shinran. "Master, you have come to fetch us?" was Zhang Lingo's immediate reaction. "Master, what has transpired?" was Ouyang Ruoqing's inquiry. "Master, where are you taking us?" was Bai Luoqing, who pinpointed the core of the issue. The expression on Jinren's face was solemn, tinged with a hint of excitement. The Sword Ancestors' legacy estate is about to open once more. The Tianji Academy has agreed to grant each sect 10 places. Fortunately, you all have emerged, or else you would have missed the opportunity. Zhang Lingo thought to herself, "Here it comes. This is my cousin's first moment of fortune." In previous lives, after joining the Spirit Sword sect, she accompanied her cousin to this Sword Ancestors' estate. Clearly, the Sangyu Divine Sword was intended for her. Yet she had pushed it into her cousin's hands. With the power of the Divine Sword, her cousin quickly made a name for herself during the sect competition, achieving an almost unbroken string of victories. She could not afford to let the Sangyu Divine Sword slip through her fingers again, but how would she navigate the trials of fate? "Master, which 10 of our sect's disciples are entering?" Bai Luoqing was particularly concerned about the allocation of places. If there were insufficient spots, he would be willing to withdraw, as he had already resolved to specialize in array techniques due to the deterioration of his sword heart. Making further progress in the sword path exceedingly difficult, Jinren seemed to sense his disciples' thoughts and hastily replied, "The Tianji Academy has only agreed to allow disciples to enter. You 6, as direct disciples, along with 4 from the Sword Peak, will suffice. And how you is also among the allotted places. There happened to be 4 disciples being prioritized at Sword Peak, so Bai Luoqing had no further objections. Yiqilan suddenly became quite excited. "Master, will the sect leader and 3rd master also be coming?" Jinren nodded with a smile. "Indeed, they have already arrived and are waiting for you." Then he turned to regard his little disciple, but was astonished. "This is the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. How did your cultivation rise so swiftly in just a few days within the secret realm? Did you encounter some fortuitous event?" Bai Luoqing surmised what had startled his master and communicated the events that transpired in the secret realm, including his junior sister's rapid comprehension of sword intent and her remarkable feat of draining the marrow-cleansing spirit spring. He speculated that her rapid breakthrough was related to the spirit spring. Naturally, they also recounted the dangers they faced, as well as his own expulsion of the demonic energy, yet he remained clueless as to who had facilitated its removal. Jinren listened, his eyes wide, and waved his hand for others to remain silent, needing a moment to compose himself. His little disciple was astonishing. He had encountered a prodigy capable of drawing 8th-grade talismans. He would not be surprised if she were the reincarnation of a great being. Thus, in such perilous circumstances, saving others and comprehending sword intent was quite acceptable. There must be a significant secret surrounding Linger. But she harbored no ill intentions toward the sect, so it was unnecessary to dwell on her matters. Pondering would only lead to self-torment. Reflecting on his 2nd disciple, it was fortunate that the Demon Lord had not taken him. Had it not been for Linger and Ruoqing, the consequences would have been dire. Was the Demon Lord's soul brought into the secret realm by those 3 black-robed figures, if one of them truly belonged to the Tianyu sect? Did it imply a collusion with the Demon Clan? The artifact that had trapped Ruoqing seemed to resemble the 5th elder of the Spirit Sword sect's Qian Kuan 5 prison technique. Could this matter be linked to the Spirit Sword sect? One question after another surfaced, leaving Jinren's head spinning. Without any evidence beyond an unnamed corpse, pondering was futile. They would have to investigate thoroughly later. Calling his little disciple to his side, Jinren earnestly advised, "You must no longer attempt to seize the possessions of the Demon Lord. I fear I cannot protect you should he come for you. Additionally, you cannot consume everything indiscriminately. Fortunately, the spirit spring liquid did not harm your body. Otherwise, Even a great Luo golden immortal could not save you. Zhang Linger nodded obediently, while Ouyang Ruoqing and Bai Luoqing exchanged glances, wondering if their master could not delve into the more fundamental aspects of their junior sister's character, such as her audacity, her excessive frugality, or the fact that she often acted without consulting her senior brothers. After resolving concerns regarding his little disciple, Jinren glanced at Ouyang Ruoqing, affirming this disciple poses no issues, before leading his second disciple into a room for a thorough examination of his body and to inquire about some details. After a day of flight, the members of the Taichung sect arrived at Tianhua City, located in the heart of the eastern state, entering the inn they had previously rented, the Sword Peak's master. Wu Jinren personally greeted several disciples at the entrance. After customary salutations, Yi Qinglong inquired curiously, "Why do we not see the other three direct disciples?" Wu Jinren's chiseled features momentarily wrinkled, and after a pause, he responded, "They had matters to attend to." Zhang Linger and Yi Qinglong exchanged a glance, realizing that he was not being truthful. There was definitely something amiss. Upon entering the grand hall, Wu Qin, the true man, sat at the head seat, sighed, and addressed his third disciple. "Speak up. What trouble have those youngsters gotten into this time?" Wu Feng, the true man, scoffed. "One's locked up, another's tied up, and the other has run off. You can inquire yourself, as they are your disciples to educate." After saying this, he cast a glance at Ouyang Ruoqing and Bai Luoqing, sighing once more, wishing that all his disciples were as worry-free as the two of them. Wu Qin rubbed his forehead, seemingly troubled by the antics of several disciples. Zhang Lingo subtly tugged at Yi Qinglong's sleeve, her eyes inquiring about the situation. "They must have fought again," Yi Qinglong whispered, and then quietly pulled Zhang Linger outside. The two made their way to a small courtyard, where Yi Qinglong confidently approached a locked room, stopping before its door. "Little junior disciple, we have come to see you." Yi Qinglong knocked loudly on the door, which soon revealed half a youthful face through the crack, a clear boyish voice following. "Stop knocking. I knew it was you just by your voice. What is the current situation? Did third uncle report me? My master hasn't decided on my punishment, has he?" "Third uncle hasn't reported anything. He left it to the sect master to handle. What did you do to anger them so?" Yi Qinglong's voice brimmed with curiosity and a hint of schadenfreude. Clearly this was not the first nor the last time. "Oh, this is your new junior sister, Zhang Lingo." Yi Qinglong suddenly remembered Zhang Linger beside her and made a brief introduction. "Inside is your fifth senior brother, Qi Haoren. He is on our side." Zhang Lingo was taken aback. Was there really a division among them? Qi Haoren, peering through the door crack, noticed the obedient little girl and paid her little mind, instead regaling his achievements. Zhang Linger soon understood that the fifth senior brother disapproved of the fourth senior brother's decorous and polite demeanor and had been seeking trouble with him all along. Naturally, the third uncle favored the fourth senior brother, thus provoking the fifth senior brother's rebellious spirit, leading him to engage in all that he was explicitly told not to do. "Alas, I didn't intend to cause any trouble. I merely wanted to see how furious Yu Chumpeng would get, so I stole his belongings." He actually endured it all the way. Who would have thought he would come looking for a fight? "So you were confined for fighting." Yi Qinglong pondered the scene and confidently concluded, drawing upon past experiences to make an accurate guess. How simple it would have been. Third senior brother went mad, claiming that the junior disciples were fighting, and as the third senior brother, he was supposed to discipline us. Ignoring third uncle's objections, he gave both me and Yu Chumpeng a beating. Yi Qinglong was taken aback, taking a moment before asking, "If third senior brother has already punished you, why are you still confined?" Qi Haoren's voice became strained, losing some of its bravado. "I was just so infuriated. When third senior brother turned to leave, I kicked him in the rear." Zhang Linger twitched her mouth. This was indeed a typical mischief maker. I wonder if the heavenly way takes notice of such rascals. You dare provoke even third senior brother. He must have gone easy on you. A voice interrupted from behind them. It was Bai Luoqing, who produced a key to unlock the door, releasing Qi Haoren from his bindings and gesturing for them to follow him. At last, Zhang Lingo beheld the true visage of her fifth senior brother. He appeared to be around 14 or 15, with a handsome face marred by bruises, one eye swollen shut. Despite this, his dimples still lent him an air of playful charm. Qi Haoren, seeing his second senior brother, yearned to recount the third senior brother's tyranny, rushing to tug at his sleeve, only to be evaded. However, this was evidently a common occurrence, and he did not mind. Still pouting in a pitiful manner, "Second brother, look at my eye. One should not strike a face." His lamentation abruptly ceased as his gaze fell upon the delicate hand that had suddenly appeared on the second brother's sleeve. Following that hand, he noticed the new junior sister, who walked beside the second brother, her eyes glinting with a hint of mockery and provocation. So the second brother was not unwilling to be tugged, but rather simply refused to be tugged by him. Bai Luoqing paid no heed to his fifth junior brother's words. Noticing the little junior sister pulling at his sleeve, he turned to her with an inquiring gaze. The little junior sister looked up and bestowed upon him an innocent smile, nearly melting his heart, prompting him to affectionately ruffle her hair. The affectionate exchange between the senior siblings stung Qi Haoren's heart. Among the four brothers, only the second brother had shown him any care, and now that affection was claimed by this little junior sister, it felt as though the second brother's attention had shifted entirely away from him. A pang of hurt surged through the youth, his eyes reddening as he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Zhang Ling'er, observing his reaction, smirked and grasped Yu Qinlan's hand, suggesting they venture into the city for an evening of fun. Bai Luoqing led the group to another courtyard, knocking on an unlocked door, which was quickly opened by a strapping youth with prominent brows and eyes, radiating righteousness. Bai Luoqing introduced him as Zhang Ling'er's fourth senior brother. Yu Chengping exchanged greetings with Zhang Ling'er, presenting her with a token of their first meeting, his every gesture thoroughly proper. However, Zhang Ling'er found it strange, although the fourth senior brother bore bruises as well. He seemed more mature than his years, yet something felt amiss, though she could not quite articulate what. Reflecting on her past lives, she had no recollection of this fourth senior brother causing any incidents. So she chose not to delve deeper. Upon returning to the main hall, Zhang Ling'er immediately noticed a striking figure clad in red standing in the center, who turned to reveal an astounding beauty. It was a beauty beyond description, and while Zhang Ling'er had always considered her second brother to be an exceptionally handsome man, even Lin Muqing, the most beautiful woman she had encountered in her past life, seemed to pale in comparison before this individual. This was true ethereal beauty. Little junior sister, wipe your drool, came her second brother's teasing voice. Zhang Ling'er tugged at his sleeve, but could not tear her gaze away. Dreamily asking, second brother, who is this beautiful sister? She is so lovely. Laughter erupted, and the beautiful figure's expression darkened, prompting Zhang Ling'er to sense something was amiss. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the figure's chest was flat, and he donned male attire, standing notably taller than an ordinary woman. This was a man. Ha ha ha, little junior sister, the sister before you is your third senior brother, Zhou Yizhua, who is indeed more beautiful than any woman. Alas, Qi Haoren's laughter swiftly turned into a tragedy as Zhou Yizhua smacked him on the head, causing him to wince in pain. Zhang Ling'er awkwardly addressed Zhou Yizhua as third senior brother. Receiving only a disdainful snort and a dismissive glare in return, the six siblings were rarely gathered, yet the atmosphere was far from pleasant. Wu Chen, the true man, did not wish to delve deeply into his disciples' affairs, merely offering a few words of reprimand before turning to discuss the upcoming journey to the Sword Ancestor's legacy. This legacy belonged to Li Xuanyi, the first sword cultivator to ascend, containing nearly 10,000 sword intents left behind. To comprehend even a single sword intent within was an immense stroke of fortune. Upon reaching the center, you will behold the Xuanyi Sword Monument, which encapsulates all sword intents. Li Xuanyi's insights on the sword path are preserved there. Everyone may sit beneath the monument to comprehend the sword way. Of course, if one fails to grasp it, it is of no consequence, for the area is rich in spiritual energy, making it a fine place for cultivation as well. Zhang Ling'er understood immediately. This was to say that acquiring the opportunities within would be exceedingly difficult. Yet should one fail, they could still benefit from the abundant spiritual energy. Master, you seem quite knowledgeable about the circumstances inside. Have you been there yourself? Upon hearing his little disciple's inquiry, Wu Chen softened his tone. Reminiscing, when I was your second brother's age, I too entered. Back then, the legacy was open to all. Every sword cultivator could seek their fortune there. Some comprehended sword intents, others obtained spirit swords, and some even made breakthroughs of 2 levels. That place is the sacred ground in the hearts of every sword cultivator. You must be diligent in your comprehension. Do not squander this opportunity. Zhang Ling'er sensed an issue. Master, why is it that the Sword Ancestor's legacy was accessible to all in earlier years, yet now has limited entry? Wu Chen paused, and Wu Feng's displeased voice interjected. In earlier years, the legacy appeared randomly, but ever since it manifested behind the Tianji Academy, it became fixed there, belonging solely to the Tianji Academy. Since then, to enter the legacy, one must obtain consent from the Academy. Zhang Ling'er's eyes widened. Such manipulation was indeed possible. Master, is it true that in the world of cultivation, anything unclaimed belongs to whoever obtains it? For instance, if our Taiqing sect acquires the Tianyuan secret realm, it would be our Taiqing sect's, correct? Wu Chen lightly tapped his little disciple's forehead. You think too naively. The Tianyuan secret realm is a hidden world within space. Nourished by the heavens and protected by the heavenly way. It is not something a single sect can claim. Typically, it requires the cooperation of 5 or more sects. As for the ancestral estate of the Sword Master, it serves as his private sanctuary. The Tianji Academy enlisted the expertise of a powerful figure skilled in spatial techniques, expending countless resources to stabilize this estate. Although they have imposed restrictions on the number of entrants, they have nonetheless preserved its location in the eastern province. Thus, the situation is ambiguous, with both advantages and disadvantages. You need not dwell on these matters. Simply seek your fortune. I have just heard that the entry time for the Sword Master's estate has been postponed to 5 days from now. Zhou Yixue suddenly interjected, his tone casual and dismissive. Noticing his master's puzzled expression, he smirked. Did you not know? The Tianji Academy stated that they would wait for the disciples of the Lingjin sect and the Tianyu sect to return from the Tianyuan secret realm before proceeding. Hence the delay. The expression of real person Wu Chen darkened significantly, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing any objections, instructing his disciples to return to their cultivation while he secluded himself with real person Wufeng. After they exited, Bai Luoqing detained the departing Zhou Yixue, his demeanor serious. Pray tell, what transpired just now? Zhou Yixue shrugged off his grasp, adjusting his robe as he replied, what else could it be? Master approached the Tianji Academy's representatives to discuss the return of several disciples from the Tianyuan secret realm. Seeking to postpone the time, only to be denied, that prompted him to rush to the entrance of the secret realm to meet you all. Little did he know, it was not that the Tianji Academy could not delay, but rather that Master lacked sufficient influence. The Lingjin sect and the Tianyu sect had merely sent their elders, and the Academy acquiesced to them. Ouyang Ruoqing and Bai Luoqing's expression soured, while the younger disciples seethed with indignation, perceiving the Tianji Academy's actions as unjust and dismissive of the Taichung sect. However, Zhong Linger remained composed, observing, this is a classic case of a weak nation lacking diplomatic leverage. The highest cultivation level in the Taichung sect is that of Master, who is at the integration stage. Unlike other sects that have more formidable elders in residence, the peak leaders possess little renown, and only the Taichung Shuangjiao gained any acclaim. Yet one of them has now fallen, leaving only the eldest brother to maintain any semblance of prestige. Among the 5 great sects, the Taichung sect has the fewest disciples, whereas the other 4 sects boast a combined total of at least 50 to 60,000 members. The Taichung sect has merely 5 to 6,000, with disciples often wandering far and wide in pursuit of resources. Their reputation as the most impoverished sect is well known, and it is no surprise that they are treated with disdain. Many have begun to question the Taichung sect's status as one of the 5 major sects, making the upcoming sect competition a pivotal moment, as it directly impacts the distribution of benefits among the 12 major sects of the eastern province. Historically, the Taichung sect has failed to secure good resources, leading to its decline and eventual extinction. Nevertheless, the disciples could only voice their grievances about the adults' matters before setting them aside to attend to their own affairs. Yi Qinglan took Zhang Linger and Qi Haoran out for a stroll. The trio's dynamics were far from harmonious, as Qi Haoran ignored Zhang Linger, who likewise showed no inclination to engage with her 5th senior brother, despite Yi Qinglan's efforts to enliven the atmosphere. It remained uncomfortable. Linger, is that truly you? A gentle and warm voice called from behind, sending a shiver down Zhang Lingo's spine and triggering an instinctual desire to flee. Reluctantly turning around, she found her cousin, Zhang Yuxue, standing before her. Having not seen each other for a few days, Zhang Yuxue appeared even more radiant and confident, her aura significantly strengthened. Likely nearing the golden core stage, a glance at those surrounding her confirmed her companions. El Mingyu stood beside her, while Qin Dongxiu and Lang Qingyu walked closely behind. 3 of the 4 devoted admirers had arrived, explaining her newfound warmth and pride. Little sister, how have you fared during this time? I imagine you've endured much hardship. Look, you've lost weight. Zhang Yuxue reached out a hand, only to have it evaded by Zhang Lingo, who retorted, Zhang Deyu, I have severed ties with the Zhang family. Please refrain from addressing me as sister in the future. And do not touch me, as we are not close. Zhang Yushue's hand froze momentarily before she lowered it in disappointment, her eyes welling with tears as she fought to suppress her sorrow. Sister, what nonsense are you speaking? You are still so young. Without family, what will you do? This is unacceptable. You should leave the Taichung sect and come with me to the Lingjin sect. Master has agreed to take you as an inner disciple. Come now, stay with your sister. I will take good care of you. Zhang Yuxue forcefully grasped Zhang Linger's arm, pulling her toward herself, her nails digging into Zhang Lingo's flesh without her noticing. Zhang Lingo initially felt the pain, but soon that familiar sensation of being ensnared returned, compelling her feet to move involuntarily towards. Though the last lightning punishment was not particularly severe, he had exhausted his mental energy, resulting in a deep slumber lasting 3 days before he could fully recover. Subsequently, a multitude of individuals arrived, inquiring about the 8th grade talisman, and he painstakingly managed to quell their relentless questioning. Zhang Lingo beamed sweetly, assuring her master that there should be no lightning retribution this time. Although she was to create her own talisman, it would not contravene the heavenly principles, thus sparing her master from another thunderstrike. Master Wuchen felt a measure of relief but, after some contemplation, made a request for Zhang Lingo to draw another 8th grade divine thunder talisman. Zhang Lingo was at a loss for words. Her master was assisting her yet still expected compensation. She had intended to craft a talisman for her own protection. Once again taking control of her master's body, Zhang Lingo effortlessly sketched the divine thunder talisman. Next, she aimed to create a talisman for avoidance, aptly named Retreating 3 Steps. As the name suggests, she wished to maintain a distance of 10 zhang from Zhong Yuxue, preferring to keep far from someone she could not provoke. Such a talisman had never been drawn before. Typically, when encountering disliked individuals, one either ignored them or resorted to violence. So why would anyone go to the trouble of maintaining distance? Only in Zhang Lingo's unique circumstances would such a talisman be necessary. Having mentally rehearsed the designed talisman, Zhang Lingo's brush danced across the paper. However, halfway through, she encountered that familiar sense of obstruction, her brush tip moving forward only with great difficulty, as if the heavens themselves forbade her from continuing. As if the Tao would not permit the emergence of such a talisman, Master Wu Chun had anticipated this predicament and, akin to the last time, aided his little disciple by shattering the inexplicable constraints, allowing Zhang Lingo's hand to move freely. At last, the final stroke was completed, and with a flash of spiritual light, Zhang Lingo returned to her own body. Before she could utter a word, a wondrous sensation enveloped her. A beam of divine light descended from the heavens, alighting upon Master Wu Chun, while a gentle rain of spiritual energy began to fall around them. The droplets, upon contact with her skin, felt akin to a deft hand massaging her meridians, mending hidden injuries within her body, a wave of refreshing sensations surging into her consciousness, even elevating her spirit. This was spiritual rain, a reward from the heavens for those who had made breakthroughs in their understanding of the Tao or contributed to its path. This indicated that the Tao recognized the merit of her retreating 3 steps talisman. Yet, if the Tao deemed the emergence of this new talisman beneficial, why then did it obstruct her from completing it? Zhang Lingo found herself perplexed, yet the pleasant sensation reminded her that this divine rain, accessible by merely approaching her master, was indeed a precious boon. Without delay, she dashed out of the room and into her second brother's quarters, pulling him along as she ran back. Although her second brother's sword heart was damaged, she was uncertain if the spiritual rain would benefit him, yet it was worth a try regardless. Chapter 29, Master breaks through to the Great Ascension. Master Wu Chun, upon realizing Zhong Lingo had gone to seek by Luo Qing, swiftly sent a message for the disciples to gather. This was a rare opportunity, one that might not emerge for a century or even a millennium. Even merely absorbing the overflow of spiritual rain would be advantageous. Zhong Lingo pushed her second brother forward, urging him to lean against their master, only to discover that he was somewhat embarrassed. Having donned only an undergarment, with a playful whistle, Zhang Lingo widened her eyes, scrutinizing him. The pristine fabric clung to her second brother's jade-like form, imparting an unexpected frail beauty. Bai Luoqing gritted his teeth and shot her a glare, hastily retrieving an outer garment to wear. Just as other disciples rushed in, breaking the awkward tension, most of the spiritual rain fell upon Master Wu Chun, and the area of overflow was limited, causing everyone to cluster around him. Master Wu Feng stood at the periphery, drawing in the drifting spiritual rain while loudly inquiring, "Master brother, what have you done to garner such a grand opportunity?" Master Wu Chun merely smiled, not out of pretense, but because he had yet to devise a suitable explanation. My master imparted wisdom to me, stating that the Tao is not merely born of heaven and earth but arises from the sentient being's perceptions of all things. Thus, the path of cultivation is not immutable. One must forge their own understanding and continuously refine the teachings of the past. At this juncture, spiritual rain suddenly manifested. Zhong Lingo chimed in with a grin, playfully catching 2 droplets of spiritual rain in her hand, deftly addressing everyone's curiosity. Master Wu Feng expressed admiration for his elder brother's deeper comprehension of the Tao. Master Wu Chun, however, remained silent, not from uncertainty but from the effort of suppressing the surging spiritual energy within him. The influx of spiritual rain shattered the stagnation of his cultivation, and he recognized that he was on the verge of a significant breakthrough. However, he knew he could not allow himself to ascend just yet. For doing so would halt the flow of spiritual rain. Such a precious opportunity could not be squandered. Thus he diligently restrained the impending surge of power, struggling to articulate even a word. After half an hour, as the spiritual rain began to dissipate, several individuals, drawn by the heavenly light, approached, eager to partake in the spiritual bounty. When inquiries arose regarding the phenomenon, Master Wu Feng echoed Zhong Linger's explanation. While some remained skeptical, they had no grounds for dispute, as those who reaped the benefits were unwilling to divulge their secrets. Once the spiritual rain subsided, Master Wu Chen declared, "I shall go through tribulation." Before vanishing from sight, Master Wu Feng remained momentarily stunned before erupting in joy, entrusting the disciples to Ouyang Ruoqing as he pursued him. Ouyang Ruoqing dismissed the onlookers and instructed the younger disciples to rest before joining by Luoqing and Zhang Lingo's room. Zhang Lingo had just transferred a few droplets of spiritual rain into a sphere, noticing that the gray luminescent mass had absorbed the energy, becoming more solidified. As she pondered the transformation of the mass, her two elder brothers arrived, prompting her to inquire about her second brother's condition. Bai Luoqing chuckled lightly, stating, "There is some effect. My breathing has improved significantly. Yet the corrosive wounds cannot be fully mended by spiritual rain." Noting their disappointment, he shifted the topic. "Little sister, what transpired earlier? You need not deceive us. Master has never imparted teachings, and those words you attributed to him are implausible." Zhang Lingo was taken aback. How could the esteemed sect leader lack the ability to impart wisdom? What a claim that would be if spoken aloud. "Elder brother, second brother, if you wish to know, just ask Master yourself. I cannot speak on his behalf." Unable to conjure a plausible reason, she opted to deflect the matter onto her master. Leaving it for him to resolve, the two exchanged glances, confirming that their master was indeed concealing something, yet they chose not to press further. Ouyang Ruoqing hesitated before speaking. "Little sister, your sister mentioned. Elder brother. Zhong Yuxue is not my sister. I have no connection to her, and her words are but nonsense," Zhang Lingo interjected, turning to her second brother with earnestness. "Second brother, you saved me tonight, truly. Please continue to do so in the future." Seeing the gravity of her words, the two brothers understood her sentiments, allowing them to depart with lighter hearts. The adorable little sister had firmly nestled herself in their hearts, making it difficult to let go. Ouyang Ruoqing maintained a stern demeanor towards his younger siblings, establishing daily tasks and forbidding any outings, ensuring all remained dutifully within their chambers. 2 days later, Master Wu Chen returned, supported by Master Wu Feng. Though gravely injured, their joy was palpable, for Master Wu Chen had successfully ascended to the Great Ascension Realm. In the days that followed, individuals from the Tianyuan secret realm arrived in succession, with the Tianji Academy notifying the specific opening date of the Sword Ancestor's legacy. Before their departure, Master Wu Chen discreetly summoned Zhong Lingo, presenting her with the retreating 3 steps talisman. "Lingo, I must thank you. Thanks to your assistance, I have received spiritual rain and achieved a breakthrough to the Great Ascension." Zhong Linger clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "So to express your gratitude, are you giving me the Divine Thunder Talisman?" Master Wu Chun twitched his lips. This child, why must she mention the Divine Thunder Talisman? That was an 8th grade talisman, not something to be given away lightly. Upon returning, Master will teach you a unique technique. This is one of my ultimate skills. Master Wu Chen shattered his little disciple's fantasies. Ruffling her hair before striding to the front of the line, the plaza of the Tianji Academy was vast, and as the group from the Taichung sect arrived, many had already gathered there. "Ha ha ha, Master Wu Chen, it has been quite some time. I heard you recently received the heavenly spiritual rain. Truly, what great fortune." A venerable elder with an ethereal demeanor approached, his smile warm and welcoming. "Ha ha ha. Master Tianqian, you flatter me. This was merely an incidental enlightenment." Master Wu Chen greeted the crowd with a smile, exchanging pleasantries. Suddenly, Master Tianqian shifted the conversation, speaking softly. "Master Wu Chen, you must ensure Ouyang Ruoqing and Bai Luoqing are allowed to enter the Sword Ancestor's legacy. Have they not already comprehended the sword intent? Indeed, what significance remains for those who have grasped the sword intent to enter? It would be better to allocate those spots to others," a deep male voice interjected. Zhong Linger looked up to see Ming Yuan, the leader of the Tianyu sect. Master Wu Chen's smile faded. The Sword Ancestor's legacy contains abundant opportunities. Even without comprehending the sword intent, they could still obtain other treasures. Are you suggesting they might acquire the Tsungyu divine sword? When the opportunity arises, one can never be certain. As their discussion grew tense, a crowd began to gather around them. Master Tianxian hastily interjected. Gentlemen, let us not quarrel. I believe allowing Ouyang Ruoqing to enter the legacy will benefit us all. In this passage, the corridor is filled with a swirling sword aura, making it exceedingly difficult for the junior disciples to pass through. With his assistance in clearing the way, everyone can rest assured about the safety of the disciples. Chapter 30. A request for assistance. Realizing he had no words left, Master Mingyuan turned away in frustration, while Master Wuqing emitted a snort, feeling he had the upper hand. However, Zhang Lingo sensed something amiss. Why should her senior brother be compelled to pave the way for everyone merely based on a single utterance? Was her senior brother to be treated as a free laborer? Moreover, with her senior brother injured, it was already a struggle for him to care for the few of them, let alone assist everyone else. Zhang Lingo's timid voice broke the silence, drawing the gaze of the crowd towards Ouyang Ruoqing. Ouyang Ruoqing wore a stiff expression, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. His junior sister's words were too abrupt, leaving him unprepared. What was he to do? Lie down on the ground? Suddenly, Zhong Linger threw herself into Ouyang Ruoqing's embrace, her hand discreetly twisting his waist beneath his sleeve, causing him to wince in pain. Senior brother, I'm sorry. Did I press on your injury? She exclaimed, stepping back hurriedly, appearing flustered and on the verge of tears. Injured? How coincidental. Who could have possibly harmed him? When Master Mingyuan inquired, Zhang Lingo stamped her foot in anger. We don't know who it was. In the Tianyuan secret realm, a hand suddenly appeared, trapping my senior brother and attempting to pull him into a vortex, all while trying to take our lives. Thankfully, my senior brother is formidable and managed to break free and save us, but he sustained considerable injury in the process. Oh, Master Mingyuan, please don't doubt me. I have evidence. With that, Zhang Lingo produced a fist-shaped artifact from her bosom, revealing a sword mark that had severed 2 fingers. She then retrieved a black-robed corpse from her spirit beast pouch and tossed it onto the ground. Behold, this is the one who harmed my senior brother. Along with the artifact, I kindly ask everyone to help identify them, so we can ascertain who sought to harm my senior brother. Whispers erupted among the crowd, many eyes turning towards the leading figure from the Lingjin sect, Master Lingfeng. While few recognized the corpse, some acknowledged the artifact. Master Lingfeng, taken aback by the sight of both, instinctively felt that acknowledging this matter could lead to significant trouble. Master Wuqing, esteemed colleagues, I am unclear as to how the situation arose. As mere outer disciples, why would they come into conflict with those from the Taichung sect? Zhang Lingo pressed urgently. Was he with his fellow disciples? Could you inform us which individuals accompanied him? The black-robed assailants were numerous, and my senior sister documented the events with a recording stone. Is there further evidence? Master Lingfeng dared not speak carelessly any longer, nor could he disclose the names of the disciples who had accompanied them. He quickly altered his approach. I must return to the sect to investigate this matter thoroughly to provide an explanation to the Taichung sect. Rest assured, if it is indeed our disciples who acted recklessly, we at the Lingjian sect will come to apologize. The Dean of Tianxin also interjected. Master Wuqing, given that Master Lingfeng is also in the dark regarding the circumstances, and he has promised to provide clarification, perhaps we should temporarily set this matter aside. With all sects gathered, let us discuss entering the Sword Ancestor's ruins. Suppressing his anger, Master Wuqing joined the other sect leaders and elders in discussion. Meanwhile, Xiao Haotian approached, accompanied by several disciples from the Wanluo sect. Ouyang, Aiken, it seems you encountered quite a bit during your time in the secret realm. Do share your experiences. Ouyang Ruoqing glanced at his junior brothers behind him. Smirking slightly, I sustained injuries. Xiao Haotian let out a light scoff, tapping Ouyang Ruoqing's chest with his jade fan. Oh please, you were injured by your junior sister, weren't you? I know you too well. What do you know about my senior brother? Xiao Haotian leaned down, noticing Zhong Linger gazing at him with wide eyes, and he lowered his voice behind his fan. I know that in the Tianyuan secret realm, with your cultivation suppressed to the golden core stage, no one could possibly injure you or your fellow senior brothers, not even with the mightiest of artifacts. Indeed, he was perceptive, though he remained unaware of the existence of the demonic soul of the demon lord. Xiao Haotian called over a few of his junior disciples, placing a hand on Ouyang Ruoqing's shoulder. You've met my 3rd junior brother Li Qingyao and 4th junior brother Lei Foming. The others are new disciples, still not at the golden core stage. When my junior brothers cannot attend to you, could you lend a hand? Brother Xiao, my senior brother is injured, Zhang Lingo interjected cheerfully. But I still have my 2nd senior brother. We simply lack some artifacts. Xiao Haotian was taken aback, staring incredulously at Ouyang Ruoqing and Bai Luoqing. Wait, What connection do we have that necessitates this? Zhang Ling'er, undeterred by the puzzled expressions of her two senior brothers, firmly nodded. Carrying the smaller horn is quite exhausting. Senior brothers may not want it, but I certainly do. Bai Luoqing chuckled, playfully pinching the little junior sister's cheek. His affection evident. Yet, it only served to irritate Qi Haoran. That spoiled girl knows how to feign innocence and charm both my senior brother and second senior brother into granting her every whim. She can't even tug at my second senior brother's sleeve anymore, as he used to dote solely on me. Xiao Haoyan, having secured caretakers for his junior brothers, departed in high spirits, leaving several disciples to curiously observe the Taiqing sex group. Wow, the Taiqing twins truly rival even the senior brother in grace, that as the so-called incapable little waste. Who would have thought she'd receive such favor? Who is that beauty in red? How can someone be so stunning? Several junior disciples whispered among themselves, while the haughty Li Qingyao shot them a glare before turning away. Curiously, Lei Fengming looked at Yu Chengpeng and suddenly said, I heard you're also at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Shall we compete to see who reaches golden core first? Yu Chengpeng, puzzled, looked up. He only knew Lei Fengming in passing, having never spoken to him before, and was unsure where this notion was coming from. My senior brother said that among the direct disciples, only the Wuji sect, Danqiang Pavilion, and Tianyu sect are at golden core, while the Lingjin sect is only the new junior sister who isn't. In our Wanluo sect, only my second brother and I are not at golden core, but my second brother is a body cultivator, so he isn't comparable. The rest belong to the Taiqing sect, where 3 have yet to reach golden core, and you and I rank 4th, both being sword cultivators, making us the most comparable. What do you say? Shall we have a friendly competition? Chapter 31. The sword ancestor's ruins with his fighting spirit ignited. Lei Fengming felt that under suitable circumstances, he would have preferred a full-on duel. Yu Chengpeng frowned. The path to greatness is born from the cultivator's heart. How could one compare? Lei Fengming had anticipated rejection, but was taken aback by such a lofty refusal, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Was he facing a peer or a master? To shy away from competition was one thing, but to deliver such a grandiloquent refusal was another. A mocking voice rang out, and a strikingly handsome yet disdainful face emerged among the crowd. Beside him, Gu Yinza nudged him, then smiled as he greeted the Taiqiang sect members. Bai Luoqing glanced at the junior disciples accompanying Gu Yinza, chuckling. You come seeking something? I see. What's seeking? Are we so estranged? Gu Yinza grinned, producing a storage ring and handing it to Zhongling. Here, as a talisman drawn by my senior brother. Consider it a gift for the little junior sister to enjoy. Seeing Gu Yinza's amiable demeanor, Zhang Ling'er beamed, thumping her chest. Rest assured, senior brother Gu, your junior brothers will be well protected by my senior brother. Just as Gu Yinza was about to speak, the disdainful voice interrupted again. I don't need it. Please don't include me. Second junior brother. Gu Yinza awkwardly intervened, feeling exasperated by this disobedient disciple. Junior brother Lu Bin's cultivation truly does not require our oversight. What of Feng Ziyang? Bai Luoqing maintained his good-natured smile, inquiring regardless of whether he was transported to Shangqiu's Huanqing Pavilion and nearly could not return, or whether he suffered inhumane treatment due to those malicious messages. Both scenarios are not fit for public discourse. Li Sintang approached and grasped his 4th junior brother, casting a malevolent glance at the members of Taiqiang sect, emitting a cold snort before leading his group away. Zhang Ling'er smiled sweetly, noting that Zhao Qifeng could not even articulate where he had been sent, indicating that something amusing was about to unfold. News of the cue to enter the sword ancestor's legacy reached them, prompting Zhang Ling'er to pull her senior brother to the back of the line, compelling the others, whether willing or not, to follow in their wake. Seizing the opportunity while waiting to enter, Zhang Ling'er arranged the disciples from the 3 sects into an arrow formation, with her senior brother at the forefront, the second senior brother at the rear, the direct disciples flanking the sides, and the less skilled younger disciples in the middle. Observing this, many onlookers, including various sect leaders and elders, changed their expressions. The alliance of Taiqing sect, Wujimin, and Wanluozong undoubtedly conferred a significant advantage, especially with Ouyang Ruoqing leading the charge, ensuring the safe passage of others. Why had they not thought to join forces with other sects themselves? The president of Tianxian opened a void portal at the back of the academy's mountain, and the disciples filed in. Upon stepping through the void door, they entered a dark space, filled with countless silvery lights and intersecting sword energies. In the distance, another white light gate could be seen. This was the trial one must face to enter the sword ancestor's legacy. All must advance through the gate while simultaneously fending off the onslaught of sword energies. Before they could truly enter the sword ancestors' domain, this trial was no easy feat. The closer one approached the light gate, the more intense the sword energies became. Ultimately, hundreds of sword energies would converge in an assault. And only those of exceptional talent in the sword arts could pass through. The threshold of the sword ancestor was exceedingly high. Those lacking sufficient talent or cultivation would find themselves barred from entry. It was said that a later sword cultivator had once shielded 2 junior disciples with formidable strength, paving a new way of thinking for many. If someone could withstand the sword energy's assault, others could pass through safely. Thus, various sects would send their stronger disciples to escort those with potential but lesser strength, maximizing their chances of nurturing talent. Surrounded by her group, Zhang Lingo moved with the flow while keenly observing her surroundings. Apart from their relatively large contingent, other groups were organized by sect, with 10 individuals led by a senior brother moving forward slowly. At first, the sword energy was sparse and manageable, but as they progressed, it intensified and multiplied, causing the leading senior brother to struggle to maintain control. The once orderly formation began to falter. Some disciples were injured by the sword energy, either collapsing or retreating to avoid burdening the team. Their group progressed the most steadily, with her senior brother wielding a long sword to carve a path. He deflected or severed the silver-white sword energies, allowing those behind him to remain largely unscathed. The close disciples around him were indeed formidable, particularly Lu Bin from Wujiman, who exuded an arrogant confidence, his swordplay already hinting at the nascent form of sword intent. Feng Ziyang also performed admirably, intertwining sword energy with techniques, effectively sealing the surrounding aura, ensuring none of his younger disciples were harmed by the sword energies. Li Qingyao of Wanluozong exhibited a bold and aggressive swordplay, growing more valiant with each strike. Seemingly eager for a fierce battle with the sword energies. A few times he nearly charged forward, but the cries of pain from his younger disciples brought him back, as he undoubtedly would have wreaked havoc otherwise. The warriors of Wanluozong were indeed combative, though Lei Foming could not compare to his third senior brother, given their disparity in cultivation levels. Despite being battered by the sword energies and covered in wounds, he remained silent, fighting tenaciously, even occasionally shielding his sect's disciples, proving himself to be a person of responsibility. As for her 3 senior brothers, Zhong Linger found it difficult to comment. The third senior brother trailed behind the second, occasionally wielding his sword, but mostly coasting along. Indeed, with the second senior brother present, there was little need for him to take action. The 4th and 5th senior brothers, likewise, followed closely behind the eldest, having no opportunity to contribute, both merely gazing around as she was. After half a day, numerous groups had already dispersed. Some had only 1 or 2 golden core disciples struggling to protect a younger disciple, while others were left to fend for themselves. Observing around, only the contingents from Taiqiong sect, Lingjian sect, and Tianyu sect remained relatively intact. Within Lingjian sect, Zhong Linger spotted Zhong Yuxue, protected by Lung Qingyu, indicating that she was indeed valued and favored by him. Otherwise, that cold individual would not single her out for such attention. As for Tianyu sect, Zhang Lingo could not deny their formidable strength, with a uniform presence of golden core disciples, a configuration unmatched by other sections. This was not to say that other sects lacked golden core sword cultivators, but rather that the majority of those present were newly cultivated disciples of significant promise, suggesting that Tianyu sect attracted students of superior talent compared to others. As the distance narrowed, the challenging moment finally arrived. Zhong Linger suddenly felt a sharp pain beneath her feet, as if countless needles were piercing her soles, with a sensation akin to something trying to burrow into her body. As a sword cultivator, she recognized this for what it was: sword energy lying in wait beneath the ground before the light gate, poised to assault those about to enter the sword ancestor's legacy. Watch your step. With Zhong Linger's warning, the others became aware of the peril beneath them, as countless sword energies lurked like predatory beasts, ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. The chilling killing intent paralyzed the younger disciples, leaving them unable to advance. Any further movement would unleash the sword energies upon them, and retreat was not an option. Having toiled to reach this point, they could not bear the thought of abandoning their efforts at the final hurdle. They stood frozen, while the members of Lingjin sect and Tianyu sect continued to advance. Lang Qingyu's palm turned, and a powerful sword intent radiated from his being, manifesting a colossal azure dragon amidst the dazzling light, lifting the disciples of Lingjin sect and Tianyu sect toward the light gate. This was the transformation of sword intent. Li Qingyao gasped in astonishment, while Zhang Lingo's heart sank. The transformation of sword intent represented the second realm of sword intent, a level only achieved by the master of Lingjin sect, Hongyuan Jinren, in the entirety of the eastern province. Clearly, he had left a trace of sword intent for his disciples to assist them in traversing this final stretch. But why were Lingjin sect's members aiding Tianyu sect as well? An onslaught of sword energies surged forth as if provoked by the Azure Dragon, launching an attack against it. The surrounding sword energies were drawn in, becoming even more ferocious and relentless, determined to shred this intruder. The Azure Dragon roared forward. Despite being torn apart by the sword energies, it persevered, delivering its passengers to the light gate just before being obliterated. The disciples surged toward the light gate, their figures flickering and vanishing within, while the Azure Dragon let out a final cry, dissipating into shimmering motes of light, leaving but one figure standing at the gate. Many faces grew solemn. Even the transformation of sword intent was shattered by the frenzied sword energies, illustrating the violent nature of the final stretch. Numerous individuals began to reconsider their determination. Zhang Linger, however, focused on the figure remaining at the light gate. It appeared to be Li Xintang. What was he doing there? Blocking the entrance to prevent others from entering. Such a despicable act was within his capabilities. He need not obstruct for long. If he could merely delay until he scattered their group and prevented half of them from entering, it would serve his purpose. Ouyang Ruoqing evidently had similar thoughts. His brow furrowing in concern, Zhang Lingo noticed his hesitation and quickly squeezed forward to inquire, "Senior brother, do you have a solution for the sword energies below? I can attempt it, but entering may not be easy." He replied. Zhang Lingo smirked cunningly, "Do not worry, senior brother. I shall deal with that hindrance." Ouyang Ruoqing sensed the confidence in his junior sister's words, unleashing his sword intent. The sound of swords ringing forth as the sword energies appeared to heed his call. Buzzing and bowing to him, the sword energies beneath suddenly fell silent, as if an overwhelming pressure rendered them unable to escape. Before a ruler, they could only temporarily yield. With a powerful shout, Ouyang Ruoqing commanded, "Forward," and led the group onward. Many disciples gasped in amazement. This was the first realm of sword intent. Summoning a sea of swords, it truly seemed as if a veritable sea of swords lay before them. Heavens, so senior brother Ouyang can command these sword intents, how impressive, exclaimed Lu Bin suddenly. "We must hurry. He cannot maintain this for long." The group was alarmed, hastening their pace. However, as they approached within 10 zhang of the light gate, they found Li Xintang standing with arms crossed, blocking the passage entirely. "Want to get in? Go ahead, crawl through my legs. Otherwise, this door won't be so easily breached." "What do you mean by this? Tianyu sect should not bully us." "Step aside. This isn't your territory. What gives you the right to dictate who enters?" "Li Xintang, if you continue like this, we will report you to our sect leader." The crowd erupted in shouts of indignation. But Li Xintang remained unfazed, casually maintaining his stance. "Go ahead. Shout all you want. The opportunities within the Sword Ancestors' legacy have nothing to do with you. Just turn back." Before him, the sea of swords stirred, causing a wave of astonishment among the crowd. They turned to gaze at Ouyang Ruoqing, whose forehead was now adorned with bulging veins, clearly straining to control such a vast expanse of sword energy for an extended period. Another surge of sword intent cascaded forth, stabilizing the sword sea, where all the sword energies hovered in unison, trembling slightly, yet firmly bound by 2 strands of sword intent, unable to break free. "Oh, I almost forgot. You still have Bai Luoqing," someone mused, "but I wonder how long he can sustain this. I have heard that his sword heart has been damaged, and yet he can still manipulate sword intent." A deep envy flickered in Li Xintang's eyes. He had studied the sword longer than Bai Luoqing and had access to more resources from his sect, yet his cultivation level had not progressed as swiftly, and he remained unable to even touch the fringes of sword intent. Why was it that something his esteemed position as the chief disciple of Tianyu sect could not master was easily wielded by a mere direct disciple? Originally, he had ranked alongside Ouyang Ruoqing and Lang Qingyu as the 3 chief disciples, but now he felt overshadowed. Zhang Linger, sensing that her second senior brother could not hold on much longer, shouted, "You roadblock, will you let us pass? If not, I shall unleash my fury." Upon hearing the term roadblock, Li Xintang's rage materialized, and he glared fiercely at Zhang Linger, call after a lengthy passage of time. "I have become what I am today. It turns out this library is a spiritual artifact." Zhang Linger glanced up at the library. Though somewhat humble, it was indeed spacious and impressive, a commendable sight. "So you have no master at present, do you? Would you care to follow me? I shall take you back to my sect, where there are numerous tomes that could fill you to the brim." Lao Ji chuckled. "Can the books of your sect rival those of the Tianji Pavilion? I have yet to agree to them. Why should I consent to you? Their family is grand and prosperous, unconcerned with the loss of a mere artifact. But our Taiching sect is different. We are impoverished and would surely cherish you as a treasure. Furthermore, our sect is far more interesting than this desolate place." Lao Ji nodded in agreement. "You speak the truth. Rather than being a mere pawn in a grand sect, it would be better to be a treasure in a smaller one. I am a library. Yet I have not housed a single tome for centuries. If you can fill me, I shall agree to accompany you." Zhang Ling was overjoyed, feeling that this treasure was rather easy to persuade. Having already birthed a spirit, it surely must be of heavenly quality. Wherever it is placed, it is a gem, and she managed to obtain it so easily. Lao Ji secretly sighed in relief. Finally, someone wished to take him away from this barren and desolate place. With a mind empty of knowledge and merely a few jade shelves, he was finally wanted. The two quickly reached an agreement. Lao Ji instructed Zhong Ling to release him, subsequently shrinking his form to the size of a palm, and diving into Zhong Ling's sea of consciousness. Upon seeing the pearl, he exclaimed, "Heavens, that song High Pearl! Is that not the fabled song High Pearl? What is the song High Pearl? You do not know? It is an extraordinary item." Lao Ji's tone became grave. In ancient times, a saint wielded immense power to create the world, and from that power, a single pearl was formed, drifting through the river of time. Thus, the legend of that song High Pearl arose, and the people named it so. A decade ago, the celestial realm even sent individuals to search for this pearl in the realm of cultivation. But that song High Pearl is peculiar, existing solely within the consciousness of those fated to possess it. It seems to have its own will, evading detection, and thus the celestial beings failed to locate it. But how has it become so damaged? Zhong Ling blinked. "I do not know. It was like this when I first encountered it." Her words were not a lie. Indeed, when her soul arrived here, the song High Pearl was already in such a state. Lao Ji no longer pressed for details, but instead guided Zhong Ling towards the Great Hall in search of the Xian sword steel. Upon arriving at the front of the Great Hall, a 10-man-high stone stele stood in the center of the square, adorned with numerous sword marks, each seemingly radiating a different aura. Beneath it, many individuals sat or stood, engrossed in their insights. Among them were Ouyang Ruoqing and Bai Luoqing, which is Zhong Ling's heart. In her previous life, she had entered thanks to Zhong Yuxiwe, serving merely as a treasure-seeking tool. At that time, she did not understand the sword path and felt no resonance with the steel. However, this time was different. Merely gazing at the steel evoked a profound sense of mystery within her. Each sword mark seemed to whisper to her, eager to share an intriguing tale. Zhong Ling was mesmerized, staring at the steel, lost in thought, as the flickering light ushered her into a wondrous realm. This was a world brimming with countless sword intents. Unlike the aggressive sword energy at the entrance, this place embodied the essence of the sword path. Each sword intent was tranquil, capable of being grasped and meticulously examined. Mastering one sword intent would lead to the pursuit of another, and the more one comprehended, the deeper their understanding of the sword path became. Once accumulated to a certain extent, one could forge their own sword intent. Zhong Ling surveyed the myriad sword intents surrounding her and decided to exert both hands, pushing her mental faculties to their limits. The Tianji Academy only granted an hour for insights, and as she arrived the latest, her time was limited. Why the haste? If you cannot learn it all, just take the stone with you. Lao Ji's voice echoed in Zhong Ling's sea of consciousness. Startled, Zhong Ling replied, "Take it. How would I do that? The Tianji Academy's people would never consent." Although the Tianji Pavilion sought to claim the steel, they had exhausted every means and could not budge it. "But I am different. I am a library. The steel is, at its core, a book of techniques, and I can accommodate it." After pondering, Zhong Ling remarked, "Lao Ji, what have the Tianji Pavilion done to you? They must have offended you quite severely." "Little girl, some matters lose their intrigue once revealed." Lao Ji gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of indignation. The people of the Tianji Pavilion wished to move the steel, sought that Songyu divine sword, and demanded he surrender his technique manuals, yet they deemed him useless, which was an utter humiliation. He intended to leave this place. He would take every useful item with him, leaving not a single hair for the Tianji Pavilion. Zhong Ling refrained from pressing further and continued to immerse herself in the sword intents. Though the steel could be taken, her cultivation still required diligence. Before long, the radiance of the steel faded, and everyone emerged from their state of comprehension. Zhong Ling looked up to see the people of the Tianji Academy enveloping the steel with a spiritual artifact, causing the profound aura to vanish, prompting many to lament. "That artifact has trapped the steel spirit. You can throw my main body inside, and return to retrieve it in a quarter of an hour." Lao Ji instructed. Zhong Ling complied without hesitation, joining the throng as they surged towards the hall. As they passed near the stele, she tossed the palm-sized library inside. The great hall was unremarkable aside from its grandiosity. It was simply empty, save for the ornate patterns on the columns and the multitude of heads present. Upon seeing Zhong Yushui approach her, Zhang Ling decisively affixed a retreating charm upon herself, having previously imbued the essence of Zhong Yushui into the charm. Thus, once activated, the charm reacted immediately, sending both Zhong Ling and Zhong Yushui flying backward. Their sudden flight drew the attention of the crowd, prompting the members of Taiqing sect searching for Zhang Ling to rush over. By Luoqing helped Zhang Ling to her feet, concern etched on his face as he asked, "Little junior sister, what has happened to you?" Chapter 35. Mischievous youngster Zhong Ling shook her head, mentally applauding herself for the charm's effectiveness, which she thoroughly appreciated. Zhong Yushui was also helped up. A flicker of unwillingness crossed her gaze as she looked at Zhong Ling. "Sister, are you all right? What happened last time was a misunderstanding. Let me explain." Tears welled in her eyes as she approached Zhong Ling only to find an inexplicable force halting her progress. She took a tentative step forward, only to see Zhong Ling retreat a step back. Once again, Zhong Ling felt that binding force. However, under the charm's influence, every time Zhong Yushui advanced a step, she would retreat, maintaining a distance of 10 zhang. She could see the surprise, disbelief, and various emotions flickering in Zhong Yushui's eyes, making her aware of the anomaly. She could sense the restraint because she was the party involved. But why did Zhong Yushui exhibit that look of disbelief? How could she know? "Why can't I approach you?" Zhong Yushui questioned, and suddenly, the feeling of restraint vanished from Zhong Ling. "How interesting. I procured a charm from my uncle that allows me to keep my distance from you. So you cannot bully me." Zhong Ling intentionally replied loudly, ensuring everyone in the great hall could hear. The crowd widened their eyes in astonishment, some whispering about the grievances between the two sisters, which included the incident of the elder sister stealing the younger sister's fiancé. Zhong Yushui's face flushed crimson, mortified to the point of wishing to vanish into a crack in the ground, tears spilling uncontrollably. "Sister, you cannot say such things. There is a misunderstanding between us. How could I ever bully you?" Zhang Ling once more sensed the binding sensation and unconsciously spoke. "Sister, I was wrong. Little junior sister. Are you hurt? Let me take you away." By Luoqing, noticing something amiss with his little junior sister, who was usually vibrant, now appeared wooden and puppet-like, recalled her earlier words and swiftly intervened, placing himself between Zhong Ling and Zhong Yushui. "Didn't little junior sister publicly sever ties with the Zhong family? I heard you even gave your fiancé to your sister. It's truly baffling how you still have the face to appear before her." Zhou Su's languid voice rang out, triggering a wave of laughter. "Indeed, I was present at the time. I heard little junior sister publicly call off her engagement, saying she would give her fiancé to her sister." The woman, seemingly gentle, was revealed to be quite the seductress behind the scenes. What sort of chaos is this? The Zhong family is in disarray. The wife of Master Zhong, who is also little junior sister's mother, remarried to the uncle, becoming Zhong Yushui's stepmother. This is utterly chaotic. No wonder little junior sister wishes to distance herself from her cousin. Such a family would be unbearable for a day. It's no surprise she wants to keep her distance from this cousin. She is truly formidable. This cousin took her mother and fiancé, and still one tea let her off. The murmurs grew louder, and Zhong Yushui, feeling humiliated, wished to find a hole to hide in. El Mingyu, unable to bear the public scorn aimed at his beloved, stepped forth to refute loudly, "You should not speak nonsense. Yushui is the one suffering. The engagement was initiated by Zhang Ling and has nothing to do with Yushui." "Oh, still calling her Yushui? How intimate. Did you swear you did not confess to her?" A peculiar voice emerged from the crowd, provoking a wave of laughter, leaving Lu Mingyu at a loss for words. While declarations of love had been made in the past, swearing an oath was not something one could take lightly. Zhang Yushui seethed with irritation, cursing the fool who chose this moment to make a scene. Was there not enough chaos already? Lang Qingyu furrowed his brow, hearing of these events for the first time. Initially, he had perceived Zhong Lingguo as eccentric, but now he found her behavior somewhat understandable. However, his confusion regarding Zhong Yushui deepened, causing whatever lingering affection he had for her to wane considerably. Yet, he could not ignore the ridicule directed at his little junior sister, just as he was about to intervene. A commotion erupted outside, echoing with shouts of "We found it! We finally found it! Stop it! It's the Tsangyu Divine Sword!" Upon hearing of the Divine Sword's emergence, the onlookers inside the hall lost their appetite for gossip and rushed outside. A streak of azure light darted through the air, hinting at the presence of a sword. Hot on its trail were numerous individuals from the Tianji Pavilion and Tianji Academy, forming a blockade around the sword as it traversed the square. Offering no chance for escape, many cultivators reached out with eager hands. This was a masterless divine sword, a monumental opportunity if one could seize it. The Tsangyu divine sword was discovered by our Wentian Pavilion. Even if you manage to claim it, you must surrender it to us, a voice called out, igniting discontent among the throng of cultivators. By what right? It is a masterless object. The fated should claim it. And whoever takes it shall own it. Came the retort. We have stated that the sword belongs to us. It was we who uncovered it. But it has fled. The sword possesses spirit and will choose its master. If it acknowledges me, must I still relinquish it? Seizing the opportunity amidst the dispute between the Tianji Pavilion and the cultivators, the Tsangyu divine sword locked onto Zhang Linger's aura and surged toward her. Zhang Linger, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a resonance with her memories as the divine sword approached. Initially shocked, she was soon overcome with excitement and reached out to grasp it. Yet, that familiar feeling of constraint returned, compelling her to push the sword toward Zhang Yuxue. Zhang Yuxue's face lit up with joy and pride as she extended her hand to receive the sword. Unlike previous lifetimes, where she stood beside Zhang Linger and almost directly obtained the Tsangyu divine sword, this time there was a distance of 10 zhang, requiring the sword to fly a while longer. Nevertheless, it continued its trajectory toward Zhang Yuxue, leaving Zhang Linger with a sense of emptiness. Was the divine sword truly beyond her reach? Suddenly, a figure darted past, revealing Qi Haoran's triumphant smile before Zhang Linger. Little junior sister, this sword is not yours to push away. I am not the one trying to steal it. Qi Haoran waved the ancient sword in his hand, relishing the moment, as if to say, you wanted to claim the second senior brother's fortune, so I shall snatch away your opportunity and all your good fortune. Zhang Linger nearly erupted in cheer. When a mischievous child wreaks havoc, it surely must trouble the heavens. Indeed, only magic can overcome magic. If she was destined to be without the Tsangyu divine sword, then she would ensure Zhang Yuxue did not obtain it either. Giving it to the fifth senior brother would suffice. Yet before either could articulate another word, Zhang Yuxue charged toward Qi Haoran, colliding with him. That is my sword. How dare you attempt to steal it? Caught off guard, Qi Haoran stumbled back a few steps, inadvertently loosening his grip on the sword, which soared away once more. Chapter 36. Treasures of the Ruins. Standing a short distance away, Bai Luoqing steadied the fifth junior brother and glared at Zhang Yuxue in discontent. What are you doing? Zhang Yuxue offered no reply, frantically lunging toward the Tsangyu divine sword, shouting, that is mine. Everyone, step aside. The others had no intention of yielding to her, as the Tsangyu divine sword ascended. Hands reached out to seize it, and the crowd surged together, with several individuals already embroiled in fierce combat against those near the sword. After darting around twice, the Tsangyu divine sword seemed to tire of the game. It let out a long cry and plunged into the towering Xianyi sword steel, vanishing from sight. The frenzied crowd halted, but as they approached the stone tablet, they were obstructed by the protective artifact surrounding it. The members of the Tianji Pavilion rejoiced, as the enchantment cloaking the steel allowed entry but barred exit. The divine sword had unwittingly delivered itself to them. They restrained everyone, declaring that the time had come for all to depart. Some attempted to protest, but when two Yuanying experts from the Tianji Pavilion stepped forward, no one dared to oppose. Zhang Lingo obediently approached her second senior brother, circling the Xianyi sword steel to confirm that old Ji had retrieved his true form before departing the sword ancestor's ruins with the group. Outside, many anxiously awaited. Numerous disciples from various sects had been unable to enter, and several smaller sects had suffered complete annihilation. Consequently, the atmosphere outside was a mixture of joy and sorrow. Only the elders of the Wuzhizong and the Xianqing Zhenren from the Wanluo sect wore broad smiles as they engaged in lively conversation with the Wuqing Zhenren. Upon the disciples' emergence and hearing of the Tsangyu divine sword's appearance, the dean of Tianxian had no time to greet the crowd. He merely uttered that he had urgent matters and hastened away. Seeing all the disciples return safely, Wuqing Zhenren led everyone aboard the spiritual vessel, setting off for their sect that very day. On the spiritual vessel, the disciples recounted their experiences within the sword ancestor's ruins, discussing their gains amidst laughter and chatter, creating a lively atmosphere. Zhang Lingo examined her consciousness sea, where a small white jade tower stood quietly. Delving into her perception, she noticed a petite stone tablet and a floating longsword within. Old Ji, you truly excel. Not only did you bring back the tablet, but you also managed to retrieve the Tsangyu divine sword. Old Ji's voice, laced with pride, resonated. Within the ruins, there were but 3 treasures. Having accompanied us for millennia, naturally, they should depart together. I did not come for you. I sense this little girl possesses spirit and potential for greatness, which is why I wish to accompany her. However, little girl, what do you mean by pushing me away? A handsome young figure appeared, standing gracefully atop the hilt of the Tsangyu divine sword. You are the sword spirit. You are so beautiful, to be precise. You are both stunning and discerning. Following me is indeed your wisest choice. However, my current strength is quite feeble, incapable of contending with the individuals from the Tianji Pavilion, even if you acknowledge me as your master. I cannot take you out of there. Even if I manage to bring you out, I cannot wield you publicly unless I grow strong enough to defy the Tianji Pavilion. But Tsangyu divine sword assessed Zhang Linger's situation and coldly remarked, "It is indeed a miracle that you can cultivate with such a shattered spiritual root. Your power is undeniably low, so I shall await your growth before acknowledging you as my master." Zhang Lingo held no objections to this. She had only just begun to establish her foundation. Contracting the divine sword would not unleash its full potential. It was wiser to bide her time and cultivate until her strength increased. Upon returning to the sect, tranquility finally returned. Zhang Linger reflected on the events that transpired from the secret realm to the ruins, discerning several discrepancies. Firstly, the binding power of destiny became markedly apparent only when encountering Zhong Yuxue, who seemed aware of its existence and capable of harnessing it. While this force would surface during her attempts to alter events, it was not as potent, easily countered by her master's intervention. She had already changed many outcomes, indicating that destiny had been shaken, rendering change plausible. Moreover, the Tianyu sect was the rival sect of the Taichung sect, an understandable conflict, as the Tianyu sect coveted a position among the 5 major sects and sought to displace the Taichung sect. However, the Spirit Sword sect appeared to have a close alliance with the Tianyu sect in previous lifetimes. The Spirit Sword sect's relationship with the Tianyu sect only solidified after the latter ascended to become one of the 5 major sects. Yet in this lifetime, connections had already formed, be it through the disciples of the Spirit Sword sect's 5th elder or their collaboration during the Sword Chi trials in the ruins. All signs pointed to this lifetime's early entanglement. Furthermore, the dean of the Wintian Academy seemed to favor the Tianyu sect. Was this mere favoritism, or had a transaction been established with them, and with the Tianji Academy being overseen by the more formidable Tianji Pavilion? Any ties between the Tianyu sect and the Tianji Pavilion could spell trouble. Regardless, her impression of the Tianji Academy and the Tianji Pavilion had soured significantly, having successfully extracted the 3 treasures from the Sword Ancestors' ruins. She feared an inevitable confrontation with them in the future and recognized the need for caution. Lastly, the appearance of the demonic soul was suspicious. Why would the demon sovereign seek to draw her second senior brother into darkness? Would he target him again? Was the annihilation of the Taichung sect in 10 years the doing of the demon sovereign? Zhong Linger found herself troubled by an overwhelming multitude of perplexities. Her inability to comprehend them stemmed from her insufficient elevation and understanding. Her anxieties and irritations were indicative of her inadequate cultivation and lack of formidable strength. In half a year, the grand tournament amongst sects would commence. And while Taichung sect was merely clinging to its previous standing among the top 5, this did not guarantee a secure position in that echelon. Thus, for Taichung sect to avoid treading the same weary path, it must strive for greater strength. She, too, required additional resources to hasten the restoration of her spiritual roots. Reaching the transformation stage was imperative if she wished to navigate the world with any semblance of standing. Upon inspecting her storage ring, she lamented the dismal state of her provisions, discovering only the remains of some beast corpses. The precious stone golem and the toad she had painstakingly collected had been discarded in a fit of frustration, and the meager amount of python meat had already been entrusted to Chef Zhou in the dining hall. Fortunately, 6 vials of spiritual spring essence remained within the Songhai Pearl, enabling her to commence the process of refining her body. Following the instructions of the Dragon Tendon and Phoenix Marrow technique, she immersed a vial of spiritual spring essence into her being, seeking to absorb its ethereal essence for her own enhancement. However, the endeavor yielded little fruit, likely due to her already saturated state from prior essence consumption. Thus, she resolved to seek alternative means for body refinement, feeling a sense of resignation. Zhang Lingo contemplated the futility of her current circumstances. Recognizing that her impoverished state hindered the recovery of her spiritual roots, a different approach was imperative. Nevertheless, she refrained from succumbing to slumber, instead rising to seek out her master, who had promised to impart a formidable technique to her. Upon her arrival, Master Wu Chun, noticing his disciple's late-night visit, promptly arranged his writing materials and, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, "What talisman do you wish to create this time?" Zhong Linger sighed. "Master, Let us set aside the talisman making for now and discuss other matters. Chapter 37. Taichung Sek's dire poverty. Zhang Linga retrieved the library from her consciousness and instructed the spirit, Lao Ji, to extract the Xian Yi sword steel and the Tsangyu divine sword. Master Wu Qin's jaw dropped in astonishment as he pointed at the stone steel and the divine sword, struggling to articulate a coherent response. With a kind gesture, Zhang Linga helped him close his mouth, offering him a cup of tea to collect himself before she stored the Tsangyu divine sword within her consciousness. Master, I have submitted these two items to the sect.as for their disposition. Please confer with the elders. However, I promised Lao Ji that I would fill the library with books, transforming it into a true repository of knowledge. Who is Lao Ji? He is the spirit of the library. Zhang Linga facilitated an introduction between Lao Ji and her master. After a moment of stunned silence, Master Wu Qin finally regained his composure. A spirit. Ha ha ha. Only treasures of heavenly grade and above can possess such beings. This is splendid news. Lao Ji, observing his master's uncharacteristic excitement, rolled his eyes and retreated into his essence. After Master Wu Qin accepted the two items into his consciousness, he remembered to ask Zhang Linga how she had come by them. She recounted that Lao Ji had been suppressed by the Tianji Pavilion and, upon her rescue, had chosen to accompany her, bringing along his two companions, eager to share this delightful revelation. Master Wu Qin was interrupted by Zhang Linga extending her hands. Master, what about my reward? The last one remains unfulfilled. In a flurry, Master Wu Qin rummaged through his storage ring, producing a tome of techniques, and then continued searching. Ultimately, he could only offer 2 8th-grade talismans, which he deemed unsuitable for her. Linger, the reward will have to wait. I will find something better for you later. Zhang Linga accepted the tome, which detailed the wind escape technique, a rare form of art, and promptly stored it away. Master, surely our sect possesses a treasury. Might I choose a couple of items from there? Master Wu Qin glanced at his persistent disciple, sighed softly, and replied, Linger, the treasury truly lacks valuable items. Tomorrow, consult your second senior brother. He can take you to inspect it, and you may select whatever catches your eye. If nothing appeals, return to me, and I shall provide for you later. Zhang Linga felt a chill of disappointment. How impoverished could Taichung Sect be? In its vastness, the treasury held not a single worthy item. Where had the accumulation of 5,000 years gone? As she turned to leave, she paused at the door and, catching her master's puzzled gaze, declared, Since I am here, I might as well create a couple of talismans. Before she could devise a more effective means to resist the binding force, preparing a few retreat talisman would be prudent. Master Wu Qin chuckled. Very well. Let us also create a thunder talisman. Zhang Linga nodded. Agreed. The usual arrangement. The following morning, undeterred, Zhang Linga insisted on accompanying her second senior brother for a tour of the sect's treasury. It was indeed expansive enough to host a rugby match within its confines. How could a sect with such a rich heritage appear so barren, aside from a few trinkets and items with more sentimental than practical value? She found nothing she could utilize. Second senior brother, why is our sect so impoverished? Ah, that is a secret, little junior sister. You will understand once you reach the nascent soul stage, Bai Luoqing replied, ruffling her hair. While the treasury may be lacking, the materials storage holds some decent supplies. Would you like to take a look? Zhang Linga nodded, and Bai Luoqing led her to various storage rooms filled with materials. Although there were numerous items, high-grade ones were scarce, and records indicated they were primarily gathered by the disciples themselves. Zhang Linga refrained from taking anything, as these were contributions from the disciples to the sect and essential resources for everyone's cultivation. She could not bear the thought of taking them. Master Wu Qin, having exhausted his spiritual energy, fell into a deep sleep, leaving the disciples' management in the hands of Ouyang Ruoqing. Subsequently, the 6 brothers and sisters gathered in the back mountain, where Ouyang Ruoqing personally assessed their cultivation progress. Although Bai Luoqing was no longer troubled by demonic energy, his sword heart had been damaged, hindering any further advancement in swordsmanship. Nevertheless, his original strength remained intact, allowing him to engage in a back-and-forth spar with Ouyang Ruoqing. After 100 exchanges, they ceased their duel. Zhou Yizhu, in the mid-stage of Golden Core, was at a comparable level to Bai Luoqing but lacked the same understanding of swordsmanship. Succumbing to defeat in under 100 moves. As for the remaining 3, they were utterly outmatched by Ouyang Ruoqing, who, rather than chastising them, pointed out their shortcomings and instructed Zhou Yizhu to guide them in their training. Once the 2 senior brothers departed, Zhang Linga finally comprehended the meaning of her third senior brother's affectionate ruffling of her hair. Zhou Yizhu's training methods were straightforward and brutal, real swords and real blows, devoid of mercy. Claiming to be sparring partners for his junior siblings, he essentially engaged in one-sided beatings. Recognizing the peril, Zhang Lingo lay still after receiving a couple of hits, while the Hon Chi Haoran's fingers danced incessantly across the interface. Immersing himself directly into the fray, the jade slip before him was alive with the accounts of those present that day, each narrative unfolding at an astonishing pace, with names flashing by, an estimated 10,000 individuals engaged in the discourse. Yet, this was insufficient. Having traversed the era of information explosion, Zhang Lingo understood all too well the formidable influence of the media, and suddenly, the answers to her perplexities became apparent. Alas, the people of the U sect audaciously denied the events, accusing them of fabricating tales. There were so many witnesses. Chi Haoran, inflamed with indignation, accelerated his movements, leaving only fleeting shadows in his wake. Zhang Lingo smiled. This was merely the beginning, with the most captivating moments yet to unfold. Upon returning to her chamber, Zhang Lingo unwrapped her jade slip and commenced a meticulous study. The mechanism of this artifact bore a striking resemblance to modern smartphones, comprising hardware and software. The hardware was constructed from jade and materials sourced from various magical beasts, while the software consisted of symbols inscribed upon the wings of spirit bees. The energy used was spiritual power, which practitioners harnessed to activate the runes, bridging the connection between heaven and earth. Subsequently manifested through this magical tool. Of course, while the concept seemed straightforward, its execution was far from easy, requiring the collaboration of both artifact refiners and rune masters, with the latter needing an understanding of spatial principles to facilitate long-distance information transmission. Zhang Lingo aimed not only to comprehend the principles of the jade slip, but also to enhance it with the ability to transmit images and sound, a task of even greater complexity. Yet for a genius, this was not a challenge, but rather an exhilarating endeavor. After 5 days of diligent study, she mastered the runes of the jade slip and then proceeded to the library to seek texts on artifact refinement. However, upon entering the library, she noticed a stark transformation. While the exterior remained unchanged, the interior had been completely restructured, the layout oddly familiar, akin to a repository of books. Zhang Lingo approached the entrance, glancing at the plaque. And indeed, it had been renamed from the library to the repository, a subtle shift yet indicative of a change in stewardship. True enough, on the second floor, she found old G, who was feigning a meticulous cleaning while perusing a book. The place was so pristine that his feather duster seemed superfluous. Old G noticed Zhang Lingo and chuckled, stowing away the duster. What do you think? Isn't the aroma of books more pronounced now? Much improved. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Lingo surveyed the neatly arranged volumes and conceded that a good librarian was essential for any library success. How did you manage to secure this position so quietly with my master? I had intended to reveal my magnificent and elegant true self, but your master cautioned that being too ostentatious could attract the attention of unscrupulous individuals, so I concealed myself within the original structure for a while longer. He replied. Zhang Lingo rolled her eyes, finding his claims of hardship amusing. His grin suggested he was quite pleased with himself. By the way, there are a few tasks you must attend to. Old G led Zhang Lingo to a corner filled with tables, indicating 2 piles of books. This pile consists of incomplete volumes. See if you can find someone to complete them. The other pile is damaged. Find 2 individuals with good penmanship to transcribe them anew. Zhang Lingo gave Old G a thumbs up, impressed by his diligence. Old G, you truly take your responsibilities seriously. I admire that. Old G beamed with pride, remarking, you needn't tell me. Possessing me is a boon for your sect. Zhang Lingo collected the 2 piles of books and added, Old G, could you assist me in locating books on artifact refinement and the principles of spatial theory? Old G chuckled lightly, with me around. What more could you need? I have perused all the books here and will gladly share my knowledge with you. He then touched his finger to Zhang Lingo's forehead, and a beam of white light entered her consciousness. Zhang Lingo sensed it carefully. Astonishingly, it was akin to a mobile library. No longer would she need to spend time reading. She could simply extract the necessary knowledge for contemplation and comprehension, a process at least 10 times faster than traditional reading. Her gaze toward Old G ignited with fervor. She had underestimated this artifact spirit, realizing now that it was far more than a mere librarian. Old G was a semi-divine artifact. Had he not lost all his tomes before his consciousness fully awakened, he would have long since ascended to the status of a divine artifact. In the future, acquire more books for him, and he will continue to evolve. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Zhang Lingo's mind. As long as you provide him with books, he will advance, she pondered. What a marvelous opportunity. He does not merely read books, he comprehends the principles contained within them. The more profound and numerous the principles he grasps, the higher his tier will ascend, the voice elucidated. Understanding this, Zhonglinger inquired of old Ji, "Can you apply that method with others as well? Such notions are beyond your grasp. What I just demonstrated cannot be contained even within the consciousness of a transcendent being." "Not everyone possesses the gem to anchor their minds," old Ji retorted, rolling his eyes at Zhonglinger. Disheartened, she took her leave, simultaneously rummaging through her consciousness for texts on spatial theory, only to discover a solitary volume. Far from sufficient. Thus, she knocked once more on her master's door. The newly awakened Wu Qinzhenren wore a pained expression as he addressed his young disciple. Linger, "Drawing runes is a taxing endeavor that drains one's spiritual consciousness. Your master cannot remain in slumber. There are many matters to attend to. Would it be possible for you to wait a couple of days before attempting to draw again?" Zhonglinger was at a loss for words. Her master's thoughts seemed fixated on the 8th grade Divine Thunder rune. "Master, I just visited the repository. Old Ji requested me to bring you 2 piles of books." Chapter 39. Devoted to infrastructure, Zhonglinger presented the books to her master and relayed old Ji's requests before broaching her own purpose for visiting. "Master, is this all the literature our sect possesses? I just searched, and there is only one book on spatial theory. Our sect has a legacy spanning 5,000 years. While we may not have an abundance of other resources, we certainly possess a wealth of books. The majority in the repository are for the disciples, while the true methods representing our sect's heritage are held by the peak masters. What do you wish to see? I shall procure it for you." Zhonglinger's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That I want books on rune crafting, artifact refinement, and the principles of spatial theory." "You still wish to study artifact refinement? Diversifying too much may not bode well." Observing her master's concerned expression, Zhonglinger playfully implored, "I want to read. Master, please do not question me so much. Just gather the books for me." Wu Qinzhenren affectionately ruffled his disciple's hair, his heart melting. Girls were indeed more endearing than boys. When Xiao was this age, he was always causing trouble. Unlike how obedient you are, time would prove that Wu Qinzhenren truly cherished his young disciple. By noon the following day, after receiving affectionate pats from her 3rd senior brother, Zhonglinger was bestowed with 3 storage rings brimming with books. Of course, she had no intention of perusing them herself. Instead, she sought out old Ji, the reading machine, to assist in storing the knowledge within her consciousness. Before long, Bai Luoqing unexpectedly approached Zhonglinger, regarding her with an odd gaze. "Second brother, if you look at me like that, I might think you've fallen for me." Bai Luoqing's face flushed as he playfully swatted Zhonglinger's head. "Nonsense. You must not jest in such a manner. I have encountered the Xianyi sword monument and old Ji," he revealed, and Zhonglinger soon grasped the meaning behind his expression. After arranging matters with old Ji, Wu Qinzhenren contemplated how to maximize the potential of the Xianyi sword monument. He approached Bai Luoqing, inquiring if he could set up a formation to conceal the stone tablet while allowing the sword intent to permeate, enabling them to enter the formation and comprehend the sword's essence. Bai Luoqing pondered for a considerable time, but could not devise a suitable plan. Old Ji suggested consulting Zhonglinger, noting that she had successfully dismantled the formation of a 7th grade formation master from the Tianji Pavilion. Indicating her profound understanding of formation principles, this reminded Zhonglinger of the previous lives within the Lingjin sect, where disciples were required to complete tasks to accumulate contribution points, redeemable for resources. However, it seemed that in the Taichung sect, the term contribution points had never been uttered. Bai Luoqing chuckled wryly. "Did not our junior sister visit the treasury? All disciples of our sect possess contribution points. They are merely recorded in accounts without any tangible exchange. Then why not allow them to be exchanged for sword intent? For instance, a certain number of contribution points could be traded for a specific amount of sword intent." Bai Luoqing was taken aback. That could work, but the secrets of the sword monument must not be divulged. How do we manage the quantity of sword intent? Zhonglinger produced her disciple token, explaining that this item could record the identity and aura of a disciple, suggesting it could also track contribution points, which were essentially a unique form of aura. To increase points, simply input them. To deduct, extract them as needed. Without hesitation, Bai Luoqing seized Zhonglinger and rushed into his master's chamber, startling Wu Qinzhenren and Wu Fengzhenren, who were engrossed in a game of chess. Upon hearing Zhonglinger's proposal, Wu Fengzhenren excitedly overturned the chessboard, exclaiming, "This idea is promising, but can you actually set up such a formation? Setting up formations is not overly difficult. However, I will require numerous foundational elements, and their quality must be high. I will also need my master's assistance," Zhonglinger replied, casting a knowing glance at Wu Qinzhenren, who nodded in understanding. "Would it be acceptable for this formation to be established on my sword peak?" Wu Fengzhenren suggested. noting that while the sword intent would be open to all disciples, only sword cultivators would need to enter the formation, thus making it more convenient for his students. Wu Qinzhenren smiled. You may prepare the location, and then go fetch little 5. Fetch fifth uncle back. Zhang Linger, filled with perplexity, sensed the intricacies behind the character exchange but refrained from voicing her inquiries. Recognizing that such questions were beyond her purview, Master Wufeng, having designated a particular mountain peak to establish the sword intent formation, prompted Zhang Lingo to consider the ample space available. She proposed constructing 2 rows of training rooms, one row to house a gathering spirit formation for cultivation, and the other to deploy a concealment formation to shelter the sword monument, intended for the comprehension of sword intent. This notion garnered enthusiastic approval from Master Wufeng, who promptly set off, leaving the despondent Wuchan, who clutched his pouch in his wake. The 5th elder referred to by Wuchan was none other than Master Wuzhua, the peak leader of the Tool Peak. Unlike the typical robust figures of tool cultivators, he presented himself more like a scholarly gentleman. He expressed unabashed admiration for Zhang Lingo's fanciful and imaginative ideas, enthusiastically collaborating with her on sketches for half a month until he had thoroughly extracted every last ounce of inspiration from her. After acquiring introductory knowledge in the unfamiliar field of artifact refining over this period, Zhang Linger's prodigious mind succumbed to exhaustion, necessitating 2 full days and nights of slumber to recuperate. Subsequently, she commenced drafting formation diagrams, utilizing Lao Ji to communicate with the sword monument, repeatedly simulating the array patterns, coupled with enhancements to the disciple tokens. She immersed herself in this endeavor for yet another month. When Zhang Lingo completed the final embellishment on the runes of the disciple token, a familiar sensation washed over her, as ethereal spirit dew cascaded upon her, and a radiant white pillar of light was on the verge of coalescing. Without delay, Zhang Lingo dashed to locate her master, tugging at his sleeve with urgency, exclaiming, "The spirit dew! Quick! We must shield it!" Master Wuchan promptly activated the protective mountain formation and simultaneously relayed a message throughout the entire sect, summoning the direct disciples and peak masters to Yunxiang Peak, while forbidding others from making any movements. Ouyang Ruoqing and the others hastily arrived, and upon witnessing the ascendant pillar of sacred light, they immediately comprehended their master's intent, encircling Master Wuchan once more, embracing Zhang Linger. Master Wuchan felt a significant influx of spirit dew enter his being. He perceived himself as having appropriated a portion of his young disciple's fortune and contemplated distancing himself. Yet Zhang Lingo held him firmly in place, leaving him motionless. Master Wuzhua, filled with elation, inquired, "Master brother, have you attained further enlightenment in your cultivation?" Master Wuchan cast a glance at Zhang Linger and, seeing her nod, hesitated briefly before responding, "Yes, it is Linger. This spirit dew is brought forth by her. Linger, you are among those closest to you here. There is no need for concealment from them. Should similar occurrences arise in the future, you will require their assistance in shielding you. Furthermore, this descent of spirit dew is fortuitous and warrants no secrecy." Zhang Lingo shyly smiled, stating, "I merely feel that I am still young. Being overly ostentatious might attract misfortune. With your master and uncles present, we shall protect you," he reassured her. Embracing her master's waist, Zhang Lingo relished the warmth of being cared for, realizing she was no longer alone in this unfamiliar realm. Qi Haoran stepped forward, pulling Zhang Linger aside, urging, "Stop indulging in affection. Do tell us how this spirit dew came to be." "Spirit dew, such a remarkable substance. I wish to experience it myself, to elevate my standing within the cultivation world." He mused. "Oh, it's nothing significant. I merely refined the runes on the disciple token and constructed a new storage and payment feature." The crowd appeared bewildered, grasping only a fragment of her explanation, with Bai Luoqing and Master Wuchan possessing a clearer understanding yet opting not to delve into details. Confident that the purpose would become evident once the artifacts were completed, suddenly, Qi Haoran felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him as a majority of the spirit dew gravitated towards him. Subsequently, a flash of spiritual radiance enveloped him, and he unexpectedly transcended to a minor realm, achieving the 7th layer of foundation establishment. This advancement felt unprecedentedly invigorating, and the spirit dew continued to flow into his being, instilling within him an irresistible urge to soar. Master Wuchan furrowed his brow in concern. While it was permissible for others to partake in the residual spirit dew, Qi Haoran's direct absorption felt excessive. After all, this spirit dew might aid Linger in restoring her spiritual root. He raised his hand to rouse the elated Qi Haoran from his revelry, only to find himself halted by Zhang Linger, who shook her head. With a resigned sigh, he instinctively distanced himself slightly from his young disciple. "Are you truly willing to share the spirit dew with him, despite your strained relationship?" A voice echoed in Zhang Linger's mind. It matters not. I shall have opportunities for spirit dew in the future. Besides, it is rare for fifth senior brother to reach such a state. Furthermore, I harbor no ill will towards him. I merely jested with him before. He is my lucky star. How could I harbor negativity? Lucky star. As long as you are content, the voice continued, he possesses a trace of phoenix bloodline, which has awakened under the nurturing of the spirit dew. Yet due to his youth and low cultivation, he currently remains unaware of its significance. Once he encounters fortuitous circumstances that lead to a true awakening, he shall undoubtedly ascend to the celestial realm and become a formidable presence. However, if you are unbothered by the expenditure of some spirit dew, it would be more beneficial to allocate some to your fourth senior brother, whose fortunes seem to be waning, as if he bears the weight of centuries, devoid of youthful vigor. This is rather peculiar. Oh, so it is youthful vigor. I sensed that something was amiss with fourth senior brother. Do you know why he is like this? I do not know. There are indeed numerous issues among your peers. Your second senior brother has a fractured sword heart. Your spiritual root is shattered. Your fourth senior brother's fortunes are in decline, and your fifth senior brother's bloodline remains dormant. You truly ought to procure more spirit dew to remedy their ailments. Is spirit dew beneficial for everyone? Can it resolve their issues? Do you truly believe spirit dew is as common as cabbage, available at whim? Furthermore, spirit dew is not omnipotent for your second senior brother. It holds little benefit, yet it can accumulate within him. Once his sword heart is mended, it can manifest its effects. For your fourth senior brother, it may merely serve as a supplementary remedy, potentially slowing his decline in fortune. As for your fifth senior brother, being unable to enter this state renders him no different from others. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingo left the embrace of her master and approached her fifth senior brother, thinking it a rare opportunity to allocate him a larger share of the spirit dew. As the spirit dew dissipated, Chihaoran noticed his little junior sister inching closer, causing his face to flush crimson. Why are you so close to me? Am I not merely absorbing a bit of your spirit dew? You wouldn't be so petty as to hold this against me, would you? I have matters to attend to. I must go cultivate. Flustered, Chihaoran made a hasty retreat. Though he understood that his little junior sister was trying to assist him, he felt uncomfortable with her unexpected kindness after having previously perceived her as an annoyance. The onlookers chuckled, and Master Wuchan entrusted Zhang Lingo with the key to the protective mountain formation, granting her the liberty to use it whenever necessary, before the assembly dispersed. In hindsight, Master Wuchan's decision proved to be astute. As the protective mountain formation was activated multiple times in the following months, several direct disciples grew accustomed to it, rushing to Zhang Lingo's side whenever the formation was initiated, aware that it would yield benefits. Meanwhile, Master Wuchan and the peak leaders appeared less frequently. Once their internal injuries were mended, they ceased their visits. The ensuing 2 months were consumed by the construction of the formations, a monumental undertaking that necessitated the return of numerous outer disciples to assist. Among them, Master Wuchan bore the brunt of the labor, as Zhang Lingo delineated the formation diagrams and instructed him on the foundational layout, ultimately designating him as the chief contractor. After all, only a great ascension cultivator could fully harness the might of an 8th-tier formation. With the final touch requiring the young disciple to inscribe the formation patterns herself, amidst the flurry of activity, time passed swiftly. The 2 rows of spacious and elegant training chambers at the sword cultivation peak were completed. And as all were left utterly exhausted, the formation's radiant activation finally illuminated the surroundings. Zhang Lingo returned to her physical form, while Master Wuchan, having expended his spiritual energy, nearly stumbled. Yet, his heart brimmed with joy. Should more disciples grasp the sword intent, their cultivation would surely ascend, thereby augmenting the strength of the Taichung sect, rendering him not a wholly unsuccessful leader. Cheers erupted as everyone celebrated. Not only had the Taichung sect acquired training rooms, but they had also established a sword intent training chamber unique among other sections. The sword intent, henceforth, they could delve into its mysteries at will. Naturally, Master Wuchan refrained from disclosing the matter of the Xianyi sword monument, merely stating that it was a legacy of sword intent left by predecessors for future generations to comprehend, previously withheld for fear of its dissipating essence. Now, with Master Zhong's newly established formation, they had finally constructed a dedicated space for disciples to cultivate sword intent. Bai Luoqing had been equally preoccupied during this time, busy replacing all disciple tokens and calculating contribution points for everyone. With the training rooms complete, he presented the prepared disciple tokens to the group. Chihaoran was the first to enter the sword intent training chamber, placing his disciple token into the circular disc inside, prompting a reduction of 100 contribution points. The room dimmed, and a vision of sword intent materialized before him. Zhong Linger, examining her new disciple token, noted her contribution points totaled 5 nines, the maximum permissible amount. She flashed a sweet smile at her second senior brother before entering as well. However, Zhang Lingo did not linger within the chamber for long. After approximately a day, she emerged, having already brushed the edges of sword intent. She needed only a final push to fully grasp it. Now, after just a day's cultivation, she had entered the first realm of sword intent, mastering the summoning of swords to form an ocean. Upon seeing her fifth senior brother emerge from another room with a distressed expression, Zhang Lingo approached him. "Fifth senior brother, what troubles you? Have you encountered a problem?" Qi Haoran sighed. "Do you think it's possible that second senior brother miscalculated my contribution points? This is merely an excuse for insufficient contribution points," thought Zhang Lingo with a smile as she handed over her disciple token. "That I have plenty here. Take it, fifth senior brother, but do ensure that second senior brother remains unaware. Disciple tokens are not meant to be lent carelessly." Chapter 41. Everyone comprehends sword intent. Qi Haoran scratched his head, feeling too embarrassed to extend his hand. He had already borrowed quite a bit of favor from his junior sister. Taking more would feel inappropriate, yet he genuinely yearned to grasp the sword intent. He could already sense that he was on the brink of it. Zhang Lingo cheerfully pressed her token into fifth senior brother's hand. Whispering, "Fifth senior brother, I have already comprehended the sword intent, so you must put in extra effort now. You cannot allow yourself to be outdone by your junior sister. Can you? I have more contribution points than I know what to do with. Once you are done, please pass them to third and fourth senior brothers. We must ensure that all our clan members comprehend the sword intent." "You comprehended it?" Qi Haoran exclaimed, shock evident in his voice. While he might have missed other parts of the conversation, this particular statement resonated clearly with him. His junior sister had surpassed him. How could this be? This would undermine his dignity as a senior brother. No, it simply could not be allowed. He must grasp the sword intent swiftly and reclaim his position. Seeing fifth senior brother rush into the training room, Zhang Lingo shook her head and decided to take a nap before resuming her lucrative endeavors. Upon learning that there was an opening in the sword intent training room, several disciples from the Sword Peak rushed over to greet Zhang Lingo. It was then that she realized that Tai Chiung's sect had grown considerably in numbers and was much livelier than before. For the next 3 months, Zhang Lingo dedicated herself to studying her creation, the palms of heaven and earth, a new type of jade slip she had devised. The term jade slip hardly encapsulated her ambitious vision. The items she crafted were meant to unlock new realms within the world of cultivation. When the striking visage of third senior brother appeared on her palms of heaven and earth, Zhang Lingo leaped for joy, calling out to the other end, "Sister Yi, come back quickly. Let us feast in celebration." The shrill cries of the two girls startled Zhou Yizhua, who was elegantly sipping tea, causing him to splutter. After a brief celebration, Zhang Lingo took second senior brother to their master's chamber, where they conversed through the night. 3 days later, the master of the Symbol Peak, the Venerable Wuji, returned. The disciples of the Symbol Peak were also summoned back, as they had been engaged in a secretive training that kept them exceedingly busy. However, it was said that the results were promising, with many achieving breakthroughs amidst their toils. During this bustling time, Tai Chiung's sect was at its most vibrant, with disciples consistently advancing in their stages, and several from the Sword Peak grasping the sword intent. Qi Haoran, finally with the support of Zhang Lingo, comprehended the sword intent and, following 2 instances of spiritual due nourishment, ascended to the 9th level of foundation establishment, regaining his senior brother's dignity. However, he found himself devoid of jealousy towards his junior sister. Given her remarkable capabilities, he decided to yield second senior brother's position to her. Yu Chengpa, while comprehending the sword intent, also broke through to the Golden Core realm. Fortunately, Zhang Lingo had shared a significant amount of spiritual due with him, enabling him to survive an entire day of thunder tribulation. Zhou Yizhua, under the covert assistance of Bai Luoqing, comprehended the sword intent and, spurred by Ouyang Ruoqing, reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. The process was arduous, yet he deemed it worthwhile. Zhang Lingo also reaped considerable rewards. Following several sessions of spiritual dew infusion, she achieved the 5th level of foundation establishment. Amidst this flurry of activity, with less than a month remaining before the sect's grand competition, Zhang Lingo suddenly realized that she had not seen her eldest senior brother in quite some time. Reflecting on past lives, during the sect's grand competition, both prideful talents of Tai Chiung had perished, leaving the sect represented by 3 direct disciples and 2 temporarily elevated to direct disciples, who ultimately fell short of the top 5 placements. Rumors had circulated that the eldest senior brother had met an unfortunate demise during an expedition, yet the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. Zhang Lingo grew anxious and sought out second senior brother to inquire about the whereabouts of their eldest senior brother. But second senior brother merely stated that he was fine and refused to divulge any further details. With no other recourse, Zhang Lingo approached their master. Upon seeing his little disciple, Wu Chuanzi beamed. "Linger, back again to have me draw talismans, are you?" Zhang Lingo, exasperated, replied, "Master, the grand competition is approaching. You should call eldest senior brother back to prepare for the contest." Wuji pondered for a moment and said, "Indeed, it is time for him to return. This time, your second senior brother will not be competing. Your eldest senior brother needs to engage with you all more closely." "Second senior brother is not competing? Why, I have the lowest cultivation. It should be me who does not compete," Zhang Lingo exclaimed, astonished that no one had informed her of such a matter. The upcoming competition was of utmost importance to Tai Chiong's sect, and she had been so preoccupied with her palms of heaven and earth that she hardly practiced at all. Wuji gently patted Zhang Linger's head, reassuring her, "Do not overthink it. Your second senior brother will be transitioning to the formation path. He wishes for you to have more opportunities to gain experience. Do not worry, with your eldest senior brother present, our sect's ranking will not falter. It seemed a great pity for such an exceptional swordsmanship talent as second senior brother to abandon the sword path. Could his sword heart not be mended? No, now is not the time to fret over second senior brother. It was eldest senior brother who was in peril. When will eldest senior brother return?" Zhang Linger inquired. Wuji stroked his beard and contemplated. In a couple of days. 2 days later, Zhang Lingo indeed saw her eldest senior brother, alive and whole, but for some reason, she felt no sense of relief. Only an ominous premonition. Just as she contemplated how to persuade second senior brother to participate in the competition, an alarming piece of news arrived. Several disciples from the Pill Peak were trapped in the Fiery Flames Valley and had sent a distress signal to the sect, necessitating immediate rescue. Though referred to as a valley, the Fiery Flames Valley was actually a secret realm nestled within the mountains. While this realm appeared frequently, few dared to enter, as it was rife with ever-burning flames, posing significant danger. Moreover, entry was restricted to those above the nascent soul stage, further limiting the number of entrants. The mention of the nascent soul stage triggered Zhang Lingo's sensitive nerves. As expected, Ouyang Ruoqing stepped forward, volunteering to undertake the mission, asserting that the round trip to the Fiery Flames Valley would take no more than 3 to 4 days, making it feasible to return in time for the sect competition. Zhang Lingo immediately rushed forward, clinging to Ouyang Ruoqing's arm. "Eldest senior brother, I want to go with you. I haven't been outside in ages. I feel like I'm growing mold." "Linger, your eldest senior brother is going to rescue people. It would be inconvenient to bring you along," Wuji intervened, attempting to pull his little disciple away. Yet, Zhang Linger would not relent, rolling her eyes and tugging at her master's sleeve. "Then master should join us. Eldest senior brother is off to save lives, and master can take me to explore the secret realm. You promised me a reward. Release me." "How could I possibly enter?" the master protested. "Master, you can enter. You just need to change your appearance so that no one recognizes you," Zhang Lingo insisted, winking at her master. Wuji instantly understood. After being cooped up in the sect for half a year, his little disciple had only engaged in drawing and arranging talismans without any proper relaxation. It wouldn't hurt to take her out for a couple of days. "Very well, I shall accompany you. Just wait for me a moment." Chapter 42. A reunion with the man in black. Wuji stepped out for a brief period, returning transformed into a handsome young gentleman. Zhang Linger widened her eyes in astonishment. "Is this really my master?" Wuji took Zhang Lingo's hand. "Come now, master will lead you to rescue people first. Then we shall see what treasures the Fiery Flames Valley holds." Though his voice remained unchanged, it was disconcerting to suddenly have such a youthful and attractive master. Ouyang Ruoqing, however, was not at all surprised by his master's appearance. He hesitated only a moment before resolutely following suit. Wuji's sword riding speed was remarkable. Within half a day, the trio arrived at the entrance of the Fiery Flames Valley. He suppressed his cultivation to the peak of the nascent soul stage and applied a concealment talisman before leading his 2 disciples into the valley. Upon entering, they were immediately met with an overwhelming wave of heat. Wuji conjured a protective barrier to shield the 3 as they advanced deeper into the valley. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals, all of whom had come in search of the legendary flame fruit. The flame fruit was a prized treasure. Fire attribute cultivators who consumed it could significantly enhance their cultivation, with those below the nascent soul stage often able to break through a small realm. This allure had drawn many, including several disciples from Tai Chiong's sect, who were seen heading towards the chasm. The trio hastened towards the chasm, and Zhang Linger spotted a towering peak cleaved in 2. forming a deep ravine. As they descended into the ravine, the air grew increasingly sweltering, eventually feeling as though it was igniting. At the very bottom, they finally found 4 disciples from Taichung's sect. Trapped atop a charred log floating amidst the lava, trembling before a massive fire serpent, the serpent seemed wary of the log, unwilling to approach, yet it was intent on capturing the 4, occasionally hurling lava at them, forcing them to dodge in a frenzy. One nearly fell into the molten rock. Upon seeing the trio, the 4 couldn't help but shout, "Eldest brother Ouyang, save us! Eldest brother, we're over here!" Wuji chuckled as he glanced at his eldest disciple. "Go ahead, that is the flame python. There might indeed be flame fruits nearby. Linger and I will search for them." However, Zhang Lingo remained rooted in place, producing an elongated recording stone crafted by Fifth Uncle, levitating it in the air. "Master, no rush. I need to capture my eldest brother's invincible form for posterity." The serene Master Wuchan chuckled softly, observing his little disciple who had always been close to several senior brothers. There was no reason for him to feel displeased, thus he paused and quietly watched. Ouyang Ruoqing held his sword aloft above the flaming python, unleashing a strike that sent ripples of sword intent cascading through the molten lava, creating tumultuous waves in the surrounding area, saturated with ferocious sword energy. The colossal body of the flaming python writhed with the undulations of the lava, and the sword energy cruelly carved a deep wound into its flesh, eliciting a pained roar that resonated through the air, its tail thrashing violently, scattering countless embers towards Ouyang Ruoqing. His sword cleaved through the air, leaving trails of radiant light, each beam possessing unparalleled sharpness. As the flames were shattered into fragments before this brilliance, the fierce battle between man and serpent ensued, while Zhong Linger watched anxiously, fearing for her senior brother's safety. Master Wuchan let out a light laugh, gesturing for the withered tree to draw nearer to the shore, where all 4 disciples, their legs trembling, sat down and murmured their thanks. Zhang Lingo promised her master not to reveal his identity, so she merely smiled in silence, her gaze fixed on the conflict unfolding before her. Suddenly, a shadow lunged towards Ouyang Ruoqing amidst the fray. Master Wuchan sensed the threat, snorting coldly as a long sword materialized in his hand, slicing through the boiling lava, igniting an inferno that formed a massive fire net to ensnare the figure in black robes. Flames surged forth, exuding an unrelenting heat, as the very air around them seemed to ignite. No, it was not merely burning. Each flicker of flame bore a lethal intent. The black-robed figure, even if wishing to retreat, found no escape, rolling and howling amidst the inferno before ultimately being reduced to ashes. With a single strike, Master Wuchan had dispatched an adversary of at least the nascent soul stage, and Zhang Lingo gazed at her master with admiration. True power truly transcended realms, even when suppressed. Alas, he had been a bit too merciless, leaving no survivors. Master Wuchan sighed, pondering the presence of another black-robed figure plotting against his eldest disciple, determined to uncover the truth. And it seemed highly likely that their actions were premeditated. "How did you come to venture here?" Master Wuchan thought of a question that Zhang Lingo had already contemplated, looking down to inquire of her fellow disciples. One of them replied, "We were deceived by a companion we met halfway. He provoked the flaming python and then fled, leaving us stranded here." Zhang Lingo exchanged a glance with her master. Without a doubt, it was a trap. Ouyang Ruoqing finally vanquished the flaming python and soared back to the shore, subsequently stowing away its carcass and handing the storage ring to Zhang Linger. His movements were seamless and fluid, a routine he had mastered. With a beaming smile, Zhang Lingo expressed her gratitude to her senior brother and pointed to the withered tree, noting that its ability to float upon the lava suggested it might also be a valuable find to show to Uncle Wu. Ouyang Ruoqing picked up the tree and handed it to Zhang Linger, his eyes silently inquiring about their next course of action. "Since Lingo has rarely come here, we should explore a bit." Ouyang Ruoqing nodded in agreement, for with their master present, he felt no apprehension. Accompanied by the 4 disciples, the trio commenced their true exploration of this small secret realm. However, after taking a few steps, Zhang Lingo halted, intrigued by the lava. She attempted to absorb a small portion into the Songhai pearl, only to find that it could indeed decompose, yet she found herself troubled. Lava could not be ingested, nor was there anything suitable for containment. It was utterly impossible to transport. "Throw me down, and I shall gather some for you." The voice of Tsang Yu resonated, startling Zhong Lingo. "Aren't you afraid of fire? I am a divine sword of fire attribute. How could I fear flames? But your sword body is of azure light. My sword body is red. The azure hue is merely the sealing color of Tianjai. If you cast me down, the intense heat of the lava will dissolve the seal, and you will behold my true form." Without hesitation, Zhang Lingo cast the Tsang Yu divine sword into the molten sea, which erupted as if a barrel of oil had been poured into it, causing a tumultuous upheaval before gradually calming down. The flames diminished at a visible pace, and within mere moments, the lava had reduced by half. No wonder the temperature here was so high. Beneath the molten surface lay a fire spirit pearl. I can assist you in retrieving it, but how will you catch it? Song Yu transmitted to Zhang Lingo. She turned to her master, leaning in to whisper, Fire spirit pearl. Master Wuchan was momentarily taken aback before erupting in joy, exclaiming, Excellent. Linger is truly fortunate. Soon, a fiery sword soared forth, bearing a radiant red pearl. Chapter 43. The True Ambush. Before anyone could register the event, Song Yu dove into Zhong Linger's consciousness, while Master Wuchan enveloped the fire spirit pearl in his spiritual power. Sealing it with a spell. As the flames dimmed, it transformed into an ordinary pearl, resting in Zhong Lingo's palm. She hastily placed the fire spirit pearl into her consciousness, unsure of how such a treasure would fare within the Songhai pearl, and thus chose to let it remain quietly in her sea of consciousness. The group continued onward, reaching the valley's depths, where they encountered a barren tree devoid of any fruit. Master Wuchan sighed, lamenting, It seems the Liuwa fruit has been harvested by someone. We have arrived too late. However, Zhang Lingo began to ponder the tree. If we were to uproot it, how long would it take to bear fruit again? At least 50 years. However, this tree can only thrive in an environment rich in fire spiritual energy. Without such conditions, it will not bear fruit, rendering any uprooting futile. No, uprooting it is feasible. I have a method to keep it alive and ensure it bears fruit. Observing Zhong Linga's confidence, Ouyang Ruoqing did not wait for Master Wuchan's permission and swiftly cut down the tree along with 3 feet of surrounding soil, placing it in a spirit beast pouch and handing it to Zhong Linger. Master Wuchan finally understood what his second disciple meant by Zhang Lingo being adept at survival. Indeed, she had left no stone unturned. With Master Wuchan and Ouyang Ruoqing present, the secret realm posed little challenge for them. After thoroughly scouring the area, their haul proved to be substantial. Upon exiting the secret realm, Ouyang Ruoqing flew ahead on his sword with the 4 disciples, while Zhang Lingo sat atop her master's sword, discussing the events that had just transpired. Master, could you be a bit gentler next time? I had set up a recording stone to capture their true forms, but you incinerated them, wasting my effort. This master will be more cautious in the future. I wonder what kind of individuals would dare plot against the disciples of Taiching sect. Should I uncover their identities, I shall demand an explanation. In the face of her master's indignation, Zhong Linger remained remarkably composed. Master, you are mistaken. They did not target the Taichung disciples, but rather aimed for my senior brother, considering the upcoming sect competition. With my senior brother, the only nascent soul disciple among us, who could possibly contend against our collective prowess as sword cultivators, some may very well wish for us to fall from the ranks of the top 5 sects. Are you suggesting Tianyu sect? They have indeed been quite audacious lately. Failing to capture that person earlier was a miscalculation on my part, but even if we had captured him, what could we achieve? Lingjian sects, he merely left us a corpse, claiming it was merely a dispute among disciples. A simple apology sufficed to settle the matter. Master Wuchan's face flushed, the last time an elder from Lingjian sect came to apologize. Their demeanor had been exceedingly sincere. Although the explanation they provided was somewhat simplistic, he could not press the issue further, accepting their gift and allowing the matter to pass, only to be thoroughly chastised by his little disciple afterward. He had forgotten to inquire how such a high-grade artifact had come into their possession. With no one to teach him, how could that individual have known how to wield it? The esteemed 5th elder would not have been so oblivious as to lose his own artifact without realizing it. Furthermore, who were his accomplices? Even if it were merely a dispute among disciples, those accomplices should be accounted for, especially considering the matter pertained to a fragment of demonic essence. How could it be easily dismissed? Master Wuchan longed to express that during those days, he had been utterly exhausted from inscribing formations on his body, rendering him incapable of considering such matters. Yet, he felt these were mere excuses and feared being laughed at by his little disciple. So he remained silent. Zhang Lingo intended for her master to adopt a firmer stance, not genuinely reproaching him. The individuals behind this were surely linked to the demonic faction and would undoubtedly cover their tracks. Even if they pursued the matter, the chances of uncovering any results were slim. At most, they would only find a few scapegoats. Master, should it happen again, bring second uncle along. His thick skin will allow him to address matters that may be difficult for you. Zhong Linger winked at her master, eliciting a chuckle from Master Wuchan, who pinched her cheek. Your second uncle is quite fond of you. Are you truly attempting to manipulate him? Second uncle, is wonderful. But master is even better. The little disciple's praise delighted Master Wuchan, causing him to burst into hearty laughter. Yet, just as he was reveling in mirth, an unsettling sensation washed over him as the nearby space trembled violently. And a formidable, dense aura suddenly emerged. Zhang Lingo was struck by a premonition of impending doom, an overwhelming sense of crisis that felt as if the heavens were about to collapse and history would repeat itself. It turned out that the assassination in Lihua Valley was not the ultimate plan. The true danger awaited them here. A recording stone flew from Zhang Linger's side, and after a moment's thought, she deemed it insufficiently secure. She then hung another around her neck and tugged at her master's sleeve, whispering, "Leave a survivor." Master Wuchan's expression turned grave as he first cast a protective shield to safeguard his little disciple, then turned his gaze towards his eldest disciple. Ouyang Ruoqing immediately cast the 4 disciples to the ground, sword held aloft, standing resolutely in a poised stance. "Who goes there? Step forward." "Ouyang Ruoqing, you are indeed a promising talent. But it is a pity you have obstructed the paths of many." A figure clad in a black robe, face obscured, materialized before the crowd, emanating an overwhelming pressure that distorted the surrounding space for a fleeting moment, compelling all to bow to the ground. "The harmonization stage," exclaimed Wu Qinzhenren, astonished. Those above the harmonization stage could be deemed formidable beings, either the elders of great sects or the leaders of smaller ones. What business did such a person have in confronting a mere junior? Ouyang Ruoqing, forced to the ground by the weight of the pressure, knelt upon one knee, yet refused to yield. With his hand bracing against his sword, he resolutely lifted his head, the veins in his neck prominently visible. "Who are you?" he managed to voice, albeit with great difficulty. The black-robed figure merely chuckled, responding, "This question, you shall never know that I will kill you, shatter your soul, and ensure your eternal disappearance from this world." With that, he raised his hands, unleashing countless flames that morphed into swarms of fiery crows, soaring through the air with a chilling intensity. The flames cascaded from above, engulfing the area, encompassing not only Ouyang Ruoqing but also the 4 disciples, as well as Wu Qinzhenren and Zhang Lingo. It was evident that the black-robed individual intended not only to eliminate Ouyang Ruoqing but also to eradicate the remaining ants in one fell swoop. Zhang Lingo dashed over to join the 4 disciples, her talismans flickering to life, successfully warding off the flames. Ouyang Ruoqing soared into the air, his sword cleaving through the chaos, a myriad of sword lights appearing like stars plummeting from the heavens, directed at the fiery crows. Wu Qinzhenren mirrored the actions of the black-robed figure, condensing his spiritual energy to conjure numerous fireballs that hurtled downwards with intense heat toward the black-robed man. The black-robed figure let out a soft grunt, summoning a barrier of spiritual energy that shielded him from Ouyang Ruoqing's rain of swords. Yet surprisingly, it failed to block the fireballs. Chapter 44. Prepared for contingencies, 2 fireballs struck the black-robed man, igniting his robes and prompting him to retreat hastily, performing several hand seals to extinguish the flames. His gaze then settled on Wu Qinzhenren, whom he had previously dismissed. "I was unaware that Tai Chiong sect could produce someone of your caliber. However, a mere Yuanying is still far from sufficient." Wu Qinzhenren coldly scoffed, positioning himself beside Ouyang Ruoqing. "Indeed, it is far from enough. Just wait. I shall catch up momentarily." With that, his aura began to surge upward, ascending from the pinnacle of Yuanying to the first layer of Huaxing, and continuing to rise through the layers until reaching the harmonization stage. Yet, he did not halt there. His energy continued to climb, reaching the first layer, second layer, and finally the 9th layer of harmonization, only then pausing. "This should suffice," he declared, drawing forth his longsword. As the blade was unsheathed, a gust of wind swept through, and the air became saturated with sword energy. In the blink of an eye, thousands of swords materialized in the air, encircling the black-robed man, their glimmering tips aimed menacingly at him, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping the scene. Ouyang Ruoqing swiftly positioned himself before Zhang Linger. The battle of harmonization stage beings was beyond his capability. Fortunately, his master was present. Without him, returning today would be an impossibility. Zhang Lingo instinctively grasped her senior brother's arm, stealthily affixing an 8th-tier directional teleportation talisman upon him. Having sensed a formidable aura nearby, she had hesitated to probe further and retreated, realizing that altering fate was no simple task. Thankfully, she had prepared for contingencies. The black-robed figure clearly did not anticipate Wu Qinzhenren's prowess. Left in a state of confusion, who would voluntarily suppress their cultivation to feign weakness? This was a renowned sword cultivator, unmatched among his peers, and one who had nearly achieved the transformation of sword intent into form. Could he contend with such an opponent? Absolutely not. Yu Taichiung sector truly despicable. The black-robed figure recognized that he had encountered a formidable challenge. attempting to flee by casting out several talismans that erected layers of earthen walls to obstruct the sword intent and obscure Wu Qingjinren's line of sight. Seizing the opportunity to make a rapid retreat, Wu Qingjinren had already anticipated this, summoning a barrage of fireballs that rained down, blocking the black-robed man's escape route. He then unleashed a sword strike aimed directly at the black-robed figure's face. He recalled his junior disciple's admonition, determined to discern the identity of this black-robed man and capture him alive. "How dare they accuse us of being despicable?" Zhang Linge remarked, astonished by the black-robed man's audacity in turning the tables. Displaying an utter lack of shame, Ouyang Ruoqing snorted quietly, glancing at the suspended recording stone nearby, yet ultimately chose silence. Though the black-robed man initially employed techniques, he relied on talismans at a critical moment. Judging by his proficiency in talisman usage, he was undoubtedly a talisman cultivator, specifically one above the harmonization stage from a sect. The fifth elder of Lingjin sect happened to be a talisman cultivator as well. However, such speculation could not be shared lightly. It was prudent to wait for his master to apprehend the individual for clarity. Burning his black robe should reveal the sect robe beneath, Zhang Linge noted, her keen eyes observing that despite the black-robed figure's mask being tightly secured, a glimmer of white adorned with golden threads was visible beneath the scorched fabric, unmistakably the color of Lingjin sect's attire. Wu Qingjinren took note, unleashing fireballs with reckless abandon, intent on incinerating the black-robed figure. He no longer focused on the mask, redirecting his assault towards the robe itself. The black-robed man's alarm grew palpable as he shielded himself from every angle, casting talismans in a frenzy. However, preoccupied with defense, his offensive capabilities diminished significantly. In mere moments under Wu Qingjinren's onslaught, he became flustered and disorganized. Corpses can serve as evidence. Zhang Linge observed that her master aimed to capture the black-robed figure alive. Yet, considering the presence of hidden threats, she believed it prudent to conclude matters swiftly and issued another warning. The black-robed man nearly spat blood in frustration. "What a bothersome child! How utterly insufferable! If you do not act now, I shall surrender and divulge everything," the black-robed man proclaimed, uttering an inexplicable statement. Before anyone could react, an overwhelming aura manifested, akin to a bolt of black lightning, hurtling toward Ouyang Ruoqing. Simultaneously, a pillar of light erupted skyward, summoning a grand formation that ensnared both Wu Qingjinren and the black-robed man within its confines. The newcomer, devoid of a black robe, concealed his visage with a technique that rendered him shrouded in mist. Upon activating the formation, he unleashed his oppressive aura, exerting a formidable pressure upon the group, causing Ouyang Ruoqing to once more kneel, struggling to move. Zhang Linge leaned against Ouyang Ruoqing, clinging closely, as long as he remained standing. She would not be reduced to the same state as the four others. Feeling the weight of the pressure, Ouyang Ruoqing could only smile bitterly. Another harmonization stage powerhouse had arrived. What merit did he possess to warrant the dispatch of two such formidable beings to eliminate him? The mysterious figure remained silent, producing a sword to shatter the recording stone before thrusting it toward Ouyang Ruoqing. Ouyang Ruoqing attempted to evade, but the disparity in their realms rendered movement under such pressure exceedingly difficult. He could only watch helplessly as the sword's tip sliced through his garments. Trapped within the formation, Wu Qingjinren bellowed, "You dare," as he struck furiously at the barrier, which merely trembled without yielding. The black-robed man smirked coldly, while the mysterious figure's lips curled into a smile. Ouyang Ruoqing felt the chilling sword tip graze his skin, and all present were convinced of his impending demise. Yet, a sudden turn of events unfolded. A flash of light appeared, and Ouyang Ruoqing vanished without a trace. The mysterious figure paused momentarily, muttering, "A teleportation talisman." He promptly extended his consciousness, pursuing the lingering trace of energy in the air. Zhang Linge quickly summoned the four disciples, urging them toward the formation. Frightened and bewildered by the rapid succession of events, the four disciples hesitated until the moment they entered the formation, finally coming to their senses. Why enter the formation instead of fleeing? Isn't that akin to walking into a trap? It was not until they saw the mysterious figure reappear that they understood Zhang Linge's intentions. Fleeing was futile. They might as well cling to a powerful ally. Though this ally was trapped within the formation, he still offered them protection. Wu Qingjinren shielded the five behind him, with his eldest disciple teleported away. He was no longer in a hurry to break the formation, channeling all his rage toward the black-robed man. The black-robed figure, confined within the formation, found no space to evade. His talismans and magical artifacts shattered one after another, his robes tearing apart, revealing the glimmer of white and gold-threaded sect attire beneath. Zhang Linge searched for the formation's core while vigilantly watching the mysterious figure outside. Noticing him turn to observe their direction, she hesitated, And a bold hypothesis dawned upon her. Your companion must be a formation master. He excels at laying formations yet lacks combat skills. Otherwise, why would he not assist you? Chapter 45. Thunder Talisman strike the void. The black-robed man's breath momentarily stalled as Wu Chenjinren seized the opportunity, delivering a vicious slash to his arm. Did your accomplice fail to inform you how to exit this formation? Was it his intention all along to leave you trapped? You cannot possibly be allies. Perhaps you are merely collaborators, and he intends to silence you. Be silent. You speak nonsense. I never intended for you to be trapped. Before the black-robed man could ponder further, the mysterious figure interjected, this girl is quite cunning, attempting to sow discord and destabilize the already fragile alliance between us. He too sought to resolve the predicament at hand. This formation could restrain individuals but lacked lethality. It was originally designed to ensnare Ouyang Ruoqing. Yet an unexpected harmonization stage sword cultivator had appeared. What could a formation master do in such a situation? Establish another killing formation. It would take more than a moment to create a lethal formation capable of dispatching a harmonization stage opponent. Could he escape after dismantling the formation? However, he feared that if the formation were to collapse, both individuals would be unable to escape. Initially, he had contemplated taking hostages. Yet with the captives now ensconced within the formation, they were beyond his reach. Presently, he found himself in a precarious situation, compounded by the troublesome antics of a certain young girl, which was causing him considerable distress. The teleportation talisman utilized by Ouyang Ruoqing was undoubtedly of high grade. Despite scanning the surrounding area for 100,000 miles, he failed to detect any trace of him. That talisman was certainly of at least 7th rank. Wasn't Taichung's sect supposed to be rather impoverished? When did they acquire such valuable items? Outside the formation, the mysterious figure was in a frenzy, while the cloaked man within could no longer endure. Break the formation and flee. The cloaked man issued the command, and the mysterious figure immediately struck a palm against the formation's barrier. The formation's brilliance flickered momentarily before extinguishing completely. The mysterious figure vanished as the formation's runes disintegrated, and the cloaked man attempted to retreat. But Wu Chenjinren had long been prepared and raised his hand to seal the space around him. You shall remain so I can see who you are, with Wu Chenjinren's thunderous shout. His aura surged rapidly, the oppressive might of the Great Ascension stage radiating outward as he raised his hand to unveil the cloaked man's mask. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the void, and a large hand descended from above, pulling the first cloaked man by the collar and dragging him into the void. Wu Chenjinren's heart trembled violently. Tearing open the void was an ability only achievable during the tribulation stage. The only beings capable of reaching the tribulation stage were the 4 great sect ancestors, who had not shown themselves in nearly a century. Had they truly been stirred into action for the sake of a junior? Zhang Linger, witnessing the impending failure, stamped her foot in frustration. The void rift resembled a merciless maw, mocking her calculated schemes that had ultimately come to naught. A spirit talisman flickered in her hand, and without a moment's hesitation, she leaped up and tossed the talisman into the rift just before it sealed shut. Wu Chenjinren, realizing it was too late to intervene, was so startled that he waved his sleeve, whisking the 5 of them nearly 10,000 miles away in an instant. The thunderous roars and cries echoed behind them. What a formidable 8th rank divine thunder talisman! Violet divine thunder cascaded from the heavens, creating a vast expanse of purple lightning that split the space into countless shards. As if it were glass shattered by the purple divine thunder point, 2 figures fell from the void, one appearing severely injured, while the other remained motionless, oblivious to their fate. The impact of the thunder caused them to stagger slightly before they vanished once more in an instant. Zhang Linga withdrew her gaze from the distant sky, only to find her master staring at her in shock, prompting her to smile sweetly with satisfaction. Linger, tossing a divine thunder talisman into the void, what were you thinking? If it weren't for your meager spiritual power, we all would have perished in the ensuing chaos. Wu Chenjinren felt a wave of trepidation wash over him at the thought. This child was far too audacious. It seemed he would have to reclaim the 8th rank talismans. Zhang Linger blinked her large eyes and patted her master's chest reassuringly. Master, what do we have to fear? The ones who should truly be afraid are those others. After this incident, do you think they will dare to harm my senior brother again? Certainly not. Wu Chenjinren conceded. If an ancestor-level powerhouse nearly fell victim to your antics, who would still entertain such reckless thoughts? He then affectionately patted his little apprentice's head. You make a valid point, but such actions must never be repeated. I would like to, but conditions must be met. In just one day, I have expended 2 8th rank spirit talismans, over 6 or 700,000 spirit stones. Just like that. It pains me to even think about it. Zhang Lingo clutched her heart and gazed at her master with a pitiful expression, while Wu Changjinren held his head, exclaiming, "You feel pain?" "My head is still throbbing." As the master and apprentice engaged in their banter, a shadow approached at breakneck speed. Wu Changjinren stepped forward to intercept it, and indeed, it was the sect's spirit vessel. Ouyang Ruoqing, Wu Jizhenren, and Wu Zhuzhenren emerged, their expressions relaxing upon seeing the group unharmed. They had come to rescue them, quickly gathering the others before departing from this perilous place, once the spirit vessel landed. Fairy Qianghua, accompanied by Yi Qinlan and by Luo Qing, greeted them. After confirming their safety, they all entered the grand hall to discuss the events that had transpired. After the four disciples recounted how they had been deceived, they were allowed to rest. Zhong Linger requested her fifth uncle to prepare 2 copies of the recording stone, and as she played it, she recounted the thrilling events that had unfolded. After viewing their perilous battle, everyone began to ponder the motives behind it. It appeared that an attack on Ouyang Ruoqing had been orchestrated just before the grand competition, likely in pursuit of ranking, with Tian Yuzong being the prime suspect. However, the ancestor of Tian Yuzong was at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage and had not yet reached the Tribulation stage. Only the other 4 great sects possessed Tribulation-level experts. But which of them could it be? What benefit would they gain from involving themselves in this matter? It was clear that someone was determined to prevent the eldest senior brother from participating in the sect's grand competition. Do you think they would give up after one failure? Zhong Linger's question sent a ripple of shock through everyone. Wu Zhuzhenren slammed his palm onto the table, exclaiming, "What? Do they still dare to lay a hand on Ruoqing?" "As for how they will proceed, I cannot say," another replied, "but they certainly do not want Taiqing sect to secure a position in the top 5. Therefore, why not add some fuel to the fire and see who will reveal themselves?" Amidst the puzzled gazes of the others, Zhang Lingo pulled Yi Qinlan over and presented a palm-sized artifact. "Sister Yi, it is now time for you to shine." Yi Qinlan counted on her fingers and smiled confidently. "Little junior sister, you can count on me to handle this. Spread the word that our sect intends to claim first place in this grand competition. My 5 senior brothers are immensely powerful and brimming with confidence." After some thought, Yi Qinlan infused the artifact with a proclamation. "The leader of Taiqing sect boldly declares that we aim to secure first place in this grand competition." Wu Changjinren, who was observing the artifact, nearly dropped it in shock. "Nonsense. That is not what I said. If we fail to secure first place, I will be the laughingstock of everyone." Zhong Linger hurriedly reassured him. "Master, you must have a bit of faith in my senior brothers. They will definitely bring home the first place for you." Chapter 46. Unexpected developments. 5 pairs of eyes turned toward her, and an overwhelming sense of pressure filled the air. Wu Changjinren was not comforted by his disciples' words. Imagining the gazes of the other sect leaders made him reluctant to appear at the grand competition. Following Yi Qinglan's explosive declaration, the forums erupted into heated discussions. Why should we accept this? The top spot has always belonged to Lingjin's sect. Indeed, Wu Changjinren has always been a modest person. How could he be so arrogant in private? Wu Changjinren buried his face in his hands. Lamenting his tarnished reputation, how did such rumors even begin? Yi Qinlan sent another message. Lingjin's sect is formidable. Do they have any nascent soul cultivators? Have they comprehended sword intent? Just recently, Chihaoren also grasped sword intent. With a 9th-layer foundation establishment and sword intent, he would undoubtedly rival golden core cultivators. What? A foundation establishment cultivator comprehending sword intent? Is that for real? Wouldn't that make him even more talented than the dual prodigies of Taiqing? But wait, isn't Lingjin's sect composed entirely of golden core cultivators? Except for their newly arrived little junior sister, they have 2 mid-golden core, 2 peak golden core cultivators, making their strength solidly first. Taiqing sect has only 1 little junior sister at the foundation establishment stage. Yi Qinlan quickly retorted, Zhang Lingo is not participating, so her cultivation level is irrelevant. Taiqing sect boasts 1 nascent soul, 1 peak golden core, 1 mid-golden core, and 1 early golden core cultivator. Although they have a 9th-layer foundation establishment cultivator, defeating golden core is not a problem, especially since they have all comprehended sword intent, which would easily overshadow Lingjin's sect. What? They have all comprehended sword intent? Is sword intent as common as cabbage? How could Taiqing sect possibly have everyone comprehend it? You must be exaggerating. But wait, didn't we hear that Bai Luoqing isn't participating? Exactly. You must be talking nonsense. You can't even get the participants right. Yi Qinlan smiled slightly and continued, I'm not exaggerating at all. My brother is a core disciple of Taiqing sect. He told me that the eldest senior brother was attacked, but fortunately he is unharmed. The sect leader was furious and adjusted the participants for the competition. The sect leader also mentioned that Taichung sect hasn't secured first place in a long time, and we are on the verge of being seen as a soft touch. Therefore, he has allowed Bai Luoqing to participate to showcase Taichung sect's true strength. What? Ouyang Ruoqing was attacked. When did this happen? Why haven't we heard about it? I did see the sky near Taichung sect being torn apart by thunder. The pressure indicated that it was a battle beyond the integration stage. That it seems that something truly went awry as, it was Wu Chanjinren who was provoked, compelling him to contend for first place. Do you think there is some hidden secret behind this? Is that even a question? An integration stage cultivator attacking a nascent soul disciple. No wonder Wu Chanjinren is furious. The forthcoming public opinion is veering towards the realm of conspiracy theories. Zhang Lingo smiled, estimating that no one would dare to touch the eldest senior brother now. However, it should not be said that even fifth place would be within reach for Taichung sect, as those individuals would never allow it. Thus, the next focus would be on how they would make their moves and who might emerge next. Zhang Lingo instructed Yu Qinglan to keep a close watch on the forum's developments. This topic must be discussed for at least another 2 days, ensuring that a significant portion of the cultivators in the eastern state are aware of it. Subsequently, she was pulled into a room by her master to discuss the fate of her 8th grade spiritual talismans. 2 days before their departure, the dean of Tianji Academy, Tian Xian, personally arrived at Taichung sect, bearing an invitation from Tianji Pavilion. The Gafal battlefield was in urgent need of personnel, as demonic creatures were nearing the exit of the formation. Various locations were urgently dispatching reinforcements, and only Ouyang Ruoqing from the eastern state met the criteria, thus the opportunity could only be bestowed upon him. The Gafal battlefield is a space left behind after ancient deities vanquished the celestial demons. It is said that although the celestial demons perished, their malevolent essence lingered, transforming into countless demonic entities that surged towards the realm of cultivation. The deities then transformed their bodies into vessels to imprison these creatures, sealing the entrance with formations. However, as time passed, the formation at the entrance became loose, allowing many demonic entities to escape and ravage several cities. It was the combined effort of Tianji Pavilion and various sect cultivators that suppressed these entities and repaired the formations. Yet, due to the continual assaults on the formations by the demons, it was necessary for cultivators to enter and stand guard. However, due to the restrictions of the secret realm's laws, only Yuaning cultivators under the age of 50 could enter. Few met this criteria, leading to an unspoken rule in the cultivation world. Whoever Tianji Pavilion invites must go, lest they bear the infamy of disregarding the safety of the cultivation world. Of course, Tianji Pavilion would not have people serve without compensation. Those who entered the Godfall battlefield would receive a spiritual vein as remuneration, and the battlefield was rife with opportunities for advancement, making it a prospect many were still eager to pursue. Ouyang Ruoqing, however, was reluctant to go. Did he truly have the option to refuse, with the eldest senior brother participating in the sect competition? There were no other suitable candidates available. Qi Haoran, feeling discontent, pressed on, lamenting that first place seemed to have flown away with wings. Dean Tianxian smiled, noting that the Godfall battlefield involved the lives of countless individuals and was far more significant than the sect competition. Oh, so my eldest senior brother bears the weight of thousands of lives, came the languid voice of Zhou Yizhu, laced with sarcasm. Dean Tianxian's lips twitched slightly, maintaining his smile. Not exactly. However, once a precedent is set, others may follow suit, and the consequences could be dire. Will my eldest senior brother be able to return alive? Yu Chimping asked directly, voicing everyone's apprehensions. Dean Tianxian's smile faded. There were indeed quite a few who returned alive, and they all broke through to the transformation stage. Are you suggesting that once inside, life and death are left to fate, and only those who break through to transformation can be sent back by the secret realm? Zhong Linger inquired innocently, her tone icy. She had not anticipated that after risking her life to save the eldest senior brother, she would have to send him to another perilous situation. Dean Tianxian's expression grew somber. Every cultivator entering the Godfall battlefield was fighting for their lives. None of us wished to see them in danger, but the cultivation world needs them. Protecting the realm is the duty of every cultivator. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Chanjinren sighed and inquired if Ouyang Ruoqing could wait until after the competition to go, only to receive a negative response. Tianji Pavilion had only given them 1 day's notice. They were to depart early the next morning. That night, the entirety of Taichung sect was enveloped in a somber atmosphere. Elders imparted many words to Ouyang Ruoqing and gifted him numerous items, leading to farewells among the disciples. Eldest senior brother is heading to the battlefield, not to the gallows. Do not wear such expressions. He will return. Bai Luoqing spoke gently, alleviating the heavy mood. Ouyang Ruoqing, rarely smiling, remarked, I cannot participate in the sect competition. You all must strive hard, at least to keep us within the top 5. Eldest senior brother, do not underestimate us. Even without you, we will still claim first place. Jihaoran asserted proudly, though tears shimmered in his eyes. Chapter 47. Farewell to the eldest senior brother. Ouyang Ruoqing ruffled his hair. All right, then I shall await your good news. Such trivial matters, with your speed of cultivation. You might reach the transformation stage within 10 years. If you wish to return sooner, just work harder. If not, I shall take my leave first. Zhou Yizhu, with reddened eyes, turned and walked away stubbornly. Such a coincidence, exclaimed Yu Chengping, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly raising it with determination. Ouyang Ruoqing patted his shoulder. Do not overthink it. It may simply be a coincidence. Zhang Lingo rolled her eyes and pulled the 4th and 5th senior brothers along, saying, We will wait for the eldest senior brother to return. Let us give him and the 2nd senior brother some time to bid farewell. We shall take our leave to rest now. She dragged them away, not responding to the 5th senior brother's question about why they needed to avoid witnessing the farewell, leaving the 2 brothers in a state of perplexity. Zhang Lingo did not truly intend to rest. Instead, she turned back to her master's room. Master, I wish to draw talismans, though you may be struck by lightning. Zhang Linger's expression was earnest. Wuqing Jinren inhaled deeply and quietly asked, What kind of talisman? Zhang Lingo pointed to the sky and shook her head. Wuqing Jinren ceased to inquire further and promptly made preparations. After more than half a year, the thunderous punishment descended once again, leaving Wuqing Jinren charred and blackened. Watching his little disciple snatch the talisman and flee, his heart once more growing cold, Ouyang Ruoqing had also heard the thunder and rushed over to ask what was happening, but was dismissed by his master with a simple nothing. Upon returning to his room, he found his little junior sister waiting for him. Eldest senior brother, entering the Godfall battlefield might not be such a bad thing. At least you can focus on your cultivation. You may find these items useful, so be sure to keep them safe. These talismans are crucial for preserving your life in critical moments. Do not hesitate to use them. In this particular talisman, place it within your sea of consciousness, but remember, do not take it out. Ouyang Ruoqing accepted the items from his little junior sister, his expression shifting dramatically upon scanning them with his spirit sense. Little junior sister, where did you acquire these 8th grade talismans? Do not ask, just know they were given by master. Also, take this Songyu divine sword to the battlefield. It is a divine sword and should rightfully be used to vanquish demons rather than remain idle with me. Zhang Lingo produced the Songyu divine sword from her sea of consciousness and handed it to Ouyang Ruoqing. Did you not think to consult me beforehand? The spirit of that Songyu sword appeared, crossing its arms and gazing at the brother and sister with a sense of grievance akin to being abandoned by a heartless lover. You are a divine sword. You must protect my eldest senior brother well. Wait for me. Once my strength increases, I will personally come to retrieve you both. Zhang Lingo declared with unwavering determination, embracing her eldest senior brother and solemnly saying, Eldest senior brother, wait for me. I will ensure you and the 2nd senior brother reunite. Ouyang Ruoqing's previously touched feelings evaporated instantly. In truth, he and the 2nd senior brother were not that kind of relationship. Early the next morning, after Dean Tianxian left behind a spiritual vein, he departed with Ouyang Ruoqing. Zhang Lingo conceived a bold idea regarding this spiritual vein. Taichung sect lacked many things, but the most pressing need was for pills. The disciples' primary task when venturing out was to seek various spiritual plants for alchemy. The sect did have medicinal fields, but they only cultivated common herbs, while high-grade spiritual plants were difficult to sustain due to environmental limitations. In truth, the growth environment for high-grade herbs could be simulated through formations. For instance, plants that only thrive near magma could still flourish if provided with ample fire spiritual energy. Setting up a sizable 5 elements formation was not difficult. The challenge lay in maintaining the formation, which required a continuous supply of pure spiritual energy. This spiritual vein would aptly resolve that issue. Once Zhang Lingo shared her thoughts, everyone unanimously raised their hands in agreement, neglecting to seek the approval of the slumbering sect leader, thus solidifying the decision. Naturally, there was no time to set up the formation now. Zhang Lingo briefly outlined the materials and foundational requirements, entrusting them to the 5th senior uncle to refine during their absence. While the rest began preparing for departure, the slumbering Wuqing Jinren was lifted onto the spiritual vessel by Wujizi Jinren, and the flying boat journeyed for 3 days, leaving him with just 1 day for pre-battle mobilization. This time, the sect leader led the expedition, accompanied by Wujizi Jinren and Fairy Chihua. In addition to the 5 participating direct disciples, they also brought along 10 core disciples as observers. 18 individuals packed the spiritual vessel to its limits. severely overloading it. Zhonglinger could not help but ask Yi Qinglan, "Does the sect not possess a larger spiritual vessel?" Yi Qinglan replied softly, "There was indeed a larger one. First, it was too dilapidated and would require considerable materials to repair. Second, it consumes too many spiritual stones. We prefer not to use it if we can avoid it. On Beast God Peak, there resides a sacred beast that could also be used for riding. But the divine beast refuses to carry us, citing poor provisions. What kind of divine beast is so pretentious? It must be revered like an ancestor by now. Isn't a divine beast meant to be utilized?" Zhonglinger recalled hearing that there was a divine beast atop the sect's Beast God Peak, said to possess cultivation equivalent to the integration stage, yet she had never seen it. It seemed that it was a flying divine beast after all. "It is a saber-toothed tiger with the bloodline of Baizé, said to have been the mount of our founding ancestor, and it is now over 5,000 years old," Zhonglinger realized. In simpler terms, it was merely a spiritual beast with divine bloodline, a hybrid. It took over 5,000 years to reach the integration stage. That was hardly impressive. Yi Qinglan gently tapped Zhonglinger. Anxiety etched on her face as she cautioned, "You must absolutely refrain from speaking in such a manner in his presence. If he were to lose his temper, it could very well lead to chaos within our sect." Zhonglinger nodded, her heart dismissive of the concern. After all, the saber-toothed tiger pales in comparison to the true divine beast that is the Azure Phoenix of the Spirit Sword sect. The first round of the grand competition was scheduled to take place at the Northern Wuji sect, as it housed the largest secret realm of demonic beasts in the eastern state. Upon the arrival of the spiritual vessel at Wuji sect, 21 of the 22 sects in the eastern state were already present, making the late arrival of Taichung sect particularly conspicuous. Goodness, such a small spiritual vessel belongs to Taichung sect. How utterly shabby. It was a wonder that the vessel could accommodate so many individuals. Surely, it must contain a spatial formation. Taichung sect was indeed as impoverished as its name suggested, unable to compare with the grandeur of Tianyu sect. As Zhonglinger disembarked from the vessel, a flurry of whispers greeted her. She held her head high and strode forward with pride. Turning to her fellow disciples, she proclaimed, "Let us all rally our spirits. We are here to claim the first place, not to compete over vessels." The others were invigorated by her words, puffing out their chests and stepping forth with the confidence befitting the first-place contenders. The Grandmaster of Wuji sect, Taishu Junren, approached with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Wuqing Grandmaster, if you do not arrive soon, I shall have to welcome you from 3,000 miles away. Today, you must partake in 3 cups of penalty wine." Taishu's just was met with a chill as Wuqing Junren's expression turned somber. Mingyuan Junren of Tianyu sect quickly stifled his laughter, realizing he had overstepped. "My apologies, Wuqing Grandmaster. I did not mean to offend. Since you have declared your intent to vie for first place, it is evident that you shall indeed secure it. First place is earned through merit, not mere declarations, and the importance of the title should not impose undue pressure on the disciples." Xian Qingjunren of Wanluo sect approached, attempting to ease the tension among the grandmasters. As Zhonglingao caught sight of Gu Yinza in the distance, she eagerly tugged her second senior brother towards him. Jiu Shixiang, "We have arrived late. What is the current situation? Please enlighten us." Zhonglinger offered a beaming smile. Aware from her previous life experiences that many sects would covertly form alliances to eliminate formidable opponents during the competition. Hence, she sought to gather information before seeking an ally, with the host Wuji sect being the most suitable candidate. Gu Yinzo wore a troubled expression before leading the two to a secluded spot, where he finally spoke. "I would have liked to collaborate with you, but your claims to first place have offended many. Everyone is eager to eliminate the greatest threat you pose, which is why we have allied with the Spirit Sword sect." Zhonglingao bit her lip, sensing the precarious situation of her own sect. "It is quite all right, Gu Shixiang. This is a competition. After all, there can only be one first place. All is fair in the pursuit of our sect's interests. Rivalry is inevitable, provided it does not affect our personal relationships." Seeing Zhonglingao's insightful perspective, Gu Yinza felt a twinge of embarrassment, avoiding her gaze. "It is good that you think this way. While I cannot ally with you, I can provide some intelligence. Danxiang Pavilion has allied with Tianyu sect, Wanluo sect with Lingxi Valley and Qingshuang sect, Zishu sect with Feishing sect, and Echo Valley with Foming sect. Currently, Taichung sect remains the only one unaligned among the 12 major sections. The significance of the remaining smaller sects forming alliances is negligible." Zhongling's heart sank. It felt as though Taichung sect was being ostracized by the major sections. What is the reason for this? Gu Yinza raised an eyebrow. "The outcome of the competition influences the rights to exploit the 12 spiritual veins of the eastern state for the next 20 years. The 5 major sects have held sway over these resources for millennia. including the governance of the 5 major cities. It is unsurprising that other sects wish to contest this. Indeed, the 5 major sects are not unassailable. With only 1 peak golden core and 2 foundation establishment cultivators, represent a potential breakthrough. However, the stance of the other 4 sects is disheartening. Naturally, I understand. After all, it is easy to disregard pain when it does not affect oneself. Zhonglinger's words dripped with sarcasm, brutally articulating the harsh reality. Taiching sect had been abandoned by the other 4 major sects. Gu Yinza offered an awkward smile, remaining silent. May I inquire how Danxiang Pavilion allied with Tianyu sect? Considering they had previously maintained close ties with the Spirit Sword sect, the Spirit Sword sect sought to secure their position as the first, hence they chose to ally with us. Danxiang Pavilion offered to sell their elixirs at an 80% discount to forge this partnership with Tianyu sect. Ah, so they are merely opportunists. Does Danxiang Pavilion truly hold such regard for Tianyu sect? Gu Yinza turned to Bai Luoqing and added, I apologize for not being able to ally with you this time. It is of no concern, Gu Shixiang. Not allying with us is your loss, Zhang Linga replied with pride and arrogance, leaving Gu Yinza momentarily speechless. Upon returning to their resting area, the expressions of Wuqing Zhenren and the others were grim. Evidently having heard the troubling news, Zhang Lingo clapped her hands together and rallied the group. Come, let us all lift our spirits. Since they choose not to collaborate with us, we shall shine on our own. Now, let us discuss our strategy for tomorrow. Each person must have a specific role, and we cannot afford any mistakes. That evening, Yi Qinglan fervently discussed the various team strengths and the strategic intentions of each sect on the forum, successfully igniting a heated discourse that directed more attention towards the isolated Taiching sect. Voices of dissent against Taiching sect echoed throughout. Ouyang Ruoqing has left at such a critical juncture. Without him, Taiching sect has lost all hope. Indeed, the top contenders are Ouyang Ruoqing, followed by Lang Qingyu, Li Xinting, Lu Bin, and Qing Xian. Bai Luoqing has fallen out of contention. It's uncertain who stands 6th among Zhou Qin Dongxiu, and Li Qingyao. Without Ouyang Ruoqing, their chances are bleak. Taichung sect possesses 2 foundation establishment cultivators, while the other 4 major sects, including Tianyu sect, boast full ranks of golden core cultivators. Isn't it said that Taichung sect's little junior sister is a talentless waste? How has she managed to establish her foundation? Your news is outdated. Taichung sect must have employed some secret method to facilitate her rapid advancement to foundation establishment, reportedly now at the 5th level. But what is the use of mere foundation establishment? Some claim she engages in battle using talismans, while others assert she wields a sword, yet none of her skills are remarkable. It seems her penchant lies in collecting corpses, any corpse. It appears. It is no wonder the other 4 major sects have forsaken Taichung sect. It seems that after this grand competition, the 5 major sects will no longer recognize their name, with Tianyu sect poised to ascend. Many held unwavering confidence in Tianyu sect, even going so far as to reorder the 12 major sects, placing Tianyu sect among the 5 major ones, while Taichung sect failed to secure even the 10th position. Yet Zhong Linga remained resolute, determined to use her strength to decisively silence those who disparaged Taichung sect. Early the next morning, all sect teams gathered in formation behind Wuji sect's rear mountain, where Tianji Academy's Dean Tianxian assumed the role of judge, elucidating the rules for all participants. As the name implies, the demonic beast forest is teeming with beasts of varying strengths, ranging from foundation establishment to nascent soul. With formidable beasts above the nascent soul level sequestered in designated regions, the primary task for each sect's disciples is to hunt demonic beasts and procure their inner cores, with points awarded based on the core's grade. Nascent soul inner cores yield the highest points, followed by peak golden core cores, and so forth. Combat among disciples is strictly prohibited, as is the theft of cores. However, they may utilize formations, talismans, magical artifacts, and pills, provided they do not exceed the 4th rank. Each participant will receive a teleportation token, which contains a teleportation talisman that can be activated in life-threatening situations. Following this, Dean Tianxian conjured a magical mirror to hover in the sky, informing all disciples that their every action within the secret realm would be displayed on the mirror, subtly advising them to behave and refrain from any underhanded tactics. Zhang Linger curled her lip. She had witnessed the workings of such magical mirrors in her previous lives. The view from above was limited, and from a distance, details were indistinguishable, with no sound to accompany the visuals. The small tricks of Tianyu sect had not gone unnoticed. As the lengthy address concluded, Zhang Lingo raised a pertinent issue regarding the ownership of the inner cores and the opportunities gained therein. Dean Tianxin graciously affirmed that the cores would belong to whoever claimed them, assuring her that no one would contest her claims. With her mind at ease, the disciples from each sect commenced their entry into the secret realm, their figures vanishing one by one as they were randomly transported to various locations. The remaining sect leaders and disciples turned their gazes skyward, keenly discerning which sect and which disciples appeared on the magical mirror. Wuqing Jinren produced a misty mirror before the members of Taichung sect, and a voice soon emanated from it. Where is this? Master, I am feeling quite frightened. This is the voice of Zhang Linger, clearly heard by many. However, did she not enter the secret realm? The nearby Xianqing Jinren immediately looked over, his pupils trembling in surprise on the large mirror in front of Taichung sect. The clear images of 5 direct disciples appeared, along with their surroundings. Even the sound of their footsteps could be heard. Wuqing Zhaman, what wondrous artifact is this? This is called the Taichung mirror. A magical treasure crafted by my 5th junior brother, Wuqing Jinren replied with a smile, his eyes fixated on the screen, equally intrigued as it was his first time witnessing this marvel. Meanwhile, in the square of Cheongshao City, an unexpected Taichung mirror had been erected, broadcasting Zhang Linger's playful voice across half the city, drawing a crowd to watch. Heavens, this is footage from the sect competition. Does this mean we can also witness the sect competition? Many gasped in astonishment, and soon the jade slips erupted with activity as countless cultivators rushed toward Cheongshao City, leaving Wu Zhinren overwhelmed as he struggled to maintain order. At the back mountain of Wuzhizong, several sect leaders crowded around the few from Taichung sect. Since you possess such a fine object, Wuqing Zhaman, why not share it with everyone? Let us gather around the mirror and watch together, suggested Tianxian, the academy head, clearing his throat loudly. Wuqing Zhinren, in a generous spirit, smiled and pushed the Taichung mirror forward. Since everyone wishes to see, let us share the view. The Taichung mirror soared into the sky with Wuqing Zhinren's infusion of spiritual power, descending beneath the magic mirror and magnifying until each image was vividly displayed before the crowd. Once again, astonishment washed over them. In the footage, Zhang Lingo lingered by a stream, retrieving a jade slip. After fiddling with it for a moment, she addressed it. Senior brothers, can you hear my voice? We can hear you, little junior sister. Where are you? Replied Chi Haoran, holding a jade slip and answering loudly. Keep your voice down. You'll deafen us, Zhou Yizhua complained impatiently. Bai Luochen also picked up a jade slip. Stop squabbling. Let us discuss our whereabouts and regroup quickly. We should first check if there are any prominent objects around us. With that, Yu Chimping gestured towards the sky with his jade slip, and the images from his location appeared on the other 4 slips. Outside the secret realm, chaos erupted once more. How could jade slips possibly function within the secret realm? I have never heard of such a thing. How can a jade slip not only communicate but also show scenery? This is truly astonishing. Wuqing Zhangman, what is going on? Please explain to everyone, urged Tai Su Zhenren, his expression serious, as it appeared they had underestimated Taichung sect. They had come well prepared. This is not merely a jade slip, Wuqing Zhenren replied with a hint of pride. Its function surpassed that of a jade slip. This is a magical artifact crafted collaboratively by my 2nd and 5th junior brothers. Known as the Palm Universe, its capabilities are evident for all to see. This competition is rather unfair. Taichung sect has an overwhelming advantage with their magical artifacts, interjected Ming Yuan Zhenren. The other sect leaders fell silent, observing quietly. Where is the unfairness? Is it not within the competition rules to utilize magical artifacts? Furthermore, your claim that we are taking advantage of them is laughable. How would one Luo sect position itself under such assertions? Wuzhizong Zhenren retorted sarcastically, casting a cold glance at Ming Yuan Zhenren, then surveying Xiancheng Zhenren. Ming Yuan Zhenren fell silent. Wan Luo sect primarily relied on their artifacts for combat, while Taichung sect's artifacts were indeed unique. Wan Luo sect likely possessed even more extraordinary ones. Could he prevent their use? Splendid. Linger and Luo Qing have reunited, exclaimed Fairy Chionghua with excitement. Her greatest concern had been Zhang Linger being alone and bullied, and now she could rest easy. Unbeknownst to them, during their conversation, Bai Luoqing had swiftly arrived, utilizing the unique features of the surroundings to directly ride his sword over and be the first to join Zhang Linger. The other sect leaders hurriedly looked to the magic mirror, searching for their own disciples, while many remained in place, some chased by demon beasts and running in all directions. Their chances of regrouping depended on luck. After reuniting with his junior sister, Bai Luoqing felt relieved. He took stock of the dense forest they were in, sensing the surrounding aura, and addressed the other 3 with the Palm Universe in hand. I have reunited with the little junior sister. We are likely at the outskirts of the secret realm. surrounded mainly by demon beasts ranging from foundation to early golden core level. Let us commence from here. You all should hurry over. The other three agreed, and Bai Luoqing and Zhang Lingo sought out a flat, open area, beginning to lay down formation foundations, seemingly preparing to set up a formation with a clear direction. Zhou Yizhua and the others flew over on their swords, skillfully avoiding demon beasts, prioritizing their reunion. Just as Zhong Linger and Bai Luoqing were nearly done arranging their formation, the five from Tai Chiang's sect were the first to gather. Subsequently splitting responsibilities and moving in different directions, tossing down a peculiar round object as they walked, which, upon landing, vanished from sight. Those outside the secret realm were puzzled once more. Tian Xian, the academy head, inquired of Wu Qingjinren, "What are your disciples doing? Why are they not engaging the demon beasts?" Just as Wu Qingjinren was about to respond, Wu Zhongjinren interjected impatiently, "What else could they be doing? Formation, magical artifacts. Rest assured, they are all below the 4th rank." Tian Xian recognized that Tai Chiang's sect's members were displeased and chose to remain silent, casting a disapproving glance at Ming Yuan Jinren. Inside the secret realm, the five from Tai Chiang's sect dispersed, soon encountering demon beasts. Aside from the low-level ones easily dispatched, they engaged in no battles, instead leading the beasts back, at which point beams of light illuminated as the demon beasts were ensnared within the formation. Chapter 50. Engaging in business. The most extravagant among them was Zhou Yizhua, whose pinnacle golden core strength allowed him to traverse the forest with ease. Thus, he was not merely luring demon beasts but found a spot to unleash a flurry of sword strikes, startling the beasts into fleeing towards the direction of the formation. The formation's glow intensified, and numerous demon beasts were driven into the central array. Seeing her third senior brother perform so impressively, Zhang Lingo eagerly chimed in, "Third senior brother, you are my hero. Don't stop. We have this entire area of demon beasts covered." Zhou Yizhua tossed his head back in arrogance. "Do I need you to tell me that? These demon beasts are hardly enough to fill my teeth. Your gap between teeth really that wide." Zhang Lingo mused internally, yet she extended her thumb in approval, delighting Zhou Yizhua as he continued to herd the demon beasts. Such commotion inevitably drew curious onlookers. Upon witnessing the radiant formation patterns, they lost their composure, momentarily forgetting that Bai Luoqin was also a formation master capable of setting down such an array, indicating he was indeed a formidable array master. However, they questioned the efficacy of trapping these demon beasts in formations when they could simply slay others, observing a foundation pinnacle demon beast trapped within a formation. Someone thought to seize the opportunity, rushing toward the formation, only to be repelled by a resounding thud as the formation's barrier bounced them back. This formation could indeed differentiate between humans and demon beasts. Outsiders could not enter, thus all these demon beasts were effectively Tai Chiang's sects. Gu Yinzha was also drawn by the noise and saw Bai Luoqing driving a group of demon beasts, hastening to assist while discreetly gathering information. "Bai Luoqing, your array skills have reached the 5th rank. Haven't they? Yet, even a 5th rank array master cannot set down so many formations so quickly. Nay, I am still a 4th rank. Not all of this is an array, most are magical artifacts." Bai Luoqing's sword light was fierce as he intercepted several straying demon beasts, his smile calm and his tone warm, as if chatting with a friend. "What sort of magical artifact is this that can merge with formations?" "This is a formation disc crafted by my 5th uncle. It contains the formation within the disc, allowing for quick deployment by simply tossing it out. Far more convenient than setting up on site. But can you truly slay all these demon beasts trapped within the formations? Once confined within the formations, those demon beasts belong to us. As for whether we can kill them, we will always find a way." Having driven the demon beasts into the larger formation, Bai Luoqing retrieved the palm universe, addressing the other four. "This area has been largely cleared of demon beasts. Let us return and begin the slaughter. Second senior brother, I've brought back a nascent soul demon beast. Prepare quickly." Chi Haoran's voice echoed. Bai Luoqing disregarded Gu Yinzha's astonished expression, immediately moving towards the sound. And upon seeing the demon beast following Chi Haoran, he tossed a round disc along with a few formation bases down in front of the demon beast's feet, causing it to inadvertently step into the array. The formation's light flared, capturing the nascent soul demon beast, which repeatedly slammed against the barrier, yet the wall remained unyielding. The other three soon arrived, and Zhang Linger, eager to act, suggested, "Shall we slay this nascent soul demon beast first? There are plenty of nascent soul demon beasts inside. If you wish to take the lead, don't waste time." "Little junior sister, hand me a slumber charm," Zhou Yizhua replied impatiently. Disappointed, Zhang Lingo handed over a charm. And as Zhou Yizhua stepped into the formation, he swiftly tossed the charm. which adhered to the demon beast as its space for movement was limited. As it became somewhat dazed and unsteady, Zhou Yizhuo swiftly struck, severing its head and retrieving the inner core. Tossing the inner core to Bai Luoqing, Zhou Yizhuo pondered for a moment before producing a storage ring to collect the demon beast's carcass and handed it to Zhang Linger, awkwardly stating, "This demon beast's meat is edible." Zhang Linger, with her starry eyes, is indeed captivating. Even the handsome senior brother cannot help but think of his little junior sister. Her adorable, sundry demeanor is simply delightful. As she pushed the ring back, Zhang Linger smiled sweetly, saying that the third senior brother should fill it up before giving it to her. Zhou Yizhuo smirked, retracting his hand. Such a trivial request from his junior sister was easily within his means to fulfill. Gu Yinze, however, was oblivious to this brotherly-sisterly exchange, his mind still lingering on the image of the slain demonic beast. They had just vanquished a Yuan-ing demonic beast moments ago. He had worried about their inability to finish the fight. How foolish his concerns were. He should have been more worried about the lack of demonic beasts to slay. No, there were far too many questions to ponder. He needed clarity. Regaining his composure, Gu Yinze suddenly noticed that a stone resembling an eye was hovering nearby each member of the Taiqiang sect. "What is this object, and why does it follow you?" he inquired. Zhong Linger approached with a smile, eager to explain. Jiu Shixiao. This is called the Qianli Eye, a magical artifact capable of monitoring individuals. Our master dotes on us so much that he worries we might be devoured by demonic beasts in the secret realm. Thus he had fifth uncle forge this artifact to closely accompany us. Our master also possesses the Taiqiang mirror, which allows him to oversee our actions, the paths we traverse, and the words we utter from the outside. After her explanation, Zhang Linga waved at the Qianli Eye, cheerfully exclaiming, "Hello, master. We are all very obedient and have listened to second senior brother." Outside the secret realm, the Witching Jinren chuckled, his eyes narrowing with amusement. The master intended for the other disciples to observe the competition, not to merely watch over you. You speak nonsense. The other sect leaders exchanged glances, concerned for their disciples. They, too, wished to have a clear understanding of their disciples' performances. But they were uncertain if the Taiqiang sect had any of these magical artifacts to spare. Within the secret realm, Gu Yinze posed another question. "Junior sister, how is it that your jade slips can communicate within the secret realm?" "Gu Shixiao," Zhong Linger replied. "What we hold is called the palm of heaven and earth, which has far more functions than the jade slips. It can be considered an upgraded version. The palm of heaven and earth allows direct conversation with designated individuals and even displays their faces during dialogue. When in the secret realm, as long as the palm connects with the spatial principles of the realm, it can be utilized. However, it cannot guarantee functionality in every secret realm, as each has its unique spatial principles. Yet, the most significant feature of the palm is its forum function. Previously, everyone would speak as thoughts came to mind, which was quite chaotic. So the palm created distinctions. Look, this is the task area. Tasks can be published here. And team formations can be arranged. Discussions on techniques are in the technique area, while casual chats are in the gossip area. Zhang Lingo demonstrated the features to Gu Yinze while sending a message to Zhou Yizhuo in the gossip area, urging everyone to see the first beauty of the cultivation world. She accompanied it with an image of Zhou Yizhuo. Bai Luoqing chuckled, showing his own palm of heaven and earth to Gu Yinze. The message was not surprising. But what caught his attention was the image of Zhou Yizhuo elegantly tossing his hair while gazing at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, truly deserving of the title of the first beauty. Upon seeing the words first beauty, Zhou Yizhuo's face darkened immediately. Just as he was about to move, he was firmly restrained by Yu Chumping and Qi Haoren. "Third senior brother, don't act rashly. The master is watching. Calm your anger. Third senior brother, a moment of patience can secure a greater plan." Zhang Lingo tugged at Gu Yinze's sleeve, asking, "Gu Shixiang, what do you think of our palm of heaven and earth? Would anyone buy it for 1,000 spirit stones? 1,000 spirit stones? Are you planning to sell the palm of heaven and earth? Then sell me 10. After the initial shock, Gu Yinze was overjoyed. Such a wondrous artifact for merely 1,000 spirit stones was unbelievably cheap. He simply had to buy it. Bai Luoqing quickly interjected, 1,000 spirit stones is the price for formal sales in the future. The current price is 2,000 spirit stones. Gu Yinze frowned. That is quite excessive. Are you raising the price just because I wish to buy? If you pay now, you can receive the item upon exiting the secret realm. However, if you wish to purchase it later, you will have to wait. My fifth uncle is very busy, and it might be years before he recalls making these. Wait for years. This is a valuable item that can be utilized in the next secret realm competition. With it, we can gain a significant advantage. How can we wait? Gu Yinze produced a storage ring. Zhang Lingo smiled brightly as she took it. Normally, One person can only buy one, but I trust that Gu Shixiang won't resell it at a high price. So I will sell it to you. Zhang Lingo then turned to the Qianlei, instructing, Zhang Shiji, remember to give Gu Shixiang 10 palm of heaven and earth, and for the seniors outside the secret realm. If you wish to purchase, you can find me, Zhang Shiji. Each person is limited to one. The newly opened Taichung commercial house in Yunshao City also has them for sale. Purchasing now means immediate acquisition at 2,000 spirit stones each. If you find that too expensive, you can wait, as future sales will be at 1,000 spirit stones each. The people outside the secret realm were speechless. How did they transition from competition to commerce? Nevertheless, this item was indeed essential, as it could be used in the upcoming secret realm competition, and 2,000 spirit stones were genuinely not a steep price. Thus, at the behest of the sect leaders, the disciples flocked to Yi Qinglan to purchase the palm of heaven and earth. Yi Qinglan, accompanied by 10 disciples from her sect, began conducting business, not only assisting in converting the aura of old jade slips, but also teaching how to use them on site, providing excellent after-sales service. Within Qiongshao City, the newly opened Taichung commercial house was bustling with activity. The shopkeeper shouted, "Don't push, buying now costs double. Come back in a few days for a cheaper price." We can wait a day or two. As if I'm bothered by 1,000 spirit stones. I want it now. How long will the wait be? Who knows how long the line will be? Someone just posted an image of the first beauty. Will we even see it again in a few days? Wuzhu Zhenren had to step in with his disciples to maintain order. Even so, 1,000 palm of heaven and earth were snatched up in no time. The shopkeeper, his eyes gleaming with delight, presented a storage ring to Wuzhu Zhenren, whispering, "Master, that's 200,000 spirit stones." The speed of profit is astonishing. Wuzhu Zhenren smiled broadly, instructing his disciples to expedite their work and produce more to that moment. Within the secret realm, the disciples of the Taichung sect finished their transactions and began hunting demonic beasts. The 4 of them pushed forward seamlessly, targeting easily slain demonic beasts. For the tougher ones, 2 or 3 would team up. Their speed was astonishing, and within the span of a single incense stick, they had acquired over 30 intercourse. Zhang Linger, however, did not engage directly but instead followed behind, cleaning up the battlefield. The carcasses of demonic beasts needed to be collected, and the array bases and discs had to be retrieved. Of course, she also took the time to chat with the seniors outside, reporting their achievements. Gu Yinza had initially intended to leave in search of his fellow disciples, but upon witnessing the Taichung sect slaying demonic beasts, he felt a surge of envy. Their speed and efficiency made it clear that overcoming them would be challenging. Merely slaying low-tier demonic beasts would not suffice. He needed to venture deeper to hunt higher-tier ones to keep pace. With this realization, Gu Yinza made his way inward, dispersing the onlookers around him. A shy young girl took a few steps forward before returning to Zhang Linger, asking, "Little sister, could I trade a pill for a low-tier demonic beast?" "Just the one beside you." Zhang Lingo looked up to see a round-faced girl whose sect uniform she did not recognize. She must be from a small sect. "Sister, which sect do you belong to?" "Ah, I am from the Yaoxiang Pavilion. It's a small sect you may not have heard of." Yaoxiang Pavilion. Zhang Lingo indeed remembered them, after the inexplicable downfall of the Taichung sect in her past life. Only the head of the Yaoxiang Pavilion had spoken out for them, continuously pursuing the truth. This head, Xinzi Yueyao, was no ordinary person. She hailed from a hidden noble family and was an 8th-grade alchemist. It was said she had fled due to family disputes and was later rescued by Wuzhu Zhenren in the secret realm. She spent 2 years in the Taichung sect before establishing her own sect. Rumors suggested that Wuzhu Zhenren and Xinzi Yueyao almost became partners, but the reason for their separation remained a mystery. Zhang Lingo had once inquired about this from Yi Qinglan, but she was unaware of the details. While Xianhua Xinzi merely sighed, expressing regret, Zhang Lingo immediately donned a warm smile, taking the girl's hand in an overly affectionate manner. Of course, how could I not know? Is your sect led by Xinzi Yueyao? I have always heard my elders mention her. The girl was taken aback by Zhang Lingo's enthusiasm, unsure of how to respond. Bai Luoqing approached, pulling Zhang Linger's hand away and lightly tapping her forehead. "Don't frighten her. This is Lin Chuchu from the Yaoxiang Pavilion, Xinzi Yueyao's 3rd disciple. You should address her as Lin Shiji." Seeing her second senior brother wink at her, Zhang Lingo brightened up. "So you are the disciple of my master. That makes us family. Lin Shiji, feel free to take whichever demonic beast you fancy. There is no need to be polite with us." Bai Luoqing nearly choked on his saliva. "Family? Is it really that quick to claim kinship? Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Outside the secret realm, Wuzhu Zhenren's face turned crimson with embarrassment. "This is nonsense. This child is simply being ridiculous." He cast furtive glances towards the crowd. spotting a figure with her head bowed, and intended to clarify matters with her. Stianhua Xianzi was much swifter, pushing through to pull the girl away. Sister Yueyao, Linger was just a bit naive. Please don't take offense. However, these children are quite amiable, so there's no harm in them getting closer. The person was forcibly taken away, and the Serene Master could hardly pursue for explanations. Thus he could only turn back to face the teasing and mocking gazes of several sect leaders. Awkwardly uttering, "Children do not understand. Please do not take it to heart." Very well, since the matriarch has been summoned, we shall not take it to heart. Chapter 52. United with the 14 sects within the secret realm. Lin Chuchu observed that Bai Luoqing had become rather generous. "Senior brother Bai, we cannot catch low-tier demon beasts, nor can we defeat high-tier ones. Could you spare us 2 demon beasts? We can exchange them for medicinal pills." Bai Luoqing smiled gently. "Certainly, give the pills to my junior sister. You may keep these 10 or so demon beasts, and we will proceed ahead. Call for me if you require assistance." He patted the shoulder of his junior sister and departed with the other 3. Zhang Lingo presented 5 jade tokens to Lin Chuchu. "Senior sister Lin, with this, you can enter the formation. What about your fellow disciples? Can you contact them? Master provided us with a few tracking bees. They should arrive shortly." Lin Chuchu handed 2 bottles of medicinal pills to Zhong Linger, casually brushing her fingers over the 2 small buds atop. Zhong Linger said, "Is junior sister Zhong referring to us, as mentioned by senior brother Bai? And why do you call us master and matriarch? My master does not have a partner." Zhong Lingo pulled away the hand that was playfully disturbing her hair, rolling her eyes before deciding to speak a few kind words on behalf of her master. "I heard master mention you. When I first joined the sect, I sought his help to comb my hair, but to my surprise, he could not do it. I suggested he quickly find me a matriarch. And he replied, you were almost destined to have one. You went to your master for a hairdo. Your master must be very fond of you. Of course, master says I am his treasured find." As their conversation grew increasingly warm, Zhang Lingo produced a new palm-sized device, infused it with her energy, and gifted it to Lin Chuchu. She instructed her to find her after defeating the demon beasts. As they could exchange more pills for additional beasts, this area was swiftly cleared, and the 4 entered the great formation to engage in battle, yielding substantial gains. As they gathered all the formation bases, Zhou Shuzhua intended to lead the way deeper, but Zhong Linger halted him. "Third senior brother, those major sects should be inside. They are aiming to kill high-tier demon beasts for high scores and likely disregard the low-tier ones. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Junior sister, we are but a few. You must choose between high-tier and low-tier demon beasts. Third senior brother, only children make such choices. We are adults. We shall have them all." Zhou Yizhua twitched his lips. "I am an adult. You remain a child. Nevertheless, considering you are my junior sister, speak your mind. What do you propose?" Zhang Lingo huddled the group together and whispered a few ideas. Soon, 4 thumbs were raised in agreement. "Impressive, junior sister. Very well, we shall act separately." The 5 changed locations and resumed setting up formations and deploying formation discs, subsequently creating considerable noise to drive the demon beasts into the formations. Uniquely, Zhang Lingo left behind every non-major sect disciple she encountered, guiding them to the shimmering formation. "Let us negotiate a deal. We possess spiritual weapons that can swiftly and safely eliminate demon beasts. But we are too few, thus, our pace is slow. Therefore, collaboration is in order. We will contain the demon beasts, and you will handle the killing as we circle the demon beast forest. All demon corpses will belong to us. While you may offer us 1/3 of the inner cores, whether they are high or low tier is up to you. Naturally, should we encounter difficult demon beasts, my senior brother will lend a hand. What do you think?" It was evident that killing demon beasts trapped by formations was far more efficient and safer than hunting them down individually, although some demon corpses might contain treasures. Given the ongoing great competition, who could afford to be concerned about that? As for yielding 1/3 of the inner cores, they had already stated that low-tier ones would suffice. Turning down such a favorable deal would be foolish. Thus, a formidable team for slaying demon beasts was formed, with Bai Luoqin and others driving the beasts into traps while a throng followed behind. Responsible for the kills, Zhang Lingo trailed last, tasked with inspecting the corpses and collecting formation bases. This team advanced swiftly, with new members continually joining, and within half a day, they had nearly gathered everyone from the remaining sects besides the 4 great sects, Tianyu sect, Lingxi Valley, and Qingshuang sect. Of course, they did encounter disciples from the 4 great sects and Lingxi Valley, who also sought to join this formidable group, but were consistently rebuffed by Zhong Ling. Feng Xiang from the Wuliang sect expressed his dissatisfaction. Angrily questioning why he had been denied entry, Zhang Ling pointed to a nearby disciple and inquired, What is your objective for this competition? That disciple answered loudly, to rank in the top 10. Zhang Lingo then turned to Feng Ziyang, and what is your goal for this competition? Feng Ziyang fell silent. A minor sect aiming for the top 10, while the 12 major sects sought to break into the top 5, who among them would not strive for first place? Thus, they were competitors and could not collaborate. Humph. Even if you gather the remaining 14 sects, what then? Can you contend with high-tier demon beasts? I wonder how long your elation will last. In response to Feng Ziyang's indignation, Bai Luoqing furrowed his brow. Junior brother Feng, I came to discuss an alliance with your senior brother, but he declined. Now that we have allied with others, why must you meddle? Indeed, you have already rejected them. Now that they possess the means, you come to seek entry? How brazen. Why should I care if Taiching sect wishes to team up with us? If you have the ability, go fight high-tier demon beasts instead of competing with us. The others chimed in, and Feng Ziyang retreated in frustration. Meanwhile, the sect leaders outside the secret realm frowned. They were not concerned with the squabbles of the disciples but rather with the speed at which the demon beasts were being slain. Although they could not clearly see how their disciples were faring, a careful comparison of the time taken for the disciples deep within the secret realm to defeat a single Yuanying demon beast versus the time taken for a large group outside to kill 30 demon beasts revealed a stark contrast. Their own team had scored 10 points, while Taiching sect had at least 30. Their team still needed time to locate demon beasts, while the group on the periphery could directly rush toward the next trapped demon beast. Consequently, Taiching sect's score would undoubtedly surpass that of all other sects, and by a considerable margin. If this continued, first place would undoubtedly belong to Taiching sect. Some sects lamented their plight. After so long, most of their members had gathered, yet some unfortunate souls remained without a group. If they leisurely hunted demon beasts, it would not be an issue, but they feared encountering high-tier beasts they could not defeat, leading to chaos and flight. Lei Fengming of Wanluo sect was one such unfortunate soul, pursued by a peak Yuanying demon beast for nearly a day. He could not fathom why this beast was fixated on him, as if it harbored a vendetta against him. He encountered several groups along the way, but upon seeing the peak Yuanying demon beast behind him, they all distanced themselves, offering no assistance. At that moment, he longed for his senior brother. With him around, he would surely rescue him from peril. Chapter 53. I do not want such a foolish junior brother. If Xiao Haoyan were aware, he would surely inform him that he was overthinking it. There was not a single Yuanying cultivator in the entire secret realm to confront a peak Yuanying demon beast. He would also avoid it if he saw one. After narrowly evading a claw from the demon beast, Lei Fengming quickened his pace and, upon hearing voices ahead, dashed toward them as if he had found a savior. Ah, help! Save me! Senior brother Bai, hurry! I am about to be devoured by a demon beast. Bai Luoqing sensed the aura of the Yuanying demon beast, approached to take a look, and immediately kicked Lei Fengming, sending him flying. Danger! Everyone, clear out! Bai Luoqing shouted to the people behind him as he rushed back, searching for his junior sister. After grabbing Zhong Linger, he watched as Lei Fengming dashed past, pursued by the large demon beast. And sighed in relief. He turned back to his 4th and 5th junior brothers, stating seriously, do not emulate him. I do not want such a foolish junior brother. Zhang Lingo tugged at her senior brother's sleeve. Is second brother not going to save him? Not at all. He can run quite well. He will manage for a few more days. If he cannot endure it, he will shatter the token to exit the secret realm. There is no need to worry about him. Tio think he would lead a peak Yuanying demon beast toward us. It is fortunate he was not killed. But what if senior brother Xiao is displeased with our inaction? He is a good person and has gifted me many magical tools. Bai Luoqing regarded his junior sister with suspicion. Was she genuinely concerned for him? Or was she merely interested in the demon beast? Earlier, senior brother Feng had rightly pointed out that we would eventually finish slaying the beasts on the periphery. Entering the inner areas was merely a matter of time. Thus, why not test our skills against this demon beast? Zhang Linger's suggestion not only convinced her second brother but also garnered agreement from the others. While this approach would yield significant gains, there was an undeniable thrill in personally engaging in battle. Thus, the group divided their tasks, with Bai Luoqing and Zhou Yizhuo pursuing to assist Lei Fengming, while Yu Chumping and Qi Haoran aided Zhang Lingo in clearing the area. Zhang Lingo calculated her formations, occasionally discarding a formation base or disc, fully engrossed in her work. Onlookers outside the secret realm were left dumbfounded. Zhang Lingo can set formations. Earlier, although she had also been fiddling with the formation plate or the formation base, it was alongside Bai Luoqing, and everyone merely thought she was assisting her senior brother. Now it becomes evident that she was actually setting up the formation on her own. Real Master Hong Yuan turned to gaze intently at Wu Qin, inquiring about where Lingo had learned her formation skills. Wu Qin stroked his beard and chuckled. Lingo is the daughter of Master Zheng. Is it strange that she knows how to arrange formations? It is not about strangeness. It is about the regret of inadvertently rejecting a formation genius. Wu Ji directly stabbed a metaphorical knife into Hong Yuan's heart, infuriating him to the point of flinging his sleeves. I did not reject her. It was you who snatched her away. You promised to accept her as a direct disciple, yet later changed it to an inner disciple. She clearly stated that she would not accept anything less than a direct disciple. At that moment, many eyes were watching. Wu Ji has never been one to know the meaning of politeness. If you dare to retaliate, I will expose your secrets. Come on, let us mutually harm each other and see who is more afraid. Hong Yuan gritted his teeth in anger but could not engage in verbal sparring with Wu Ji, as it would undermine his dignity. He could only huff coldly and turn away. The other sect leaders watched but dared not speak, all feeling a hint of regret for not having taken Zhang Linger under their wing. Yet, considering the quota for direct disciples, they shook their heads. The formation path indeed lacks talent, but it remains uncertain whether she can grow into a 6th or 7th grade formation master. Nurturing one's own direct disciple seems a more reliable option. Within Kaiongxiaking, the cultivators were abuzz with astonishment. Heavens, Zhang Lingo can arrange formations. To possess such skills at such a young age, she must be a prodigy. After all, she is Master Zheng's daughter. It is not surprising that she is adept in formations. Not surprising. Master Zheng passed away when she was merely 7 years old. What could a 7-year-old possibly learn? Tai Chiong sect has only Bai Luoqing who understands formations. Could it be he who taught her? Is Bai Luoqing's formation ability truly formidable? One can only wonder if Ling Jian's sect regrets having rejected Zhang Linger. How could Master Zheng's daughter be ordinary? Perhaps not. She seems to merely have a basic understanding of formations. One can tell by how she has been trailing behind, picking things up. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Yet they could not arrive at a conclusion. Someone then produced a device to enter the forum area of the sect competition and posed a question. Is there anyone familiar with Bai Luoqing? What is his level in formations? Did he teach Zhang Linger her skills? Within the secret realm, Zhang Lingo quickly completed the formation. After finishing, she turned to the device and declared, all done, then made a wish to the 1,000-mile eye. Master, you must bless us to defeat that giant beast. Otherwise, your 5 disciples will be unable to provide for you in your old age. Chi Haoren rushed forward, pushing Zhang Lingo aside, and spoke to the 1,000-mile eye. Master, I will challenge the demon beast with 2 major realms worth of strength. Be sure to watch me bring you glory. Yu Chengping, helpless, pulled his junior brother and sister away hastily, as Bai Luoqing, with an ethereal grace, rushed over, carrying the squawking Lei Fengming. The demon beast behind them seemed even angrier, its massive body shaking the ground, yet it moved with incredible speed, closing in on Bai Luoqing with a flick of his wrist. Bai Luoqing sent Lei Fengming spinning, and with a kick, he struck the demon beast squarely in the face. Zhang Lingo noticed the demon beast's face was swollen, evidently having received more than one kick, and now understood why it was even angrier. After all, one does not strike a person's face if they wish to fight. Bai Luoqing moved even faster, completely disregarding Lei Fengming's predicament. Ignoring the tears in his clothes caused by the demon beast's massive claws, and plunged into the formation. The demon beast followed closely after him, and the formation sensed its presence, instantly activating and enveloping it in radiant light. While countless wind blades emerged to pierce the demon beast's body, the demon beast could only watch in frustration as Bai Luoqing and Lei Fengming passed through the formation, swiping its claws to fend off the surrounding deadly strikes. Lei Fengming, who had been thrown to the ground by Bai Luoqing, sprang up, pointing at the demon beast within the formation and shouting, "Chase, you think you can pursue me? What grievances do you have against me? Now you're trapped, aren't you?" Zhang Lingo took out a recording stone and captured Lei Fengming's agitated figure, along with the bare expanse behind him. To be honest, his muscles were quite toned, and his physique was not bad at all. Yu Chengping quickly covered Zhang Lingo's eyes, dissatisfied. "Junior sister, do not gaze upon such indecorum." Chi Haoren pointed at Lei Fengming and laughed. "Hey, your clothes are in tatters. Keep jumping around like that, and you might just expose yourself." Only then did Lei Fengming notice the state of his clothing, although it had been torn in several places by the demon beast's claws. It was a stretch to say he was exposed. Chapter 54. Slaying the Yuaning demon beast. Bai Luoqing rubbed his forehead and reminded, "Behind you." Chi Haoren transmitted a segment of footage through the device, then showed it to Lei Fengming. To his surprise, instead of changing clothes quickly, Lei Fengming pointed angrily at the demon beast, cursing, "You beast, I can endure being killed or eaten, but you dare to strip me? Is that why you have been chasing me? You have your sights set on me? Brother Lei, it is true that this demon beast is female, But is it possible she is not interested in you but rather enraged because you crushed her egg and killed her offspring? Only then did Lei Fengming glance down, noticing some sticky residue on the edges of his shoes. Reflecting on the sound he heard upon entering the secret realm, there was indeed a chance he had crushed the demon beast's egg. I knew it. Junior sister. Lei Fengming had initially thought that he was surrounded by men, thus neglecting his appearance. Now, realizing there was a junior sister in Tai Chiang's sect, he let out a shriek and hid behind Bai Luochen to change clothes. Bai Luochen was speechless, pondering how someone as astute as Xiao Haoyin could have such a foolish junior brother. Zhou Yizhua approached with 5 golden core cultivators. I have discussed matters with them. When shall we strike? You intend to encircle and slay a peak Yuaning demon beast with 8 golden cores. Let the killing formation's spiritual energy be exhausted first. Remember, do not cease your attacks to prevent the demon beast from self-destructing. Naturally, Zhang Lingo made the arrangements. Bai Luoqing and the others nodded, surrounding the formation, waiting for the killing formation to conclude before making their move. Lei Fengming's embarrassment faded, and he declared, "Count me in. I have a score to settle with this demon beast." Qi Haoran also jumped in. "I want to practice as well and gauge the strength of a Yuan-ing demon beast." Finally, the wind blade ceased, and the formation's glow dimmed. The demon beast was covered in numerous wounds. Blood soaking the ground in a dark red hue. 10 individuals launched a simultaneous assault, flashes of light and sword energy filling the air, with some being struck away by the demon beast while others charged forward. Outside the secret realm, Xian Cheng's brows knitted tightly. Although there were 10 of them, it was still somewhat precarious to confront a peak Yuaning demon beast. Yu Ying shook his head. It was only due to the formation's injuries to the demon beast that they hadn't been defeated long ago. Ming Yuan snorted. These disciples are too overconfident. A golden core against a peak Yuaning. How could they even conceive of that? Wu Ji shot him a glance. Until the matter is concluded, it is unwise to jump to conclusions. Be careful not to end up with egg on your face. Within the secret realm, Zhang Lingo also realized that her senior brothers could not hold out for long. The demon beast occasionally released pressure, making it difficult for them to approach. 2 formation bases appeared in her hands, and she tossed them into the formation, shouting, "Second brother, position east and west." Bai Luoqing immediately flashed over, slamming his palm to the ground as he bellowed. A brilliant multicolored light shooting into the sky. The surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, forming a massive fist-shaped illusion above the formation, and as more spiritual energy gathered, the illusion grew increasingly substantial. A thunderous roar shook the earth, sending tremors through the ground, while dust billowed into the air. The formation vanished, and the massive fist descended upon the demon beast. The overwhelming pressure caused nearby trees to crack and fall, prompting the 10 to swiftly retreat from the formation's range. Yet the demon beast sensed danger and was firmly rooted in place by the formation. The demon beast frantically attacked the formation's barrier, shaking it violently, yet no cracks appeared. It let out a furious roar. A glimmer of light rising from its body. "Break her. She is going to self-destruct," Zhang Lingo shouted. Zhou Yizhua positioned his sword before his chest, sword energy swirling around him as the sound of sword chimes echoed. Countless sword lights materialized from the void, all aimed at the demon beast in unison. The first level of sword intent summoned a sea of swords. Indeed, Zhou Yizhua had grasped the essence of sword intent. As the demon beast was besieged by numerous sword energies, its self-detonation was interrupted, forcing it to swat away the sword energies with its claws, just as the gigantic spiritual energy fist descended. With a tremendous crash, the ground shook, dust flying everywhere. The formation vanished, and both the giant fist and the demon beast disappeared, leaving only a deep pit where the Yuaning demon beast lay motionless within the earth. Cheers erupted from the crowd as Qi Haoran shouted, "I'm coming." He then leapt into the pit, extracting the demon beast's core with a sword. However, instead of climbing back out, he called to Zhang Linger. "Junior sister, help me record this. I wish to be remembered throughout history." Zhang Lingo took out the recording stone, and Qi Haoran, standing atop the demon beast, posed dramatically with the demon core in various stances. Lei Fengming, catching the excitement, jumped down as well to capture a memory with the demon beast. Those outside the secret realm watched in disbelief, while Wu Chun covered his forehead, although the disciples bravely banded together to slay the demon beast. This latter display seemed unnecessary. What kind of formation is that, capable of such power? To think a peak Yuaning demon beast could be slain, it must be no less than 4th grade. Surely, Ming Yuan's words drew everyone's attention, including the dean of Tianxian, who looked toward the Tai Chiang sect members, hoping for an explanation. Wu Chun chuckled, "I am no expert in formations, nor can I ascertain their grade. Perhaps you should find someone knowledgeable to evaluate it." The crowd fell silent, for each major sect possessed at least one or two individuals well-versed in formations, while they could ascertain the rank of the formation. It was evident that the formation within the secret realm had already been depleted. The question remained as to how to interpret this. Suddenly, a melodious voice pierced through the silence. Zhang Lingo exclaimed, "Master, the other sect leaders must be inquiring about the rank of the formation we just witnessed. Given its immense power, capable of slaying a nascent soul beast, it surely must be at least 5th rank. However, since you lack knowledge in formations, how can you provide a convincing answer? The other leaders will undoubtedly not let this slide, and you shall be at their mercy. Hence, your most cherished and thoughtful little disciple has come to your rescue." The formation we encountered was a combination of 3 third-rank formations: the Spirit Gathering Formation, the Gravity Formation, and the Diamond Fist Formation. The evidence lies in the fact that although the beast's corpse was buried in the ground, it was not crushed. Had it been a formation of 5th rank or above, the spiritual energy would have pulverized the body. At this moment, Bai Luoqing utilized his spiritual power to levitate the beast, allowing everyone to see that while the corpse bore numerous wounds, it remained largely intact. The cause of death was not crushing but rather a broken neck. The thoughtfulness of his disciple filled Wuqing with great satisfaction, and he turned to glare at the other sect leaders, who could only awkwardly avert their gazes, feeling envious of the lack of such a considerate disciple in their own ranks. After dispatching the nascent soul beast, Bai Luoqing inquired whether they wished to accompany him and his disciples deeper into the inner realm. As the outer perimeter had been largely cleared of beasts, the beasts within the inner realm were predominantly at the mid-golden core stage, with several at the early nascent soul stage. Even ensnared in formations, they were not easily defeated. Thus, a decision based on their own strengths was imperative. Following discussions, they elected Lin Chuchu to represent them in negotiations. Acknowledging their limited capabilities, they aimed to slay more beasts in the outer realm for a respectable ranking, hoping that the few could assist them in capturing additional beasts before their departure. Under the same terms as before, Chapter 55. Experience in slaying flying beasts. Zhong Linger took the lead in agreeing to this, while her 4 senior brothers led a group to hunt beasts, leaving her to set up formations and converse with Lin Chuchu. "Sister Lin, how have your harvests been? Why not join us? We can form an alliance, and let 2nd and 3rd senior brothers protect us." "No need for that. We are merely alchemists and do not aspire for any ranking. We wouldn't want to be a burden to you. Sister Lin, please don't be so polite. If we fail to take care of you, Master will surely reprimand us. Ha, little junior sister, truly, there is no need. By the way, who did you learn formations from? You are quite skilled. Of course I am skilled, but my father is even more so. He claims I am a genius, often saying that despite my spiritual root being flawed, my proficiency in formations would make me a valuable disciple of their spirit sword sect. However, unexpectedly, I became a direct disciple of the Taichung sect. Fortunately, Master dotes on me. He also says he has stumbled upon a treasure. As the 2 young women chatted, the onlookers resumed discussing the events that transpired during the disciple selection ceremony, with various opinions being voiced, causing the members of the Spirit Sword sect to grow increasingly sullen. Once the beasts were ensnared in the formations, the 2 young women bid farewell. "Sister Lin, once you exit, be sure to sing my praises before Master. Whether I can style my hair beautifully in the future depends on you. Rest assured, Linger, I will speak highly of you. After we exit, send me a message, and we shall frolic together." Nearby, a few men exchanged glances. Bemused by the situation, with only 3 days remaining until they exited the secret realm, was this necessary? Zhang Lingo glanced at the trapped beasts and urged her senior brothers, "Brothers, don't just stand there. Help me strike a few blows. My sister Lin is but an alchemist. Indeed, she is an alchemist, but the 2 above her are sword cultivators, albeit only at the early golden core stage." Bai Luoqing and his companions immediately sprang into action, inflicting severe injuries upon the beast before gracefully departing with their little junior sister. Outside the secret realm, the enchanting Yuus Shinzi blushed deeply, while Wuqing Jinren awkwardly reddened his nose, and the others wore expressions of amusement, secretly concocting tales of the complicated relationship between the leader of Taichung and Yuus Shinzi. In the dense forest, flames erupted as disciples from the 8 major sects converged, having reunited with their peers. After entrusting Lei Fengming to Xiao Haoyan, Bai Luoqing led his junior disciples deeper into the woods. The formidable beasts exhibited strong territorial instincts. Aside from a few that dwelled in packs, the rest were widely dispersed, making them time-consuming to locate. Zhong Linger, however, continually scanned the towering trees, her consciousness extending outward in search of a 2-headed bird that in previous lifetimes, Zhong Yushua had been captured by such a bird in this vicinity. taken back to its nest, where she discovered a nearly withered branch, which she salvaged and treated as a treasure to present to the original owner. After nurturing the branch, she later learned it was a sapling of the semi-divine Wudao tea. Subsequently, upon discovering the truth, Zhong Yushua went to great lengths to reclaim it. Now, Zhong Yushua could no longer gift her this treasure, yet she could retrieve it herself. Little junior sister, what are you searching for? Bai Luoqing's gentle voice broke through, eliciting a sweet smile from Zhang Linger. Second brother, while many ground beasts have been slain, it appears that the flying beasts in the sky remain largely untouched. Flying beasts are notoriously difficult to kill. They evade capture by taking to the skies, unlike the ground beasts that are easier to control. Bai Luoqing's words did not deter Zhang Linger, rather, they solidified her resolve. Second brother, consider it from another perspective. If we can control these beasts, they would be the easiest to slay. Once they land, their only means of attack would be their beaks, perhaps supplemented by their wings. Rest assured, I have experience in hunting red-beaked pheasants. What comparison can be made between red-beaked pheasants and nascent soul beasts? Red-beaked pheasants cannot even fly. This question went unanswered, as the five heads drew together once more. After hearing Zhong Linger's plan, the four wore expressions of disbelief yet nodded in agreement. Thus, Zhong Linger busied herself, finding an open area where she laid out the foundations of a grand formation. She then produced the formation discs and scattered them widely. Once she completed her tasks, mournful cries echoed from the depths of the forest, and a violent wind swept through, uprooting numerous trees. Fire and thunder flashed in rapid succession, the booming sounds causing the earth to tremble. Many cultivators engaged in battle looked around, puzzled by the sudden surge in beast activity. Was a powerful beast emerging? As the nearby creatures fled, the skies darkened, revealing massive beasts soaring overhead, blotting out the sun, accompanied by flames, lightning, and even stones raining down, creating a sense of impending doom. The ground beasts hid away, while many pursued the flying beasts, only to hear an even louder cacophony ahead. Akin to boulders crashing down, shaking the ground persistently, trees collapsing in droves, and mournful cries filling the air, with dust swirling about, suggesting that something terrible had transpired. Fifth brother, what have you done to attract so many beasts? Didn't you say you wanted to raid the beast's lair? What do you think is inside their nests? Just beast eggs. So I took a few .2 figures sprinted over, seemingly choked by the dust, coughing as they ran, halting only upon encountering others. Jiu Yinja approached. Chi Shitty, little junior sister, did you orchestrate this commotion? Indeed, quite a spectacle. Isn't it? Just wait, there is more to come. Zhang Lingo pushed Chi Haoran aside. Brother Gu, we meet again. It's too suffocating up front. You should relocate to hunt beasts elsewhere. Just as Gu Yinja was about to respond, another series of thunderous sounds erupted, causing the ground to shake again, drawing more onlookers. What on earth is happening? Little girl, what have you done? A handsome young man glared at Zhong Linger, his expression unfriendly. Zhong Linger turned her face away, unwilling to engage. This was Nangong Jing, the second disciple of the Spirit Sword sect, known for his penchant for manipulation, often claiming Zhong Yushue treated her well and urging her to heed her sister's advice. Any resistance on her part was framed as ingratitude, ensnaring the original owner in a moral quagmire. As she turned away, she was met with the last person she wished to see, her sister, Zhong Yushue. Zhong Linger, she shrieked, a talisman flashing past, sending her figure flying back. Zhang. Chi Haoran jumped in surprise, quickly pursuing to support his little junior sister. He could not allow any mishap to occur under his watch, for if anything happened to her, second brother would undoubtedly reprimand him. Zhong Yushue attempted to demonstrate her concern for her sister, but as she took a step forward, an invisible barrier impeded her, making her realize Zhang Lingo had used that talisman again to maintain a Tinzhong distance between them. Chapter 56. Contending for beasts. Her expression twisted momentarily. Zhong Yushue could not muster the display of sisterly affection. Thus she fell silent. Appearing dejected, Jiu Yinja hurried over, expressing concern for Zhong Linger, who grasped his sleeve. Her face contorted in distress. Brother Gu, I'm fine. It's just that Zhong Yushue is trying to harm me, hence I must keep my distance. Jiu Yinja glanced back at Zhong Yushue, having allied with the Spirit Sword sect and having interacted with her. He found her generally amiable. However, he was aware of the underlying tension between her and Zhong Linger, especially since Zhong Yushue had taken the direct disciple spot from Zhong Linger. Thus, he refrained from saying anything. The talisman in Zhong Linger's hand emitted a sound. Little junior sister, little junior brother, where are you? Return and commence the hunt. Upon hearing the third senior brother calling out, Chi Haoran responded with a shout and swiftly grasped Zhong Linger, making a hasty retreat. Jiu Yinja pondered for a moment before following suit, while the others, intrigued by the unfolding events, trailed behind them. After a short distance, they encountered a myriad of array patterns manifesting before them, with dozens of grand formations sprawling across the entire area. Within each formation, there resided 1 to 5 demon beasts, many of which were injured, lying on the ground and moaning pitifully. Bai Luoqing was seen darting within one of the formations, engaging in a fierce battle with a mid-stage Yuanying demon beast, while Zhou Yizhua and Yu Chengping observed from the sidelines, occasionally gesturing and commenting. Third senior brother, fourth senior brother, how is the fight? Is it difficult? Qi Haoran eagerly dashed over, squeezing himself between the two. Zhou Yizhua replied lazily, see for yourself. Conversely, Yu Chengping displayed a brotherly concern, stating, it's manageable. The demon beasts cannot fully unleash their strength, so even fighting above their level isn't too challenging. Zhang Lingo approached to observe for a moment, a smile creeping onto her lips as she remarked, surely there is nothing that can hinder me, the genius beauty. The demon beast was hindered by the gravitational formation. Unable to take flight and moving sluggishly, due to its massive size, its wings could only spread halfway within the formation, rendering it impossible to attack with them. It could only rely on its mouth. That mouth was indeed formidable, leaving deep craters in the ground and occasionally spitting fire, forcing the second senior brother to maintain a safe distance. If only it could not open its mouth. Zhonglinger exclaimed with an idea, shouting to Bai Luoqing, throw a demon beast's corpse into its mouth. Seizing the opportunity while the demon beast prepared to breathe fire, Bai Luoqing indeed tossed a corpse inside, effectively blocking the beast's mouth. The demon beast, taken aback by the unexpected offering, realized it could not consume the entire body at once, as it could not fit down its throat. No, it's not just about eating. The real issue is that it might choke to death. The demon beast thrashed its head, desperately trying to expel the obstruction, but Bai Luoqing swiftly cut through its throat with a flash of sword light, causing a bloodied corpse to tumble out. The information from the outside world simply cannot penetrate, their faces pale as they fixate intently on the screen. At this moment, they fervently wish for their disciples not to break the formation. Inside the secret realm, Xiao Haoyin, Gu Yinjia, and Leng Qingyu, who were hesitant to take action, also heard Zhong Lingo's warning. They immediately shouted for danger and urged everyone to stop, but while their junior brothers heeded their words, the others remained obstinate. Observing the cracks appearing in the formation beneath Li Xintang's sword, the three swiftly grabbed their junior brothers and pulled them away from the area. Zhang Linger and her companions also retreated to a safe distance. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 sects, initially jubilant, suddenly realized that the formation beneath the sword had vanished, and the fierce beasts within roared as they burst forth. Panic ensued as they fled, only to find themselves ensnared by a larger formation that encircled them all. The roars of the beasts echoed across the heavens as their homes were invaded, and they were violently yanked from the heights, leaving them in pain. Coupled with their prolonged confinement, the beasts' fury ignited, their wings flapping with a deafening rush as they attacked anything in sight. Fire, stones, and venom splattered everywhere. Caught off guard, the disciples scrambled to defend themselves, employing sword techniques, spells, and talismans, but the overwhelming number of beasts, many the little junior sister possesses quite a sharp tongue. Yet she displays remarkable obedience in the presence of her senior brother and master, endearing her to me immensely. It turns out that she excels not only in scavenging corpses but also possesses formidable skills in formations, at least beyond the capabilities of Li Qiufei. If only I could have such a junior sister. I would willingly trade my senior brother for her. I wonder which brave soul dared to shout such a thing, as the crowd turned to gaze upon him, only to witness him being sent flying by a slap from his senior brother. Within the secret realm, after distributing the spiritual stones, Zhang Lingo began devising a strategy to eliminate the monstrous beasts. In truth, we could contemplate confining them back within their respective formations, provided we disperse them. It seems that only one formation has been compromised. If repaired, it could revert to its original state. Zhong Linger scribbled on the ground with a twig, then pointed to a specific spot, saying to Bai Luoqing, second senior brother, could you throw the formation disc to this location? Bai Luoqing scrutinized it for a moment before nodding in agreement. It can be attempted. Chapter 59. A sudden breakthrough. The 5 members of Taichung sect began to rest. And curiously, the others did not leave either. The injured sat down to recuperate, while the uninjured stood by to witness the spectacle, all unwilling to concede. With nearly 100 monstrous beasts, finding them would take considerable time. Now, they were weak and trapped here, a vexation of being able to see but not consume. Lin Chuchu led the remaining members of the 14 sects over, after exchanging a few words with Zhang Linger. The 6 golden core sword cultivators stepped forward and, alongside Bai Luoqing and the other 3, charged into the formation. Soon, Roars and sounds of combat echoed from within, and Zhonglinger watched anxiously. Before long, beams of light illuminated the area, accompanied by the thuds of heavy objects crashing to the ground and the resounding roars that filled the air. The fighting continued, and as a streak of sword light flashed by, the symbols of the outer formation dimmed, revealing 10 figures, one of which was a fallen Yuan-ing beast. Chi Haoran declared triumphantly, "This beast is quite clever, managing to evade the formation, yet it could not escape my sword." Zhou Yizhuo playfully patted him on the head, saying, "What are you bragging about? As if we haven't lifted a finger." Zhonglingou flashed a smile at the members of the 14 sects and shouted, "Charge!" The disciples surged forward as if fueled by adrenaline, each sect targeting a beast, with sword chi flying and spells soaring, creating a fervent atmosphere. Although their strength was indeed limited and battling these beasts was somewhat taxing, the gravity formation rendered the beasts considerably slower. Moreover, many of the beasts had sustained injuries during their earlier fights, making them less ferocious. Even a gradual battle could exhaust them. Zhonglingou continued to share combat experience and even offered tactical guidance, making it nearly impossible for these beasts to evade their demise. Senior Lin first used the beast's corpse to block its mouth, then seized the opportunity to slit its throat. "This senior brother, your coordination is lacking. You should take the lead while the other two flank from behind. This type of beast has a powerful bite, but its other areas are all weaknesses. The feathers are tough, so pluck them. And its abdomen is soft and downy. Stab it there with your sword." Xiao Haoyan weighed the jade token in his hand, cautiously approaching a formation, and discovering he could enter, he immediately called the other two forward. Zhonglingou noticed and ran over, saying, "Xiao senior brother, you can return the jade token to me now." Xiao Haotian pulled Zhonglingou closer, chuckling, "Junior sister, that's your mistake. We just lent a hand, and we shouldn't be excluded from your spiritual stones. Sharing a few of the beasts with us would be reasonable." Suddenly, he pointed ahead with his white jade fan. "Gu Yinjia, you're snatching the monsters without even a word of greeting. How excessive." Zhonglinger turned to see Gu Yinjia, and 2 junior brothers had already dashed into the formation. When she looked back, Xiao Haoyan was nowhere to be seen. Without question, they would not return the jade token after finally seizing the opportunity. Fortunately, they were decent individuals, and she was not particularly concerned about a few monsters, so she allowed them to proceed, as she had always been generous. The members of Lingjin's sect felt only regret had they acted sooner. They could have at least secured 2 jade tokens and captured a few beasts. Instead, they were left standing as mere spectators, halted by Zhang Yuxiue. Zhang Yuxiue lowered her head, hiding behind her senior brother. Too timid to speak, Lang Qingyu displayed no overt reaction, but Nangong Jing felt some dissatisfaction towards Zhang Yuxiue. If not for her loose tongue, he would have certainly been slaying the monsters now, the Yuaning beasts. No less. Though Wan Luo sect and Wu Ji sect possessed only 3 jade tokens, the prowess of the 5 major sects' direct disciples was evident. Even with just 3 individuals, their speed in eliminating the beast was unmatched by smaller sects, with nearly a third of the beasts falling to their blades. Once the battle concluded, Zhonglinger began tallying the spoils, first inspecting the treasures the senior brothers had gathered from the beasts. Upon discovering a half-dead twig, she finally exhaled in relief, secretly transferring it to her consciousness. Next, she examined the corpses. Those beasts at the mid-golden core level and above bore many valuable items, besides inner cores. There were bones, blood, feathers, etc., all usable for refining tools and concocting pills, amounting to a significant profit. Then came the inner cores, which were plentiful. Zhongling stealthily moved a few Yuaning inner cores into the Songhai Pearl. Watching as the inner cores transformed into pure energy, vanishing instantly, she felt the surrounding spiritual energy frantically converge upon her, flooding her body like an ocean, filling her with an unparalleled sense of refreshment, all fatigue dissipating. Subsequently, her Dantian's aura surged explosively, with a crack sounding as if something had shattered. She leapt into the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Everyone observed as Zhonglinger counted her belongings, smiling brightly, only for her aura to suddenly shift, marking an unexpected breakthrough. Wasn't it supposed to require accumulating a certain understanding or finding a specific opportunity to advance? What was this situation? You've reached the 6th layer of foundation establishment just like that? Lei Fengming voiced the collective confusion. Zhonglinger thought to herself that the Songhai Pearl indeed needed to be nourished with high-quality items, after feeding it numerous beast corpses over the past few days with no reaction. The high-level inner core had invigorated it immediately. In response to the question, Zhonglingou casually replied, "I just recalled my master's words and gained some insight, thus I broke through." "What did your master say?" "My master said that to cultivate, one must first cultivate the heart. A cultivator should be carefree and at ease, with a clear mindset, as this is beneficial for cultivation. Just now, I was reflecting that although I haven't allied with those stronger than me, I have a group of companions who have always believed in me and fought alongside me against monsters, which has led to such bountiful rewards. I'm truly delighted. This is the essence of a clear mindset. And hence I broke through. Her words darkened the expressions of the 7 major sects while causing the 14 sects trailing behind them to smile knowingly. Junior sister, don't say that. It's you who has been taking care of us. The junior sister's ideas are unique, and her formations are exquisite. It is we who have benefited from being with her. Indeed, if junior sister is willing, we shall continue our collaboration, and we can share more of our bounty with you. Yes, we trust junior sister. This has been my most fruitful participation in the grand competition. Voices rose and fell, referring to her affectionately as junior sister, as Zhonglinger waved at everyone, saying, "Let us continue hunting the monstrous beasts." Seeing the group depart, Xiao Haoyan contemplated following behind. Just moments ago, Bai Luoqing had glanced at him but did not request the jade token, indicating that he wouldn't mind sharing some of the beasts. Not following would be foolish. He and his junior brothers moved forward, and Gu Yinjia, after some thought, also decided to lead his team to follow, having known Bai Luoqing longer and understanding his intentions. As Zhang Linga walked, she took out the formation disc, intending to change the aura within, but Bai Luoqing halted her hand, preventing her from proceeding. Chapter 60. The sect's long-term vision. Looking up, she saw her second senior brother's warm smile harboring a hint of cunning. And Zhang Linga realized it was indeed her second senior brother, sufficiently shrewd, which she found appealing. They paid no mind to the 2 additional teams trailing behind. However, the remaining 5 sects, including Tianyu sect, were not in agreement. What is your intention, fellow disciples of Wan Luo sect and Wu Ji sect? Senior Gu, do not forget that you are allied with us. Indeed, how can you side with them just because of a few monstrous beasts? Will you forsake your allies? Xiao Haoyan halted, expressing his discontent. We are indeed allies, but we are also rivals. In times of danger, we can look out for each other. Yet we must each fight the beasts separately to earn our points based on our own merits. Lei Fengming stepped forward, asserting, "Just now, when you were in danger, we extended our hands to assist. Now that it's time to slay beasts and seize points, we have better opportunities. Why should we stay with you? Do you intend to share your beasts with us? We would share if we had any to spare," Chengxian coldly retorted. "Everyone, do not forget that this is merely the first round of the secret realm. If our alliance collapses, do not regret it in the subsequent rounds." With Ouyang Ruoqing absent, Taiqiong sect had only Zhou Yizhua at the peak of Golden Core level, while the rest were no match for Lung Qingyu or my senior brother. You all should think this through carefully. Xiao Haoyan and Gu Yinjia exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a sense of reluctance, yet both halted their steps. This secret realm forbade disciples from engaging in mutual combat. However, the impending challenges within the realm promised no such tranquility. For the sake of future considerations, they had no choice but to yield. Ultimately, it was Taiqiong sect that suffered a significant loss due to the absence of Ouyang Ruoqing. Otherwise, they would not have needed to concern themselves with others. Upon sensing the commotion behind them, Zhang Lingo shrugged her shoulders, indicating their little scheme had failed. Bai Luoqing smiled subtly, conveying through thought, "We never intended to vie for first place through external forces. Rather, among the 5 major sects, we must ensure we are not isolated. Thus we must present a friendly demeanor. Of course, it would be even better if we could sow discord among them." Zhonglinger nodded obediently, acknowledging that if they missed the opportunity provided by their second senior brother, she would not hold back during the upcoming grand competition. In the ensuing 2 days, the forest teemed with rampant demonic beasts, causing large swathes of them to vanish. Eventually, many beasts, frightened and unwilling to leave their lairs, resisted all efforts to drive them away. Following yet another unsuccessful attempt to disperse the beasts, Zhonglinger and her companions decided to call it a day. Gathering around several campfires to indulge in roasted meat, she then produced the Palm Universe, explaining its benefits and usage to everyone, leaving behind a trace of her energy for communication when the time came. Their figures vanished from the secret realm, returning to the back mountain of Wuji sect. Upon reuniting with their respective masters, they reported their accomplishments and tallied the scores. When the scores were announced, jaws dropped in disbelief. Taiqiong sect topped the chart with an astounding score of 5,100 points, followed by Zishu sect with just over 1,000 points in second place. Then Fengming Valley and Feishing sect. Wuji sect ranked 9th, Yaoxiang Pavilion 10th, Wanluo sect 11th, Lingjin sect 15th, Tianyu sect 17th, Lingxi Valley 20th, Jingshuang sect 21st, and Danxiang Pavilion languished in the last place at 22nd. In essence, the 14 sects following Taichung sect had almost all secured prominent positions, while the originally confident 4 major sects had fallen out of the top 5, with Danxiang Pavilion even landing at the bottom. This revelation shattered everyone's preconceived notions, igniting a fervor within the cultivation community. What had transpired among the 5 major sects of Dongzhou? And why did only Taichung sect remain resilient while the others appeared to be on the brink of decline? The sect leaders lamented internally, hastily instructing disciples to send messages to quell various sentiments. No one had anticipated the profound impact of formations in the competition, especially the unexpected ingenuity displayed by the daughter of Master Zhong. Zhang Ling's name began to gain recognition, as this shocking ranking drew even more attention to the sect competition in Dongzhou. Of course, at present, the most talked about topics were not the competition itself, but rather the Taichung mirror and the Palm universe. Master Wuching barely had time to hear the rankings before being whisked away, while Master Wuji exerted considerable effort to rescue him. Once the door was closed and a barrier formation was set, the members of Taichung sect convened to discuss their next steps. Master Wuju participated remotely. Senior brother, haha, I have good news to share. We have earned 200 million spirit stones. Can you imagine that? In just a few days, 200 million. And quite a few individuals have approached us seeking collaboration. Several prominent families from Zhongzhou have expressed a desire to visit our sect. Fifth uncle, hold your excitement for a moment. First, explain how we acquired that 200 million. You didn't sell all 10,000 Palm universes, did you? Zhang Lingo felt troubled. Business was not conducted in such a manner. What is wrong with selling them all? We can always refine more. Fifth uncle, do you think 200 million is a lot? How many of those can Lingjin sect produce? How many can Tianjai offer? For these large powers, producing 200 million might not even pinch their pockets. Our goal at Taichung sect isn't just to earn a few hundred million. We aim to expand our commercial empire. We aspire to establish a Qianjin workshop, to become the second Tianjai, or perhaps even surpass them, becoming the wealthiest sect in the world. The sect's annual expenditure on spirit stones is substantial, although the purpose of that expenditure is unclear. Future needs will undoubtedly be significant. Thus, we must not only focus on the present but also consider the future. Disciples of the sect should devote their time and energy to cultivation, not resource hunting. Why do the other 4 major sects refuse to ally with us? Is it that Tianjai cannot find suitable nascent soul cultivators for the Divine Ruins battlefield? Why do they specifically target my senior brother? If Taichung sect cannot seize this opportunity to rise, we will face relentless suppression from them. Zhang Linger's words plunged everyone into contemplation. After a long silence, Master Wuching gently patted his little disciple's head. Lingo, I feel remorse. It is my failure to manage the sect properly that has led to its gradual decline, forcing you, a mere child, to shoulder such burdens. Master, this is not your fault. The strength of the sect is interlinked with each individual. Earlier, I was wrong. I should not have lost my temper at fifth uncle. Master Wujua quickly interjected. This is not your fault. Linger, why did you only allow the sale of 1,000 Palm universes? Because I wish to establish relations with certain sects through the Palm universe. Only by making this item scarce can we highlight its greater value. Chapter 61. The sect leader discusses business. Our focus must not be limited to Dongzhou. As fifth uncle mentioned earlier, numerous sects from other regions wish to visit us, and we must seize this opportunity to forge friendships and discuss potential collaborations. Speaking of collaboration, Wanluo sect has received numerous orders and wishes to work with us. Their artisans can expedite the production of Palm universes. Master Wuching recalled the thick stack of orders, unable to suppress his grin. Zhonglinger shook her head with a sigh. Master, you've misunderstood. The Palm universe is exclusively ours. Currently, there is a throng of people pursuing us to purchase it. It is not that we lack items to sell or are begging others to buy from us. We will not collaborate with anyone. We will refine the Palm universe ourselves and sell it in our own shop. When I mentioned discussing collaboration, I was referring to opening branches of Taichung trading throughout all cities. In the past, we faced numerous restrictions when attempting to open trading businesses. Even when we managed to enter, we endured suppression from competitors. However, the situation has changed dramatically. First and foremost, we must define Taichung Trading's positioning. We will sell unique and scarce items that are unavailable in the market, thus eliminating any conflict of interest with competitors who cannot compete with us, as they will not have the goods. Cities that previously barred our entry will now actively invite us in. Otherwise, they risk having an abundance of items that cannot be purchased locally, prompting people to seek alternatives elsewhere, leading to a loss of residence, tax revenue, and rental income. Currently, we are selling the Palm Universe. In the future, we will also offer array plates, rare talismans, advanced elixirs, and a plethora of attractive products. Imagine if Taichung trading establishes itself across the cultivation world. Everyone seeking rare items will turn to us. Will we then still worry about spirit stones? Will we still lack cultivation resources? The vision painted by Zhang Lingo ignited a fervor within the group, particularly among Masters Wuqing and Wuji, who had suffered from a shortage of spirit stones for centuries. If they could realize Ling'er's vision, they would no longer have to fret over spirit stones, potentially resolving a dilemma that had plagued Taichung sect for thousands of years. Then why not sell the Palm Universe at a higher price? 5,000 spirit stones would attract many buyers. Qi Haoran posed a question that had lingered in his mind. He could not fathom why they would not seize the opportunity for greater profit. Zhong Ling'er smiled, because one should not place all their eggs in one basket. Look at Tianjai. They possess Tianji Academy, Tianji Trading, and have recruited numerous artisans, even establishing a sword-making workshop. That we, too, cannot rely solely on Taichung trading. We must diversify. However, it would be challenging to compete with them in establishing an academy or other ventures, so we must pursue what they have not explored. What we can uniquely offer is the forum on the Palm Universe. With the introduction of various functionalities, this forum transcends mere casual conversation. It evolves into a vast platform for information exchange. While Tianjai has cultivated numerous talents through Tianji Academy, we aim to control and guide information, even to sway public sentiment. My intention in keeping the price of the Palm Universe accessible is to ensure that everyone in the cultivation world can afford it, ideally enabling each individual to possess one. Zhang Lingo then delivered a comprehensive lesson on business strategies, articulating her plans and assigning roles. This discourse lasted throughout the night, and when everyone departed the next day, they were all invigorated, brimming with confidence as if poised to embark on a grand venture. Master Wuqing declined Wan Luo Sect's collaborative proposal. When questioned by Master Xuanqing, he donned a rather helpless expression. It's not that I'm unwilling to collaborate with you. After all, we belong to the 5 major sects and have shared a long-standing friendship. Why would I not consider you for a good opportunity? However, I consulted with my brothers Wu Jie and Wu Zhu, and they informed me that no one else can replicate the Palm Universe. You must have seen the intricacies involved. At its core lies a fundamental symbol of the Tao, which my 2 brothers acquired through serendipity. If one cannot comprehend this symbol, they cannot forge the Palm Universe. Do any of you possess such insight? Xin Qingzhenren felt his face flush with embarrassment. They had indeed dismantled and encountered the rune, subsequently seeking the counsel of several elders to study it through the night. Their conclusion was that the rune was exceedingly profound, utterly beyond their comprehension. They could not even decipher it, let alone replicate it. Thus, they could only approach Taichung's sect. Now that the matter had been laid bare, he found it utterly shameful. However, he was not one to concede easily. Grasping Wu Qingzhenren's hand, he declared, while we may be unable to produce the rune, we can assist in refining other items. After some contemplation, Wu Qingzhenren nodded as if resolute, stating, in that case, that is acceptable. You may refine other items and sell them to us. As for what you choose to refine, I shall have Wu Zhu discuss it with your elders. Xian Qingzhenren's heart sank. He quickly retorted, no, it should be a joint endeavor. Alternatively, you could engrave the runes for us. After all, the orders are in our hands. Wu Qingzhenren smiled lightly, saying, oh, that simplifies matters. You may hand over the orders to us or have them approach us directly. We will formalize an agreement with them. Xian Qingzhenren, indignant, pointed at Wu Qingzhenren, only to find him gazing back with an impassive expression, leaving him momentarily speechless. He had aimed to take advantage but found himself outmaneuvered. He could not bring himself to rebuke others, as he still held certain principles. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder what had transformed Wu Qingzhenren into someone so unyielding compared to his previous demeanor. Clearly, he had underestimated the man. How could the esteemed leader of a sect be naive? Wu Qingzhenren possessed kindness, but was no fool. The realization of his own folly filled Xian Qingzhenren with shame. He performed a respectful gesture, acknowledging, I have overstepped. Please do not take offense, Master Wu Qin. Let us consider this matter closed and refrain from revisiting it. Wu Qingzhenren returned to his former amiable self, helping him up and seamlessly transitioning to other topics, such as establishing a branch of Taichung commercial in the cities managed by Wan Luo sect, and then setting up the Taichung Mirror, offsetting the business taxes with its rental income. This was Wu Qingzhenren's first venture into commerce, and fortunately, Xian Qingzhenren was equally eager for the Taichung Mirror. Thus, after securing the promise of initial assistance with installation, discussions progressed smoothly. Later that evening, when the sect leaders convened to discuss the next competition, Many suggested equipping their disciples with the 1,000-mile eyes, while others expressed the desire for a Tai Chong mirror in each sect. Wu Chenjinren waved his hand, declaring that everything could be arranged, provided that the spiritual stones were in place. Chapter 62. Crafting Personas. The second competition, initially set to commence immediately, was postponed due to the necessity of installing Tai Chong mirrors in various cities. Consequently, individuals from various sects departed on spirit vessels to return to their respective sects for preparations. Upon returning to her sect, Zhongling found herself quite occupied, not with cultivation, but with drawing runes. The rune within the encapsulated her insights into the principles of combat, runes, and spatial pathways. Those who had not simultaneously cultivated these three paths would find it incomprehensible. Even those who had cultivated them would struggle to grasp its essence as profoundly as she did. Therefore, this rune could only be drawn by her. Although she had practiced it thousands of times, it still required immense mental effort. The notion of providing every individual in the cultivation realm with a sounded deceptively easy. Yet the reality was far more challenging. To perfect this rune, she estimated needing to draw it billions of times. Merely contemplating this was an overwhelming task. Once the others returned to their sects, they promptly immersed themselves in various affairs. Some received guests, some ventured out on tasks, others focused on production or procuring materials. Tai Chong's sect was bustling from top to bottom, with such an intriguing artifact as this. Many found themselves thoroughly entertained, especially given the unexpectedly surprising rankings from the recent competition, which sparked endless inquiries and conversations. Among these discussions, one topic gained considerable traction: the most beautiful person in the cultivation world. Typically, this title belonged exclusively to fairies, but it had unexpectedly fallen upon a man. Some expressed their dissatisfaction, arguing that their own sect's senior sisters, junior sisters, or even masters were exceedingly beautiful. They sought out those possessing them to see what Zhou Yizhu looked like. And upon viewing, they fell silent. Indeed, the title of the most beautiful person was not unfounded. It was difficult to find a woman who could rival him. Some treated this matter as a joke and shared it, thus solidifying Zhou Yizhu's reputation as the most beautiful person in the cultivation world. The widespread acclaim infuriated Zhou Yizhu to the point where he nearly threw his. Anyone who mentioned beauty to him in the past few days would face his wrath, to the extent that he forbade them from uttering the word altogether, showcasing the depth of his anger. Naturally, he had considered confronting Zhang Linger, the instigator of this commotion. However, Bai Luoqing informed him that the little junior sister was now a significant contributor. If he dared to take action against her, their master and all the senior uncles would ensure he experienced the true meaning of a loving reprimand. With his fury stifled, Zhou Yizhu found himself the target of Lei Fengming's mockery, who incessantly referred to him as Beauty Show on the forums, leading to a war of words between the two. When Yu Qinglan came to visit Zhong Linger, she found her engrossed in drawing runes. Hearing Yi Jieji's voice, Zhang Lingo glanced up, her expression dazed. Heavens, little junior sister, what happened to you? You must take a break. Do not tire yourself to the point of madness. Yi Qinglan hurriedly pulled Zhang Lingo aside, urging her to eat a peach to recuperate, and then proceeded to recount Zhou Yizhu's situation as a humorous anecdote. Upon hearing this, Zhang Linger perked up, her dizziness dissipating. She took out her and began flipping through it. Wasn't my third senior brother always complaining that I lacked renown compared to the Tai Chong twin beauties? Now I have effectively helped him gain fame in the cultivation world. Truly a commendable little fairy sister. Seeing that the news of the most beautiful person had begun to fade, yet Lei Fengming continued to call Zhou Yizhu Beauty Zhou on the forums, it was no wonder that the third senior brother was displeased. She quickly typed a few bold words. Surprise! The competition unveils a peach-shaped dairy re, and then took out the recording stone, capturing a snapshot of Lei Fengming's back to accompany her post. For added effect, she even angled the peach for a more illustrative shot. Instantly, the forum erupted. Many fairies turned crimson with embarrassment. Zhou Yizhu fell from a tree, but, rather than being angry, he held his and laughed until he could not stand upright. Lei Fengming nearly choked on his own spit, jumping up and pointing at his fellow disciples, demanding, "No laughing. No one is permitted to laugh." Comments began to flood the forum. To be honest, it does resemble him. Oh no, I might never be able to look at peaches the same way again. For the first time, I find a man's backside appealing. Is there something wrong with me? Which disciple is this? Can someone explain how this happened? Heavens, I never thought that this subtle, almost veiled allure could be the most tempting. Yi Qinglan exaggeratedly embraced Zhong Linger, exclaiming, "Little junior sister, I adore you. Why didn't you showcase this delightful find sooner?" Zhang Lingo tossed the recording stone back, pouting. What's so special about it? Can it compare to the beauty of senior brothers? Is it more exquisite than the third senior brother? Not exactly. But since the eldest brother is absent, and the second brother is too busy to be seen, and the third brother is deliberately avoiding everyone, seeing something is better than nothing. Zhang Lingo sighed, feeling a pang of longing for her eldest brother. Shaking her head, she suddenly hatched a mischievous idea, pulling Yi Qinglan to sit down, smiling mysteriously. Sister Yi, do you know what a persona is? I don't know. Please enlighten me, little junior sister. It's quite straightforward. It's something unique about a person. For instance, when you think of who the most beautiful person in the cultivation world is, you would undoubtedly think of our third senior brother. And when it comes to peach-shaped dairy res, you think of Lei Foming. So, who comes to mind as the foremost figure of the younger generation in Dongzhou? Naturally, it is our eldest brother. Exactly. These are the most memorable traits that represent a person. Associating them creates a persona. Now we need to gradually craft our personas. For instance, when someone mentions me, what comes to your mind? Yi Qinglan immediately replied, a cute, obedient, and lovely young girl. And what about Li Qiufei? The two exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, an ungrateful scoundrel. Since Tian Yuzong wishes to step over us to ascend, we must leverage all available resources to suppress them. Therefore, Sister Yi, your task is quite formidable. Zhong Linger patted Yi Qinglan's shoulder. Looking at her with utmost seriousness, Yi Qinglan straightened her back, responding, rest assured, little junior sister. I may not claim to be the best at anything else, but when it comes to this, I dare say there is no one better than me. When Yi Qinglan noticed Zhong Lingo gazing curiously at her, she asked, who is the best? Of course, it is you, little junior sister. Yi Qinglan playfully tapped Zhong Linger on the forehead, and they both burst into laughter. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from Beast God Peak. Yi Qinglan covered her ears, rolling her eyes in annoyance. What is that noise? Is our sex guardian beast roaring? Zhong Linger had been hearing this sound frequently over the past few days, but had been too preoccupied with her rune drawings to inquire further. Who else could it be but that ancestor? Many people have visited the sect recently, and everyone has been too busy to pay him any mind, which has likely irked him. Didn't you bring back plenty of beast meat the last time? Most of it ended up in his stomach, and now his appetite has grown that he refuses to eat anything but the fattest cuts of yawning beasts. Chapter 63, Pre-Competition Rivalry. Perhaps he is protesting the unsatisfactory food again. The elders from Beast God Peak sent me to inquire if you have any more beast carcasses on hand. Why not teach him a lesson? Give him a taste of discipline. Little junior sister, his name is Huzong Divine Beast. He possesses the bloodline of a divine beast, capable of suppressing the fortune of our sect. He is an ancestor and deserves our reverence, certainly not to be struck. The concept of fortune is exceedingly elusive. Zhang Lingo has heard of it but remains unaware of its true nature. She can only surmise that the divine beast's ability to suppress fortune may not be formidable. Otherwise, the Taiqing sect would not have faced annihilation in previous generations. Zhang Lingo presented 2 storage rings to Yi Qinglan and then immersed herself in the grand endeavor of inscribing talismans. As half a month passed, the Taiqing mirrors for the 6 major cities of the eastern state were finally completed, albeit some smaller towns would require a more gradual installation, heralding the commencement of the second grand competition. This time, the contest was to take place in the northern region of the Demon Fog Swamp, a notorious secret realm characterized by its thin spiritual energy and frequent appearances of ominous black mists. It is said that this black fog is transformed from demonic energy, as the swamp is abundant with demon spirit flowers, which only thrive in such malevolent conditions, contrary to the nature of demonic energy. The demon spirit flowers are indeed valuable. When used in medicine, they can dispel distracting thoughts during cultivation, solidifying one's foundational practice. The market price for these flowers is staggering. Those over a century old can fetch around 10,000 spirit stones, while 500-year-old specimens may reach 100,000, and a millennium-old flower could command bids at an auction. However, despite their immense worth, few cultivators are willing to enter this treacherous place, as the wild beasts within have been tainted by demonic energy, rendering them ferocious and brutal that if injured by such beasts, one would likely succumb to corruption. This competition serves as a true test for the disciples of each sect, although every disciple is equipped with a teleportation token that allows for immediate escape. It remains a grim reality that each year, some disciples lose their lives in this treacherous realm. The Taiqiong sect arrived last once again, yet the reception was markedly different. All the sect leaders greeted Wu Cheng with smiles. However, the disciples displayed a certain discord, their demeanor charged with tension. Lei Foming glared fiercely at Zhang Linger, even making a throat-cutting gesture in a menacing manner. Zhou Yizhu shielded his little junior sister behind him, silently mouthing the words, "Peachy bottom." In an instant, Lei Fengming sprang up, only to be caught by Xiao Haoyan, who warned him to remain calm, asserting that he could not best Zhou Yizhu. Frustrated, Lei Fengming shouted defiantly that the Taiqing sect should await their reckoning within the secret realm. Li Qiufei cast a sinister glare at the members of the Taiqing sect, particularly at Yiqing Lan, vowing that they would soon understand the consequences of provoking him. The elder sister of Danxiang Pavilion, Song Minglian, attempted to intervene but was brusquely dismissed, retreating to the sidelines. Zhong Linger offered a friendly smile to the elder sister, recognizing her as a pitiful figure, despite being the head of Danxiang Pavilion. She was the least notable among the 5 sect leaders, not due to a lack of cultivation, but rather because of her timid nature, reminiscent of the original owner of this body. Lin Chuchu approached Zhang Lingo to share whispers, while those from the 14 allied sects gathered to greet her, excluding the 7 rival sects, indicating that the Taiqiang sect maintained a decent rapport. The dean of Tianxian once again elaborated on the competition rules. The contest would score based on the grade and quantity of demon spirit flowers collected by each sect's disciples. Flowers under 100 years would yield 1 point, those between 100 and 500 years 3 points, 500 to 1,000 years 7 points, and those exceeding 1,000 years would grant 10 points. Talisman inscriptions, formations, magical artifacts, and elixirs were restricted to 4th tier or below. Using 5th tier or higher items would be deemed cheating, resulting in disqualification. Each disciple would carry a 1,000-mile eye, a palms-up universe, a teleportation token for immediate use, and a specially crafted jade box for storing the demon spirit flowers, the latter of which could automatically calculate the points accumulated and display them on an external magic mirror. Other regulations imposed no restrictions. Zhang Lingo raised her hand to inquire, "Dean, will the demon spirit flowers we collect belong to us? And if other opportunities arise within the secret realm, will they belong to whoever obtains them?" The dean smiled and affirmed, stating that whatever one acquires belongs to them. However, he cautioned against taking unnecessary risks for such items, advising against collecting the carcasses of the demonic beasts, as they had been tainted by demonic energy and were inedible. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and the dean chuckled, reminiscent of an elder teasing his juniors, yet Zhang Lingo sensed a hint of condescension in his gaze. Nevertheless, she maintained her resolve to collect whatever she could. After all, the Taiqing sect was not wealthy, and one must learn to make do. Zhang Lingo stated earnestly, eliciting a chorus of jeers from the crowd. Poor, the Taiqing sect had been collecting spirit stones hand over fist in recent days. Zhang Lingo lamented, though the sect was no longer impoverished, she herself was quite destitute. She had a sea pearl to maintain, akin to an insatiable abyss. Lei Fengming also raised his hand, asking the dean if the lack of restrictions within the secret realm meant that we could seize from others or engage in battles without limit. The dean nodded in affirmation but reminded everyone that should the situation turn dire, they should promptly shatter their tokens to escape. The demon spirit flowers they brought back would still contribute to their sect score. Several malevolent gazes began to roam the area, recognizing this as an opportune moment for vengeance. The crowd began to queue for entry into the secret realm. Gu Yinza quietly approached by Luo Qing, stating that after their previous losses, they had to reclaim their ranking this time, assuring him that he would not hold back. Bai Luo Qing smiled and replied, likewise. Xiao Haoyan joined them, offering a hearty laugh and a preemptive apology, urging them not to hold grudges against him. Zhang Lingo sweetly smiled back, saying, "Senior brother Xiao, it is we who should apologize. May you encounter us later on." Li Sintang approached with a sinister grin, threatening that they would trample them underfoot this time. Zhou Yizhu remained silent, instead drawing his sword with a metallic clang, releasing a wave of sword intent, causing Li Sintang to retreat with a grimace. Zhang Yuxue intended to interject but was intercepted by Qi Haoran, who positioned himself protectively in front of Zhong Linger, warily declaring, "Stay back. Do not feign sisterly affection. You have taken away little junior sister's mother and her fiancé. What more do you wish to claim? If you truly care for sisterhood, kneel and show some sincerity first." Zhang Yushue's face flushed crimson, caught in an awkward predicament, unable to step forward or retreat. Chapter 64. Sending them out in recent days, an unknown individual on the forum resurrected the events of the apprentice recruitment ceremony, emphasizing her alleged theft of another's fiancé, branding her as the vixen cousin, and reducing her to a subject of ridicule. Today, she had aimed to showcase their sisterly bond before the public eye, yet instead found herself publicly humiliated, her disdain for the arrogant youth before her growing ever more intense. Qi Haoran wore a smug grin, having learned from his second brother how to protect his little junior sister while simultaneously denouncing the vixen cousin. The thrill of playing the hero felt quite satisfying. especially relishing the opportunity to scold the vixen cousin. Lang Xingyu pulled back his little junior sister, guiding the disciples toward the secret realm. Bai Luoqing patted Qi Haoran's shoulder in approval before leading everyone onward. The leaders of various sects observed the Taichung mirrors in the sky, keenly watching where their disciples would land. Simultaneously, the Taichung mirrors emitted a radiant glow, drawing a multitude of onlookers from the surrounding cities. Upon landing, Zhang Lingo found herself amidst a forest, devoid of any immediate danger, and proceeded to adjust her palms up universe. Soon, she heard Bai Luoqing's voice calling out, "Is that little junior sister? Where are you? Show me your surroundings." Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded across various locations. The first step upon entering the secret realm was to regroup with fellow disciples. Zhang Lingo's luck proved fortuitous, as she was the first to reunite with her second brother. While Zhou Yizhu successfully located Qi Haoran, ensuring that the two foundation-building disciples were safeguarded, solidifying Taichung sect's initial foothold. However, shortly thereafter, the palms-up universe relayed a distress call from Yu Chenping. "I am surrounded by members of Tianyu sect and 2 other sects. Come save me." Zhang Lingo sighed, lamenting her fourth brother's ill fortune for encountering enemies so swiftly. Hoping he could hold out until help arrived. 2 groups hastily made their way to his location, only to find a chaotic scene of battle remnants with no sign of him. Bai Luoqing led Zhang Lingo onward in search of him, and they soon bumped into Zhou Yizhu and Qi Haoran, successfully reuniting the 4. Yet still no trace of Yu Chengpeng was found. "Do not worry. Fourth brother will be fine. He has a knack for surviving perilous situations. His luck is unparalleled." Qi Haoran reassured everyone with a carefree demeanor. He then pulled out his palms-up universe, calling out, "Fourth brother, where are you? Please respond. Do not tell me you've exited already." Yet, the other end of the palms-up universe remained silent. Zhong Linger examined her device for a moment, confirming that the signal was intact, but for some reason, her fourth brother did not respond. After searching in vain, no one could locate him, nor did they receive any replies. Zhang Lingo gathered all 14 disciples who entered the secret realm on her palms universe, subsequently sending a message to inform everyone that the 4th senior brother would lend a hand. This sparked inspiration among others, prompting those who had not yet found their sect members to extend their assistance. Some even shared sightings of Li Xinting and Lang Qingyu, cautioning others to steer clear of those areas to avoid peril. Outside the secret realm, some sect leaders laughed, while others shook their heads. And some were indignant. Though the Palm universe was indeed remarkable, it rendered the competition unfair, as the more than 70 individuals conspired together, leaving others at a disadvantage. During the last secret realm expedition, Taichung sect had established connections with these 14 sects, allowing Zhong Linger to unite them in one group, facilitating communication once they entered the secret realm. However, the 7 other sects lacked such unity, failing to consider that their fellow disciples or allies could be unreachable, thus struggling to find assistance. The search for individuals included not only their own but also those from rival sections. They were brimming with confidence, intending to eliminate the smaller sects and Taichung sect through sheer force, as was their usual approach. However, they found themselves encountering no one for quite some time. This was unavoidable. Linger was quite popular, and everyone wished to befriend her, leaving me, as her master, in a difficult position to impose restrictions. Wu Qinzhenren spoke without hesitation, asserting that it was not his fault if his disciple lacked the character to make friends. The sect leader fell silent, watching in frustration as a group of disciples from the smaller sects maneuvered around their own kin. Meanwhile, Wu Qinzhenren was troubled, lamenting the unfortunate fate of his 4th disciple, who had been chased into the black mist and had inadvertently knocked himself unconscious against a rock. The good news was that those who pursued him had not found him. The bad news was that it was uncertain when he would awaken. Other cultivators from different cities watched with amusement. "Look, that person has a peach-shaped bottom. What a fine physique. And what luck to find 2 demon spirit flowers so quickly." Another remarked, "That one is the vixen cousin. But she appears to be a delicate beauty. There's some misunderstanding. The individuals from Tianyu sect were not searching for items. Instead, they were frantically looking for people, unaware that others already knew their hiding places, rendering their efforts futile. Heavens, the first beauty truly lives up to her reputation. I can't wait for the Palm universe to become available. I am eager to seize one." Zhong Linger and her senior brothers, while searching for flowers and people, felt that their efficiency was exceedingly low. Is there not a faster method? She wondered aloud, pulling out her Palm universe to send a message. "Dear senior brothers and sisters, our current search speed is too slow. Shall we collaborate once more?" Responses flooded in, inquiring about the nature of the collaboration. "Follow the little junior sister. Just call me, and I'll come." "Wonderful. Following the little junior sister means we shall feast. Zhang Linga smiled, realizing that the 7 sects were indeed a nuisance, hindering their pursuit of demon spirit flowers. Let us first deal with them to restore some peace. I just saw someone mention that Wan Luo sect only has 3 members gathered, and their location is not far from here. Are there any others nearby? Let us assemble around 10 individuals and eliminate them. Point 1 suggested, let us form a gentleman's agreement after we jointly dispatch those 7 sects. The remaining 15 sects shall refrain from competing against one another and instead rely on our abilities to find demon spirit flowers. What do you think? The chief disciples of the various sects unanimously expressed their approval, thus forging a new alliance. Point 1 disciple noted, I see 2 medical cultivators from Danxiang Pavilion. Conservatively estimating, 7 or 8 individuals should suffice to handle them. Is anyone nearby interested in joining? I'll come. We have 2 golden core cultivators and 1 at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Thus, over 70 individuals commence their operations, each identifying their targets before springing into action. Outside the secret realm, several sect leaders slapped their thighs, initially believing they were secure. With the strength of their disciples, they expected to swiftly eliminate the smaller sects and then collaborate to deal with Taichung sect, consequently reclaiming their rankings. Little did they anticipate that so many sects would unite from the outset to dismantle their disciples one by one. Chapter 65. Encircling Wan Luo sect. What a blunder. Such a colossal blunder. Although they possessed the Palm universe, their disciples were clearly no match for the others. Xiao Haoyan, accompanied by his 4th junior brother Lei Fengming and 5th junior brother Duan Haizhang, wandered in search of individuals. The area was rife with marshes. How could one discern where others were? Could they not learn from Taichung sect and find something elevated for reference? As Lei Fengming walked, he communicated with Li Qingyao through the Palm universe. I am not in a hurry to regroup. I wish to seek out 2 stragglers and eliminate them directly. At first, I could see figures, but now I have encountered none. Be cautious on your own. Do not let your desire to eliminate others lead to your own downfall, Xiao Haoyan warned, recognizing that his 3rd junior brother was overly arrogant and failed to grasp the principle that pride leads to failure. As long as I do not encounter Bai Luoqing and Zhou Yizhua, I fear no one else. Even if I do encounter those 2, I can simply flee. Just as he spoke, fate intervened, and someone attempted to ambush him. Senior brother, await my good news. Li Qingyao severed the connection, drawing his sword and advancing toward the foundation establishment disciple ahead. However, as he took a few steps, 2 golden core cultivators emerged from either side. And upon glancing back, he saw another golden core cultivator accompanied by 2 foundation establishment disciples approaching. 6 individuals. Was he truly surrounded? Yet, even with 3 golden core cultivators, he believed he could still fight back. With spirits high, Li Qingyao thought, do you 6 truly believe you can force me out? Let us see who will be expelled. Meanwhile, Xiao Haoyan hurried to find his 3rd junior brother, sensing impending danger. To his surprise, Bai Luoqing appeared before him. What a coincidence. I did not expect to encounter you so soon. The youth remained as warm and polished as jade, chatting casually as if they were old friends. Yet this caused Xiao Haoyan to retreat 3 steps. He understood Bai Luoqing. He never engaged in ventures without confidence, and since he had stepped forward, it was clear he was prepared. Indeed, several figures materialized around them. Achin, I merely mentioned it casually before entering. Why did you take it to heart? Senior brother Xiao, you spoke casually, but I did not. I take this seriously. Zhang Lingo beamed sweetly, stepping back 2 paces. Removing herself from the battlefield, Xiao Haoyan advanced 2 steps, deciding to comply with his junior sister's wishes. Very well, we shall entertain you. However, Achin, you may not necessarily be my match now. Bai Luoqing continued to smile amiably. Then your opponent shall be my 3rd junior brother. I shall experience the swordsmanship of your 4th junior brother. No, pitting you against my 4th junior brother seems excessive. Xiao Haoyan's lips twitched, sensing the situation had turned dire. He could not fathom how these individuals managed to gather so quickly, having entered less than half a day ago. Bai Luoqing unsheathed his longsword, his voice turning cold. Then I shall ensure he is the first to be eliminated. With that, he swung his sword, producing a resonant sound, and a brilliant white sword aura surged forth, accompanied by a tempestuous force directed at Lei Fengming. Lei Fengming had long sought to challenge the Taichung twins and, seizing the opportunity, shouted enthusiastically as he charged forward. Xiao Haoyan shut his eyes. This foolish boy was rushing toward danger. He should be fleeing instead. He wished to intervene, but Zhou Yizhua's sword also swung toward him. Zhong Linger observed the only body cultivator among her disciples, eager to witness his combat prowess. However, Chi Haoran denied her the chance to intervene. launching a strike instead. The others immediately targeted Duan Hai. Realizing they could not assist with Zhou Yizhua and were of no use against Bai Luoqing, leaving only this confrontation, Zhang Lingo stood aside, observing intently. The greatest advantage of a body cultivator was their capacity to endure blows. Duan Hai's physique was indeed formidable. Even if fifth senior brother's sword struck, it would merely slice through clothing, leaving only a faint mark upon his skin. Seeing that their attacks bore little effect, they resorted to spells. Fireballs and boulders erupted continuously, yet Duan Hai remained undaunted. Unable to withstand such assaults, he retaliated with his fists, shattering their attacks with sheer strength. The power of a body cultivator often exceeded common comprehension. When he unleashed a casual punch, it resonated with the sound of space exploding, a result of the force compressing and releasing the air. This single strike dispersed the sword energy from fifth senior brother, nearly knocking the sword from his grasp, while another who had been slow to retreat was sent flying, unable to rise for a considerable time. Fifth senior brother, channel your sword intent, Zhong Linger urged, prompting Qi Haoran to swiftly position his sword across his chest. Fingers forming the sword seal. A chorus of resonating sounds emerged, and countless sword energies filled the air, glinting with a cold light directed at Duan Hai. Duan Hai sensed the chilling, murderous intent within the sword energy, acutely aware of its sharpness. Could his body withstand such a barrage? No one had known before, but after today, they would certainly find out. Outside the secret realm, chaos erupted. Sword intent. A foundation establishment cultivator can truly comprehend sword intent. Heavens, yet another genius. What kind of luck is Tai Chiung sect enjoying? 3 sword path geniuses were not enough. Another has appeared, who claimed that Tai Chiung sect was on the decline. Step forward, and I promise not to kill you. Heavens, a body cultivator versus sword intent. Who will emerge victorious? How exciting. The gaze of the esteemed Hongyuan Jinren from the Lingjin sect towards the unperturbed Jinren was laden with gravity. Logically speaking, the Lingjin sect is renowned across the realm for its swordsmanship. Yet, astonishingly, none of its direct disciples have grasped the essence of sword intent. In stark contrast, the Taiqing sect has already produced 4 adept practitioners, which is nothing short of a slap in the face for him. Within the confines of the secret realm, a piercing scream escaped Lei Fengming as his body was sent hurtling through the air. Observing his 4th junior brother being sent flying by a single punch from Bai Luoqing, Xiao Haoran rushed forward, eager to assist, only to find himself ensnared by a multitude of sword chi emanating from Zhou Yizhua. Rendering him utterly immobile. In a desperate attempt, he hurled a small tower-shaped magical artifact towards Zhou Yizhua, but a bolt of lightning struck, sending the artifact tumbling to the ground. Below, Zhang Linga retracted her hand from casting a talisman and flashed him a sweet smile, inciting a surge of frustration within him. A resonant hum filled the air as Xiao Haoran turned his head to witness countless beams of sword light converging upon Duan Hai, akin to steel needles piercing towards his body. The tips of these needles glimmered with a chilling radiance, sharpened to an extraordinary degree by the sword chi during their advance. No. Xiao Haoran urged his junior brother to evade swiftly, yet he felt an eerie chill enveloping him. Realizing too late that the sword light had already swept dangerously close to his chest. In the midst of this flurry of exchanges, Bai Luoqing had seized Lei Fengming, grasping his token and crushing it with a decisive grip. Lei Fengming protested, "Bai Shixiang, you cannot treat me so." But his figure had already vanished, leaving behind only the faint echo of his voice. On another front, a resounding thud echoed as Duan Hai collapsed. His body riddled with numerous wounds, though not fatal. The bloodied evidence of his severe injury was unmistakable. Clearly, a body cultivator could not withstand the force of sword intent. Perhaps in this battle, Qi Haoran's sword intent proved to be slightly superior. Chapter 66. The opening elimination of 4. Qi Haoran dashed forward, snatching the token and crushing it, leaping with joy. Second one. I was merely a step behind second Shixiang. By Luoqing, you have already dispatched 2 of us. How about sparing me this time? Xiao Haoyan's anxious voice reached him. He had been forced to retreat repeatedly by Zhou Yizhua, with his magical artifacts shattering one after another, his form a pitiful sight. On the brink of defeat, Bai Luoqing, however, was not swayed by his pleas. After a fleeting glance, he declared loudly, "Third shitty, he seeks to flee. Be cautious." Xiao Haoyan nearly spat blood in frustration. He had intended to distract Zhou Yizhua with conversation, planning to escape with his magical artifact. With 2 out of 5 from Wanluo sect already eliminated, he could not afford to fail. Yet Bai Luoqing showed no mercy. Zhong Linger chimed in, "Third Shixiao. Xiao Shixiang is too cunning. Should I set up a confinement array to prevent his escape?" Xiao Haoyan's hair stood on end, The Taiching sect was becoming increasingly treacherous, and it appeared he would have to resort to drastic measures to evade capture. With a determined thought, a grand seal's phantom materialized in the sky, spiritual energy converging wildly, manifesting an overwhelming might, the seal's phantom growing ever more solid, casting a shadow upon the earth below. Heavenly Law Seal. Disperse. Bai Luoqing warned everyone, pulling his junior sister back. Having teamed up with Xiao Haoyan in numerous secret realms, he was well acquainted with his methods. This seal was a low-grade divine technique capable of pulverizing everything within its designated space. Most importantly, all forms of escape techniques, formations, talismans, and magical artifacts were rendered ineffective before it, truly a manifestation of unparalleled dominance. Yet if they retreated, Xiao Haoyan would surely escape, which left Zhang Linge feeling discontent. Having successfully cornered him, it would be a hassle to chase him down again. Alas, with the invocation of a divine technique, retreat was inevitable, yet she decided to leave him with a token of remembrance. Before departing, Zhang Linge retrieved a blob of dark ink from her storage ring, used for her talismans, and tossed it behind her. However, with spiritual energy gathering in the rear, it would be quite challenging for the ink to splatter onto Xiao Haoyan. Witnessing her childish antics elicited a laugh from Bai Luocheng, and as a doting senior brother, he could not resist lending her a hand. With a flick of his consciousness, sword chi surged forth, transforming the ink into streams of dark sword energy that surged toward Xiao Haoyan. Seeing these non-lethal, yet deeply insulting sword energies approach, Xiao Haoyan nearly burst into laughter, casually waving his sleeve to deflect them. As for the few drops of ink that splattered onto his sleeve, was that even a concern? Only a child would fret over such trivialities. As the seal crashed down, the earth trembled twice, dust swirling into the air, and when the oppressive force dissipated, indeed, Xiao Haoyan had vanished without a trace. The onlookers sighed. After all, he was the first seat, not easily subdued. Zhou Yizhua's expression darkened, his silence indicating his frustration at failing to capture Xiao Haoyan. With the absence of their eldest brother and the second brother incapacitated, the primary combat strength of the Taiching sect rested solely on him. The fact that he could not even subdue Xiao Haoyan rendered him incapable of facing Li Xintang or Lang Qingyu. Zhang Linge tugged at the second brother's hand. Second brother, that technique must consume a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, right? Can he use it again so soon? If he had the capability to execute it initially, he would have done so. He cannot possibly use such a technique without resting for a day or two. Bai Luocheng regarded his junior sister with curiosity, unsure of her intentions. Zhang Linge clapped her hands gleefully and dashed to the side of the third brother. Third Shixiang, let us pursue Xiao Shixiang. In such a vast area, where shall we find him? Zhou Yizhua replied impatiently. If it were not for Zhang Linge's conversation, he would not wish to engage with anyone at this moment. Yet Zhang Linge cheerfully produced a small box, opening it to reveal a bee. This is the tracking bee gifted to me by Shermud. I added honey to my ink. So shall we pursue? Zhou Yizhua's lips curled into a smile as he accepted the tracking bee, saying, since my junior sister has paved the way, it would be remiss of me not to follow. Outside the secret realm, Lei Foming leapt from his seat in the elimination area. Tracking bee, what an extraordinary creature. How did she conceive such an idea? It was not surprising that she could devise such a plan. What was truly remarkable was how seamlessly her second brother cooperated to execute this strategy within such a short span of time. Duan Hai sat despondently to the side, calmly analyzing the situation. Having lost faith in their sect's performance in this competition, Lei Foming slumped down, dejected. He was the first to be eliminated first. He could hardly fathom it. The sect leader could not help but inquire of the Taisu Jinren. Adding honey to the ink, as talisman practitioners, do you have any special purpose for using ink? Taisu Jinren turned to Wu Qin Jinren. I have never heard of anyone adding honey to ink. Talismans do not require honey. This question is best directed to Wu Qin Jinren. Wu Qin Jinren stroked his beard with an inscrutable expression, pondering his disciple's reasoning. Regardless, he knew his junior would never act without cause. Unbeknownst to Zhang Linge, who inadvertently spilled honey water into her ink while becoming dizzy from drawing talismans, she had left the cultivation world with a profound mystery. At this moment, she was chasing after her three senior brothers. And within half an hour, they found Xiao Haoyan resting in a cave. Could you not spare me? Xiao Haoyan began, but before he could finish, Zhou Yizhua's sword was already upon him, forcing him to dodge frantically. His gaze involuntarily drifting towards Bai Luocheng, hoping he would intervene with his beautiful junior brother. Bai Luocheng merely offered him a smile before drawing his sword and charging forward. Come on, Aiken, This is too much. What kind of friendship do we share for you to treat me this way? Xiao Haoyan's token was hidden within his storage ring, and Zhou Yizhua, having no desire to search, simply slashed at the storage ring, shattering it and scattering its contents across the ground, then stepped down to crush the token, effectively sending Xiao Haoyan away. The sent away Xiao Haoyan felt his heart shatter, for in the elimination area, he had encountered his fourth and fifth junior brothers, as well as his third junior brother. The Wanluo sect had lost 4 members right at the outset, which could only signify one thing: they were destined to finish last in this competition. A voice echoed from the sky, "Wow, Xiao Shixiang possesses quite a few treasures. However, as his good friends, we certainly cannot take his belongings, can we?" Xiao Haoyan looked up to see Bai Luoqing retrieving a storage ring to gather the items, gently patting Zhang Lingo's head. "If we return his possessions, perhaps he will calm down. Rest assured, second brother. Xiao Shixiang has stated that while we are opponents during the competition, outside the arena, we remain good friends." Chapter 67. Let us gather to hunt beasts. Having concluded her statement, she turned to the 1,000-mile eye and declared, "Xiao Shixiang, do you not agree with my words? You need not worry, although you 3 were the first to be eliminated. We shall send more individuals to join you soon, so you will not be lonely." The 4 brothers sat in a row, their expressions growing increasingly grim, but the one whose expression was bleakest was Xian Chengzhenren. Prior to the competition, he had conferred with the other 2 sect leaders to devise a unified strategy to eliminate the Taichung sect first. Who could have anticipated that the first to be eliminated would be his own sect? Indeed, with 22 sects involved, 15 of them had united, their intentions aligned, while the 7 sects were each vying for the top position, preoccupied with schemes and mutual suspicion, leaving them unable to compete with the Taichung sect. It was truly regrettable that he had not foreseen this scenario beforehand. The questions he pondered were also on the minds of the other 6 sect leaders. If this continued, it could very well be that their sect would be the first to be eliminated in the next round. Previously, they believed that the combat strength of their disciples could determine everything. However, their views had shifted. The unconventional strategies of the Taichung sect completely compensated for any deficiencies in combat prowess. The battles within the secret realm grew increasingly spectacular. In past competitions, the larger sects would relentlessly pursue the smaller ones, mercilessly tormenting them until they were eliminated within a day. Now, the situation had reversed, with the smaller sects uniting to chase down the larger ones. After all, the smaller sects had more members and could maintain timely communication. Any solitary disciple who stumbled upon an ally's team would quickly find their footing, subsequently ambushing the disciples of the larger sects. Without needing to concern themselves with regrouping with their own sect, the advantages of such alliances not only provided them with a profound sense of security, but also offered opportunities for retaliation. As a result, the isolated disciples of the larger sects faced dire consequences, gradually being eliminated. The number of those on the elimination list swelled, and while Xiao Haoyan initially wore a frown, he soon found himself smiling. Although their sect ranked last this time, the performance of the other sects was not particularly impressive either. When considering the combined results of the 2 rounds, their sect was certainly not at the bottom. As long as they were not the last, there remained a chance. Though claiming first place in the competition was unlikely, securing a position within the top 5 was still feasible, especially with the significant points available in the later stages. Zhang Lingo observed the notifications in the group, calculating the remaining numbers of the 7 major sections. Qing Lingyu, Li Xintang, Lu Bin, Cheng Xian, and Gu Yinza were not to be trifled with, while Nan Gongjing had not been seen. Li Qiufei was with Li Xintang, and the rest had been eliminated. The good news was that Zhong Yushu had been cornered by Lin Chuchu and her group, leading to her elimination as well. Zhang Lingo felt immense gratitude towards senior sister Lin. An even better piece of news was that the Wanluo sect and its allies had been completely annihilated, revealing the fragility of the alliance among the 3 major sections. The bad news was that those remaining were quite formidable, and the fewer the number of opponents, the harder they were to find. Yet, these individuals had to be dealt with, as the rules of this round allowed for theft. Should they choose to steal everyone's demon spirit flowers at the end, all their efforts would have been in vain. As dusk approached, "We must find a place to settle down," Bai Luoqing reminded his junior disciples. In the demon fog marsh, the mists only occasionally appeared during the day, and the demon beast remained dormant. However, at night, the dense fog enveloped the marsh, and the corrupted demon beast became active, posing the greatest danger to cultivators, who not only had to guard against attacks from the beasts but also protect themselves from the encroaching fog. The trio immediately sought a concealed location, while Zhang Lingo sent a message in the group, Senior brothers and sisters. Those of you nearby can come over. I can set up a formation that will block the demon beasts in the fog, ensuring everyone's safety through the night. Junior sister, you are too kind. I thought the 7 major sects had been mostly cleared out and that you wouldn't bother with us anymore. Don't speak nonsense. Is junior sister that kind of person? Junior sister. We are close to you and will come over immediately. Junior sister, wait for us. We will hurry over. Zhong Linger smiled, producing the formation base and array disc, calling over several senior brothers to set up the formation in an open area. Junior sister, this place is too conspicuous. The demon beast will spot us at a glance. Third senior brother, that's exactly what I intend to do. I'll explain later. Let me finish setting up the formation first. The group fell silent and stood guard nearby. Before long, people began to arrive one after another. When the last wave of individuals joined them, the formation activated and intricate patterns emerged as thick black mist began to spread. The 7 individuals who had stealthily observed from the trees, including Qingling, successfully converged with the group. However, they dared not make a move. The sheer number of people below was one reason, but primarily, they did not want to inadvertently step into the formation and pay a hefty price for rescue. This time, there would be no rescue. Only elimination. Li Sentang held a bell-shaped artifact that swirled with runes, enveloping the 7 in a golden shield that concealed their presence and muffled their sounds. What are they planning? Actively attracting the demon beasts. Isnt that courting death, Nan Gongjing pondered, while the others shared similar sentiments. Gu Yinza frowned as he observed Zhong Linger's figure. Just watch. They wouldn't engage in meaningless actions. That little junior sister has unique ideas and many clever plans. She must have something in mind. In the crowd, Zhong Linger faced the questions of her peers, not rushing to explain, but instead placing the demon spirit flowers from her sect at the center of the formation. Everyone could sense the mist in the formation converging towards those demon spirit flowers. The demonic energy around them growing increasingly thin, negating the need for them to expend their own spiritual power to resist it. Senior brothers and sisters, I know you find this strange. Please calm down and listen to my explanation. Zhong Linger began. Demon spirit flowers survive by absorbing demonic energy, which is why I placed them at the formation eye, to draw in the energy from the formation. This way, we will not be tainted by the demonic energy. I built the formation here because, since we no longer need to meditate to fend off the demonic energy, and with the long night ahead, why not hunt demon beasts instead? But junior sister, the demon beasts here are corrupted by demonic energy. They are neither edible nor useful. It's pointless to fight them. Indeed, if we inadvertently sustain injuries and become tainted by the demonic energy, it could lead to significant trouble. Zhong Linger smiled at her peers. Senior brother, you made an error. Who said these demon beasts are useless? Their inner cores are of great value. Look, these demon spirit flowers can absorb the demonic energy from the formation. Surely the energy within their inner cores is even more concentrated and abundant, making them prime targets for absorption. Before I came, I asked my master, and she mentioned that demon spirit flowers can indeed be cultivated. Just like common spiritual plants absorb the spiritual energy from the soil, demon spirit flowers can similarly absorb the demonic energy from corrupted inner cores. Chapter 68. Making someone else's wedding garment? Lin Chuchu nodded. Indeed, my master said that the inner core of a demon beast at the golden core stage can provide 100 years of efficacy for a demon spirit flower. Thus, if a 500-year-old demon spirit flower absorbs 5 golden core inner cores, it would possess the efficacy equivalent to that of a 1,000-year-old demon spirit flower, the more corrupted inner cores it consumes. The faster the flower grows, and the better its efficacy. Moreover, the jade boxes we use to contain the demon spirit flowers serve as excellent containers. Simply placing the inner cores inside will allow the flowers to automatically absorb the energy without any risk of leakage. Really, it can work like that. The crowd gasped in surprise, their interest piqued. Zhong Lingo proclaimed, thus, before entering, I inquired about the ownership of these demon spirit flowers. Since they belong to us, it is only natural that we nurture them. Are the corrupted demon beasts easy to deal with? What if we accidentally get injured? That could lead to corruption. Some timid individuals voiced their concerns, but before Zhong Lingo could respond, many among the crowd began to voice their discontent. If you're scared, you don't have to fight. No one is forcing you. What is the point of being afraid? If you're that scared, why did you even come? It's safer to stay back. You want inner cores but don't want to take any risks. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Zhong Linger quickly intervened, raising her voice. Senior brothers and sisters, please don't rush. I won't put anyone in danger. The outer formation is the same as before. You can choose suitable demon beasts to fight. And as for injuries, don't worry. Senior Sister Lin brought many purifying demon pills. As long as the injuries aren't too severe, there will be no issues. Lin Chuchu presented a vial to the group, stating, "Before entering, my master specially refined many 4th-grade purifying demon pills, and they contain the essence of the cleansing marrow spring. Their efficacy surpasses that of 5th-grade purifying demon pills." The crowd became excited. With the protection of the formation and the availability of high-quality spiritual medicine, what was there to fear? If they couldn't hunt a few demon beasts, it would be a disservice to such a golden opportunity. Zhang Linger and Lin Chuchu exchanged smiles. Not long ago, Fairy Yueyao had approached the Taiching sect regarding the Taiching mirror, and Zhang Lingo had obediently presented 2 vials of spiritual spring liquid. At that time, Fairy Yueyao mentioned she would refine pills for use in their secret realm, and now it was truly proving to be a great help. Cleansing marrow spring liquid? Zhou Yizhu looked over at Bai Luocheng with a curious expression. He had seen this substance in the sect's storeroom. How did it end up in Fairy Yueyao's hands? Did the master give it to her? Bai Luocheng smiled wryly and shook his head. My master didn't even dare to meet Fairy Yueyao. It was 4th master uncle and junior sister who helped with the reception. Zhong Linger pouted, then laughed. 3rd senior brother. This spiritual spring liquid is something I obtained in the Tianyuan secret realm. Gu senior brother was there with me. Before I drank the spring dry, I filled several vials. Originally, I intended to share some with Gu senior brother, but he declined, so I offered it to my master instead. Bai Luocheng recalled the incident and smirked, patting his junior sister's head. Your Gu senior brother is a good person. A good person, you say? Gu Yinza nearly leapt up. Didn't I tell you I misunderstood you back then? As a longtime friend, I would have appreciated a reminder, and now you mock me. This matter is far from over. Outside the secret realm, discussions were rife among the onlookers. Many sought confirmation from Fairy Yueyao regarding the efficacy of the corrupted inner cores. Fairy Yueyao nodded, affirming that corrupted inner cores could indeed nourish the demon spirit flowers, yielding better results than merely using demonic energy. Real person Yu Ying also chimed in. Indeed, I've read about this in an ancient text, but I had no idea how to apply it. It turns out to be so straightforward. The 14 leaders of various sects gazed at the figures reflected on the law mirror, their lips curling into smiles. Regardless of the outcome of the grand competition, the mere acquisition of these high-grade demonic spirit flowers was worth the effort. Simultaneously, their glances toward the Taoist witching grew increasingly fervent, each contemplating the necessity of presenting substantial gifts to the Taichung sect after the competition. After all, their disciples had greatly benefited from the sect's generous care, and it was imperative to foster amicable relations with Taichung, which had graciously included their smaller sects in the contest. The cultivators watching from within the city expressed their emotions with even greater clarity. Goodness, Gu Yinza is so closely associated with Taichung sect, the cleansing spring essence. He can simply refuse it. It seems the talisman practitioners are indeed wealthy. Has Fairy Yueyao gone to Taichung? Just look at the camaraderie between the disciples of the 2 sects. Surely, Master Wuqing has some fortunate endeavors ahead. That I always said that the junior sister is extraordinary. Despite her youth, her cleverness is remarkable, truly endearing. That if what Zhong Linger said is true, then these 15 sects have struck a veritable gold mine. If they manage to slay over a dozen golden core demon beasts and cultivate 10,000-year-old demonic spirit flowers, it could amount to millions of spirit stones. Who knew that demonic spirit flowers could be cultivated? Had I known earlier, I would have rushed to the Misty Swamp to hunt demon beasts. Do you think this time, with the major sects being targeted by the smaller ones, it could genuinely allow the smaller sects to rise in status? I heard that rankings affect the management of spiritual veins and cities. If the major sects lose, will they truly concede to the smaller sects? What nonsense! How could the major sects possibly lose? The scores from the first 2 rounds cannot compare to those of the last 3. The major sects will undoubtedly exert their full strength in the latter rounds. The murmurs from outside could not dampen the excitement and anticipation of the numerous cultivators within the secret realm. Everyone eagerly awaited the arrival of the demon beasts and debated whether to send someone to drive them away. The clamor attracted the attention of the demon beasts, and from the depths of the inky fog, they began to emerge, rushing toward the crowd. However, they were swiftly ensnared within various formations before they could get close. The individuals within the great array surged forth in units based on their sects to slay the demon beasts. The transformed demon beasts were indeed more formidable than the ordinary ones, and most opted to tackle foes of a lower grade. while a few ambitious cultivators charged toward the higher-tiered beasts. Li Xintang felt a surge of envy, unable to resist the urge to rush forward, but was caught by Li Qiufei. Don't act rashly. We lack the specialized formation talismans. If we rush in, it could end up like last time. Moreover, let us consider an alternate strategy. This competition allows for pillaging. Are you suggesting we wait for the mantis to catch the cicada, while the yellow bird lies in wait? Precisely. We shall remain patient. Allowing them to seek the demonic spirit flowers and seize the inner cores. On the final day, we shall take everything from them. While they busy themselves, they are unwittingly preparing garments for us. He chuckled at the thought of such a scene. Li Xintang settled back down, exchanging glances with the others, all agreeing that this plan had merit, and began to watch intently, occasionally discussing their observations. As everyone else rushed from the great array to slay the demon beasts, only Zhong Linger remained, propping her chin in her hand as she pondered the whereabouts of her fourth senior brother. Master, I hope my fourth senior brother has encountered any danger. Please ensure his safety. With her eyes fixed on the distant horizon, she silently wished to her master, contemplating that if her brother were in trouble, her master would surely find a way to rescue him. The continued silence suggested either he had exited or was within the secret realm without peril. Zhong Lingo leaned toward the optimistic interpretation. Meanwhile, Master Wuching sighed as he looked at his little disciple. I cannot assist you, my dear. Little Four has been unconscious for an entire day, and if it weren't for the rise and fall of his chest, I might have thought him dead. However, I cannot convey this information to them. They must find their own solutions. After muttering to the distant sky for a while, Zhong Linger began to rally herself to resolve the situation. She perceived it as a wilderness rescue mission, aimed at locating the missing individual, Yu Qingpa. Over 70 people had searched all day without success, indicating that some area had likely been overlooked. But how could she ascertain where so many had traversed? Without a map of the secret realm or the routes taken by the over 70 individuals, it was impossible to make any determinations. If only we had satellite navigation and mobile phone tracking like in my previous life. Mobile tracking? Why not utilize a talisman inscribed with location recording runes instead? With a surge of inspiration, Zhong Linger retrieved her brush and blank talismans, contemplating how to visualize the location without the aid of latitude and longitude, and how to enable the talisman paper to sense the position. As her thoughts crystallized and refined, her hand moved instinctively, her spiritual energy coalescing at the tip of her brush. Waves of Taoist resonance enveloped her, and intricate runes began to emerge on the paper. The youthful countenance of the girl now imbued with a solemn and sacred air. A flash of light enveloped the talisman paper, and as she regained her composure, a familiar sensation washed over her. Looking skyward in exasperation, she felt the gentle patter of spiritual rain descending upon her. Her heart a tumult of emotions. In truth, she had not desired this spiritual rain. It was too ostentatious, which could lead to complications. Yet, the heavenly Tao had not afforded her the opportunity to negotiate. Second senior brother, Zhong Linger called out anxiously. Bai Luoqing turned to glance back, immediately retreating from battle to stand beside his junior sister. However, he could only watch as the brilliant column of light fell from the heavens, with no other recourse available. Zhou Yizhua and Qi Haoran swiftly approached, gathering together to receive the descending spiritual rain. Little junior sister, what have you done this time? Third senior brother, I merely drew a talisman. Zhou Yizhua fell silent, fully aware she had drawn a talisman. The crucial question was what kind it was. Yet, that was not the main concern. Although spiritual rain had become commonplace for Zhong Linger, it was a highly sought-after treasure for others. How would they defend against those who might attempt to seize it? As others witnessed this extraordinary phenomenon, many recognized it as the descent of spiritual rain and gaped in astonishment. Zhong Linger smiled and beckoned to the crowd. Senior brothers and sisters, come over. I'll share some spiritual rain with you. Instantly, the onlookers snapped back to reality and rushed forward. Bai Luoqing called out, let the junior disciples stand in the center, with the leaders on the sides. I will disperse the spiritual rain from the middle, and those on the edges can catch it. Ensure not a single drop touches the ground. The crowd, originally intent on crowding together, quickly organized themselves. Bai Luoqing wielded his sword, sweeping the spiritual rain into a circular formation, striving to ensure everyone received a share. At long last, the once chaotic throng settled into an orderly arrangement. Zhong Linger subtly pulled Lin Chuchu closer, sharing a smile. After all, the portion Bai Luoqing swept out was but a fraction of what fell upon them. Ling Qingyu and his group watched in astonishment for quite some time. It was only when the crowd clustered together to bask in the spiritual rain that Lu Bin murmured, spiritual rain. Zhonglinger can actually summon spiritual rain. Li Qiufei's expression twisted in disbelief. Why? What right does a mere girl have to such power? Gu Yinzi turned to observe his face, which was awash with jealousy and resentment, and quietly stepped back a few paces. Remarking, "Did you all see? She simply drew a talisman. Not only is she a formation practitioner, but she is also a talisman practitioner." He recalled that during their last encounter, she had wielded a sword. Though he kept that detail to himself. Two forms of cultivation, both of considerable depth. Ling Qingyu furrowed his brow. Zhonglinger should have been his little junior sister, but the Zhong family had replaced her with Zhong Yuxua. Did their master agree without fully understanding the situation? Had they been deceived by the Zhong family? As they marveled, those outside the secret realm erupted in chatter. Heavens, spiritual rain. I heard that not long ago. Master Wuqing summoned spiritual rain, and now a mere disciple from Taiqing sect can do the same. What is going on? Is spiritual rain becoming worthless? Zhonglinger remained composed, generously willing to share with everyone, ensuring that this small sect reaped great benefits. Taiqing sect was undoubtedly a remarkable sect. Each disciple was exceptional. The twin prodigies of Taiqing were well known, but even Zhou Yizhua and Qi Haoran had comprehended sword intent. While their little junior sister was both a dual practitioner of formations and talismans, recognized by the heavenly Tao itself, capable of summoning spiritual rain, a true genius. What kind of talisman do you think she drew to earn the heavenly Tao's favor? Incredible! Look at their formation. Not a single drop of spiritual rain has been wasted. The esteemed Taishu Jinren gazed at Wuchen Jinren with a mix of regret and envy. He lamented not having discerned the exceptional talent of this young girl during the disciple initiation ceremony, thus missing the opportunity to mentor a prodigy in the art of talismans. He envied Wuchen Jinren for having discovered such a treasure, an endearing and considerate little gem. In retrospect, he recalled being quite displeased with Zhonglinger's seemingly ungrateful attitude towards not being personally instructed. He now realized that a talent like hers truly deserved the status of a direct disciple. Hongyuan Jinren felt the weight of many gazes upon him, a sensation akin to having a thorn in his back. While he regretted the loss of a genius like Zhonglinger, he still found himself favoring the remarkable talent of Zhong Yuxua. With a slight snort, he thought, when the challenge of direct disciples arrives, you shall see. Yuxua is no less capable than this girl. All eyes were drawn to Lingzi. None noticed the massive vertical pupil apparition in the sky, fixated on Zhonglinger for quite some time, until the Lingzi dissipated. Within the thick fog of the secret realm, Yu Chongping shook his head, showing signs of waking, only to be swept back into slumber by a gust of wind. The crowd shared in the Lingzi's benefits. They expressed their gratitude to Zhonglinger. Some felt the changes in their bodies, while others sat cross-legged and entered a state of breakthrough. Curiosity led a few to inquire about the talisman she had drawn. Brothers and sisters, here's the situation. My fourth senior brother has yet to be found, and I suspect he might be trapped somewhere. Everyone has been helping to search, but there are surely missed areas. If we could record each person's path and eliminate them one by one, we might locate the overlooked spots. Thus, I thought, how wonderful it would be to have a talisman that could document the routes taken. She casually sketched one, unaware it would prove successful. I plan to draw a few more. After daybreak tomorrow, please carry them with you. If we can find my fourth senior brother, that would be ideal. If not, at least we can document our positions for easier exclusion. I sincerely ask for your assistance in this matter. Thank you, everyone. Little junior sister, what are you saying? We were already planning to search for the demon spirit flower. Assisting you in finding your brother is no trouble at all. Exactly. You've set up the formation for us and shared your Lingzi. How could we not help with this small task? Rest assured, little junior sister, we will certainly assist you in finding your brother. We are allies. After all, helping to locate someone is only right. Yes, helping with this is the least we can do. It is not worthy of your thanks. The crowd chimed in unison, and Zhonglinger happily returned to her talisman drawing. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through the air, and the spiritual energy drawn from the Lingzi was instantly depleted. Astonishingly, 5 individuals broke through a minor realm, prompting congratulations from those around them. Qi Haoran stealthily approached by Luoqing and whispered, "Second senior brother, I think I'm about to break through as well." Zhou Yizhu furrowed his brow. So am I. Fortunately, I managed to suppress it. By Luoqing's heart raced. If these two broke through, it would mean transcending a significant realm, requiring an abundance of spiritual energy and facing a lightning tribulation. Yet, this secret realm offered little in the way of spiritual energy, more akin to demonic energy. We must endure until we find the fourth junior brother and leave this secret realm at once, he instructed. The two nodded. None anticipated the emergence of Lingzhe within the secret realm, and now they were caught in this awkward predicament. The group resumed their assault on the demon beasts, while Zhang Linghe remained focused on her talismans within the grand formation. Her speed was remarkable. Each stroke instantly came to fruition. However, she was using her own vitality instead of Wuchenjinren's, making it quite strenuous to create fourth-grade talismans in the foundation establishment stage. Even with a sufficiently strong consciousness, her body could not withstand the strain. After drawing a dozen or so, she grew dizzy and began to bleed from her nose. Necessitating a brief rest and medication before continuing to Epi Dawn, she had managed to produce over 60 talismans as the demonic mist cleared and the beasts were eradicated. The crowd tidied the battlefield and returned to assess their gains. Observing the pale and weary little junior sister, with blood still trickling from her ears and nose, they felt a pang of sympathy. They promptly took up talismans, chose their directions, and left her encouraging messages about helping to find her brother before hastily departing. Of course, before they left, they all left behind a storage ring. Although Zhang Linghe had not initially requested a share of the spoils, they collectively adhered to the customary practice, dizzy and disinterested in examining the spoils. Zhang Linghe turned to her second senior brother and said plaintively, "Second senior brother, I really want to take a nap." Bai Luoqing turned around, crouched down, and said, "Come here, I'll carry you to sleep." Zhang Linghe laid her head on Bai Luoqing's shoulder and quickly drifted off into slumber. Shou Yizhu picked up the last root recording talisman and, riding his sword, led the brothers and younger disciples in search of their missing comrade. Onlookers outside the secret realm were utterly charmed. The bond among the direct disciples of Taiqing's sect was indeed heartwarming. It was said that the sect master and several peak masters had also been direct disciples, fostering strong relationships, a tradition of the sect. Little Linghe is truly delightful. Seeing her sweetly sleeping face makes my heart melt. It is commendable that she managed to draw 50 to 60 talismans in less than a night. A typical talisman practitioner would be pleased with just a handful. Alas, despite her cleverness, she is still just a 12-year-old girl. At that age, ordinary children are still nestled in their parents' arms, seeking comfort. But wait, her mother is still alive. Isn't she? Perhaps it would be better if her mother were no longer living. Listen to me. As some lamented for Zhang Linghe, they unearthed the circumstances surrounding the Zhong family, leading to a wave of criticism directed at the 6 major families during the Eastern State Sect competition. On the elimination seats, Zhong Yushua listened to the whispers below and observed the greetings from the disciples of the sect. Her face shifted through various shades of blue, white, and black, more vibrant than a color palette. The direct disciples who had once sat beside her now distanced themselves, as if she were a repugnant entity exuding foulness. She could only lower her gaze, allowing tears to fall one by one, her expression a mixture of grievance and defiance, which softened the hearts of several male disciples. Yet, no one noticed the malevolent glimmer in her downcast eyes. Zhang Linghe, since you cannot be of use to me, your existence is no longer necessary. Wuchenjinren felt a pang of heartache upon seeing Zhang Linghe's nosebleed, wishing to rush in and let his little disciple draw as she pleased. As long as she did not harm herself, after all, her spiritual roots were still fragile. Fourth junior sister, do you have any spirit-restoring pills left? I do, sect master brother. I've prepared some. Second junior brother. Arrange for a table of nourishing spiritual food, rich in spiritual energy and nutrition. We must take good care of Linghe. Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately. The other sect masters exchanged glances, aware of his fondness for his disciples. As the sect master, he ought to exercise some restraint. I have not complained even when my disciple was injured by sword energy. His actions might make me appear cold-hearted. Within the secret realm, the 15-sect alliance searched for the demon spirit flower, and Yu Chengpeng, Li Sintang, and others hid away, meditating and preparing for the final confrontation. The figures on the magic mirror fluctuated constantly, sending the sect masters of the 22 sects' emotions on a roller coaster. Some rejoicing, others anxious. As night fell once more, the now-recovered Zhong Linghe gathered all the route recording talismans and meticulously charted the paths taken, ultimately creating a map. Brothers and sisters, look, it seems our secret realm is circular. The places I've marked are areas we've traversed, and those with denser lines should be avoided tomorrow, as there are neither flowers nor people there. We should explore the areas with fewer lines and blank spaces. Little junior sister, you're incredible. With this map, it will be much easier to find the demon spirit flower. Indeed, no longer will we need to worry about taking detours. Wonderful. Let us discuss our route for tomorrow and aim to cover every path. The group eagerly began to strategize their course, although Zhong Linger felt disappointed at not locating her fourth senior brother. She resolved to tidy her spirits and resume her talisman drawing. As demon beasts charged forth, the group once again engaged in battle, just as they had the day before, when the third night of the secret realm descended. Zhong Linger finally completed a comprehensive map of the secret realm. From the map, it was evident that they were positioned towards the eastern side of a circular secret realm, with most areas traversed. Leaving only the center blank, inquiring among a few sects that had passed near the center, they were informed that it was shrouded in demonic mist, and no one dared approach. Zhong Linger furrowed her brow. Her fourth senior brother must be there. Why must it be demonic energy again? Taiching sect seems to be far too entwined with such energy. That night, Zhong Linger managed to draw only 20 or so talismans. As there were few untraveled areas, requiring only a portion of the group to investigate. As dawn approached, Zhong Linger gathered everyone once more before their departure, then sent a message through the palm-sized universe. After sending, she held the palm-sized universe close to her 1,000-mile eye, smiling brightly and sweetly addressing Wuchen Jinren. Master, am I clever? Have you been worried for long? I thought of this long ago. Please praise me. As everyone leaned in to look, they saw a line of text. Today, we shall surely be robbed upon exit. Everyone should hand over their demon spirit flowers to one person to take out first. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to Li Xintang and his 6 companions, who were gathered together deliberating their robbery plan for the day. Li Qiufei stood at the center, commencing his performance. Long last. The moment had arrived for us to showcase our prowess. Zhong Linger had meticulously devised a strategy, having traversed nearly 80% of the secret realm, sparing us the trouble of searching. It would be prudent for us to formulate a plan as well. With 15 sects in total, we could divide ourselves into pairs, leaving Taichung's sect aside, and strike together that we would evenly share their demonic spirit flowers. What does everyone think? The remaining 6 voiced no objections. Li Qiufei even speculated on the quantities of demonic spirit flowers each sect would acquire, balancing both combat capability and equitable distribution, rendering the plan exceedingly detailed and thorough, which garnered unanimous consent from the 6. Subsequently, the 7 began to lock in on their targets, and soon, numerous teleportation tokens were shattered, with one person from each sect departing the secret realm. Jiu Yinza was the first to react, realizing with alarm that they had sent the demonic spirit flowers away. The 7 were utterly dumbfounded. Wait, why are you fleeing? There is still a day left. There are still places we have not explored. Did we not plan the route for today last night? How could you leave early? Li Qiufei was on the brink of madness. It was he who had instructed everyone to refrain from seeking the demonic spirit flowers and to wait for the final day of the heist. Only for everything to be sent away. They had wasted days waiting in vain. And how could he explain this to the others? Zhong Linger was undoubtedly behind this. He swore he would make her pay. Lung Qingyu seized the agitated Li Qiufei, reminding him that the demonic spirit flowers of Taichung sect still remained, and they had the most to gain. The others quickly grasped the situation. Since Taichung sect sought Yu Chimpen, no one had left, meaning the demonic spirit flowers had not been sent away. Thus, they would next target Taichung sect if they could think of this. So could the people from the 14 sections. Someone urged silence and pointed to the palm-sized Qian Kuan. The group turned to see a newly added message. Little junior sister, you currently possess the most demonic spirit flowers. They will surely attempt to rob you. Do you require our assistance? It would indeed be splendid if the senior brothers and sisters would lend a hand. After all, only by eliminating those 7 could they ensure their safety. Therefore, we shall act as bait to lure them out. And together we shall deal with them. Excellent. I have long found Li Xintang displeasing. It is the perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson today. Little junior sister, you decide what to do. I will follow your lead. Indeed, you decide. I would be willing to perish with them. After all, the demonic spirit flowers have already been sent out. Our scores are secure. Right, if we could achieve a one-for-one exchange, it would still be worthwhile. By Luoqing's lips twitched. To strike Li Xintang? A one-for-one exchange. These individuals were truly overestimating themselves. Those few who emerged would hardly withstand even 10 strikes from them. It was merely a question of how little junior sister would arrange matters. Zhong Lingo's fingers danced swiftly. Senior brothers and sisters, do not rush. Everything will proceed according to my plan. The spectators outside the secret realm were thoroughly entertained. This grand competition was far more intriguing. The intrigues among the disciples were far more captivating than mere combat. Li Qiufei's plan was commendable, yet alas, it had all gone to waste. Was it that he lacked intelligence? Or was little junior sister simply too clever? They 7 were indeed the cream of the crop among the direct disciples, yet in terms of wit, they were outsmarted by a mere girl. How laughable. Alas, all their schemes had been unraveled. What was there to hesitate about? Charge forth and fight. If brains fail, then let brute force prevail. The leaders of the 14 sects were all beaming, warmly praising the disciples who had brought the demonic spirit flowers, secretly laughing at the sour expressions of the 7 sect leaders. Shaohautian silently prayed, Aiken, little junior sister, you must perform well and ensure they do not acquire the demonic spirit flowers. Let our 7 sects share in this adversity. Though he spoke of shared adversity. The rankings on the viewing mirror revealed that while they had entered early, they had fortuitously located a few flowers, positioning them 18th, not the last place. Within the secret realm, the crowd dispersed once more to resume their quest for the demonic spirit flowers. While Zhang Lingo stowed away the formation discs and bases before heading toward the center of the secret realm with her seniors, however, they had not ventured far when they were blocked by a group of individuals. So you have finally appeared. What is it? Unable to resist striking at us. Zhou Yizhu stood before them, gaze icy. Lung Qingyu replied coldly, you are no match for me. Zhong Ling'er stepped forward, beaming, one hand clutching a jade box, and the other holding a teleportation token. I am not a match for Brother Ling either, but I wager Brother Ling would not strike at me. After a moment's hesitation, Lang Qingyu stepped back. Jiu Yinza advanced, smiling. Little junior sister, I know you do not wish to leave the secret realm. You still seek your 4th senior brother, while we are after the demonic spirit flowers. How about this? You hand over the demonic spirit flowers to us, and we shall not harm you. What do you say? But if I give you the demonic spirit flowers, we would rank last in this competition, would we not? You have already secured 1st place in the 1st round. Losing this round is of little consequence. Besides, does your 4th senior brother not have a ranking to uphold? Brother Gu, you are quite the silver-tongued one. Your calculations are so transparent that it feels as though I have been struck in the face by your abacus beads. However, if I were to send all of you out of the secret realm, I could both seek my brother and secure a ranking 2 birds with 1 stone. Little junior sister cannot possibly believe that you 4 can contend with our 7. Can you? How can Brother Gu be so certain that we are merely 4? Gu Yinza turned to survey the surroundings, and indeed, dozens of presences were steadily approaching, causing his expression to darken. Attack. Long Qingyu decisively called, taking advantage of the other's absence to strike first, while Zhou Yizhu charged directly at him. Li Sintang lunged towards by Luocheng, leaving Lu Bin no choice but to contend with Qi Haoran, a mere foundation establishment. Li Qiufei charged at Zhong Ling'er, who promptly turned to flee, discarding 4 or 5 formation discs. Li Qiufei knocked down 4 of them, but one managed to ensnare him, its radiant light rising and trapping him within. Chang Xian, unbeknownst to the chaos, slashed at Zhong Lingo from behind. Several talismans on Zhong Lingo shattered, startling her into a forward dash. Chang Xian landed, a flash of light beneath his feet revealing he too had become ensnared by the formation. How had Zhong Lingo laid this formation? Chapter 72. Promoting the formation, Gu Yinza threw out talismans, and Nangong Jing charged in with sword drawn. Fortunately, Lin Chuchu and the others arrived just in time, swarming in to intercept Gu Yinza and Nangong Jing, allowing Zhong Lingo to escape their grasp. The clash between nearly 60 individuals and the 7 could only be described in one word: chaos. Zhong Ling'er patted her startled chest and began explaining to the audience outside through her Qian Lian that I'm sure everyone is curious about how I trapped Qing Xian. Come, follow my gaze. This is also a formation disc. When I arrived here, I secretly placed several in this area. Our own people possess jade talismans, so they do not trigger the formation, but they do not share that luxury. Speaking of this formation disc, it is an incredibly useful magical artifact. It can trap people, ensnare demonic beasts, and some even possess lethality. It is an excellent aid for home defense and battling demonic beasts. This formation disc is also available for sale, ranging from 1,000 to 5,000 spirit stones. You can purchase it at Taichung Commercial House. Many outside erupted in laughter. Taichung sect was simply too entertaining. They had begun selling things amidst the competition. However, this formation disc did seem quite useful. Look, even Cheng Xian was trapped. Indeed, if utilized properly, it is not easily detected and can save lives in critical situations. 1,000 to 5,000 spirit stones is truly not expensive. It is far cheaper than the defensive artifacts of Wanluo sect. I will go buy 2 shortly. Hey, where are you going? You can't be serious about rushing off to buy now. Can you? The sect leaders turned their gaze toward Master Wuching. Could it be that after selling the palm-sized Qian Kuan and Taichung mirror, you are now selling this as well? Just how many fine items do you possess? Have you become so financially driven that you have forsaken cultivation? Master Xuanqing of Wanluo sect felt a weight in his heart. The formation disc could serve both offensive and defensive purposes, replacing many of the magical artifacts they crafted. If this continued, Taichung sect would snatch away much of their business. Within the secret realm, Zhang Linger and her 10 companions found themselves unable to contend with the trapped Qingxian. Concern mounted. The strength of the direct disciples from major sects was indeed not something small sects could rival. If he were to break the formation, their side would be in dire straits. Gazing at the Qian Li Yin before her, Zhang Lingo smiled slyly. Master, are you worried that we cannot handle Qingxian? I admit, he is quite powerful, but he is no match for me. Suddenly, Zhang Lingo produced another formation disc and tossed it into the one ensnaring Qingxian. A brilliant light ascended, intricate formation runes materializing and continuously contracting to envelop Qingxian. With no means of escape, Qingxian was blinded by those runes, momentarily stunned, and then uncontrollably burst into laughter. Ha ha! What are the Taichung twins compared to us? The twin swords of Tianyu. Bai Luoqing has already been rendered useless. Once I kill him, the Taichung twins will be nothing but a memory. Ha ha! Bai Luoqing, do not hide. I will surely slay you. Zhonglinger gazed at the Qian Li Yin in alarm. Master, how terrifying. His obsession is to kill second senior brother and usurp the position of the Taichung twins. Upon witnessing several individuals come to a halt, gazing in shock at the bewildered Qingxian, who seemed to be in a frenzy, Zhonglinger explained with a smile, My esteemed seniors, do not take offense. He has merely wandered into an illusionary formation and temporarily lost his wits. This state will last but a quarter of an hour. Yet during this time, he is the most vulnerable. Understanding the situation, they once again plunged into the formation. Zhonglinger turned to Qian Li Yin and remarked, Everyone must be curious about what transpired, right? The explanation is rather simple. The formation discs can be layered. The one I employed later was a 4th-grade illusionary formation disc, capable of ensnaring individuals in a realm shrouded in mist. However, if one's obsessions run too deep, becoming a manifestation of the heart's demons, the formation will project their innermost thoughts. Alas, though Qingxian usually appears detached, it seems he harbors a profound yearning for fame and fortune. Such a trajectory cannot bode well for his cultivation. Zhonglinger then moved aside, observing a group of over 10 people besieging Li Qiufei. Though Li Qiufei often boasted loudly, he was, in truth, a practitioner of alchemy and formations, and combat was not his forte. Trapped within the formation, he was being mercilessly beaten. Yet, it remained a mystery where he had concealed the teleportation token, as these individuals had thoroughly searched him in vain. Seniors, let us speak amicably. You cannot strip him bare in your search. For many eyes are upon us. Her words caused the assailants to pause, exchanging glances before revealing lewd smiles. One of them shouted, Little junior sister, turn around and do not look. Zhonglinger obediently turned, exclaiming, Ah, senior brother, I am so well behaved. I won't peek. As several disciples reached for Li Qiufei's garments, he clasped his arms around his chest, his face flushed, akin to a chicken about to be slaughtered, as he screamed, If you touch me, the token is not on my person. I entrusted it to Li Xintang for safekeeping. If you have the ability, go find him. Disappointed, they withdrew their hands and retreated from the formation toward another group engaged in battle. Zhonglinger spread her hands toward Qian Li Yin, expressing her dismay. It seems everyone has missed out. I had hoped to catch a glimpse of a peachy rear. Laughter erupted from the crowd outside the secret realm. Little junior sister, we had no intention of looking. It is you who wishes to see. Little junior sister, you are such a good child. Do not learn any bad habits. So, this is the nature of our little junior sister. How delightful. Li Qiufei is quite cunning. Aware of his own limitations, he entrusted the token to another for safekeeping. Little junior sister, the one inside is not appealing. The true peachy rear is seated in the elimination area. Lei Fengming nearly leaped up, only to be restrained by Xiao Haoyan. Do not act impulsively. If you stand out, it would be tantamount to acknowledging that you are the peachy rear. Feng Xiang interjected. Xiao brother, even if he does not acknowledge us, we still know who the peachy rear is. Lei Fengming shrugged off Xiao Haoyan's hand and lunged at Feng Xiang, the two from the elimination area clashing fiercely. Xiao Haoyan looked skyward in exasperation. His junior brother was proving difficult to manage. As he yearned for a charming little junior sister, Lu Bin and Qi Haoran found themselves in the most intense battle. Seemingly outnumbered 3 golden core practitioners against Qi Haoran, yet in reality, Lu Bin single-handedly overwhelmed all 4, while the others tasked with attacking him had vanished, evidently dispatched by Lu Bin himself. Observing for a moment, Zhong Linger acknowledged Lu Bin's formidable strength. It appeared that special measures would be necessary. She produced 5 formation discs and hurled them toward the combatants. Lu Bin, fearing entrapment, dispatched 2, while the remaining 3 kept their distance. Qi Haoran also threw 5 formation discs, forcing Lu Bin to retreat, only to witness Zhong Linger and Qi Haoran suddenly share a laugh, prompting him to realize too late that he was in peril. Chapter 73. The chaotic battle of direct disciples surrounding formation runes illuminated, ensnaring him. Unbeknownst to him, formation discs had long been buried beneath his feet. Zhong Linger and Qi Haoran had merely driven him into the formation. Realizing he had walked into his own trap, Lu Bin furiously swung his sword against the formation wall, determined to break free. The clanging echoed as the runes upon the wall flickered and pulsed. Qi Haoran, fearing Lu Bin might indeed shatter the formation, drew his sword to engage him once more. As the tumult continued, Gu Yinze suddenly noticed an unusual silence, not the absence of combat sounds, but rather the lack of Zhong Linger's voice. This was quite abnormal, as she was known for her penchant for devising schemes during battles. It was impossible for her to remain silent for so long. Thus, he began to deliberately search for her presence. Sure enough, the child was quietly up to mischief. Zhong Linger was moving stealthily along the periphery of the area, not merely laying formations, but engaged in something else. He had to intercept her before she could complete her setup. Unable to extricate himself, Gu Yinze shouted at Lung Qingyu. Instantly, Lung Qingyu brandished his sword, the icy aura repelling those nearby, as he lifted his gaze to locate Zhong Linger, who was indeed surreptitiously burying something. Without hesitation, he abandoned the others and charged toward her. Just as Zhong Linger was placing the final formation base, she sensed a chilling presence rapidly approaching. Yet, the array's foundation had to be completed. Otherwise, all the efforts up to this point would be in vain. However, that presence belonged to Lung Qingyu, whose strength she was acutely aware of. He had been ranked first among the direct disciples in the previous competition and was not someone she could contend with as a mere 6th-layer foundation establishment practitioner. Unable to fight, nor could she flee, time was fleeting. Zhong Linger made a reluctant choice. A radiant barrier rose just as Lung Qingyu's sword energy struck, blocking the frigid onslaught and ensnaring her within. "Ah, Brother Long, would you care to spend some time breaking the formation to rescue me?" Lung Qingyu cast a glance at her, remaining silent as he turned back to engage with the pursuing Zhou Yizhua and others. Brother Ling is quite the paragon of coolness. The scene of him battling alongside third brother is truly picturesque. One is the most beautiful in the cultivation realm, while the other is the epitome of an icy spirit root. They are fighting for me. Dear sisters, do not envy me too much. Zhong Linger conversed with Qian Li Yin and those outside, inciting a chorus of gasps. How could we not be envious? These are my 2 favorite beauties. Nonsense, they are not fighting for you. They are battling to capture my attention. What thoughts occupy the mind of our little junior sister? She seems increasingly peculiar. Little junior sister likely finds herself in a dilemma. Seeking solace in the formation, I offer you my spiritual support. Indeed, Lung Qingyu is quite the handsome figure. Cool beauty is rather fitting. Perhaps we should create a ranking of handsome cultivators in the realm. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinglan had a brilliant idea and quickly sent out a message. A handsome cultivator ranking is a must, but it must be acknowledged by all the fairies. Let us showcase the handsome men around us and rank them together. Splendid idea. Allow me to introduce my senior brother. Thus commenced a fervent discussion among the fairies regarding the attractiveness of their respective senior brothers, younger brothers, and even masters, leaving the male cultivators unable to interject. Lamenting the frenzy among the fairies as their fingers flew across their screens with remarkable speed, inside the secret realm, Zhong Linger seized the opportunity while conversing with those outside to secure the final formation base. She then called out to Bai Luoqing in the distance, second brother, the Wei Kuan position. Bai Luoqing surged toward that direction with his sword drawn, prompting Gu Yinze to shout, "Stop him. He intends to activate the formation." Both Lang Qingyu and Li Xintang rushed toward Bai Luoqing. As Lang Qingyu summoned a phantom of an icy glacier behind him, the crowd felt a chilling wave wash over them, their body heat rapidly dissipating. Droplets of ice forming in the air, and the ground covered in frost. Countless ice spikes hurtled toward Bai Luocheng, who unleashed his sword intent, manifesting streams of sword energy from the void to collide with the ice spikes, shattering them. Meanwhile, Li Xintang located the Wei Kuan position, standing there, exuding the pressure of a pinnacle golden core cultivator, embodying a formidable presence. A slight smirk graced his lips. This was the heart of the formation. And as long as he remained there, the formation was futile. Without its support, these individuals were merely a disorganized rabble. Indeed, soon cries of alarm rang out. Quick, help, Lu Bin has emerged. He has broken the formation. Everyone stay away from Cheng Xian. He has gone mad. As anticipated, Cheng Xian brandished his sword wildly, truly intent on taking lives. Upon regaining his senses and recalling his words within the illusionary formation, the thread of reason within his mind snapped. The darkest secrets of his heart had been aired publicly, and he was oblivious to how others might perceive him, daunted by the prospect of facing them. All he desired was to eliminate those who had hurt him, to slay everyone within earshot. Zhong Linger realized she might have gone too far, although she had uncovered the heavenly guardian sect's murderous intent toward the two senior brothers. She had not expected him to lose his sanity and truly embark on a killing spree. Shattering the token was imperative. There was no need to confront him head-on. His madness meant survival was paramount. Zhong Linger shouted to everyone, and many quickly reacted, shattering their tokens to vanish from the secret realm, leaving only a handful to assist in restraining the 7 individuals. However, as their numbers dwindled, their predicament grew increasingly dire. Someone called out to Zhong Linger, "Little junior sister, it's becoming untenable. We cannot hold out much longer. Do you have any further plans?" Zhong Linger assessed the battle, noting that her third brother had already taken his position, and thus shouted, "Seniors, if you cannot hold, retreat. Leave the rest to us. Please, be careful." The last few individuals departed as well. Nangong Jing sneered, "It seems your alliance is not as formidable as you thought. They have abandoned you." However, Gu Yinzi sensed something amiss, unable to pinpoint the exact issue until he noticed Zhou Yizhu standing directly opposite Zhang Lingo. He attempted to speak up again, wishing to hurl a talisman, but before he could act, Zhou Yizhu had already slammed his palm onto the ground, bellowing a command. With his infusion of spiritual energy, the grand formation erupted in radiant light, its intricate patterns reaching toward the heavens. The 7 individuals felt as if they bore an immense weight upon their shoulders, their bodies bending under the pressure, even their blood seemingly flowing downward. The overwhelming force drew them ever closer to the ground, and even when they pressed against it, the pressure did not relent. Something above continued to bear down on them, either forcing them into the earth or crushing them entirely. This is a gravity formation. If you do not shatter your tokens soon, your internal organs will sustain damage over time. Chapter 74. Summoning the Spiritual Dew by Luoqing spoke while approaching Gu Yinzi. "It's exhausting to do it myself. Shall I assist you?" "Go ahead, I concede," Gu Yinzi replied, attempting to move his fingers, but finding it exceedingly difficult. Since someone was willing to help, he gladly accepted the relief. In truth, he had already realized his defeat when Zhong Linger arranged for the various sects to send out the demon spirit flowers. The subsequent battles were merely an effort to secure any final opportunity for his sect. Bai Luoqing retrieved a token from his storage ring and crushed it, watching as Gu Yinzi's figure vanished before turning to Lu Bin. Lu Bin's expression was one of frustration. "I have never loathed a formation master this much." He flipped his wrist and shattered his own token. The remaining few were not questioned by Bai Luoqing. Instead, he approached Zhong Linger, relieved to see his junior sister unharmed. He then addressed the others. "If you don't wish to leave, then endure your plight here. We shall meet outside the secret realm." He then led his junior disciples out of the formation. Heading toward the center of the secret realm, Lung Qingyu exchanged glances with Nangong Jing, and the two voluntarily crushed their tokens to exit the secret realm. Cheng Xian, unwilling to accept defeat, slammed his head against the ground. Li Xintang pulled him by the hand, retrieving his token from Cheng Xian's storage ring and crushing it alongside his own. Yet Li Qiufei's eyes widened in shock. "If you are leaving, you must take me with you. My token is still with you. What will I do if you leave without it?" Gazing at the now deserted formation, Li Qiufei relinquished his resistance, allowing the gravity to crush his body, feeling a profound loneliness akin to snow. With no one to confide in. Once outside, Li Xintang noticed Li Qiufei still inside, appearing utterly despondent, and recalled that he had entrusted his token to him for safekeeping. However, shattering it from the outside would be futile. So he resolved to leave this matter for the sect leaders to ponder. After traversing a distance, Zhang Lingo glanced back at the formation's patterns still flickering and felt a surge of curiosity. Second senior brother, who do you think is so insistent on staying behind? Lung Xingyu is not one to accept defeat. He and Nangong Jing Wunti remained at Li Qiufei is cunning. He wouldn't be so foolish as to stay either. So it must be the two from Tian Yuzong. Perhaps Qing Xian refuses to leave. What have you done to him? He seems to have gone mad. Second senior brother, you should keep your distance from Qing Xian. He is jealous of you and wishes to harm you. Observing his junior sister's serious expression, Bai Luoqing chuckled lightly. Do not worry. Your second senior brother is not so easily killed, but you did not escape their schemes in your past life. It seems I must keep a closer watch on you. The four soon arrived at the center of the secret realm, enveloped by dense demonic mist, obscuring their view of the interior. Demonic energy. Bai Luoqing's tone turned grave. He recognized this mist as something far more insidious than mere fog. How are we to enter? The others pondered, with Zhong Linger attempting to call out for fourth senior brother. But received no response. We must either venture into the demonic mist to investigate or wait for it to dissipate. However, with such density, the likelihood of it clearing is slim. I have heard that the demon race fears heavenly thunder. I wonder if this mist shares that fear. Zhang Lingo produced a third-grade thunder spirit talisman and handed it to Zhou Yizhu, who infused it with spiritual energy before launching it into the mist. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck the mist, causing it to roil and briefly reveal a rocky landscape, only for the surrounding mist to surge back in and restore the status quo. It seems the thunder has some effect, but it is too weak and lacks sufficient power. At that moment, Zhang Lingo longed for her divine thunder talisman, an 8th-grade talisman that summoned the Zishu divine thunder. Capable of cleaving through this demonic mist, alas, it had all been taken away by her master. Without the divine thunder, I wonder if the tribulation thunder might suffice. Third senior brother, fifth senior brother, why not have one of you break through and undergo a tribulation? The three looked at her in surprise. How could their junior sister speak of undergoing tribulation as if it were a simple meal? You intend to use the tribulation thunder to disperse this dense mist? Bai Luoqing disagreed. There is insufficient spiritual energy here. What if the demonic energy enters your body? We should consider other methods. What if I could summon another wave of spiritual dew? Are you certain? Then I shall assist. Qi Haoran perked up at once. With the spiritual dew infusing his body, what could he possibly fear from demonic energy? I can as well. Zhou Yizhu, having contemplated the feasibility, agreed, as he needed vast amounts of spiritual energy to step into the Yuaning stage. And the spiritual dew would be immensely beneficial. Then let us all do it together. Zhong Linger declared. Isn't there demonic energy inside? Let us unleash 2 bolts of tribulation thunder to disperse it. Bai Luoqing opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Although his junior sister's plan was risky, it was the most feasible option available. Before the demonic mist, Zhong Linger sat cross-legged at the center, holding a talisman brush in contemplation, while Zhou Yizhu and Qi Haoran meditated on either side, with Bai Luoqing standing guard, ready to confront the mist. Those outside the secret realm were growing frantic. With Wu Qinzhenren slapping his thigh in frustration, this is utter madness. It is also my fault for not informing them. Spiritual dew is a divine gift from the heavens, pure and holy, capable of dispelling all evil in the world. If Lingo can summon the spiritual dew, it would suffice to disperse the mist without the need for tribulation thunder. Xin Qingzhenren expressed his concern. Indeed, they are attempting to undergo tribulation simultaneously, which is akin to compounded thunder tribulations. Zhou Yizhu may manage, but Qi Haoran might not endure. Can we not halt the competition and send someone in to stop them? Tai Su Zhenren suggested. Ming Yuan Zhenren scoffed. Do not rush. Perhaps they will fail to summon the spiritual dew. Wu Ji Zhenren murmured. I fear it may be too late. All eyes turned to Zhong Linger, who had begun her incantation, intricate talismanic patterns emerging beneath her brush. When the final stroke was drawn, the talisman paper shimmered with light, and a great chain of the Tao appeared in the void, completing a missing link. The heavenly might surged forth, and white droplets began to fall from the sky, coalescing into a pillar of white light. Zhong Linger placed her hands on the shoulders of her 2 senior brothers and turned to Bai Luoqing, saying, Second senior brother, catch the spiritual dew that falls. We must not let it go to waste. Bai Luoqing deftly positioned himself beside the 3, as the white light solidified and a cascade of spiritual dew poured down. Spiritual dew. Ha! At last, that day has arrived. A sudden flash of green light surged into the spiritual dew, startling the four, who instinctively stood to evade it. However, the spiritual dew followed Zhonglinger, moving in tandem with her. And the green light had no choice but to do the same. Little girl, do not move. If you allow me to absorb the spiritual dew, I will return your fourth senior brother to you. My senior brother was taken by you? Chapter 75. Hand in hand through the tribulation, Zhonglinger came to a halt, but gave Bai Luoqing a meaningful glance that I did not capture him. He ventured in of his own accord, and I assisted him. When he was unconscious, I shielded him, preventing the demonic energy from entering his body. The luminous entity within the spiritual dew was unceremoniously consuming it, leaving Zhonglinger with nothing. The sound of sword energy resonated as Bai Luoqing suddenly swung his sword, unleashing hundreds of sword chi toward the green light while Zhonglinger swiftly pulled her two senior brothers away. What are you doing? That is my spiritual dew. It belongs to me. Zhonglinger shouted as she fled, yet the spiritual dew continued to chase after her. The green light attempted to pursue but was halted by Bai Luoqing's sword chi. It let out a furious roar, and the green light dispersed, revealing a small coiled azure dragon that swiftly expanded into a massive form, circumventing Bai Luoqing's sword chi as it barreled toward Zhongling. As she fled, Zhonglinger noticed the spiritual dew had vanished again, a vast shadow blocking the sunlight above. Looking up, she beheld the enormous dragon looming over her, its large vertical pupils coldly fixated on her, rendering her paralyzed with fear. This is an azure dragon. Aren't dragons typically found near the sea? How could one possibly be here? If you swing your sword at me again, I shall not hold back. The voice of the azure dragon broke through Zhonglinger's shock, prompting her to urgently restrain her second senior brother, sensing that this being was beyond their capacity to confront. Thus this situation must not be resolved through force. You claim to have saved my fourth senior brother. That means you are not a malevolent dragon. But why did you steal my spiritual dew? I summoned it. I proposed an exchange. You grant me the essence of spirit, and I shall return to you my fourth senior brother. Then, please return him to me. Once I have absorbed the essence, I will retrieve him from the miasma. The way this was said felt rather deceptive, akin to tricking a child. Zhonglinger cast her gaze towards Bai Luoqing, and in their eyes, they both discerned an unmistakable disbelief and no need for that. We shall handle it ourselves. Suddenly, Zhou Yizhua spoke up. The two turned to him and realized that his demeanor was unusual. His aura had become intensely heated, surging uncontrollably. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. After absorbing the essence for the first time, he had been suppressing the impulse to break through, but having prepared for it earlier and absorbed more essence, he could no longer contain it. When they looked over at Chi Haoran, they saw him tightly pursing his lips, his aura fluctuating wildly, making it impossible for him to halt his breakthrough. Step aside. The essence cannot be given to you now. My senior brother is in urgent need of it. Otherwise, I shall sever the connection to the essence, and neither of us shall obtain it. Zhonglinger swiftly made her decision, prioritizing the rescue of her third and fifth senior brothers. She had thought that a battle with the azure dragon would be necessary for him to retreat. But to her surprise, the azure dragon sighed, shrinking its form to clear a path above Zhonglinger's head. Zhonglinger pulled her two senior brothers close, allowing the essence to flow continuously through her body towards them. At that moment, the two seemed to transform into a black hole, not only absorbing the essence, but also voraciously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. Soon, their aura radiated outward, a formidable presence spreading. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, silver lightning flickering. Yet all of this did not hinder the descent of the essence. How peculiar, to draw in the essence, with two enduring the thunder tribulation, and the three of them holding hands to face it. This is quite reckless indeed. This is equivalent to facing threefold thunder tribulations. Are you not going to stop them? The azure dragon, having shrunk in size, hovered above Bai Luoqing, looking at him in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the reckless actions of these siblings. Bai Luoqing, upon hearing this, turned pale with fright and wanted to rush forward to stop the three, but it was already too late. The tribulation thunder seemed to have finished brewing. Observing the three below, one undergoing a golden core tribulation, another a nascent soul tribulation, and what of the third? Did he wish to be struck as well, standing in the middle and provoking me by drawing in the essence? Very well, let them all be struck together. Thus, a miraculous event unfolded. The originally coalesced two bolts of thunder each split off a portion, merging into a more robust third bolt, all striking downward simultaneously. The three were already close together and in the air. The three bolts could still separate, but upon reaching the ground, they nearly overlapped, as if 3 bolts were collectively striking the 3 individuals. To endure 3 bolts of tribulation thunder simultaneously, its lethality needs no elaboration. With a single strike, the 3 coughed up blood, their bones feeling as if they had been shattered. The essence, too, seemed to grow irate. Was there no order to the sequence of events? It had not fled from the thunder. Yet here it was, drawn into the fray, and its blessed recipients were being struck near to death. How could it save face? Hence, the essence thickened, enveloping the 3, its spiritual energy seeping into their bones and veins, continuously mending their injuries. Just as they were restored, the second bolt of thunder descended, followed by the essence becoming even denser, and then the third. Observers from outside could see the 3 being struck by countless charred wounds from the thunder, only to witness these wounds visibly healing at a remarkable pace, then being struck anew, and thus the cycle continued, struck and healed and struck, repeating this process 9 times in total. The tribulation thunder completed its task and departed. The dark clouds dissipated, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, as if the heavens and earth were celebrating the successful tribulation of the 2 cultivators. The essence, having used its last drop to fully heal the 3, took its leave, having expended much in the process that it would need to recuperate and keep a record, planning to reclaim the cost from Zhonglinger next time. The azure dragon circled around the 3, who were seated in meditation, before returning to Bai Luoqing's side. Initially, it had thought they would not withstand the compounded thunder tribulations, but with the essence's assistance, they had turned misfortune into fortune. What does this mean? Besides being a test from the heavens, the tribulation thunder also possesses the effect of refining the body. With each significant realm advancement, a cultivator's physical strength undergoes a baptism by thunder, resulting in considerable enhancement. The 3 of them had effectively tripled the original tribulation, which under normal circumstances would have been impossible to endure. Yet, fortuitously, with the essence's aid, they survived, and the refining effect was likewise tripled. Take your 5th junior brother. For instance, his current physical strength is equivalent to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Bai Luoqing let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that his 3 junior brothers and sisters were safe. Zhonglinger was the first to open her eyes. She had heard the azure dragon's words, and, upon carefully sensing her body, felt a profound sense of strength, the most immediate effect being that she had ascended a small realm. Now, she could perceive that the azure dragon was not a malevolent creature, and her wariness lessened as she approached with a smile, saying, "Senior, I am most grateful for your assistance earlier. Had you not cleared the way, my 2 brothers would have been in dire straits." The azure dragon replied gruffly, "No need to thank me. The essence was drawn by you. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, why not summon another bout of essence for me?" Chapter 76. How to Pack the Dragon Vein. I apologize, but I truly cannot summon any more at this moment. Zhonglinger rolled her eyes and glanced around, noticing that the air within the secret realm had become significantly fresher, the spiritual energy more abundant than before, and even the central miasma had dissipated. It was evident that they were in a section of the mountains. The slopes were bare, devoid of vegetation, just rocky terrain, where a deep sword mark emanating demonic energy could be clearly seen. Above the sword mark, a waterfall cascaded down, splashing water droplets that carried away wisps of demonic energy, gradually forming the miasma. So the miasma is indeed formed from demonic energy, but where did this sword mark, filled with demonic energy, come from? Is my 4th senior brother nearby that demonic energy? Zhonglinger inquired of the azure dragon. Her curiosity temporarily set aside, for rescuing her 4th senior brother was of utmost importance. Follow me. The azure dragon swept up Zhou Yizhua and Qi Haoran, who were still seated in meditation to solidify their realm, guiding them towards the center. The miasma had vanished, and Yu Chengpeng lay beside a massive rock at the foot of the mountain, enveloped in a protective layer of spiritual energy, breathing steadily. He had merely fainted, posing no danger. Bai Luoqing immediately approached, bringing him closer and administering 2 pills to awaken him. Seeing Bai Luoqing, Yu Chengpeng was overjoyed. "Second brother, thank you for rescuing me. How long have I been unconscious?" Bai Luoqing glanced at the sky. "It has been 5 days. In another hour, we should be exiting the secret realm. I fainted for so long, but I merely bumped into something." Yu Chengpeng shook his head, unable to comprehend why he had been unconscious for such an extended period. Zhongling'o cast her gaze towards the azure dragon, who had lowered its head, and decided that as long as her 4th senior brother was safe, she would let bygones be bygones regarding the azure dragon. Bai Luoqing recounted the events of the past few days to Yu Chengpeng, during which Zhou Yizhua and Qi Haoran gradually awakened, and the Brotherhood was joyfully reunited. Zhang Lingo looked at the black mist that was gradually spreading again and asked the Azure Dragon, "Senior, could you elaborate on the nature of that demonic energy?" The Azure Dragon replied languidly, "This tale is rather lengthy, dating back to the time of the War of Gods and Demons, when the Demon Lord struck with a sword." "Who is the Demon Lord? Is the head of the Demon Clan not called the Demon Sovereign?" Qi Haoran said disdainfully, finding the Azure Dragon's story lacking in credibility. The Azure Dragon shot Qi Haoran a glance of disdain. "What is the Demon Sovereign? Before the Demon Lord, he is merely a pawn. The Demon Lord is a celestial demon, one capable of contending with the gods. Hasn't he your sect taught you the history of old?" Bai Luoqing cleared his throat. "Fifth junior brother, the War of Gods and Demons took place over 10,000 years ago. The Demon Sovereign only emerged after that conflict. Logically speaking, after such a span of time, the demonic energy should have dissipated into the world. So why has it not yet vanished?" Zhong Linger's question garnered a nod of satisfaction from the Azure Dragon, who acknowledged that asking questions also requires skill and focus. "The reason the Demon Lord's sword strike did not land on an ordinary mountain is that it struck the dragon vein, which is essentially me. At that time, I was nurtured by the heavens and had just gained a semblance of consciousness. However, before I could take form, I endured that sword strike. Not long after, a deity visited me, instructing me to use the origin pearl to seal this wound and the demonic energy, or else the entire eastern state would be turned into a wasteland by the demonic energy. Since I was born from the dragon vein, I had to suppress the fortune of this region and ensure its peace. Thus I agreed. The waterfall is my dragon's breath. I continuously use it to cleanse the wound on my body, hoping that one day I can eliminate the demonic energy. The deity was kind enough to scatter the seeds of the demonic spirit flower throughout this area, which has helped me consume a significant amount of demonic energy. The current state is already much improved. At this rate, in another 10,000 years, my wound will heal. However, just a few days ago, I saw you drawing in the essence, which can directly wash away demonic energy. Yet you used such a precious resource for your breakthroughs." The Azure Dragon's voice carried a hint of indignation. Zhong Linger felt wronged, saying, "Had you not held my fourth senior brother captive, I would have left long ago and would not have wasted a chance to use the essence." "But surely the dragon vein must be a good thing. How can we pack it up to take away? There must be many ways to eliminate the demonic energy. Why wait another 10,000 years? Do you have a solution?" The voice of the Azure Dragon carried a note of urgency. Who would willingly suffer injury if they could recover swiftly? "Did you not mention that the spirit spring could cleanse away the demonic aura? Accompany me, and when I summon the spirit spring again, I shall bestow it all upon you." The Azure Dragon looked at Zhong Linger with disdain. "You think you can simply talk me into following you? What a naive notion. Do not doubt my words. You have witnessed it yourself. I have summoned 2 spirit springs in just 5 days. Give me another 10 years, and summoning 2 more will pose no challenge. If you truly manage to summon the spirit spring to cleanse my demonic aura, I shall follow you. Otherwise, we shall not discuss it further." Zhong Linger widened her eyes. "You have said this. If I remove the demonic aura from you, you will accompany me. You must not go back on your word." The Azure Dragon shook slightly and nodded. "Wherever I go, it is all cultivation. Following you will not be a loss, so I shall not renege." His swift agreement caused Zhong Linger to hesitate. She looked up at Bai Luoqing, "Senior brother, which would be more advantageous, the dragon vein or the 2 spirit springs? Can you still summon 2 spirit springs?" The Azure Dragon seemed confident upon hearing Zhong Linger's words. Bai Luoqing found himself in a quandary. No one could compare the merits of these 2 entities. The dragon vein is nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth, possessing the power to stabilize the fortunes of a region. What is fortune, if not the life force of those under its protection? It is the vitality of a faction blessed by the heavens, gathering spiritual energy to ensure the enduring prosperity of that faction. The spirit spring is a blessing from the heavens. Those who receive it have their spiritual energy infused, their foundation in the way solidified, able to heal hidden injuries and replenish lost souls. For cultivators, it is an immense opportunity, especially vital for mending the damage to junior sister's spiritual roots. If for Zhong Linger, the benefit of the spirit spring far exceeds that of the dragon vein, then for the sect, the advantages of the dragon vein undoubtedly surpass those of the spirit spring. Junior sister seeks his opinion. How should he respond? Zhong Linger pointed to her head, addressing the Azure Dragon. "There are 2 runes in my sea of consciousness that have yet to be drawn. You may enter and feel if I can summon the spirit spring. You want me to enter your sea of consciousness? Are you not afraid it might burst? Not at all. My master provided me with a rune to stabilize it. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago from drawing so many runes in one night. However, you cannot linger too long. Only a brief moment. The azure dragon attempted to approach Zhong Linger's sea of consciousness, and upon discovering that he could indeed accommodate himself within, he slipped inside. Inside, he beheld a round pearl quietly suspended. The Songhai Pearl. Good heavens, you possess the Songhai Pearl. It seems that Songhai Pearl can absorb demonic aura. Would you like to try? Upon hearing this, the azure dragon immediately dove into the Songhai Pearl without a second thought. Although it was dark inside and visibility was poor, he could feel the demonic aura being gradually siphoned away from him. Yes, it works. Ha ha ha, splendid. The azure dragon rolled with joy, but in his exuberance, he accidentally emerged from the Songhai Pearl. The matter of the Songhai Pearl must remain confidential, and whether to accept you depends on my senior brother's opinion. The azure dragon was unceremoniously ejected from Zhong Linger's sea of consciousness, landing clumsily on the ground, rolling twice before coming to a stop. With a wounded expression, he gazed at Zhong Linger, never having anticipated he would become one of the choices. Bai Luoqing gently patted Zhong Linger's head. Junior sister, you should choose the spirit spring. Our sect's fortunes are protected by a guardian beast. The azure dragon fell to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. He had been abandoned. And not only had he lost to the spirit spring, but also to a guardian beast. What is your guardian beast? A dragon, a phoenix, or perhaps a qilin? Bai Zhe, Zhong Linger pouted, clearly displeased. Our guardian beast is a saber-toothed tiger of Bai Zhe lineage. The mount of our founding ancestor, My master treats it like an ancestor, and it sees itself as one too, causing unrest throughout the sect, and it consumes a significant amount of spiritual stones. Who knows if it even serves its purpose as a guardian beast? The azure dragon exhaled a breath of dragon mist. MD, I cannot believe I lost to such a creature. It's infuriating that I do not require you to spend spiritual stones on my upkeep. Simply place me beneath your sect's mountains, and I shall gather spiritual energy for you that I will not trouble you unnecessarily. I spend most of my time in slumber, awakening only when called. Choosing me is 1,000 times better than that saber-toothed tiger. With me, you can slay that saber-toothed tiger for soup. Zhong Lingo's eyes lit up as she turned to Qianlian. Master, what do you think about swapping our guardian beast? I believe this one is more advantageous, saving us both time and resources. Why not accept him and stew the saber-toothed tiger? Outside the secret realm, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. At a loss for words, No1 had anticipated that a dragon vein would exist within the demonic mist marsh, let alone one that had already birthed spirit. No1 expected Zhong Ling it could summon another spirit spring. The first had left everyone marveling at her fortune, but the second was a testament to her prowess, a 12-year-old genius in the art of runes. Summoning 2 spirit springs in 5 days. How extraordinary. No one could have foreseen that under the triple thunder tribulations, 3 individuals survived, and rather than being harmed, they had tempered their bodies, successfully achieving a breakthrough. Aside from Ouyang Ruoqing, Taiqiong sect now had another direct disciple in the nascent soul stage, the only one to achieve such in this grand competition. Even more astonishing was that Zhong Linger truly possessed the capability to summon 2 more spirit springs, drawing the dragon vein to willingly follow her, yet they seemed to reject it. Ignorant youths were comparing the dragon vein to a saber-toothed tiger, reducing the dragon vein to the point of seeking cost-effectiveness. Still questioning its merits. No, you should stick with that saber-toothed tiger. This dragon vein governs the fortunes of Dongzhou. It wouldn't rightfully belong to any sect. Jinren Mingyuan glanced at the leaders of the 5 major sects. Casting a look at the president of Tianxian Academy, voicing his thoughts, Jinren Wujiu shot him a glare. What is the rush? Linger may not even choose the dragon vein. Moreover, it is the dragon vein that wishes to follow Linger. If you have any objections, address them directly to him. Jinren Mingyuan fell silent. The complication lay in the fact that the dragon vein itself had expressed a desire to follow Taiqiong's sect. What does this mean? It signifies that fortune is shifting towards Taiqiong's sect, and can they truly grasp it? Within the secret realm, Qi Haoran examined the azure dragon, which stood only as tall as a person. Feeling no sense of pressure or might emanating from it, he interjected, Junior sister, you have shown him benefits, and that is why he wishes to follow you. But what benefits can he provide us? He speaks of spiritual energy and fortunes, but those are mere illusions. Zhang Linger nearly leaped up to give her fifth senior brother a high five. When it comes to causing trouble, only a mischievous child excels. Although her second brother was somewhat cunning, he still lacked acumen. Zhang Linger turned her gaze back to the azure dragon, who promptly flicked his tail, transforming a small hill into flat ground. The group looked over with delight. Nearly 100 demon spirit flowers bloomed, each with dozens of petals, each over 5,000 years old. The azure dragon generously extended a claw, indicating the demon spirit flowers. Consider these as a token of our meeting. Given your sincerity, we shall accept them. Zhang Linger beamed, sensing that victory in this competition was all but assured. Having secured the demon spirit flowers, Zhang Linger inquired about how to transport the azure dragon. Were they to move the entire mountain? The azure dragon, speechless, focused his thoughts and transported everyone out of the secret realm. Then the entire secret realm radiated a blue light and began to shrink, until it transformed into a round blue pearl. Above the million mountains, where the secret realm had once been, blue auras began to rise, ultimately coalescing into a phantom of the azure dragon. The dragon circled the mountains once before arriving before everyone and swallowing the pearl of the secret realm in one gulp. The blue light shone brightly. The phantom of the azure dragon gradually diminished, eventually solidifying into a palm-sized azure dragon that landed in Zhang Linger's hand. Zhang Linger cradled the azure dragon, examining it closely and expressing her surprise. You were merely a little dragon. The azure dragon twisted all four of his claws, ultimately opting to lie down and feign death, unwilling to utter a word. Jinren Wuqing hurriedly took the azure dragon. Scolding, do not speak foolishly. 1,000 years is but a trifle for him. This indirectly acknowledged Zhang Linger's statement that he was still young. The azure dragon rolled his eyes, sensing the eager gazes around him, and chose to burrow into Jinren Wuqing's sea of consciousness, ignoring the external commotion. Zhang Linger tugged at her master's sleeve. Master, can this dragon vein truly stabilize fortunes? Does that mean our sect's guardian beast is rendered useless? Is it edible? Jinren Wuqing looked at his little disciple in speechless disbelief, silently lighting a candle for the guardian beast, wondering how much longer it could survive with her in mind. Within Kaiangxiaking, alongside Jinren Wuzhua, the saber-toothed tiger, who had come out to guard the city but was truly there to play, watched as Zhang Linger once again proposed to eat him. What vendetta? What grievance? They have not even seen me. Yet they already wish to consume me. But upon reflecting on the imminent dragon vein, he clutched Jinren Wuzhua's leg. Wuzhua, you must speak on my behalf. I might be a bit gluttonous, but is it such a grave sin to simply indulge in some meat? Other sects feed their guardian beasts with rare treasures. Yet what have you provided me? Otherwise, I would not still be merely at the integration stage. Chapter 78. The second ranking match. The unrefined Jinren gently patted the head of the divine beast, which, despite its penchant for mischief, overall proved to be quite agreeable and certainly not at the point of being stewed. However, the disciples beside him gazed at the town's divine beast with expressions that shifted dramatically, tears of joy streaming down their cheeks. After treating everyone to delectable beast meat, was the little junior sister also going to offer them a taste of divine beast flesh? The saber-toothed tiger tugged at the sleeve of the unrefined Jinren, signaling him to observe the disciples nearby. What kind of looks were those? After all, I am a divine beast. Should a divine beast not be spared just because it possesses a dragon vein? The unrefined Jinren twitched his lips. Enough of that if you wish for meat, go seek Chef Zhou. Just tell them I said today there will be plenty of meat. Our sect is currently abundant in spirit stones. Would we really deprive your stomachs? As for the divine beast, do not even think about it. Such creatures are exceedingly rare, and there is hardly enough meat for Lingo to consume over the next few days. The saber-toothed tiger raised its head high, blissfully unaware that its own fate still hung in the balance. At this moment, Jinren Wuqing was not contemplating the town's divine beast, but rather how to safeguard the dragon vein he had acquired. The 20 or so sect leaders from the eastern states surrounded him, hoping to share in the benefits that the dragon vein would bestow. Various lofty ideals were thrust upon Taichung's sect, and if he dared utter a single negative word, he would be branded a villain, jeopardizing the eastern state, blamed for its lesser spiritual energy compared to the central state, and held accountable for the lack of heavenly prodigies in the eastern state. In short, refusing to share the dragon vein would be deemed an egregious fault. Zhang Linger tugged at Bai Luoqing's sleeve and whispered a few words into the ear of her second senior brother. Bai Luoqing stepped forward and addressed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, I too believe that sharing the dragon vein would benefit us all. However, whether we can harness the fortune of such a vast region as the Eastern State still requires the approval of the Azure Dragon. Furthermore, as you have all observed, he has yet to dispel the demonic energy and will need our collective efforts. Jinren Wuchen summoned the Azure Dragon from his sea of consciousness. The Azure Dragon appeared in the sky. Visibly impatient, before alighting atop Zhong Linger's head, I end my role as a dragon. I am quite equitable. Taichung sect claims to nurture me and assist in dispelling my demonic energy, which is why I agreed to accompany them. If you wish for my protection, the terms remain the same that I require sustenance. Every decade, I must absorb a dragon vein, equivalent to approximately 2 billion spirit stones if we consider 1 million from each sect. I have 22 strands of demonic energy. If each sect can dispel one strand, I shall then connect your sect's mountains and rivers to enhance your fortune. The demonic energy is not something Taichung sect alone can eliminate. And besides, you just claimed there would be no need for spirit stones, causing no trouble. Confronted with such shameless words, the Azure Dragon was both amused and enraged. You wish to reap benefits without exerting effort. What a splendid notion. Taichung sect will handle all the labor, and you desire to partake in all the rewards. Why don't you ascend to the heavens instead? I do not require Taichung sect spirit stones because they have stated that both instances of spiritual essence belong to me. That alone could sustain me for 100 years. After a century, the spiritual energy of Taichung sect will have reached a certain level, and their own aura will suffice for my cultivation. But if I were to unconditionally protect you, would Taichung sect consent? Would they still offer me their spiritual essence? Of course not. Zhong Linger replied resolutely, we can utilize the spiritual essence ourselves. Why should we give it away for free? Regardless of how you treat them, you must treat us the same. I, Zhong Linger, will consume anything, but I will not suffer losses. Bai Luoqing maintained a faint smile. Perhaps the esteemed sect leaders should first deliberate among themselves. If everyone agrees, then it can be discussed, as the division of 22 sects would be manageable for all. However, if any sect withdraws, the burden will fall more heavily on the others, and some sects may find it quite challenging. The leaders of the smaller sects were already changing their expressions, who claimed that 22 sects could evenly divide what they could bear. 100 million spirit stones over 10 years may be feasible. But how to dispel the demonic energy? That was the essence of an ancient celestial demon, a force even ancient deities could not completely eradicate. That IT had lingered in a secret realm for millennia. And they dared not touch IT.as for the spiritual essence. That too was something they had not encountered in a millennium. The little junior sister of Taichung sect was a prodigy born once in 1,000 years. Could their sect truly receive such a disciple? The Azure Dragon granted them little time for contemplation, stating, I shall await your response by tomorrow, before retreating back into Jinren Wuchen's sea of consciousness. The matter of the dragon vein could only be postponed for further discussion, and so the focus shifted back to the competition, with each sect beginning to gather their disciples to tally scores and rankings. After a long period of being overlooked, Li Qiufei finally caught the attention of his master and junior brothers. His emergence was due to Zhong Linger's influence. Had she not subdued the dragon vein and ensured everyone's exit when he retrieved the origin pearl, Li Qiufei would have remained trapped in the secret realm indefinitely. When the rankings were announced, Taichung sect claimed the undisputed first place, still maintaining a significant lead, especially since the magical spirit flower gifted by the Azure Dragon had solidified their invincibility. Following them, the rankings astonished everyone. Feishing sect took the second position, followed by Huin Valley in third, Zixiao Gate in fourth, Fengming sect in fifth, and Yaoxiang Pavilion in sixth.